10 years ago, I made my first YouTube video, a long-form retrospective on the Fallout franchise, and it was not very good. It was good enough, though, that 10 years later I'm still doing game retrospectives on YouTube. Fallout didn't just change my life then, either. Over and over, Fallout games have influenced who I am as a person, guided what I did with my life, and informed how I engaged with what I discovered along the way. Which sounds like a lot to credit a game series with, but a person can't control the media that shapes them. When the right piece of media hits a person at the right time, it can become a part of them for the rest of their lives. Released in 1997 by Interplay and the first game developed by legendary developer Black Isle, Fallout was a deliberate anomaly among a landscape of role-playing games that all skewed towards traditional sci-fi or traditional fantasy. Fallout stood out from everything even remotely like it in the video game landscape. It was sci-fi, yes, but in the form of a post-apocalyptic adventure that takes its aesthetic from the ironic contrasts of the civil defense era in American pop culture, ranging from the late 1940s to the early 1960s. That's the fascinating thing about it. There actually was such an attitude and such an art style, historically, as the one that the Fallout universe so gleefully satirizes and portrays. In 1982, Kevin Rafferty, Pierce Rafferty, and Jane Loder created a documentary of sorts called The Atomic Cafe. It compiles newsreels, army training videos, declassified testing footage, songs, television programs, and more to create a portrait of what the bomb meant to the duck and cover generation. It has no narration as a documentary, but it has a wicked sense of ironic contrast and dark humor, especially in its juxtaposition of image and music. 15 years before Fallout was released, the Atomic Cafe invented the entire mood on which the franchise would be built. The Atomic Cafe is one of Fallout's parents. The other is a 1988 computer game called Wasteland, also developed by Interplay and led by Brian Fargo. It can be argued that a Fallout retrospective should start there with Wasteland, but the thing about Wasteland is that it had not yet seized on the mid-century aesthetic that defines Fallout. Wasteland received sequels in 2014 and 2020 by In Exile Entertainment, essentially codifying them as a separate franchise with a distinct mood. In Exile is actually Wasteland lead developer Brian Fargo's company, which he founded like he founded Interplay after he was forced to let Interplay go in the early 2000s. In the eyes of the law, Wasteland and Fallout are distinct, separate intellectual property because, from an artistic lens, they're that way too. Demonstrably different ideas with demonstrably different executions. Fallout could not have happened without Wasteland, but what makes Fallout unique is the setting, a setting built not just off of the idea of nuclear apocalypse, but the darkly naive popular culture that surrounded the bomb's introduction into daily American life back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. In the original version of this video, I played the introductory video to Fallout in its entirety because it does such an incredible job of setting the scene. I'd like to do that again, but instead of alone, I'm going to preface it with some of the original material that the Atomic Cafe discovered and then stitched together into montage to simulate a kind of nuclear war from that era's perspective. To see one introduction is good, but to see both the historical source and two artistic reinterpretations in actual sequence illustrates, better than anything else, what puts the Fallout franchise on such a unique creative footing.
Why, Lucy, your eyes are filled with tears.
My heart is filled with gladness. Oh, look, the orchestra's getting ready. Dance with me, George. George, I wonder if we've thought this through. I'm afraid for you, George.
Oh, nonsense, my silly imp.
Yes, George, afraid. My fiancé, Luther Marshall...
We interrupt our normal program in the interest of security and civil defense measures as requested by the United States government. This is an official civil defense broadcast. Enemy aircraft are over Canada and headed this way. Normal broadcasting has been discontinued until after this emergency has passed. Under nuclear attack.
This is an extreme emergency. You are urged to remain calm.
Proceed to your designated shelter without delay.
This is an official civil defense warning. This is not a test. The United States is under nuclear attack. Take cover immediately in your area fallout shelter. Repeat, the United States is under nuclear attack. Take cover immediately in your...
Fallout 1 created a tangible identity for itself strong enough to support 25 years of steady franchise expansion within 90 seconds of intro. An identity that flawlessly integrates the game's fiction into a kind of artistic dialogue with actual history, actual culture. Taken to a darker fictional extreme, of course, but every single element that's unfamiliar in Fallout is rooted in something that is recognizable and true to America. How enticingly, incredibly different this is from a world of wizards or spacemen. The setting not only speaks for itself, it speaks in a way that feels immersively dramatic even over 25 years later. Ron Perlman voices the longer introductory slideshow, bringing a moody gravitas to the whole setup. And once you've created your character, the next part of the introduction concisely constructs a launchpad from which to explore a completely unknown world. You come from an enormous fallout shelter called a vault, Vault 13 in this case, which has never opened in the 80 years after the atomic apocalypse, and wasn't planning to. But the water chip is broken. So one poor soul will be sent out from the safety of the community to ensure the community's survival, a kind of sacrificial adventurer who can pay the cost of Vault 13's continued existence. You don't know what's out there. They don't know what's out there. All there is a vague direction in which to begin looking, the location of Vault 15. So here within the first 5 minutes of the game, what you have is one of the most remarkable first impressions in early gaming history. You have a unique setting, artfully introduced and professionally narrated, immediately wrangled into a perfectly open-ended dramatic framework, presented in a dark and pensive mood in the style of serious adult fiction like movies and novels. Then, the game says go, and the world begins with a locked door at your back and the wasteland ahead of you. No lore is really necessary, just a casual understanding of the historical ironies and pulp tropes that the experience is built on. Fallout 1 is a brilliantly compact experience. It is simultaneously the shortest of the main titles and the most focused. Every single detail of Fallout 1 is largely interconnected, and the world it creates over its runtime is uncommonly vivid on account of it. It's been a whole 10 years since the last time I played Fallout 1 all the way through. I wasn't sure how I would react to its status as the pioneer of the whole idea, if I would feel it was quaint in comparison to what would come later, if it would feel slighter and smaller than I remember. I was only partially right. It is smaller than I remember. It's entirely possible to do a completionist playthrough in a single weekend. However, it's also much more densely layered and complex than I remembered. Modern RPGs tend towards maximalism. There is definitely a consumer bias towards equating hours of content to depth of quality. And this has led to taking it for granted that anywhere between 20 and 60% of side quests in a given 100-hour title will be tangential and boring. Grind content, collect X whatever it is, kill Y monsters, unlock Z amount of waypoints. Fallout 1 is a reminder of a time before that was standard industry practice, back when the medium was more closely tied to other older mediums such as tabletop role-playing and novels. Fallout 1 is novelistic. Pulpy, yes, but the classic dramatic progression and thematic unification of nearly every tangential detail creates a surprisingly literary feel. Contrasted, of course, with the over-the-top violence and grit of the post-apocalyptic world itself. Combine this also with a cast of voice actors who are, for any era, all-star picks. Especially for 1997, though. Not all of these actors' stars had fully risen yet, but looking back, it's kind of wild what was accomplished. Ron Perlman not only narrates, he voices Butch of the Fargo Trading Company. Keith David plays underworld crime boss Deckard. Richard Dean Anderson is the mayor of Junktown. Fucking Tony Shalhoub is Aradesh, and Aradesh's daughter Tandy is played by the same voice actress, Cree Summer, who played the female lead in Disney's Atlantis movie. Even CCH Pounder is in Fallout 1, voicing Vree, the Brotherhood of Steel's lead scribe. These are small roles, only a few dozen lines apiece, if that, but holy hell does the voice work contribute to the atmosphere of the game, to the overall impression of confidence and quality. Fallout 1 begins with a perfectly executed introduction, and then never dips below that high bar that it sets for itself, not once. In playing Fallout 1 again in my 30s, I am more blown away by it than I ever have been before. It is more artful than I remember, more carefully constructed, more prescient in defining what a AAA role-playing experience is like than I remember. The interface of Fallout 1 and 2 and the methods of interactivity may feel dated, but those are the only elements that do. In terms of storytelling, few have done better in the past 25 years. 10 years ago, when I did my first Fallout retrospective, I didn't talk for very long about Fallout 1 and 2 because I wasn't sure what I was doing, and I didn't think I was really supposed to talk about them for very long in the first place. I started doing these videos right after the 15-minute hard runtime limit was lifted from YouTube as a website, and game reviews on YouTube at the time averaged around 5 minutes. I was worried about going on for too long, which really only served to hurt my coverage of these two foundational games. There is so much to talk about with Fallout 1 and 2, and so much to preface for the games to come. I even lost my old script for the first Fallout video, so I just straight up took it from the top this time to try and see the franchise with more veteran eyes and use what I've learned about exploring game worlds in the past 10 years to try to say more meaningful things than I did the first time around. I began with Fallout 10 years ago because I knew it the best out of any game. I loved it the most. I had the most to say about it. But I didn't know very well at the time how to say it. Without Fallout, though, I might never have even tried to say anything at all about video games. It was Fallout itself that taught me how to be immersed in a game world in the first place. When I was 12, I lived in a very difficult home situation. I felt powerless, worthless, and small, all the time. I was a very angry little person, so shooters appealed to me, but I had never tried a role-playing game before. Fallout was a revelation in so many ways, the most important of which was player agency. I had never been given an opportunity to affect the outcome of a plot before. I had never been given an option of whether to behave in a noble or underhanded way. Which is not to say that those games weren't out there, I just didn't personally know that they could be that way at 12 years old. In my real life, I was powerless, I had no agency, my world was hostile and confusing. Fallout's world was more hostile in its fiction, but the fiction could be overcome. I could be powerful within that world and shape it according to my desires, my values. And you'd think, angry little child that I was, that I would be equally hostile as a player, but I wasn't. It brought me an incredible amount of comfort to be heroic and kind in an otherwise bleak world. Fallout 1's role-playing is one of its less impressive elements, ultimately, compared with Fallout 2 or Fallout New Vegas. It is mostly binary here at the beginning, a good response, an evil response, or else ask a question or bargain for better pay. Baldur's Gate, when it was released the next year, experimented with dialogue trees in greater depth and complexity than Fallout 1 did. What sets Fallout 1's questing apart is how, as simple and binary as the quests can be, they are all thematically and narratively cohesive. They complement each other, they build off each other, they are all telling the same fundamental story. For example, let's talk about the general progression of towns and quest hubs. You begin with Shady Sands. It's small, rural, its inhabitants mostly come from Vault 15 when that vault collapsed. It is what will likely become of the inhabitants of Vault 13 should the quest for the new water chip fail. It isn't a bad existence, exactly, but it is meager, and it is bleak. Shady Sands' concerns are based around typical first-level RPG concerns, killing critters, getting loot. It eases a player into the new setting by starting small. Once done, you head to Junktown, a much larger settlement surrounded by a protective wall of wrecked cars. It introduces factional conflict, law versus crime, embodied by Killian the Mayor and Gizmo the Scumlord. Choices didn't matter much in Shady Sands, just a willingness to be helpful. But here are two equally weighted paths of progression towards wildly different outcomes. Either way, you come up a lot in terms of loot, slightly more going the evil path, which is a good way to do it, I think. For an evil choice in a game to be appealing, I think it's best to weight it in a way that makes it mechanically tempting. Then the moral refusal of the better reward feels meaningful, and conversely, the benefit of having been self-interested is more tangible should you choose the darker path. Junktown establishes this dynamic in clear, certain terms. The next settlement is the hub, the mercantile heart of the region's trade. Morality matters less here than it did in Junktown. The hub asks what you're willing to do for money, and then presents many varied avenues for doing so. In following the money, the game layers in foreshadowing and plot hooks for the quests to come. The main thread here is for the Fargo traders, whose caravans have been going missing. There's a monster to be found called the Deathclaw that's responsible, or it seems that way. In following this thread, you meet a character named Harold. In the lore of the game, there are beings called ghouls, a kind of living, thinking zombie transformed by radiation. Harold is not technically a ghoul, but that's what he is to the hub, and that's what he is to you when you meet him. Harold has a story to tell about his youth in the caravans and an ill-fated expedition to find a military base with a friend of his named Richard Gray. You don't know it yet, but this is the backstory for the game's ultimate villain, the thing that Richard Gray became. But the seeds are planted here as just a story long before it becomes a true narrative concern, long before you really have a quest associated with it. Harold points you to the guy who leads you to the Deathclaw, but the Deathclaw was in the middle of eating the true cause of the caravan raids, a giant mutant, part of a larger army, yet unseen. The last settlement of Fallout 1 is what's left of Los Angeles, the Boneyard. It has another factional conflict, but its main purpose is simply to lead you to the final confrontation with the hidden master of the mutant army. By this point in the game, you are well on your way to the end and the height of your power as a player. The Boneyard is meant to test that power and harrow you before the climax. Each town not only builds out a player's conception of the world thematically, exploring different approaches to civilization and survival, the progression also steadily grows the scope of the world and the player's agency within it mechanically, town by town, offering greater and greater opportunities to participate in and shape the destinies of the settlements you encounter. As a first role-playing game for someone to play, it's essentially perfect. It teaches itself to a player as it goes along, much more deliberately than most modern open-world games, which typically have a tutorial region and then give up on the idea of curating a player's progression beyond the main questline. Fallout 1 is similar in some ways. It is more linear in the beginning and much more open in the middle, but there is no checklisting whatsoever. Most towns only have between 4 and 10 quests total. It allows for chaos, but the quests reference and refer to each other so frequently that it feels narratively cohesive in whatever order the quests are played in. At 12, what impressed me was simply the ability to make these kinds of choices at all. At 34, what's impressed me is the deliberate care and cohesion with which the entire game's script is written. It's the shortest of the main Fallout games, sure. It's also the only one without a single tangential piece. It is such an enviably tight design that there is still much that can be learned from Fallout 1, even 25 years later. Besides nuclear war, the one constant in every single Fallout game is the existence of the Brotherhood of Steel. But the way they're portrayed in the first two games is pretty distinct from the way the Brotherhood is used later. It's easy to see, though, why the Brotherhood of Steel became so iconic for the Fallout franchise as a whole. They're a kind of neo-medievalist order of knights and scribes, knights who wield the ancient technology of war, and scribes who pass it down from generation to generation. There's a very classic post-nuclear novel called A Canticle for Leibowitz that focuses on an abbey of monks trying to preserve what they can of the vague scraps that are left of civilization, so they pass on things like St. Leibowitz's sacred shopping list as illuminated manuscripts. It feels like an influence on the Brotherhood of Steel, a creative precursor like the Atomic Cafe was. Within the lore, the Brotherhood came to be as a direct reaction to the horrors of the American war machine on the eve of nuclear war. That October of 2077, an officer at a military research facility discovered that the government had authorized human experimentation on the Pan-Immunity Virus Project, meant to be the final advantage in biological warfare. It was a failure, and so research transferred to the Forced Evolutionary Virus, which caused such rampant mutations that there was a potential to create a kind of super soldier. When the officer, a man named Maxon, discovered that this was going on, he tried to go public by breaking the US chain of command and effectively seceding from the United States. But the bombs dropped the very next day, and so he and the families of the guards made a long exodus to the Lost Hills bunker, where your character finds them 80 years later under the guidance of Maxon's grandson, himself now an old man. This organization was born from a revulsion with unethical research, progress without limits. And so the Brotherhood seeks to control and limit progress across the wasteland by hoarding all advanced technology and keeping it, as they perceive it, safely under their control. They are inherently isolationist, deliberately indifferent to progress as it's traditionally defined. They preserve, respect, and borderline worship technology, but it's a relationship in which the divine is something to be feared. Technology killed the world. It is something to be chained and brought to heel like a dangerous animal. It's this kind of amoral introversion that makes the Brotherhood so interesting in the first couple games, and that gets kind of muddled in later titles. There was a splinter group that once went off to find the remains of the FEV project, but they never returned, which is where you come in as a player in Fallout 1. As an isolationist group, they would never let you into their group as an outsider, which is why when you ask about joining, they happily give you a quest to go to the radioactive hell that lurks at the bottom of the map and die there. It's said that there was something down south of Los Angeles towards San Diego that was so secretive and so important that the Chinese military saturated the entire region with dozens of nuclear strikes, poisoning the land, worse than just about anywhere else. One of those bombs was a direct strike, breaching the top-secret bunker, and it's your quest to descend into the heart of that nuclear crater and bring back proof of the Brotherhood's lost patrol. It is an amazing setup for a dungeon area, spooky, unsettling. This place is called The Glow because at night it can be seen over the horizon before you ever even get there. This can't be visually portrayed in the game, but by mentioning it in dialogue, the imaginative impression of what the glow is and what the glow looks like lingers. Your goal is actually easily accomplished. The patrol never made it past the first level, but there are 4 levels total, and if you make it all the way to the bottom of the facility, you not only get military-grade equipment, you get holotapes explaining the military rationale behind the FEV, the fictional science behind it. You get the deep background of one of the most prominent lore devices in the whole Fallout franchise. After all, that military base where Richard Gray was knocked into the goo back in Harold's story, that was where the Brotherhood was formed. That was where they left once they discovered the human experimentation. And it was into the forced evolutionary virus that Richard Gray fell to become the mutant master. The supermutant threat only exists now because of the sins of the old world, that same appetite for destruction that burned it the first time, unleashed again from where it had lain dormant for decades. In later games, the conflict between the Brotherhood of Steel and the supermutants is so simplified that it's essentially knights versus orcs, a fantasy trope. But in the first game, the Brotherhood and the supermutants actually have their origins intertwined, and their reasons for being are more complexly opposed to each other. The Master of Mutants will flat out explain his entire plan to you, which helps with clarity, but if you're paying attention, the entire setup of the main plot happens in little breadcrumbs of foreshadowing all along the way. Your first encounter with the hidden arm of the Master's plot is in the hub, just like your first encounter with the supermutant in general. There's a hospital run by a group called the Children of the Cathedral. They seem, on the surface, benign, but they are growing in popularity and power as an organization. Their actual cathedral is in the Boneyard, containing a hidden vault where Richard Gray has fused with the Vault Overseer's console and grown to encompass much of the lower floors of the vault. The mutants' army comes instead from the Mariposa base to the north. The mutant army's leadership and political wing, however, all emanates from here, in Los Angeles. It's a unification scheme whereby everyone will either die or become mutants, after which point there will be no conflict and everyone left alive will be adapted to the new post-nuclear environment. Utopia ensues. What Maxon took from Mariposa as a young man at the beginning of the Brotherhood of Steel was a dedication to keeping the weapons of the old world holstered and hidden from the new world, insular, introverted, anti-progress. Richard Gray, the mutant master, instead wants to usurp the weapons of the old world for utopian aims. His plan is extroverted, transformational. He doesn't mind being a mutant, and neither do the others after they've been dipped, so there isn't a lot of feedback that he's getting to the contrary. What's interesting is that the Brotherhood has been studying the mutants and has found them to be sterile, one generation and done, not really the basis for utopia. Some feel that Richard Gray should have figured this out on his own, but he's also clearly not entirely sane, and he's also fundamentally a narcissistic optimist. He wants it to work so badly, he needs it to work so badly, that he isn't willing to consider the alternative, until you, the player, confront him with proof. You can confront him with lasers and bullets if you prefer, but the dialogue version of the boss fight is so much more satisfying. Confronted with the fact that he is just another monster and that none of his means could be justified with a utopian end, Richard Gray sets the vault to explode, taking him with it. The Master's reign ends in shame and regret. The old world's weapons corrupted his body, but he allowed them to also corrupt his soul through his embrace of the monstrous power that these weapons represented. The same power that the Brotherhood, at its inception, rejected. The Brotherhood lends its assistance in breaking into the military base as well, the other half of the bisected final quest. In doing so, they break their tradition of isolationism and non-involvement. In their epilogue slide, so long as the player didn't kill them all or kill the head paladin specifically, the Brotherhood loosens its grip on technology and begins allowing it to creep out into the wider world again, facilitating the growth of new civilizations like the NCR and Fallout 2. At first, the Brotherhood of Steel seems like a side organization or side quest, but these quests are fully integrated into the deeper details of the main plot, providing much of that background where it might not otherwise be found. It is optional content. It is also essential world building and characterization. The game is novelistic in the way that there are no dangling tangential details, but it is still very much a game in the ways in which it requires a thoughtful and deliberate completionism to get the most out of the story. Deeper participation in the interactivity of the game yields greater narrative depth. This is, to me, so much more meaningful than my participation being rewarded with incremental point-by-point advancements in things like attack speed or damage resistance. Modern games, even the Fallout franchise when it finally rolls around to Fallout 76, are often invested in perpetual play, the idea of the game as part of a daily or weekly routine or as a social third place for the player. Fallout 1 conceives of itself as a story, only. The interactivity supports the narrative imaginatively wallpapers over gaps in the interactivity. Both elements tell the same story. A boss battle in a game is a climactic test of interactive investment. Have you learned the systems well enough? Have you been acquiring enough power and inventory? It creates a climax through action and challenge. That's why so many games with little or no story are still so satisfying to beat. The arc of advancement has taken place internally on the player's side without any narrative help from the game. The player's role is inherently dramatic on account of their participation and the looming threat of failure. The way Fallout handles the encounter with a master illustrates how it's more of an imaginative work than it is a mechanical one. To be able to talk the master into giving up and burning it all down, you need strong character sheet skills in speech and science. You need to have talked to a lot of people and thoroughly investigated a lot of side content. It rewards player investment by bypassing the fight in a way that's actually more resonant than the challenge of withstanding the master's chain guns. It doesn't feel like a fight skip because you have beaten the villain now in a more robust way than simply fighting him. You are not just stronger, you are more clever, you are correct, and the villain is not. Even in terms of power fantasy, you are demonstrating power in a more dramatic way. You have won the role-playing game by playing your role as hero better than the villain played the villain. And besides, the game has its mechanical climax in your long and difficult fight to the FEV vats in the Mariposa base. That's still waiting for you if you haven't done it already. But the mechanical fight isn't as good or as satisfying as the dramatic showdown in the corrupted vault under the LA Cathedral. Being a powerful fighter was never the point in Fallout 1, fun as it is to melt mutants down with your turbo plasma rifle. You aren't working towards an apex of power, you're working towards manifesting your preferred narrative outcomes. In this way, the true reward waiting at the end of any classic Fallout game is the reactive epilogue. Once you've beaten the game, it doesn't just show you the big explosion and cut to credits. Just as Ron Perlman brought you into the world, Ron Perlman will play you out. Each settlement receives an epilogue that is altered by what quests the player chose to complete, the solutions to those quests that the player chose, and how much the player dawdled in the face of the imminent mutant threat. Apparently, the new versions of the game have removed the initial time limits, or altered them to be more generous, but one of the things that I loved about the original 1.0 CD-ROM version that I played 10 years ago is that it actually punishes gamer brain completionism by creating consequences for not taking the main quest seriously. In practice, most games have abandoned this approach because it discourages completion of the side content. Even Fallout 2 is without time limits, except in one weird minor instance. For something as tight and focused as Fallout 1, however, I think it works beautifully to increase immersion and a sense of actual stakes. You have two interwoven time limits. First is the time limit to find the water chip. It's profitable to do things like go on caravan runs, but each time you do, it costs you huge chunks of your time limit. It takes weeks, it takes months. You can't ever lose sight of the fact that people are depending on you. Now, down in the hub are the water merchants. They run a caravan loop themselves, but more than that, you can give them the location of Vault 13 and they'll send out a special caravan. This will extend the initial time limit by a generous amount, but it will decrease the second secret time limit. If you allow enough months to go by, the mutant army will conquer the settlements of the wasteland and kill everyone in them. Their epilogue slides will change to reflect this genocide. Vault 13 is no different. If you never reveal its location, it is the last thing to be found by the mutant army. If you send out the water merchant caravan, it is found weeks earlier, one of the first things to be found by the mutant army. There are other ways to trigger this bad ending, too. You can actually agree to submit to being dipped in the vats and agree with the master's plan. And I bet you'd make a fine mutant, but the game ends it there. To get the best endings requires attentive, immersive investment in the world. Take the concerns seriously, don't compromise or power game out of them. Take the hub. You can make a ton of cash and experience by doing essentially every quest in town, including the ones where you turn on the crime lord and take him down with a sheriff, after doing all the crime lord's dirty work for all those rewards. In the intended narrative, the hub fails and disperses if you complete even one of Deckard's dirty jobs. You have to keep your nose clean and avoid those obviously evil quests, even though gaming logic dictates that a person should acquire every possible reward and advantage from a given area. The reality is that it doesn't actually matter what you do in the hub in Fallout 1. The good ending is locked no matter what because of a piece of cut content, which I'll talk about in a moment. Junktown's ending is interesting because the town thrives either way that the player chooses to resolve things. If Killian is supported as mayor, he rules in a firm but fair way that keeps things going right along on the road to civilization. If Gizmo is put into power, his casino brings fabulous wealth into the town. His self-interest as a businessman creates an oasis of vice that creates civilization just as well as Killian would have, though in a more predatory and exploitative manner. It's a kind of biting little satire on what law and order means. Someone benefits from a status quo, and law and order just means protecting that status quo, Killian or Gizmo. Killian is obviously the preferable choice because he doesn't traffic in children, but it's compellingly cynical of Fallout to suggest that from the standpoint of civilizing the wasteland, either means reaches the same ends. The epilogue of Shady Sands depends on just one key player choice. Did you care enough about this very first town to come back and check up on it once your journey was underway? To trigger its most narratively important quest, you must leave and come back, not just to Vault 15, but back from further on in Junktown. Again, gaming logic says that the tutorial town holds nothing after you've completed the tutorial. There is no reason to ever return. Narrative logic says that events transpire when time passes. Something may have changed, and indeed, Tandy's been kidnapped by raiders when you return. Tandy is a flirtatious townie who's impressed with the Vault Dweller and longs to leave town for a life of adventure, like them. Adventure finds her anyway. If Aradesh and Tandy are both still alive at the end of the game, with you having rescued Tandy and destroyed the raiders, then Shady Sands grows into not just a town, but an expansionist government called the New California Republic. The NCR is one of the most important factions of both Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas, but if the player doesn't display a shred of curiosity or compassion for the tiny rural settlement of Shady Sands in Fallout 1 and doesn't come back to check on them, then that future never happens. If Tandy dies, Aradesh grieves and never becomes a strong enough leader to make the NCR happen. If Aradesh dies, Tandy can't unite the town, though she does well enough as mayor on her own. If they both die or the Vault Dweller never returns, raiders just burn the town down. Making the NCR canon in future games is clever and rewarding, not just in how the NCR is constructed in the lore, but also because the fact that the NCR exists at all is a reference to the player's initial investment and involvement in these foundational stories. It creates a wonderful resonance. Not all the endings are so cleverly arranged, though. Fallout 1 isn't quite a perfect game, even if it gives a perfect first impression. Some endings are broken or non-existent or don't well reflect the bulk of your activity in a given location. The Boneyard's the worst offender. It doesn't really receive an ending slide, except for one related to an organization called the Followers of the Apocalypse, whose ending slide is also broken. The town's quests feel kind of half-formed in general. There's a corrupt group called the Regulators who are holding the town quietly hostage under the thumb of their rule. Then there's the Blades, who aren't actually much of a gang, just a bunch of ruffians and refugees who have taken up inside an old razor blade factory. Support the Blades, kill some Deathclaws, take back the town, never gets more complicated than that. To write out the complexities and intricacies of the Regulators and the Blades would barely fill one side of a napkin. There's no way to create more nuance by player involvement either. For example, the mayor doesn't know that the Regulators killed his son. You can tell him, but the Regulators will kill him automatically if you do so, and you'll start the fight alone. If you don't tell him, they will also kill the mayor automatically at the start of the big group fight. You can't take back the town and then tell the mayor the truth. You can't save the mayor at all either way. Nothing is ever reflected in an epilogue anyway, robbing it further of any weight that might come from imagining how things in the Boneyard may have improved after the big firefight. The Followers of the Apocalypse are actually a very interesting faction themselves. Contrary to their name, they're an altruistic organization. Their founder came from down by the globe before the settlement disbanded in the face of how irradiated the land is. Her parents were killed on the long journey north. The Followers of the Apocalypse don't seek to recreate the apocalypse or to worship it. Instead, they follow it. They come after. They remember the cruelty of the war and dedicate themselves to achieving kindness instead. There was supposed to be a subplot where the children of the cathedral have a spy among the followers. This plotline was removed, but the positive ending for the Followers was tied to completing that quest, rendering it permanently failed in the retail version of the game. New Vegas retcons this and assumes the good ending, which no one had ever really seen, where the Followers assume control of Los Angeles following the Master's death. New Vegas also assumes the good ending of the hub, even though this is also broken behind a piece of cut content involving, of all things, Bob's iguana on a stick, wherein you would turn Bob over to the authorities as part of an effort to clean up the town. My favorite location from the first game, the Necropolis, is also a letdown in this regard. A city of ghouls, irradiated and ruined in every way, there's an amazing atmosphere and apprehension to the Necropolis, but the quests are limited and simple. The one thing that changes the ending is whether you repair their water pump before taking their water chip, either leaving them to die of thirst or allowing them to flourish. There's a whole other conflict in town that goes unaddressed between an unhinged aggressive ghoul named Set and the supermutants, which is interesting, but Set never receives more than a few lines of dialogue in one single quest to kill the mutants, which you were likely going to do anyway. I've always wanted more from the Necropolis than it actually is. My imagination turns it into something grander than is actually represented in the game. Of course, that's also the dynamic that makes Fallout 1 such a classic. It suggests much more of the world than it ever actively portrays. Suggestion creates a huge proportion of the immersive feel of the whole game. The size of the world map, even where there isn't any content, the passage of time as you move across the world map, further cementing the illusion of size, all the many NPCs with no active dialogue, growing crops or living in buildings, further creating an illusion of activity and life and daily routine. The epilogue slides are, themselves, an act of imaginative suggestion. They both reward the player's participation, but portray the towns as something larger than the player, beyond their full control, nudged by the player's action in one direction or another, but then continuing in that direction all on their own. Imaginatively, the world of Fallout 1 is so much larger than the actual programmed game. This imaginative foundation is what the later franchise is built on. Not the guns, or the merchandise, or the mutants which would echo down through all the subsequent games' iconography. The strength of the foundation of Fallout is the imaginative possibilities of an infinite wild wasteland where the player is just one lone actor on a massive, windswept global stage. Before we move on, though, it's worth reflecting on exactly how much of every other future game was prefaced and established here in the first, those guns and mutants and merchandise. While the core stats established by the game's mechanical systems persist from title to title, everything about how those stats function has changed by the modern era. Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics all use the same core character progression system, and it seems wildly complicated and punitive at first glance. Stats have a huge influence on what you can do in the game. Insufficient strength, insufficient intelligence, or insufficient perception can completely lock you out of some quests and dialogue checks. You get some optional traits which can shake up and intensify your strengths and weaknesses, like giving you a boost to attack speed at the expense of being able to make targeted attacks, or more stats at the expense of perks coming every 4 levels instead of every 3. And then you have the massive, massive skill tree. Some skills are not important to the plot, like gambling, which can be just used to get free money after a certain threshold, and some skills, like science and repair, can completely change the way that you're able to complete certain quests and open up new possibilities within the narrative. Stats influence skills, and intelligence influences how many skill points you receive per level. Endurance determines how many hit points you receive. There really is a significant advantage and disadvantage to every choice you make during character creation or leveling up, which is intimidating at first. But so long as you keep a template in mind and don't average yourself out too much, any build ends up being pretty valid in advancing through the game. The main difference between these early games and the Bethesda-era ones is the idea of having to choose. In Fallout 3 and New Vegas, eventually you become powerful in every category. The only choice is what to prioritize first. In Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics, you need to identify the things you won't be and commit to being disadvantaged in those areas. For my own character, in Fallout 1 and 2, I wanted to complete as many quests as possible, which meant needing tons of intelligence and charisma. So to get those points, I disadvantaged myself in luck and endurance. I wouldn't get any of the fun special encounters. I would rarely get critical hits. I would only get 4 extra hit points per level, a dangerously slow rate of advancement. But I could sure talk a mile a minute, which is frankly more valuable to the experience of Fallout than being able to tank a hit. My character could, through the expanded player dialogue, better contextualize this world for me, the player. Missing the special encounters was a blow, however, because it's hard to understand the direction that Fallout 2 will take without them. Fallout 1 has a lot of jokes in it. It's cynical and sarcastic much of the time, but the cynicism is mostly handled in-universe, within the fiction. It doesn't lean on referential humor, except in the special encounters. Random encounters are a staple of any tabletop-influenced RPG, and Fallout has plenty of those too. The world map is actually surprisingly complex in certain ways. There are maps for wide-open desert, canyons, and also ruined urban zones. If you stop at what looks like ruins on the world map, a ruin will greet you in the random encounter. You can encounter friendly things like merchants or town patrols. If you choose to behave villainously way out here in the middle of nowhere, well, a lot of money to be made that way. Though it does, of course, hurt your moral karma counter. Special encounters are different. These are mostly all referential joke encounters with a kind of wry and dry irony to them. Like there's a delusional owner of a car dealership who will never sell his wrecked autos. The reference in this encounter comes in the form of a Red Ryder BB gun, a reference to the classic nostalgic movie A Christmas Story. The limited edition rifle is actually very powerful and gets, naturally, a massive critical bonus to shooting someone's eyes out. Here is Godzilla's footprint, with a corpse in the middle holding a rare stealth boy. The joke, of course, being that if the corpse hadn't been invisible, they probably wouldn't have gotten stepped on. Here's Doctor Who's TARDIS. Not his scene, apparently. He's out of here. And here, of course, is the most frustratingly controversial special encounter, the flying saucer. I mean, they've got a velvet painting of Elvis. This is clearly just a joke. And yet this, along with some follow-up references in Fallout 2, have led to aliens and flying saucers being integrated into the setting on a much larger scale, up to the point of being an hours-long DLC in Fallout 3 where you're abducted and must escape from an alien flotilla. Now, Roswell and the little green men and their saucers are definitely a part of 50s sci-fi culture, that's why it was included in the first place, but hidden like this, with the flying saucer just as rusted out and forgotten as everything else in the wasteland, keeps the feeling grounded in the post-apocalypse, in the setting of Fallout. How this seed grows into a whole permanent aspect of the setting is frustrating to me. It muddies what makes the setting unique. Fallout 1 is careful. Most everyone's favorite special encounter is this one, an overturned Nuka-Cola truck. It has thousands of caps depending on your luck and your perks. The dark irony is what makes it memorable, more than the monetary reward. Pre-war, this truck was basically worthless, and now it's as good as coming across a bank vault. Bottle caps are an absurd currency, but they're guaranteed by the hub, and as such, they have a standardized value. As we move into Fallout 2, however, the use of sarcasm and irony becomes less strategic and more generalized. There's a goofiness that begins to creep in that mostly existed on the margins of Fallout 1, in places like the special encounters. Fallout 3 establishes a greater focus on goofiness as essentially part of the Bethesda house style, but it does have roots here in Fallout 1, with a greater emphasis in Fallout 2. Fallout 1 also establishes the whole encyclopedia of pre- and post-apocalypse drugs, weapons, and sundries that echo down through all the other games. Small things like the pre-war over-the-counter hard drugs such as Mentats and Buffout or the basic healing stim pack. Stylistic choices like making the guns very large in general, or the specific design of the submachine gun and the 10mm pistol. Or the use of sci-fi energy weapons, plus the differentiation between laser weapons and plasma weapons that is still mechanically important to the franchise. Fallout 1 introduces the vaults, and the understanding of them is sinister and designed to fail. The most important element of franchise iconography that Fallout 1 introduces is power armor. As seen in the introductory video for Fallout 1, the armor is the apex of the late American war machine, imperialistic, resource-hungry, executing Canadian citizens in the street as they resist the annexation. The power armor has got a decidedly imperious, cruel look to it. This is an essential tension in the Fallout universe, the contrast between the tempting, tainted power of the past and the more mysterious and difficult possibilities of the future. The Brotherhood controls access to power armor because their order is descended from a US Army unit. They began with power armor. By the time we get to Fallout 76, however, power armor is such a symbol of player power and badassery that Bethesda sells power armor skins in the in-game shop for over $10 a pop of cash currency, hard cash, real-world cash. By the time we get to Fallout 76, power armor has lost all of its symbolic tension. But here in the beginning, they relate back to what Ron Perlman says in every mainline Fallout game. War never changes. War is always about naked predatory conquest. The techno-medieval look of the armor just underlines that war is no more noble today than it was in the Dark Ages, nor in the new Dark Age of the post-apocalypse. It is part of Fallout's commitment to sinister ironies, a commitment that extends all the way up to the very end. In the main campaign, when you revisit the vault, there are signs of tension. A faction of dwellers want to leave like you have. But that's not what the Overseer wants. Vault 13, as later revealed in Fallout 2, is a control vault meant to remain hidden and isolated from the world more or less permanently. The water chip situation was a result of a pre-war shipping error. So once the mutants have been defeated, the water chip situation solved, the last problem for Vault 13 is you. The wasteland has changed you, and you will change the vault in turn. At the very opening narration, you're told that life in the vault is about to change. This was never what the Overseer wanted. And so, as the Overseer says, you're a hero, and you have to leave. Exiled, your character strides away into the wasteland. It's a knockout ending because it doesn't revolve around player empowerment. Instead, it resolves the themes that the game set up at the very beginning in a dark and devastating way. It was this way from the moment the door was locked behind you. All game long, you have seen that power protects the status quo, and that you are uniquely suited to tip the scales of power and disrupt that stability of any status quo of any town that you're in. This makes you impossible to welcome back into the vault. You bring the wasteland with you wherever you go now, and so to the wasteland you must return, alone, unwanted, into the same winds that whipped through the shattered skyscraper in the game's iconic opening cinematic as the television faded and the quiet settled in. Fallout 2 has a reputation for being more crass and less serious than its predecessor, and that is plenty true in many ways, but Fallout 2 is a considerably more complex role-playing game than the first Fallout, and does arguably more to establish a definition of what the classic Fallout experience is than Fallout 1 did. Fallout 2 radically expands the scope of what's possible in the universe from both a thematic standpoint and in terms of the game world's reactivity to player choice. It has more failings than Fallout 1, but that goes largely hand in hand with the scope of its ambition. It is a completely different design philosophy from the confidently compact original game. Fallout 2 has always been one of my all-time favorites, and I'm still amazed by it this time around. But I'm also a little too old now to really appreciate some of its more sophomoric writing choices. From the beginning, Fallout has always worn its pulp influences on its sleeve. Fallout 1 presented an artwork on its installation screen that showed it as a comic book to attractive vault dwellers in skin-tight outfits against a horde of ghouls. Fallout 2 leans into the pulp of its chosen genre far more than Fallout 1 did. In the wake of the really great post-apocalyptic titles of the 70s and 80s like the Mad Max trilogy or Logan's Run, came an absolute flood of bizarre, low-budget knockoffs, like the Roger Corman 1978 epic Death Sport and Paul Bartel's 1975 Death Race 2000, or 1983's Warriors of the Wasteland, or 1987's Creepazoids, or even some good ones like 1990's Hardware. They're all very cheap and often extremely horny in a pulpy way, the best example being the absolutely bizarre cult classic Cherry 2000, a 1987 movie wherein a man goes on a quest into a post-nuclear wasteland to find a replacement for his beloved sex robot, who he took into the shower one too many times. Along the way, he learns self-confidence and decides to pursue a real relationship with a real girl, as played by Melanie Griffiths as a hard-boiled mercenary. Cherry 2000 is fucking ridiculous from start to finish, a cornball train wreck of cheese and sleaze. What differentiated the Fallout setting from this wave of post-nuclear media was its commitment to the Source era, a distinctly 1950s apocalypse, along with a dose of atomic-age sci-fi and another stranger undercurrent of Gothic architecture and sensibilities, as seen in the faces that adorn old buildings like Art Deco gargoyles. Fallout 1 was very committed to that particular artistic vision, and it made Fallout extremely distinct, not just from the post-apocalyptic media that preceded it, but any other post-apocalyptic game even remotely like it, such as Wasteland. Fallout 2's biggest artistic failing is that it seems to largely ignore the franchise's need to create its own identity this way. Instead, in addition to all the referential humor, it adopts a referential attitude. Fallout 2 seems to see itself more in nostalgic parallel with the 70s and 80s wave of post-nuclear schlock adventure than it does with the 50s and 60s duck and cover era, which, again, is baked into the construction of Fallout 1 as well, with bars like the Scum Pit and stuff like Death Claws and Super Mutants, or the fact that you can recruit a canine companion called Dogmeat if you're wearing a Mad Max-style leather jacket. The ratio of 80s post-nuclear reference to 50s post-nuclear reference just begins to tip more towards genre material from the 80s than source material to the 50s when it comes to Fallout 2. The tone shift between 1 and 2 is demonstrable and constant, but it's only occasionally a bad thing. Fallout 2 being so different from Fallout 1 works in its favor more often than not, because in addition to presenting a generational shift in source material and inspiration, it presents a generational change in the composition of the Wasteland's inhabitants and concerns. It is now 160 years after the nuclear war. What settlements there are have advanced beyond the concerns of simple scavenging and survival. This is an age of small fiefdoms and republics, perched on the verge of dominance or irrelevance. It is less a wasteland and more a frontier. For all its pulp and gritty posturing, Fallout 2 is principally a game of politics, and that's the legacy it leaves moving forward into the later titles of the franchise. It takes a while to warm up to that, though. The whole feel of Fallout 2 is significantly different in the early game than its predecessor, more difficult, more deadly. Fallout 1 eased a player in, built up gradually, focused more on quests than combat at first. Fallout 2's tutorial is one of the most equally boring and deadly tutorials of nearly any role-playing game. The setup is interesting enough. 80 years ago, when the Vault Dweller was exiled, other members of Vault 13 followed them into exile, and they roamed north until reaching Oregon, just past the California border. The whole story is told in the game's manual, written as a memoir of the Vault Dweller as they become elder and are asked by younger generations to record what they remember. It's interesting in how it retells the first game and makes certain choices canon, even if the game contradicts itself later on in some instances. What's more meaningful is that in the absence of the Vault and the passing of those that remember the Vault, the few relics of Vault 13 that remain have taken on religious significance. Your home, Arroyo, is dying, and the tribe needs a miracle. Miracles, of course, were a dime a dozen in the old world. Why pray to a god when you can simply go out and track down a Vault-Tec standard issue Garden of Eden creation kit? The size of a briefcase, this scientific miracle is essentially civilization in a can. Like the Holy 13 did 80 years ago, the community must offer up a hero to the wasteland to go out and retrieve their salvation from the rusty lockers and shelves of the old gone-away world. If you prove yourself worthy, that is, in the Temple of Trials. The thing that makes the Temple of Trials so difficult is that unless your character is actually a hand-to-hand or melee fighter, you're up against poisonous scorpions and numerous giant ants and spend most of the time missing your attacks. In the meantime, they poison you, sap your hit points, and make it genuinely difficult to reach the end in one piece if you've created a build more designed for diplomacy or ranged weapons. At best, it's tedious to trade misses in a tribal temple that could easily be in a Conan-style high fantasy as in Fallout. At worst, you're having to save and reload in the very first map of the game. Fallout 2 actually begins when you put on the old vault suit of your ancestor at the end of the Temple of Trials, but that's anywhere from 15 to 45 minutes after the game technically begins, which is hugely frustrating. It's a very antagonistic start. Plus, Arroyo's side quests are themselves kind of tricky in the same way, where it's hard to hit the enemies at all if melee weapons aren't part of your initial build, and if the enemies hit you back for really large chunks of your health. This matters because Fallout 2's narrative doesn't start to become clear until the mid to late game. It takes a huge investment of time, effort, and participation to gain a foothold in the world and to make tangible progress. Fallout 2 is far more hostile and slow at the start than many modern games today would create for a player, and even at the time it was notably hostile. Of course, Baldur's Gate 1 has plenty of moments where you're equally poor or equally fragile, but even Fallout 1 is kinder and more generous in its opening hours than Fallout 2. The difference in playtime between the two games deepens this gap. For Fallout 2, it takes around 10 hours of 40 to reach the mid-game and start to climb out of the danger zone of the lower levels, whereas in Fallout 1, the total playtime is closer to just 20 hours and you begin to become well-equipped by like hour 6. The arc of power is much different too. In Fallout 1, you begin the Wandering Vault Dweller and end the Wandering Vault Dweller. All your great accomplishments are negated by the climax. Fallout 2 is different. You begin a rural nobody, one of the few of your tribe to ever venture even the town of Klamath Falls, and you end as either the hero or the villain of an entire coastline spanning from the southern Oregon outback down to Reno in northern Nevada, all the way to the bottom of the map where you find Vaults 13, 15, and the nation that Shady Sands has grown into in the past 80 years. The top of the old map is the bottom of this one. It creates a nice sense of cyclical action, passing time, the past creating a dramatic climax for the present. You're following in the footsteps of what came before, but that past is just one small part of the newer, larger wasteland. This is a new story in which the player is afforded even more authorial power over the fates of its characters than the last time. Supposing, that is, that the player can survive the early game long enough to get there. The early game's progression of townships has been curated for world building and immersion like the previous game, but the tone is immediately different. Klamath Falls is very unlike Shady Sands. In the previous game, Shady Sands was a wasteland town with wasteland concerns. The big scorpions, the raiders, its very survival was constantly in jeopardy. Klamath Falls hasn't quite tamed the wasteland around it, but it has reached a tidy little equilibrium with it. Klamath Falls' concerns are economic and personal. There's a trapper who's missing and a liquor still that needs maintaining, but these are just aberrations in the order of things. Trapping and liquor have been the trade of many others for many decades and will continue, even without your involvement and help. Klamath Falls has no ending slide, strangely, so nothing you accomplish here is reflected back at you later on. Its purpose is so introductory that it doesn't really have much of a conflict besides one side of town that's infested with giant rats and their giant rat god. Which is fun enough, but it's a huge dungeon area by the first game's standards. It'll take half an hour or more all on its own. And the rewards are deliberately quite minimal compared to the first game. In Fallout 1, you get a very lethal and dangerous submachine gun at the bottom of Vault 15. Here in Klamath Falls, you must work to afford Fallout 1's starting pistol. Your only lead for the Gek is a trader named Vic, but Vic isn't around and his home is mostly deserted aside from a limited selection of junk. You're pointed in the direction of a larger, dirtier town to the east, the Den. Before you go, however, there are two other dangling threads that will take dozens of hours to clarify themselves. One is a crashed aircraft called a vertibird, the first sign of the game's new antagonist, the Enclave. And the second is a tantalizing elevator at the back of a cave where you rescue that missing trapper. The toxic caves are an incredibly minor location, but if you come back after finding an electronic lockpick and brushing up on your repair skill, there's a hidden bunker down there with a stockpile of rare weapons, armor, and equipment, many of which can't be found anywhere else in the game. All you need to do is just really remember that it's there at the back of the toxic caves. Where Fallout 1 wasted no detail at all, Fallout 2 has entire maps and plot lines that only a minority of players will ever bother to find or explore. There's an entire ending that changes the fate of New Reno based on if your character is male and has sex with a certain mob boss's wife or daughter or both without a condom in your inventory, which I'll talk about all in on its own later, but for now, I use this example to illustrate just how massively, messily huge this game is by the standards of 1998. According to an IGN history of Fallout, the game's different locations and regions were developed by different internal teams and only knitted together at the last moment with less than 2 weeks deadline before publishing. Which is why, for how much content there is in the game, there is a significant minority of stuff which is visibly broken and unfinished, including some deeply critical plot stuff that breaks endings in this game, just like some of Fallout 1's endings were broken. I wanted to have the basic retail Fallout 2 experience for this video, but dedicated modders have spent years restoring a great deal of this cut and unfinished content, adding quest resolutions and whole maps that were never finished in the official release. I've never actually played Fallout 2 that way, but if you're thinking about taking the plunge into the classic Fallout experience, it's worth considering that time and effort has allowed what Interplay did not in 1998 as far as a finished product is concerned. The crunch on the Fallout 2 development team was brutal. 100-hour weeks. It was in this environment that Tim Kaine, Leonard Boyarsky, and Jason Anderson left Black Isle to create Troika Game Studios, makers of the equally ambitious, if less well-known, Arcanum, as well as video game adaptations of tabletop games like Dungeons & Dragons Temple of Elemental Evil and a version of Vampire the Masquerade for computers called Bloodlines. The writers and designers of Fallout 2 ended up being a largely separate team of people than made the first Fallout, which certainly comes through. Fallout 2 was created in just 15 months. That it came together at all is an act of tremendous collective willpower. That it came together so cohesively and so well is nothing short of miraculous. Fallout 2 is every bit the classic that Fallout 1 was, but the different team had a different artistic sensibility, and the game they created has a different set of strengths and weaknesses than its predecessor. It's a classic in a different way, and that difference begins in Klamath Falls by establishing a contrast between the concept of a post-apocalyptic wasteland and a post-apocalyptic frontier, where the questions are no longer about survival, but about building a future in the shadow of a flawed and broken past. Arriving at the Den after Klamath, the mood of the world darkens. The Den is a shithole, much more so than the Hub or Junktown were. The biggest power in town is a slaving guild run by a guy named Metzger. Metzger runs the whole town. All the smaller gangs yield to him. Children stand outside every main business and attempt to pickpocket you every time you walk by. Any important or plot items that they steal, luckily, can usually be bought back at the store run by the greedy orphan master. They're not last forever. It is very possible, though, to lose resources and fall behind the curve while questing in the Den, but if you can win your battles, you stand to come up quite a bit. Thematically, both the Den and Klamath illustrate that as more time passes and the apocalypse fades into true post-apocalypse, power and prejudice begin to concentrate and calcify. Klamath Falls was a slaving town, too. They were just more polite about it. The first slave you meet in the game is Sulik, a tribal. The whole tribal aesthetic in post-apocalyptic media is pretty old and threadbare, and Sulik is kind of an especially rough example of the trope, but his story, at least, is interesting. He's looking for his sister, taken by slavers like those from the Den. During the search, he got rowdy at a bar, and by accruing damages for which he could not pay the bar owners back, the bar owners took his freedom for the total sum of $350. Barely more than the price of the cheapest pistol in the game. Slavery is, of course, one of the most horrendous legacies of United States history, one where we are still paying the price for the pain caused today. Fallout 2 explores what slavery might look like in a number of more modern-feeling contexts and justifications. Klamath's small-town bigotry isn't loud and clear like Metzger's operation in the Den, but the lack of regard for human worth or human dignity is actually equivalent between the two towns. Slaving, and selling companions off to slavers, is actually an interactive component of the game for evil characters. On one level, this is part of the genre fiction, as slavery is a staple of all sorts of post-apocalyptic media as an easy, useful symbol of societal decay and backwards movement. I feel a bit, though, that there is perhaps a limit of taste and respect being crossed in portraying such a thing in a participatory way, history being what it is. It's extremely optional, and the option existing does add weight to being able to also oppose the practice, but it's still an early example of Fallout 2 leaning towards grit in a crass or careless way. Most players will likely gun Metzger down, free his prisoners, and take all his shit. That's fine. Until then, though, Metzger is a mechanically useful villain because a player must choose their moment of when to antagonize him. When the player first rolls into town, the man in his operation is much more powerful than you are, but coming back even just a couple towns worth of experience points later allows a player to completely eclipse Metzger in damage and power. A good ending for the Den is impossible with Metzger alive at the end of a playthrough. Metzger must die for the Den to flourish, or else the Den will become a hopeless cesspit of human misery and human trafficking for decades to come. In Junktown, the difference between Killian's rule and Gizmo's rule was ironically inconsequential to the material success of the town. The Den is, by those sorts of amoral standards, quite successful already. You could get rich quick the same way, by not just selling your friends out figuratively, but selling them off, literally. People default to bigotry and evil because it is easy. Civilization built on ignorance and evil is, likewise, easy. In this way, the most defining characteristic about these sorts of towns and these sorts of townsfolk is not their resilience, not their ability to weather the hardscrapple wasteland existences like you would in Fallout 1. These townfolk in the Den cannot envision a future without greed and exploitation and never even try to do better or different, unless you envision it for them down the barrel of your gun, big hero that you are. Fallout 2's sarcasm and cynicism might be less literary and strategic than Fallout 1's, but it is still every bit as cutting. The anchor point for what the game is trying to say with slavery conversation, and a lot of the cynicism of the game in general, is Vault City, the largest civilization in the game world's northeast, and the place when the early game transitions into the mid-game. Vault City is, on the surface, a new Eden, by design, as it was created with the aid of a Garden of Eden creation kit. It is a rare instance of a Vault-Tec vault actually working exactly as advertised. The vault dwellers waited, emerged, used the kit, and built their new Eden. For them, and no one else. There is technically a test you can pass for citizenship to Vault City, but it requires on your character sheet 9 intelligence, 9 perception, and 9 luck. If you ever create a build that can pass the test, the proctor is shocked. Vault City is a satire of American meritocracy. Vault City has certain outward trappings of a benevolent, rational democracy, but non-citizens are used as a constant pool of slave labor. Prisoners are forced to do it, refugees volunteer for it, and all they get in return is scraps and empty promises. And anytime you use the word slave, a Vault City citizen gets very defensive and pissy about it. Effectively, Vault City is a bureaucratic oligarchy where only those with ties to Vault 8 and a select few others who are proven to be valuable to the state have meaningful rights. Everyone else can stay in the courtyard and drink the irradiated water from the well. Lynette, Vault City's first citizen, is an interesting villain in this regard. To solve the irradiated water problem, she asks you to destroy the nearby community of ghouls who are operating a nuclear reactor. What do they care about the radiation now anyway? They're ghouls. Lynette is easily upset, extremely defensive about the elitist society that she's helped create. She is also callous to the point of being bloodthirsty in a very bureaucratic way. She's a neoliberal, happy to support a colorblind kind of slavery so long as it's regulated with paperwork and keeps Vault City just trucking along. A lot of the player's interactions with Vault City inhabitants revolves around poking fun at how shitty the whole thing is. For example, you can try to return a courtyard dweller to his wife from his imprisonment in the Servant Allocation Center. You can pay, or you can make up a disease whose symptoms are sullen anger and use of foul language. Wow, the slave master will say. I have seen a lot of that lately among the servants. You better get him out of here. On the way to Vault City, you pass through the farming town of Modoc. Modoc is one of the few settlements in the game without slavery, but the quest there also revolves around fear and ignorance. There's a group who have lived underneath the ground in caves for generations. The Slags. They finally emerge under a farm, scaring off the farmer with a ghost ruse. If you can't conclusively prove to the townfolks of Modoc the good intentions of the Slags within 30 days, there will be war between the two of them. It's easy enough to figure this out within the time limit. The farmer that they think is dead is actually just drunk in the den, and the bodies are fake, and the child that they thought was abducted was simply lost. A very simple series of mistaken assumptions. And yet, it almost means a lot of gunfire and a lot of death. So across the entire reach of the northern map in Fallout 2 are comparative examples of how communities come to accept and perpetuate the cruelties of the past, the attitudes that led to nuclear war in the first place. Passive bigotry in Klamath, fearful reactionary response in Modoc, raw and cruel slavery in the Den, sanitized and bureaucratic slavery in Vault City. The heart of the questing in Vault City has to do with if this new state expands or contracts in its dealing with other civilizations of the wasteland. Gecko, the ghoul city with the power plant, is the first major test of how that's going to go. The quest is kind of broken, but it's broken in an accidentally sarcastic way. Whether on your own or at the urging of a hyper-intelligent rat, there is a wide variety of extra steps you can go through to not only repair Gecko's power plant, but optimize it and restore it to pre-war capacity. If you do all that, and deliver a treatise on how the sale of power could allow Vault City to expand to a friendly ear named Councilman McClure, it should trigger the good ending, wherein, according to the wiki, quote, "The harsh xenophobia of many of Vault City's leaders faded into obscurity while ghoul and human labored side by side to create a center of learning and tolerance where once had stood only enmity and distrust." End quote. Instead, the game defaults to the slide for what happens when you optimize Gecko's power plant without securing McClure's help with the Vault City Council. Without McClure's vote, the Council yields to Lynette's faction, who then invade and enslave Gecko. Growing up, a part of the good guy fantasy that I enjoyed in Fallout 2 was creating outcomes that were the best for everyone involved. And that's a cathartic fantasy to express. Now in my 30s, the optimism of the bugged good ending rings hollow to me. When Disco Elysium came out in 2019, it wildly raised the bar for both complexity and irony in discussing politics within the setting of an interactive isometric RPG. One of the RPG tropes it's most interested in breaking down is this idea of a golden ending that works out great for everyone. Some things aren't possible to compromise with, or worth compromising with. Sometimes conflict is both inherent and inevitable. There is not always a disco option. Fallout 2 meant to include a disco option for Vault City, but due to an error, it defaults to a much more cynical resolution, wherein the more you help the ghouls and the more you give to the town of Gecko, the more likely it is that Vault City will just come and take it, negating your own good intentions completely by simply doing what Lynette told you they wanted to do in the first place. That this was even an ending at all is a dark and cynical punchline, but the accidental preferencing of that bad ending, when you should have mechanically triggered the good one, makes it even darker and more cynical, which I kind of like. Fallout 1 knew how to preference the narrative over the player's power fantasy. It knew when to disempower and negate the player's agency to tell a sharper story. Fallout 2 is excellent at this as well, even if, sometimes, it's a little harsher than it even intended to be. Surviving to the mid-game transition at Vault City, that is the hardest part of all. Fallout 2 is never as difficult as it is in the first 10 hours, when the game is just flat-out randomly lethal much of the time. Random encounters come with greater frequency than they did in Fallout 1, and the enemies that you face in these random encounters tend to be more numerous and better armed, which is great if you survive. It's possible, if you get lucky or do well, to get absolute heaps of equipment and experience within the random encounters that will put you well ahead of the basic power curve. If you're more fragile or less lucky, it can mean that every journey between settlements is a potential party wipeout. The traversals are long, too, a week or more of in-game time between settlements. You're rolling the dice on random encounters very frequently. And this is just the top section of the map. The thing is, this duration and difficulty of travel is a temporary thing. In the junkyard at Gecko is a ghoul who will trade you a car's fuel cell controller for a set of fancy tools which you can get by performing another obscure side quest in Vault City. If you take the fuel cell controller back to the den, you can give it to the junkyard owner there and buy his car for a cool 2,000 coin. It's a beautiful design that's a kind of battered, rusty mashup of a 1958 Plymouth Fury and a 1958 Buick Roadmaster called the Christless Highwayman. The car adds, all on its own, a 50% bonus to avoiding random encounters as well as quadrupling your travel speed with options to raise the speed even higher later on with upgrades. It's also a traveling personal stash, a giant well into which you can dump loot and supplies that follows you to every town. Modern games would make acquiring something like the Highwayman automatic at some point, integrated into the main path. It is wild that such a transformative and necessary game feature is gated behind a series of low-impact side quests here in Fallout 2. It's how it used to be, though. There was an assumption that, given a limited environment, the player would proactively seek to explore all of it. There wasn't a sense of guidance being quite as necessary. There was an assumption, instead, of effort on the player's part to meet the game halfway, at the minimum. For some who grew up with the modern style of quest compasses and checklist questing, this can make going back to the classic Fallout style a murky, hostile experience. Even growing up instead with the older style, I am still often grateful for some of the clarity that modern open-world compass and marker systems bring to their game worlds. I mean, can you imagine getting through The Witcher 3's open world without a compass system, with quest directions as vague as those in Fallout 2? Fallout 2's world is smaller, more predictable even with all the random encounters. It's more reasonable to assume that the player will discover the threads of the plot and pull themselves along at some point or another. Even the main plotline of Fallout 2 is essentially an obscure path with vague direction. The Vault 13 water flask leads you to Klamath and Vic's house. Vic's house and the radio you find there leads you to the den where Vic is imprisoned. Freeing Vic leads you to Vault City, where the water flask was bought from this guy in a shed. The guy in the shed, Plum can't recall where he bought it from himself. Could be, any one of 3 additional cities or 2 additional towns. Now, the player knows from having played the first game and gotten the NCR ending for Shady Sands that the NCR is your logical best bet. Without that meta-knowledge, though, it truly could be anywhere. It is as open-ended as a shrug in terms of quest design. Almost all your activity within the game is self-discovered and self-directed, deciding to take risks on bigger foes than you think you can handle and leaning on the random rolls of the dice to determine success or failure. There truly is no main quest to speak of until the very late game, no matter how often a vision of Hakunin appears to ask you to kindly hurry it up. Fallout 2 is not technically an open-world game because it doesn't really have an interstitial space between maps besides what's generated for random encounters and a small selection of special encounters. It can't exactly explore the same way you can in the later, more modern titles. Yet the open-world feeling is already there. Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas are tied by more than just plot and iconography. Both prioritize side content over primary content. Both emphasize factional, regional conflict. And both use the wasteland to give the player a sense of extraordinary freedom. Vault City's vault puts most of the other major settlements and civilizations on your map so you can explore. With a half-dozen possible leads, a fully charged highwayman, and enough hit points on your character sheet to withstand some automatic fire, Fallout 2's world is ready to truly open up to a player. Maybe not as open as the modern Fallouts, but more open than any Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale. More open than the first Fallout. New Vegas is the only direct sequel there is to Fallout 2, but every modern Fallout game has Fallout 2 to thank for prototyping the sense of freedom that the franchise has become so well known for. Before New Vegas came New Reno, and that's as good a place as any to talk about the increased complexity and quest design that starts to emerge in the mid-game of Fallout 2. New Reno is controlled by 4 rival crime families, 3 of which have hidden agendas which affect the political outcomes for the whole region. You're given an excellent hook and introduction, a briefcase to deliver to Mr. Bishop, the strongest crime boss with the biggest casino out of all the 4 families of New Reno. Bishop has the most difficult quests as well, 2 hits, both on well-protected NCR politicians. The ironic thing here is that Bishop is actually making a play for control of NCR as much as for control of New Reno. He's putting rating pressure on Vault City so they'll go begging to the NCR for help. You're eliminating those few voices supportive of Vault City in the NCR Congress so that Bishop can be unopposed. Bishop is mixed up in politics at the highest level. By supporting or undermining his schemes, you change the balance of power between all the major cities of Fallout 2. The Mordino family, by contrast, controls the flow of drugs in New Reno, particularly Jet, a brand new synthetic drug with a nearly 100% addiction rate. Jet has absolutely destroyed the communities that it's gotten a hold of, particularly Redding to the north. The Mordinos' power play doesn't involve the NCR at all. The Mordinos want an independent New Reno, supported by an infinite army of addicts, dependent on the flow of Jet from the biggest little city in the post-apocalypse. Bishop and the Mordinos represent 2 paths to power, manipulation and exploitation. Neither are any better than the other, really, but the Mordinos are the more obvious villains. They manufacture Jet and further refine its addictive qualities with human experimentation on live subjects, all slaves purchased from elsewhere in the wasteland. At the top of this narcotic food chain is a little shitheel named Myron. Myron is a boy genius type who saw his chance and ran with it. He's an entitled nerd in a respected position within the Mordino criminal empire. Myron gets everything he wants delivered right to him: slaves, drugs, booze. He's the golden child of a predatory, exploitative system. All because Myron has no moral compass and he's willing to do anything for anyone so long as it puts him ahead. While the game came out in 1998, this kind of villain that Myron represents has become more and more common in real life as we sink deeper into the era of techno-grifting, NFTs, and crypto scams, where the entire point is that deeply selfish, technologically gifted people keep coming up with new ways to create pyramids of exploitation where they're at the top and everyone else is on the bottom, crushed by the weight of actual consequence. Politically, within the game, the Jet plotline is complicated because only Vault City has the medical resources to push back and mass-produce an antidote for the addiction. Solving the problem advances Vault City's interests, locking in an ending where Redding is aligned with their empire of soft-serve slavery. It's another darkly satirical twist. In a completely deregulated market like No Rules New Reno, money will flow in ways that create the most inequalities in a competitive way. It is a howling vortex of predatory schemes. Whereas in a more managed capitalist system, there isn't any less actual exploitation. That exploitation is just sanitized and directed down channels that take the chaos out of the situation and help preserve the system as a whole against instability. New Reno and Vault City have the exact same interest in the town of Redding: keep the miners mining, keep the ore flowing. New Reno seeks to use chemical dependence to increase productivity and make it impossible for the miners to seek different employment or better their situations. Vault City's rules and regulations, by contrast, would criminalize so much of the miners' behavior and lifestyle that most of them would end up being indentured servants anyway. They would be equally unable to alter their situations for the better, thralls of a parasitic economy, bleeding them dry from miles away over the horizon. One city uses vice to control them, the other city weaponizes virtue and progress to control them. The third option for determining Redding's eventual political alignment is the NCR, which is simply the least bad option rather than the good one. NCR's economic relationship with Redding is more simple, traditional. Redding sells the ore and pledges allegiance, the NCR protects the trade routes, and provides a kind of light federalism. There is no option in which Redding can maintain independence. At least, with a third option, there's a chance for the miners to retain some agency and dignity. In either pre- or post-war America, that's as good as an outcome as a person is likely to get. The last two of the New Reno crime families are much less impressively connected and tied to the overarching narrative. Consider, though, that the narrative question we're actually asking and the narrative path we're actually following here is, what is the balance of power in the region, and how can I tip the scales? The narrative threads of Arroyo, Vault 13, and the GEC are kind of secondary concerns to this, despite being the primary quest. The more personal Chosen One narrative happens mostly at the end of Fallout 2, which is why, when we get to New Vegas, we'll see a more satisfying inversion of this pattern. The more personal elements of the narrative in New Vegas, seeking out the man who shot you in the head, takes up only the first act of the game until resolving the region's balance of power becomes the explicit narrative goal of the second and third acts. The personal and political arcs collide over the course of the DLC as well, particularly Lonesome Road. Fallout 2 wasn't quite ready to fully prioritize political factionalism over the more traditional main quest structure it follows, but the actual bulk of content of the game's interrelated narratives all revolves around that political focus anyway. Narratively, the Salvatores are the weakest of all the New Reno crime families because they're just lackeys in the pocket of the game's main villain, the Enclave. Rather than reveal themselves, it is more useful to the Enclave to simply carve out power by proxy, so they've armed the Salvatores with laser weapons, and that's given them a frightening edge in the city's balance of power. In theory. In practice, they are the easiest casino to shoot up, the easiest family to take down, and the easiest questline to follow to completion. What's fun about the Salvatores is not following their questline to the bitter end. Before a single family grants you made man status, you are a free agent. You are free to take quests from all four families and make absolute bank in terms of cash, loot, and experience. The Salvatores give you a fantastic couple of quests in that regard. In the first one, you need to track down a con man who cheated the casino. You follow him all the way out to the cemetery outside town where, in a reference to Clint Eastwood and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, you make him dig up the treasure as you hold a gun on him. It's just a great, pulpy manhunt quest that deepens the character of the city of New Reno. Plus, it also shows some of that strange excess that the game has. In the cemetery, you can dig up not just that grave, but every other, for a small karma penalty each time, and you can find all sorts of shit in there. I must have played Fallout 2 a dozen times over the course of my life, and this is the first time that I bothered digging up any of the graves, because I had never really thought to try it before. The graveyard was twice as interactive and twice as complicated as I ever gave it credit for, and it's a map that few players will likely even see. After that, you can go try to collect a debt from the rude and condescending pharmacy owner Renesco, who can't pay, so you can arrange instead a deal where you cover his debt and he gives you everything in his inventory for free. It is a massive stash of useful items for the comparatively minuscule price of his debt. The moments that help deepen and define your experience within the city of New Reno are so much more interesting than the threat that the Enclave represents as villains, that the Enclave's presence in New Reno feels mostly tangential. The Enclave doesn't narratively or satirically deepen the setting the way the contrasting civilizations of New Reno, Vault City, and the NCR do, at least not until the very ending, when you get to hear them explain themselves. At the bottom of the power structure among the crime families in New Reno are the Wrights. Without even a casino to call their own, they hold on to power simply by being the biggest actual family in the city and by providing most of the city's booze, without which either present Reno or New Reno would grind to a screeching halt as the lines of suckers sober up and stop throwing money down the many money pits. Alcohol is the oil that keeps the engines of vice turning in New Reno or Old Reno, so the Wrights have some power left. What's extremely interesting is the two ways that the Wright family in New Reno's epilogue can go, depending on player choice. First, behind the scenes. Fallout 2 uses a kind of numerical ranking system to determine who's in control of New Reno at the end, where the Wrights begin in last place with 0 points, and every other family must be destroyed before the Wrights can climb the chart. The Wrights' triumph in any capacity is impossible without heavy player involvement. However, New Reno's future hangs in the balance of exactly how you accomplish it. The first part of the Wrights' questline is a murder mystery, a pretty compact and fun one. The second part is a request from the Wright Patriarch to infiltrate and open up a long-sealed military base defended by automated defense turrets. The parking lot of the base is full of decades' worth of corpses, scavengers, raiders, adventurers, army patrols. Anything that wandered into the base's spiderweb died there. This location, the Sierra Army Depot, is not just a path for the Wrights to arm themselves in advance, it's a chance for the player to do so as well. There are many valuable, lethal treasures locked inside the Sierra Army Depot. A player who can crack open the base at this mid-game stage will advance pleasantly ahead of the power curve. Yet, the most pro-social ending of the New Reno epilogues depends on your refusing to do so. Without these weapons, in the absence of the other families and their industrialized vices, the Wrights will organize a very boring government for New Reno. As the years go by, the population will triple, crime will reduce, and literacy will actually surpass that of pre-war Reno. Only if, of course, you deny the Wrights what they want and deny yourself the opportunity to really come up and get military-grade equipment. War never changes. Violence begets violence. Power entrenches power. The character of the city can only change in the absence of what came before being feasible to continue in any way. If you take the weapons and become a made man of the Wrights, they launch a mob war so fierce that it takes less than an hour for them to wrest control of the downtown area from the fragments left of the other families, demolishing half of Reno with rocket launchers in the process. In time, the Wrights teach that they were the only crime family to ever control New Reno. History written by the victors. By putting the Wrights in charge of the New Reno power structure, you have also preserved the New Reno power structure. There's also a fifth option, only available to male protagonists. Father a bastard of destiny with either Bishop's wife, daughter, or both. This takes epilogue priority even over supporting the Wrights. In this epilogue, your child follows in your footsteps, adventuring, gaining control, creating a new and separate destiny the way your characters in Fallout 1 and 2 are descendants with the same legacy of action and reaction. Perhaps it was intended as an unused hook for a game that never happened. New Vegas mashes this bastard of destiny ending up with the Wrights' martial victory, allowing for the existence of this potential future descendant while also recognizing that most players likely opted for the good faction of the Wrights in their playthrough. When Baldur's Gate 2 came out in 2000, it was by far a larger and more complicated adventure than Fallout 2 was, yet for all Baldur's Gate 2's complexity, its narrative structure and style is more traditional and more familiar. It is a classic D&D adventure module, proctored by an automated dungeon master. Fallout 2's structure is messier by far, but also more freeform, differently focused, deeply political, and also much more crass, more absurd, more self-conscious. Fallout 2 isn't simply the game that established the patterns that Fallout New Vegas would follow, it contains within itself the contradictory impulses and visions that would create the divide in experience between New Vegas and Fallout 3. As absurd and unnatural as the dialogue in Fallout 3 can sometimes be, it seems to me a deliberate overcorrection from the elements of Fallout 2's writing that are flat-out embarrassingly bad. Fallout 1 was gritty. It was gritty in a pulpy, genre-specific way that Roger Zelazny's Damnation Alley established decades ago. Fallout 2 is gritty in a sophomoric way, where booze and boobs and bullets are still exciting all on their own and not just an element of grit to be used with discretion. Fallout 2 was an unusually horny role-playing game, long before Mass Effect raised the ire of Fox News with its optional lesbian space romance. Sexuality in an RPG can be a lot of fun and actually add a lot to the world, like in the case of The Witcher 3. But the Witcher games didn't start out using sexual content as a balanced element, they began largely in the position Fallout 2 takes, where sex is incorporated in an irritatingly commodified way. Witcher 1's commodification took the form of creating a series of sexy baseball cards, essentially, that a player can collect by tomcatting around enough. It's juvenile and dumb, but ultimately kind of frivolous, just a casually crass way of rewarding completionism with the occasional naked tit. Fallout 2's crassness runs deeper in a way that I hadn't really noticed until trying a playthrough as a female player character. For the lady protagonists, there are extra bartering options throughout the entire game wherein you can agree to pay with sex instead of coin, especially in greasy, sleazy situations. You can fuck Metzger the slaver to get half price off Vic. You can fuck the people who stole your car to get it back for free. You can fuck drug dealers for discounts and sneak in to see Myron under the assumption that you're one of his working girls. If you can't pass the agility check to be an actual porn star, you can still earn $1 or $2 fluffing if you want to. It is entirely viable to orient an entire playthrough and character build to being a wasteland coquette. It expands the dialogue options considerably to play a lady protagonist, but mostly just in kinky, dumb ways that the player stands to profit from. It's the transactionalism that's irritating and borderline offensive. To be clear, I'm not criticizing sex work, I'm criticizing the rank simplicity with which the game treats sex work. What the Witcher franchise understands, beyond the first game where a great deal of the sex is explicitly transactional, is that Geralt being a very slutty mutant is part of what makes him so endearing. Pleasure in a broken world is a complex theme, and the sexual connections that Geralt makes in the Witcher series are driven largely by dialogue and situation. Sex exists in that universe as it does in this one. It can be alternately beautiful or ugly, connected or disconnected, and either way, the point of it is in how people relate to each other and what they want from each other. Sex and money often come down to the same thing in Fallout 2, when sex isn't simply a straightforward joke of some sort. Sexist language abounds in Fallout 2, and although an argument can be made for it being appropriate to slavers and raiders and such, it is exhaustingly one-note just how much space this stuff takes up in the overall dialogue. Slut this, bitch that, over and over again. Part of that is the 1990s. A lot of 1990s self-conscious grit is like this across a variety of mediums, but most of it is just carelessness. Rather than articulating a difference in how a character of a different gender would be perceived in a meaningful way, or ignoring a difference entirely and unifying the dialogue for either gender choice, Fallout 2 reaches the extremely teenage conclusion that pretty girls get stuff for free if they show some skin, which the game then weaves mechanically throughout the progression at various stages. Even if you want that kind of horniness to work, and having already admitted to thinking Cherry 2000 is a good time, I think I can say I'm not hostile to it. It's just too fundamentally unimaginative a perspective to gain any kind of thematic traction. It doesn't say anything universal or genuinely provocative. It says the same things you hear sitting next to a table of 14-year-old boys at a mall food court. Later games keep some of this absurdist sexuality. When you consider how Fallout 3 ended up going for a much more cartoonish feel in the writing, I think it's worth considering that an element of that more Saturday morning cartoon feel of Fallout 3 is a deliberate counterreaction to Fallout 2's dated and aggressive grit. By strategically replacing some of the horny stuff with sexless goofs, Fallout 3's world became more tonally aligned with the 1950s media from which its inspiration sprang. It distinguished itself more from the morass of dated genre-specific sexism that's been around for decades but can be seen with crystal clarity in old trash like 1988's The Sisterhood. The themes aren't the failure here in Fallout 2, the execution is. Consider Mad Max Fury Road, one of the all-time best pieces of post-apocalyptic media ever created, also showed a world of slavery and exploitation, women held in sexual thrall by gross and self-important warlords. It just didn't present those things as things where the audience shares in the degradation. It didn't add sensationalism to those elements. The movie constructed those themes instead through the lens of world and character. It presented those elements in ways that are narratively harmonious and contribute to the complexity instead of taking that complexity away. Fallout 3 isn't entirely without sexuality. There's sex workers in the very first town, but even that inclusion is as cartoonish as everything else. By the time we get to Fallout 4, a balance has been found. In Fallout 4, sexual absurdism takes the wheel, and we're at a point where a player is able to seduce a ghoul in a tricorn hat and make him your boyfriend. Sexuality, and especially sexual absurdism, is very important to the personality and character of the Fallout franchise. Fallout 2 just fumbles the whole thing over and over by reducing that sexuality to transactionalism and negativity. It is a narrow view of sexuality, whereas the role of sexuality in the post-apocalyptic world is much more akin to something Danny DeVito said on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Drinking wine from a can, he opines, quote, "I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it." Which is a point of view that's guaranteed to take a work to more creatively rewarding places than telling the player they're not pretty enough to be a porn star, but there's still a way they can make a quick $15. The odd thing about this is that Fallout 2 seems to understand the importance of absurdism in most every other way. There's a lot of shit in Fallout 2 that's completely goofy, absurd, and ridiculous, but nearly all of that kind of joking is directed towards the idea that the worst has already happened, that with the apocalypse comfortably in the rearview mirror, the world's standards for what is and isn't possible can relax a little bit. It's what makes Vault City so loathsome and the NCR such a frustrating organization in New Vegas, that these new societies are doing their best to normalize and put limits on the possibilities that the clean slate of the wasteland offered. And in that civilizing and homogenizing action, the wasteland will lose its beauty and its pull. Already this has happened. 80 years ago, the wasteland of Fallout 1 was more wild, more cruel, more free. The age of total possibility is already over in the Fallout universe. The age of the frontier has arrived. Once the frontier passes, even the post-apocalypse will be over. It will simply be another era. One particular town in Fallout 2 represents this tension between freedom and absurdism and the narrow viewpoints of earlier eras: Broken Hills. The town is led by a supermutant named Marcus. Now, in Fallout 1, it was established that some few select supermutants were affable or decent conversationalists. Fallout 2 goes much further, showing that some supermutants simply reacclimated to wasteland life and set out to lead regular, quiet existences. If this seems like a pro-social version of the Necropolis, you're kind of right. There's an old ghoul's home where some even remember Set from the Necropolis, and don't really have very many kind things to say about him. Like Gecko, radiation isn't much of a danger to ghouls and mutants, so uranium extraction and refining is the foundation of the town's economy. The problem with Broken Hills is racism. The ringleader of the races won't even reveal himself to you unless he thinks you're a racist too. Ask him how things are in town, and he'll ask you, in turn, what you think of the mutants, and if you answer in the positive, he'll just say, "Ah, you'll like it here," and never ask for help with the crimes and murders he's got cooking up. All smiles. Racism never changes either, I suppose. The Broken Hills quest puts a finger on the scale of both sides are bad a bit with its main quest, wherein another mutant named Francis kills a whole bunch of the racist agitators because he doesn't think Marcus will ever do anything about them as mayor or as sheriff. If you aren't inclined to have Francis face punishment for this, you can advise him to skip town ahead of telling Marcus, but even in the space of the 2 hours or so it takes to complete Broken Hills, Fallout 2 is suggesting that a government that won't acknowledge racial strife ends up contributing to it accidentally. Marcus had a different experience. He founded the town alongside a Brotherhood of Steel paladin. They fought at first, but ended up laughing it off and becoming friends when neither could get the upper hand. The vision that Marcus had was one where that tussle could have meant anybody, putting aside the old differences, embracing the new commonalities. But it's doomed. People just won't let go of their prejudices. Even if you achieve the best ending, the uranium runs out, and the town, like all desert boom towns, just dries up and blows away. Marcus will travel with you for a time if you solve the town's immediate concerns. Even he senses collapse in the air. There's a lot of stuff in Broken Hills that's just a dumb joke also. There's a scientist with a talking plant and a very smart scorpion. Francis the mutant will arm wrestle you, and if you lose, you have to sexually submit to him, getting a ball gag as a memento. This is vaguely a Pulp Fiction reference, I guess. It's half-assed and it's messy. There's a hidden cave with a hidden pulp adventure hero who's been asleep for hundreds of years. The biggest, longest joke is where a fella at the old ghoul's home asks you for a series of good time items like a blow-up doll and a particular brand of bad liquor. If you consent to this frivolous scavenger hunt, he reveals a treasure. You can lower a treasure hunter down a rope to get at it, and you receive 10,000 bottle caps. A fortune 80 years ago. The hub is gone, that era is gone, and now a gold coin standard guaranteed by the NCR economy is the common currency of the land. Bottle caps are back to being trash, jokes on you primarily, and the treasure hunter you leave in the well. This bit comedy exists uncomfortably side by side with the serious and sometimes violent racial tensions that make up the other town quests in Broken Hills. This is Fallout 2's main tonal failing, a whiplash between having a lot to say and saying nothing by farting into a woodwind instrument. At worst, it feels like an episode of Cop Rock. At best, the two styles do well enough on their own, but fail to blend. When people look back and lament that Bethesda brought their own house style to the writing and tonality of the game universe in Fallout, it's easy to wallpaper over how even the classic Fallout style didn't get it right 100% of the time. The vast majority of Fallout 2 is amazing and amazingly complex, but it's perhaps mistaken to hold it up as a template from which nothing could be improved. The only completely consistent game in the Fallout franchise is Fallout 1, and Fallout 1 is genuinely broken in a couple of places. It's just that the broken parts don't matter in the face of how imaginatively evocative Fallout 1 and its game world are. It's easy to forgive because the player is also the author of their own impression of these worlds. What they look like from a non-isometric view, or what they sound like, or what they smell like, that's all imagination. The early games, with their text descriptions and condensed world design, don't create a world that's simulational, a one-to-one representation. They create a multimedia impression wherein the player, or reader, or viewer uses the ideas suggested by the mechanics and artwork to picture the greater whole. This is the foundation for all tabletop role-playing. It's the reason why movie versions of books always feel a little weird, because we construct our imaginative versions of things independently from the original work, and it's always more personal to us than the one-to-one representation of a more visual or three-dimensional adaptation of a story. It's easy to say that the first two games were the best, most perfect ones, because the difference in design between 1997 and 2023 is such an immensely vast gulf. But it's worth keeping in mind what's being compared. Are the modern Fallout games worse as games, or are they simply unable to achieve with representational art what the first two games were so good at creating with imaginative suggestion? Game design is extremely complicated, not just as a technical process of coding and development, but flatly and simply as a multimedia art form. It falls among and between so many other disciplines and approaches that simply making a bigger, more modern experience shifts the kind of art that a given game is, the way an audience is able and willing to engage with it. Growing up with books, seeing the game as an extension of a format where visuals aren't important at all, Fallout 2's world feels enormous and engaging, full of possibility. It's interesting to read reviews of players who have grown up instead with modern AAA titles where visuals are extremely important. These players tend to see what's right in front of them, and they are not always impressed with what you see in Fallout 2. It's not just the graphics, it's the idea that what you're seeing is suggestive of a broader world and not a literal representation of it. If you see Fallout 2's world as ending at the borders of the town map, if you aren't primed to do the imaginative heavy lifting yourself, it becomes, conversely, easy to disregard the original games as not being nearly as engaging or immersive as the modern titles because they lack that simulational sense of reality that an open-world FPS format can provide. If you ignore the parts of the game that require imaginative participation and simply look at Fallout 2 as a collection of its available quests and opportunities, some parts can feel both strange and slight. Fallout 2's late game is honestly its most disappointing part. For all it's been built up to be, the NCR as a questing hub isn't as dense or as complex as New Reno and lacks the satirical bite of Vault City. It's got plenty enough to do and see and feels like a major stop. I mean, there's cattle drives to go on and hostage situations to negotiate and some slavers to murder. What's more interesting about the New California Republic is the sensation of following in your own footsteps in a place that's both familiar and unfamiliar. Down in the Civic Plaza outside NCR's Congress is a statue of your character from the first game. Without you, the player, none of this would have been possible. What makes that so fun and complicated is that not all of it is good or agreeable. Without you, the player, the NCR never would have become the expansionist power dictating the rhythm of life in the wasteland that it is. The whole nation of the New California Republic is an accidental consequence of side questing. That's something special. In a passive medium, like films or books, the basic theme can still come through about small actions having massive consequences, but it's that participatory element that really makes it impactful here in Fallout 1 and 2. Not just an accident of history or some other character, this whole thing is more or less your fault. The NCR isn't the worst civilization out there, but it is the least imaginative. They seek to return to the dimensions of old American life and all the petty squabbling over land and resources that represents. Now in her 90s, Tandy is still president of the NCR when you roll into town. She looks worn and tired. It's through her story that you can see the ambition and triumph of the NCR. Tandy grew up in what's essentially a feudal hamlet. Through her capture and rescue, she came to feel strongly about law and order. Everything she's built is based off of her desire to better herself, her surroundings, to try and reclaim the past for her own and replicate its gone-away securities. Tandy is sympathetic, a line of connection from one game to another, one player character to another, one era of the post-apocalypse to another. Tandy asks you to clear out the squatters in Vault 15 so the NCR can claim it as part of their historical heritage. The squatters are cover for a raiding party who have cleared some of the rubble and restored some of the vault. It's a fine dungeon crawl, turning the last game's lowest level dungeon into one of the highest level ones of the sequel. It just doesn't feel narratively special. The same goes for the recontextualization of Vault 13. It's full of talking Deathclaws, runaway experimental subjects from the Enclave. You'll find the Gek in the storage room on level 3, the same one where the water thief crept around in Fallout 1. But once you take it, you'll start the game's only countdown. You have 2 weeks to kill the scientist in charge of the Talking Deathclaw program at the Navarro base, or else the Enclave comes and kills all of the Deathclaws. This is so poorly communicated that I didn't even know there was a good epilogue slide, that there was more than one ending possible for Vault 13 in Fallout 2. Finding Vault 13 again is a climactic, exciting moment, but the Talking Deathclaws are a deliberate anticlimax stapled on top, a surprise for the sake of having a surprise. Canonically, it's agreed that the Talking Deathclaw thing creates some weird continuity and tone issues, and so the Enclave killing them all is probably best for the setting. Except for Goris, a potential Deathclaw scholar companion, who wears these big robes when he's adventuring with you. Kinda neat, no real impact. This is the disadvantage of the decentralized regional approach to Fallout 2's questing. It isn't in such an order that it reaches an actual apex, it reaches a satisfyingly holistic sense of context instead, and when things fall outside the scope of that connectivity, they tend to fall flat. And even the holistic sense tapers off. The last city, San Francisco's Neo-Chinatown, has no impact on any other city's endslides or politics, and its own factional conflict is broken and simplified, much like the Boneyard in the last game. You have on one side the Shi, descendants of a crew aboard a Chinese nuclear submarine that became stranded after the war, who have now created a kind of scientific utopian community. And on the other side you have the Hubologists, a Scientology parody, complete with a Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman stand-in. They're trying to fuel and repair a space shuttle that will take them to their destiny among the stars. That part is intriguing, which is why, by Murphy's Law, it must be the broken part. Without that aspect of going to the stars, the Hubologists are just an exceptionally cartoonish and broad caricature of Scientology, which is a fine and good thing to make fun of in general, because Scientology is stupid and hurts people. But it doesn't really work as an extended riff in a post-apocalyptic video game based on Cold War culture. The Shi are fine, I guess, but they aren't in any kind of thematic or narrative tension with the Hubologists. It's like pitting the good guys from a Rutger Hauer sci-fi movie against the bad guys in a Ben Stiller comedy. There's no rule to say you can't, but there's no point to saying you can either. Then there's this martial arts movie thing where you fight either a good guy who's good or a guy who's evil. Like, literally, they say that. I'm the good guy. Boy, do I sure love being evil. It's annoying when this happens to the writing in Fallout 3, but it's inaccurate to say that Fallout 3 has a monopoly on poorly written, buffoonishly binary dialogue and quests. It happens here in the classics as well, and it's equally annoying because so much of the rest of either Fallout 1 or Fallout 2 knows better and does better. The irritation comes from a sense of potential not just being missed, but not even being striven towards. Fallout 2 San Francisco might have more quests and interactivity than the Boneyard did, but it makes much less sense, feels much less cohesive, and straddles the border between 90s flippancy and casual racism in some of the floating dialogue and character accents. It is not a great way to wrap up the game's world map. It's just a flat-out mess. All it truly serves to do is funnel. Its disconnection from the larger game world readies a person for the linear slog of the climax, not too far away now at all. The Enclave is not just the final villain of Fallout 2, they're the main villain of Fallout 3 as well, and honestly they fit better into Bethesda's conception of the Fallout universe than they do into the classic one. Although the Enclave are foreshadowed the way the Master and his mutants were in the previous game, the Enclave don't have the same kind of pulp appeal. The Enclave are coming back to take complete authoritarian control over the wasteland and the world. They needed both the Vault 13 inhabitants and your village's inhabitants as genetic samples to re-engineer the FEV virus. Instead of creating mutants, it will be fatal to all deviations from pre-war genetic humans, including every human not part of the Enclave or a certified Vault Tech program. The idea is sort of a distillation of any authoritarian supremacist movement: exterminate difference, reap the profits, take over the world. They insist that what makes a person human is a lost, nostalgic idea of an untainted genetic code. They use a small genetic difference to justify exterminating every single civilization that you've encountered, good or bad, strong or weak, large or small, because these things are of the New World. And the New World, as you've seen all game long, cannot be controlled. It flourishes as both weeds and flowers, chaotic and wild across the wasteland. The only way for any single entity to establish control is to poison the whole garden. It is the exact opposite of the Master's plan in Fallout 1. The mutant unification scheme was about embracing the New World, creating a race of mutants who would no longer scheme and struggle, but be able to live in the wasteland free and easy, united. It was a foolish and destructive plan, but it was also utopian. The Enclave plan is one that rejects the New World to such a degree that it would rather commit a second Armageddon than suffer the potential that you couldn't tell man from mutant. It is a satirical extreme of many different strains of fearful reactionary response. Denial of not only present reality, but the legitimacy of any future reality that isn't strictly defined by past values and prejudice. In this way, the Enclave would have done better by being more present within the game world as an antagonistic force. Hidden in the shadows, the threat against the wasteland is defined only in terms of a kind of standard save the world big hero ending. How the Enclave fit into the many other schemes to control the wasteland and the other political structures illustrated in the wasteland communities isn't so much articulated. The Enclave hide, they do some shadowy stuff, they quietly prepare to kill everyone. Their isolationism makes sense, but it contributes poorly to the dramatic structure of the game. In this way, I actually prefer them in Fallout 3 to Fallout 2. Fallout 3 doesn't need or want a complicated villain, and the Enclave is not one. The way that they invade the wasteland and casually raise the difficulty of random encounters makes them feel like more of an actual threat in Bethesda's later game. I like the ending of Fallout 2 well enough, but as I've hopefully illustrated, it isn't much of an apex to the actual activities that you do within the game, or the themes that you accomplish. All that's handled within the epilogue slides. The shame here is that Fallout 1 was perfectly unified from start to finish through its thematic lenses. In Fallout 1, through experience, you become someone new and different. You become part of the world by interacting with it, and the world's influence follows you where you go. In some ways, the end of Fallout 2 is an echo of this. The Enclave's genocidal scheme is a rejection of the very idea that the world can move on into a post-American era, a refusal to allow anyone to be changed by experience, an attempt to punish that which cannot be controlled. While the Enclave is foreshadowed as a villain with big armors and flying vertibirds, the narrative and thematic weight of the moment receives no real foreshadowing at all. We make fun of and possibly murder the president, we ironically turn the weapon of the enemy against its own troops, killing them with the FEV virus, or else you just set off a bomb on a timer like you did with the last game. Fallout 2's climactic boss fight is either easy or outrageously hard, depending on your choices. If you kill the president and take his passkey, you can change the allegiance of the turrets in the last battle. If you go without the passkey, then the threat rate against you is tremendous. All those Gatling cannons can just tear you apart with a good critical hit, even one. One way, the fight is too hard. Another way, the fight is basically non-existent. The turrets just do the work for you. But the way to essentially skip the fight isn't tied to a grand climactic speech success like the Master's Cathedral in the first game. It too is disconnected from the whole. So, in the end, you get a surprisingly typical video game ending. Bad guy gives a spiteful speech, there's a countdown, then a big explosion, then a warm and fuzzy feeling for having completed the game. That's not what I really cared about. I cared about the ending slides. Fallout 2's complexity and variety of epilogue variations is only matched by its direct sequel, Fallout New Vegas. No other games in the franchise even come close to those two. Some things don't matter at all in Fallout 2, what you did in Klamath or how you did it, if you revisited the military base from the first game and did its dungeons over again, or if you skipped it entirely. These are exceptions. For the most part, every single major conflict is given a satisfying resolution, and a number of minor things, like whether you correctly solved the murder of the Wright family's favored son in New Reno. The complexity of the ending slide variations illuminates the complexity of the experience that you just went through, how vast the world really was, how much influence and impact you had with it through your journey. It's a chance to not only tie off all the major threads neatly, the entire endeavor of creating personalized epilogues like this is to reward investment. The harder you worked as a player, the more you adventured, the more the wasteland changes by your passing. The ideal is to create hypotheticals where all player choices have their own personal canon, but the practical need for a sequel to pick and choose broad outcomes means that only some of the possible endings are referenced going forward into Fallout New Vegas. It's where Fallout 2 leaves off tonally that's the most important. With the Enclave shattered, the old America is at last dead and dispersed, but the face of the new America is the NCR, and that difference is really kind of minimal. The Enclave was the last remnant of the terminal endpoint of American expansionism, whereas the NCR has reset the process over to the beginning so that history can repeat itself in blissful ignorance. Fallout 1's epilogue was the end of the wasteland phase of the post-apocalypse. Fallout 2 picks up deep in the frontier phase, and by the time the player is done picking the good pro-social options available to them, the frontier closes as well. By the end of Fallout 2, California is civilized again, so it pushes eastward into the parts of the country that are still frontier, and that's where Fallout New Vegas picks up, as empires vie for the right to paint their vision on the blank canvas that the nuclear Armageddon left behind. The line of narrative progression and escalation from Fallout 1 to 2 to New Vegas is remarkably consistent and clear. They tell a truly interconnected story, each iteration building on not only the lore that came before, but the consequences, including, and especially, negative consequences beyond the player's direct control, like what happens with Redding or Gecko. The approaches of the first two Fallout games, as contrasting as they can be, cumulatively inform New Vegas and create between the three of them what's understood as the classic Fallout aesthetic and experience. This is most often contrasted with Bethesda's stewardship of the franchise beginning with Fallout 3. But the thing about Fallout is that there are hardly just two approaches. The two contrasting styles of Obsidian and Bethesda simply create such a large gulf between them that an entire middle era of Fallout games often falls through the crack between them and disappears completely. The first two games are often packaged as a collection of classic Fallouts along with a third, much less frequently discussed title, 2001's Fallout Tactics. Developed by Australian studio Microforte, Fallout Tactics is the first spin-off in the franchise, taking the game universe pioneered by the original two games and translating it into a structure of pure combat and action. Fallout Tactics was, at the time of its release, heresy. Fallout 1 and 2 were games where words were the most important thing, the descriptions, the dialogue, the suggestion of a broader world. Fallout Tactics has a lot more words than a similar sort of action strategy game might. It maintains some dialogue through lengthy mission setups with even lengthier debriefings. The words just aren't very good, nor are they the focus of Fallout Tactics. Instead, Fallout Tactics has massive mission maps with sometimes complicated, often very fiddly goals to solve. It can take over an hour to solve a single map in the game, and there are more than 20 maps. However, when it came down to the wire, Fallout Tactics received an infamously minimal amount of actual playtesting. It was submitted on a Saturday night, and by Wednesday it was checked off as good enough for retail sale. Tactics has 3 modes to manage your way through the game's combat: individual turn-based, following the established Fallout rules with sequence and such; squad turn-based, where each team moves as one; and real-time combat with regenerating action points. Only real-time combat was tested. And even then, it was far too late in the process to meaningfully address broad balance issues. The result is an extremely peculiar artifact, an exceptionally large, ambitious game with a notoriously unfair and unbalanced campaign, both too faithful to the mechanics of Fallout to smoothly function as an action strategy title, and not faithful enough to the tone and complexity of the Fallout setting to feel like an adequate sequel to the RPGs. Fallout Tactics pleases no one, which is a rough position to be in. In replaying Fallout Tactics, and in playing all the way to the end the first time since I was a teenager, I was surprised to find that this is really only half of the conversation. Fallout Tactics is, in some ways, larger and more complex from a development standpoint than Fallout 1 and 2 were. Tactics is an absolutely massive 40-hour time investment. It's divided by thematic acts, which rotate the theaters of war and the villains involved every 3 or 4 missions, escalating the scale and intensity of combat. The storytelling, while sloppy, all does point in a single direction and mostly flows that way. Without the Fallout pedigree setting expectations about what kind of game Tactics is supposed to be, without the Fallout character advancement system creating confusion and inefficiencies at every step of the strategy process, the game could be a much more impressive standalone title. It can be argued that Fallout Tactics belongs more in the history of the Wasteland franchise than the Fallout one. Ryan Fargo's Wasteland 2 and 3 are absolutely massive, sprawling games structured around small squad combat and isometric adventuring, just the same as Tactics. Structurally, Fallout Tactics and Wasteland 2 or 3 are fundamentally not that different. Fallout Tactics just lacked the professional polish and the professional artistic direction that inXile provided its later games. Developed under extreme pressure and with a lack of financial support, Fallout Tactics was originally given only 12 months of development time, later extended to 16 months. The fact that the game works at all with the amount of visible feature creep it has and the frankly excessive length of the campaign is amazing. The fact that it has, despite its flaws, its own unique intangible identity among the Fallout games is even more amazing. Fallout Tactics is a mutant among its peers, this is true, but like the previous games have pointed out, you gotta be pretty strong to survive being made into a mutant in the first place. I kind of glossed over the game the first time I did a Fallout video, but this time around I found myself fascinated by the game's peculiarities and its ambition. There are moments when a player can catch sight of the game that Fallout Tactics was supposed to be. You just have to look under the tumorous, bloated outside into the beady whites of its eyes to see it. Bethesda has stated that nothing in Fallout Tactics is really canon anymore, if it ever was, although some parts of the basic setup are still alluded to in a couple of lines of dialogue here and there in Fallout 4. The idea is that, following the events of Fallout 1, the old super-mutant army moved east. The Brotherhood of Steel, riding high from their victory, expands and creates a fleet of zeppelins with which to pursue the mutants and destroy them, once and for all. A storm over Illinois destroys most of the fleet and leaves the rest grounded, halfway across the country with hardly any supplies, survivors, or direction. Although the game is often criticized by Fallout purists for how it portrays the Brotherhood of Steel, and it certainly can be very stupid that way, I count that actually pretty low on the game's list of failures. The idea that the Brotherhood, staring in the face of failure, would abandon most of their values to continue to pursue their mission of vengeance against the mutants is kind of interesting. Before the game even begins, this new Brotherhood is portrayed in an extremely negative light. With only a few survivors from the actual Brotherhood able to continue, the process of rebuilding the organization from the ground up means recruiting. And the Brotherhood does this through forced conscription of locals and tribals, where their training program kills a minimum of 4 in 10. The power-armored officers of the Brotherhood exploit the conscripts in such a callous, bloodthirsty way that a major mechanical feature is that you are never provided with any equipment of your own. It must always be bartered for with what you can scavenge from the maps. There is one penalty for failure in the new Brotherhood, and that's execution. The game eventually pivots towards humanizing the Brotherhood and celebrating your advancement within it, but that's part of what makes the writing inconsistent and poor. Making the Brotherhood explicit villains from the get-go and putting your character in the unhappy position of being the intermediary between the invaders and the local cultures is inherently complex, inherently dramatic. It's essentially the setup on which the excellent computer RPG Tyranny is based. Fallout Tactics is just very distractible. For the first 2 acts of 5, this essential tension between being hated by everyone you encounter and everyone being very justified in feeling that way about you works very well. Fighting increasingly powerful bands of raiders is especially fun because, despite the pretense of protecting the towns from which the Brotherhood draws recruits and resources, the main problem the raiders have with you is competition. You're breaking their monopoly on parasitic militarism. From the beginning, though, what you fundamentally lack from a player's standpoint is agency or choice. You cannot struggle within your position, you can only conform to it, and as you conform to it, the game forgets that it was supposed to be a complicated or distasteful role to begin with. You might begin as a conscript against your will, but by the end, every character's attitude changes to, "That's officer fascist to you, wasteland scum." In truth, you have no character, you have no player dialogue, there are no conversation trees, only NPC-delivered paragraphs in one-off lines. This is partly so that any squad member can be used for non-combat interactions. If you have an NPC better at barter or gambling than your main character, you can use them instead. Speech has been removed as a skill, replaced with piloting, a very weird skill that governs how well the vehicles in the game maneuver. So on the one hand, yay, the game is more interactive on the surface level than Fallout 1 or 2 was. Fully moving implemented vehicles, larger maps, more weapons, dozens of new animations. The only missing skill is speech. Or, in other words, the only thing missing is the entire backbone of storytelling and interaction that made Fallout 1 and 2 immersive in the first place. Fallout Tactics trades immersion for interactivity, even when that interactivity is half-finished and of dubious utility. You can see all this coming together in the very first mission, Ramen Wood. From the start, the whole mission name is a dick joke, and it's just gonna go lower from there. The setup, a tribal village forced to choose between oppression from the Raiders and oppression from the Brotherhood, is interesting enough, but the only thing you have control over is the outcome of certain hostage situations and whether an alarm goes on or off. These sorts of things are reflected in your after-action report, which provides each mission its own epilogue slide of sorts. Save everyone, you get more recruits. Let the villagers die, the Brotherhood has less to plunder. Hostage situations are a common mission objective throughout Fallout Tactics, and they are never smooth. They are highly dependent on rolls of the dice, on sneak skills of your team, and perception scores of the hostage takers. The first time is forgiving, but later on it gets wildly out of hand. This is the only way that the game understands to allow player agency, a test of precise or sloppy gameplay to determine if you are taking combat scenarios seriously or not. In this way, an attempt at compassionate gameplay and story outcomes only ends up making you a more effective soldier for the Brotherhood. There is no such thing as player characterization or opinion, only operational effectiveness in the field. The game kind of circles back around to this at the very end, and we will too, when you're allowed to pick from a very small number of endings in the final 5 minutes. That's several dozen hours of gameplay away. In these first 2 acts, the narrative framing of the game's protagonists as anti-heroes at best and villains at worst becomes less interesting and more frustrating as the game continues to creep it along at a very slow pace without any kind of narrative evolution or friction. The Brotherhood does not soften, not really, although the game makes vague gestures in that direction from time to time. The Brotherhood remains mostly static. It's the enemies that have a narrative arc. Out of everything that's immediately missing from the game compared to its predecessors, it's the lack of player agency that hits the hardest and makes the first part of the game such a slog. I remember pushing through mission after mission, hoping it would improve, and always tapping out after around 20 hours when the game just stayed mostly the same in terms of player self-definition. Of course, it's not just being unable to express yourself within the game world that's frustrating. It's that the game thinks that the best way to contrast the amoral, grimdark framing is to balance it on the other side with fart and sex jokes so dated and worthless that they wouldn't pass muster for a straight-to-DVD American Pie sequel. Fallout Tactics takes the worst tendencies of Fallout 2 to indulge in a very crass, teenage approach to grit, and then dials those impulses up to 11. You could, I guess, make a vague argument that you can tie this tonality to some post-apocalyptic source material, but then you'd have to be willing to stick up for the source material. 1970s genre sex spoofs are of a degree worse than 90s sex comedies because they're often hostile to the idea of consent. As progressive as 1968's Jane Fonda vehicle Barbarella looks on the surface, a ton of the punchlines are based around sexual assault, and the 1975 post-apocalyptic tale A Boy and His Dog takes it to the level of having a rapist as a main character whose telepathic dog goes out and tracks down women for him to assault. It's kind of unwatchable in what it thinks is funny. There are compromises where these post-nuclear sleazefests are sometimes too willfully stupid to really qualify as uncomfortable, like the 1988 cult classic Rowdy Roddy Piper action comedy Hell Comes to Frogtown, whose trailer is worth watching for a moment because it captures the entire absurd attitude better within 40 seconds than I could manage in 400.
Reflect for a moment on the art of cinema. Think of a motion picture like The Last Emperor and the 9 Academy Awards it so richly deserved. Consider the profound emotional experience of a truly great film. Then forget it, sweetheart.
Yes, better blow it out your exhaust pipe, cinema lover, 'cause here comes fun with hair on it.
Oh, that's disgusting.
You're gonna see the biggest piece of shattering entertainment that ever molested your sensibilities.
That sounds great.
Want a plot? Here it is. It's the end of the 20th century, and mankind has blown its wad. The fate of humanity rests in the groin of one man.
Their leader, Commander Toady, has kidnapped some pilgrims who wandered into their territory. We're gonna get him out, and then you're gonna get him pregnant.
Yes, if you want a brilliant film, you can go right to Hell Comes to Frogtown. A story of mutant sex and people like you and me. It's hot. It's wet.
And it's bad.
It's Hell Comes to Frogtown.
It's hot, it's wet, and it's bad is such an excellent shorthand for this entire micro-genre of dialogue. And if that's the kind of media the game wanted to be, it would have done well to simply lead with that, to be a big, horny cheese fest with no interest in pleasing anyone outside of its core audience. Passing glance at today's Steam storefront will tell you that there is a market for that. When you begin with, "blow it out your tailpipe, cinema lovers," this is fair to both the media making that statement and to cinema lovers, because the two were never really meant to intersect in the first place. When you begin with the name Fallout, after having established that the games do, at minimum, consider themselves to be art and present an artistically cohesive world, it becomes more of a problem to subsequently take all those expectations and hopes and only then blow them out your tailpipe. That's liable to get folks pretty mad, which is precisely what happened with Fallout Tactics. So, is there a precedent for the tone of Fallout Tactics in post-apocalyptic media? Absolutely. Is it a pedigree that was intentional? Now that I just don't know. It's odd to think that this game is this tone-deaf accidentally. From trying to be serious by rescuing a sexual assault survivor, to trying to make a joke that robots killed off an old sex worker's only paying clients, to joking about even the possibility of men being raped by making fun of a tribal for getting numerous STDs from his captor, the game is absolutely convinced that adult content means talking about sex and sexuality in a way absolutely guaranteed to say the most tired and meaningless things about it. This is often coupled with a kind of annoying casual racism with the tribal voices. There's absolutely no reason to make the tribals sound that way. It was bad enough with Sulik in Fallout 2, but the other Arroyo tribals weren't nearly so rough. The Elder was cryptic, but in a non-specific wise crone kind of way. And Hakunin used elliptical ways of speaking, but spoke with a vaguely European accent besides, which was kind of fun. The idea of tribes makes sense because that's such a basic unit of group organization and governance, one of the truly oldest that there is. However, the thing that would actually make tribes unique to a post-apocalyptic setting is cultural decay. To use old Hollywood-style caricatures of Native American accents is not only a tired, racist old trope, it just flatly refuses to interact with what's fictionally interesting about post-apocalyptic tribal cultures. What makes the Arroyo tribals unique is how they are descended from the people of Vault 13, the cultural decay and mythological twists that happen over generations as things that were memories for the elders become just stories for those in their youths. One of the best post-apocalyptic novels is George R. Stewart's Earth Abides, whose short final act shows the protagonist, who lived through the collapse, increasingly venerated and increasingly isolated as he becomes, by virtue of the passing of time, the last American. In the first chapter of that last section, he is no longer very lucid, drifting in and out of consciousness. He has a moment of clarity and finds the familiar face of his dead son. But it's not. It's his grandson, now a man. He has to see one of the arrows that his grandson carries. Quote, "Ish looked at the arrow and felt the weight of it. This was no child's plaything. The shaft was nearly a yard long, split cleanly from a billet of flawless, straight-grained wood. Then he observed the arrowhead, again more by feel than by sight. It had the bumpy yet slick feel which told him it was hammered metal. What is that made of, he asks. It is made from those little round things. They have faces on them. The old men have a name for them, but I do not remember exactly. It's something like corns?" End quote. His grandson explains to him that they use quarters for large game and pennies for small game. Isherwood always prided himself on rationality, so he hates this. Quote, "No," he said so sharply that the young man started. "No, that's not right. The white arrowheads and the red, one is just as well as..." Then, slowly, his voice trailed off. No, he thought, this was just not the way it was destined to be. End quote. His world had ended, and he ended with it, long ago. Ish's life, after the fall, was a bid for control that was always illusory and impossible. At the bitter end, he accepts it. Quote, "He was the last of the old. They were the first of the new. But whether the new would follow the course that the old had followed, that he did not know. And now at last he was almost certain that he did not even desire that the pattern should be repeated. He suddenly thought of all that had gone to build civilization, of slavery and conquest and war and oppression. But now he looked beyond the young men, the bridge itself. Now that he would soon be dead, he felt himself more a companion of the bridge than of the men. It too had been part of civilization." End quote. The role of tribal cultures in post-apocalyptic media is an opportunity to write something truly novel. But not Fallout Tactics. Here they unironically have this guy greeting you by saying, "Me Chief Chevron, Chief Watutu," and then makes a huge joke over the fact that Watutu thinks that fusion batteries are actual living bats, and he pronounces things the wrong way anyway. The mission itself has you going into an underground bunker to retrieve the batteries, but the switch to allow access to the restricted area also turns on the surface turrets. You can complicate the mission for yourself and leave a switch operator behind if you want to save the tribe's people from being murdered by lasers. So technically you don't have to kill everybody. That's something. It's just that literally everything else about the mission's setup and dialogue is a weird fantasy of the smart, tough colonizers showing up to take care of what the primitives are too stupid to do for themselves. It is an ancient series of tropes, none of them good. Microforte is an Australian company and not an American one, but Australia isn't any better in terms of attitudes towards native populations. Many of the same casual racisms persist over there as in America, and they persist also right here within Fallout Tactics. Even if you're an asshole and are for some reason inclined to argue that a game being meanly, grossly sexist and racist every other level or so isn't enough of a reason to criticize it on the merits, surely it's obvious that this writing represents the most lazy, sloppy approach a person could possibly take with a piece of post-apocalyptic media. Fallout 1 and 2 are works of actual satire. They have different styles, but both games have a sense of humor that's primarily oriented around irony. The sense of humor in Fallout Tactics is oriented, instead, around saying the dumbest, grossest things at any given time, a la Grand Theft Auto's landscape of billboards and radio ads that are just a relentless progression of fart jokes and dick jokes. This matters because, as much as it looks like Fallout, as much as I want it to resemble Fallout, Tactics never truly does. It doesn't try hard enough at the things that matter. There was no time. All the development hours went towards the bizarre, ambitious, mostly unfinished gameplay systems. Which strikes me as an interesting window into what development priorities can look like when they become overwhelmed with feature creep. So much time was spent making sure that piloting was implemented into the game that no one stopped to consider the ramifications of releasing a product with a 0% skill in speech. I mean, to this day, Fallout Tactics is the only Fallout game where you can drive cars, which only serves to highlight how little people care about back-of-the-box features like that in comparison to elements like presentation and storytelling. That's a selling point for approximately nobody. Like, oh yeah, I was going to start Fallout 4 because it's cheap on Steam and looks pretty, but I changed my mind when I saw that they put a Humvee in Tactics. It's unfair and unconstructive to call anyone's creative output a true waste of time, but considering the extremely short window for development that Tactics had, the failure to judiciously prioritize and the confusion about what to prioritize in making a Fallout spin-off is really striking. In 2001, developer Tony Oakton published a postmortem on GameDeveloper.com, then called Gamasutra, an industry publication. Oakton is quite honest about the feature creep situation, and the article is fascinating in putting together a picture of what the game was meant to be versus what the game turned out to be. This is a big quote, but it really explains the entire development process. Oakton recalls, quote, "When I joined the project, I had the distinct impression that the game was going to be a turn-based RPG. As the game progressed, it became clear that this was not the case, and we started to move farther into the world of tactical combat and ultimately to real-time gameplay. The situation finally became intolerable in August 2000 when we attempted to produce our first single-player demo. The game absolutely stunk. It was obvious to all who played the game that it was just not working, and at this point, Brian Christian phoned my CEO and told him that the game did not play. We realized that the RPG element had to be peripheral to the game, and we concentrated instead on setting up carefully designed tactical situations for the player to solve. We started with just the opening section from the second demo mission, and worked on that until it was fun to play. We gradually expanded this to the whole level. The big problem was, by that time, we had already started building game levels based on assumptions about how the game would be played, so most of this work was wasted. Combining this with the fact that the text had to be ready for localization and recording of voiceovers meant that we were unable to make all of the changes that we wanted. Eventually, we had to completely rewrite a large percentage of the missions with a substantial cost in terms of time. The unrealistic time limit problem was further exacerbated by the size of the game we created. Originally, 20 single-player levels and 10 multiplayer levels seemed a reasonable size for the final game. However, when we started to get flack from the Fallout fans about the game not being true to the original, we decided to link the missions together with a world map rather than a linear mission structure. This, in turn, led to the inclusion of random encounters and unique encounters to add extra interest while traveling between the core missions. We produced special levels for bunkers where you could re-equip and change your squad. This works very well in the game, but increased our workload substantially. We also hopelessly overestimated how big our maps needed to be. We ended up with some truly huge playing areas and the associated problems of having to populate them with interesting encounters. We should have been far more brutal in what we were going to drop from the original Fallout. We inherited a lot of nifty ideas, but many of them simply did not work in the context of a tactical game. For example, we have something like 150 different weapons. This sounds good, but the time spent rendering them and making sure that each one had its stats set up correctly was time that could have been better spent playtesting missions. This led to another problem. We had so many objects that it was difficult to differentiate clearly between them. In fact, all of our pistols are almost completely useless in the game, as they do not do enough damage and offer no clear advantage over an SMG. The character stats were also overly complex for a tactical game. We have 18 different skills, some of which are very poorly differentiated, such as the difference between doctor and first aid. In our defense, Fallout also implemented these things badly, but I think we should have played the original Fallout games in a much more critical manner, noting things that just did not work in the original and stripping them out. The golden motto should have been, if it doesn't do something useful, or if there is another thing in the game which does nearly the same thing, take it out. We stripped out some stuff, such as the speech skill, but added far more than we removed. The huge selection of stuff on offer is one of the game's selling points, but it has affected the quality of the finished product. In the end, I don't think we have really kept the original Fallout fans happy, and we compromised the game design at the same time." End quote. I quote so much of this postmortem because it's rare to see such a frank, vulnerable defense of a widely maligned work from its developer. It admits the heart of the problem. Tactics does nothing at all to please fans of Fallout 1 and 2, while simultaneously compromising the design of the tactics part of the game to attempt to please them. And yet, I also do largely agree with Oakton's defense. Even if feature creep is what killed Fallout Tactics, the wild diversity of that feature creep is the only thing keeping it from being completely banished from the canon, like the next game was. If you can manage to become invested enough in Fallout Tactics to make it past the Beastmaster missions with the fuzzy talking Deathclaws and the absolutely interminable Quincy hostage rescue mission and into the third act, the game more or less immediately shifts into a completely different mode and method of engagement. The mutants are back, and now it's time for war. There are a lot of aspects of the production that I actually do enjoy with Tactics, one favorite being the very lengthy transition narration between the game's acts. The super mutant threat had only been very background before the act transition, and then the first mission begins in the middle of the action. A clever part of the framing is that as a conscript, your squad is deprioritized and mistrusted for the most important missions until much later. So the front lines and the main plot advance ahead of you as your squad crushes local issues of lesser importance. The very first mission gives you an armored personnel carrier right off the bat and thrusts you into a losing battle, trying to rescue the wounded and dying squads who were, in previous missions, given preferential treatment to yours. The map is huge, and the threats are an intense difficulty spike that not many players bother to push through, reading play reviews. The heavy automatic weapons the mutants use, and which will feature every mission from now on, have a critical chance that can easily do instant lethal damage on an unpredictable basis. Quick saving and quick loading becomes the only way to effectively navigate this. The balance is simply off. About 1 in 10 attacks against your squad are absolute slaughters. If a heavy automatic weapon gets the right angle on your squad, such as during a turn-based mode where you have less control over battlefield movements, it can be a whole party wipe instantly. It takes an active commitment to the game to get through this point, and yet, once you do, the story begins working better than it had in a long time. Beginning with this disastrous battle, your squad rapidly rises to prominence. You become the tip of the spear in missions that feel less like the adventures of the previous act, and more like genuine battles in a real war, a whole army arrayed against your scrappy squad of now veteran wasteland badasses. You've always faced bad odds and huge numbers of enemies proportional to your 6-person squad, but the sudden and unpredictable lethality of this act's weapons and the toughness of the mutants wielding them makes a person feel visibly, obviously, outclassed. A failure to adequately playtest and balance these later chapters has led, ironically, to a hostility that feels very narratively appropriate and even rewarding. The battles are pretty interesting, too. There's a fight through an industrial town to destroy a series of generators and shut down a secret research base dedicated to trying to solve the mutants' long-standing sterility issue, which is a nice lore callback. More complicated is this mission to secure an atomic bomb that a bunch of atom-worshipping ghouls have got on a church altar. Save the town, they give you the bomb. The attacks come in multiple, often simultaneously overlapping waves, and you need to decide how to divide your squad up among the town's 3 approaches. Once the initial attack is over, you need to go across the battle lines and kill all the super mutant commanders. In real-time combat mode, the town defense is completely impossible. Too much happens at once with consequences that are too unpredictable. Turn-based mode takes forever by comparison, with so many enemies and allies to cycle through, yet it's more legible for combat. It makes the battle manageable this way. These combat encounters might be unbalanced, but they are mostly genuinely interesting just as setups. The maps are filled with not only the main objectives and a handful of secondary tasks, there are tons of little hidden items and enemies everywhere. The maps are, in terms of user experience, definitely too huge and slow the pacing tremendously, but the developers themselves displayed a lot of personality and creativity in how they filled the maps and chose to reward exploration within them. The best, clearest examples of both the advantages and drawbacks are illustrated by what I think is the most ambitious failure of the game, the Quincy hostage crisis. Across the town are something like 5 separate, discrete hostage situations. If you are spotted, for any reason, that enemy will immediately run to trigger an alarm. If the rooftop alarm above the prison is sounded, all the hostages in all the buildings are simultaneously executed. You have to sneak into the town hall, solve that without any enemy survivors or triggered alarms, go through an underground passage, then go up 3 stories of the prison to the rooftop where the sheriff and the alarm are both under extremely close watch. I have never beaten this mission before with all good outcomes, and it took me nearly 3 total hours of saving and reloading to do it this time. Was it worth it? Hell no, but it's possible. There are hostage situations unimportant to the Brotherhood in Quincy, such as the Ghouls Ghetto and the brothel. Solving these optional hostage encounters earns you not just the gratitude of the town, but special recruits for your efforts. And at the top right corner of the map is a church with no apparent value at all. If you go up that way anyway, you get a tough fight with the Deathclaw and a hidden chest packed with a very fancy, expensive armor found here long before it becomes available from the Quartermaster. The interactivity of Fallout Tactics is fiddly, irritating, easily failed, and ultimately pointless in many ways, but hot damn if it doesn't still leave an impression of real complexity. With another year's development time and a clearer vision, Fallout Tactics might truly have been a third classic. As it stands, a person is better off just giving Wasteland 2 and 3 a try. They'll scratch the same itch without feeling so unbalanced and unpredictable. The only things the Wasteland games won't have is that recognizably Fallout art style. An art style that has a strange, uncanny presentation here in Tactics. One of the things the developers were really proud of with Fallout Tactics are the animations, and I strongly agree with that. The animations and sound effects, particularly for explosions and sudden eruptions of gore, feel a lot punchier and more immediate than the animations in Fallout 1 and 2. There's just a tremendous number of ways for things to die in Fallout Tactics, and the relatively instant transition from damage applied to the animation being played really sells the impression of a hostile, dangerous wasteland. The basic feeling of the world is right. It's just the little details that are odd, the design of Nuka-Cola and Vault-Tec billboards and ads, for instance, or how Deathclaws are both furry and can talk. The talking Deathclaw thing was just a one-off subplot in Fallout 2, but Tactics seems to generally be kind of confused about the kind of monster that Deathclaws are supposed to be, giving them some goat-like qualities such as fur and curved horns. If you release the Deathclaw matriarch in the finale of the Beastmaster missions instead of killing her, you can even add Deathclaw recruits to your squad. Another odd aspect is a preference for real-world weapons and equipment as opposed to creating fictional counterparts, like how most mutants in Fallout Tactics wield a SAW, Squad Assault Weapon, which is a modern military tool with nothing really retro about its design at all. There are World War II weapons like the MP-42 and the M1 Garand. The variety is huge, but the variety is also pointless. They do nothing but further confuse the ammunition issue. And it is very confusing. There's like 6 different kinds of shotgun shells, and some weapons require very rare and weird bullet sizes. The easiest way to figure out what a gun takes is to unload it into inventory. While scavenging everything you can from a battlefield can feel rewarding, the actual process of returning to base with bulging pockets of stolen riches is extremely tedious. You're clicking and dragging a colossal amount of shit from one character to another, and then finally to the Quartermaster. If you sell each character's haul individually from that character, it uses that character's individual barter skill. So if you want the best price, you need to plant a guy right in front of the Quartermaster, drag everyone else's shit onto them while they become immobile from the weight, and then finally drag all of that shit one last time into the Quartermaster's inventory for that sweet, sweet Brotherhood script. It adds around 10 or more minutes of total downtime to the end of every mission. And for what? To scrimp and save for all the first 4 acts that you can afford to mostly equip your squad with power armor when it becomes available in the 5th act? There are recurring characters and extra dialogue to be found by exploring the bunkers in between missions, which can add a small extra feeling of continuity, but it's minimal, and the dialogue is often just bad jokes anyway. The only recurring characters of real note are your commanders, particularly General Barnaky, who is voiced by none other than R. Lee Ermey. It's Barnaky's vision that's shaped the Brotherhood into the cruel thing that it is. He's utterly callous to anything that won't yield to the Brotherhood and meet its expectations, and he's explicitly hateful towards all mutants. Barnaky's replacement, General Decker, is more professional and less bombastic. He's willing to accept whatever tools are handed to him to win the war. At the very end of the Super Mutant arc, you circle back around to what happened in the opening cutscene, coming across a crashed Zeppelin outside this mutant stronghold, which is a sign. Their new leader is none other than a lost Brotherhood paladin. He's waged this war, ironically, for the same reason you have. It's what he thought he had to do to win the greater war ahead of him. Just as you recruited and rebuilt from whoever and whatever was available, so did he. Because the real war hasn't even begun. The end of the first act actually foreshadowed it really well. The Raider leaders had some kind of valuable technology that they didn't really know what to do with, some kind of robot arm. There are small hints and references to a looming threat all throughout the game. It's actually really well done for the foreshadowing that it is, and if the game had actually displayed that level of structure and consideration elsewhere in the script, the whole impression might have been a lot better. It's only in these last two acts that we move far enough into the game and the game's power curve for Fallout Tactics to begin reaching for more experimental ideas and mission designs, as well as making plain the reasons that Fallout Tactics could never have been canon, even if it had been that better game. The war against the robots is interesting as a war because the robots are not only completely indifferent to life, they're largely indifferent to defeat. They feel no pain and they just build more of themselves. It becomes apparent from the beginning that a head-on conflict is impossible, so the missions begin to take on the form of a guerrilla war, hit-and-run raids against more important targets. Here, at the height of the player's power curve, they're more mechanically and narratively vulnerable than they've ever been. It's a very satisfying way to get a player to reinvest themselves in the push forward for this last part of the game. The escalation through the fifth act especially is pretty great because of the size of the robots that the game starts to send your way. The tone becomes closer to straight sci-fi than anything traditionally Fallout, which I consider a positive because the ways in which it's tried to copy Fallout's tone have been so inconsistent and disappointing. This, at least, is new and unique to this particular game. I think something that I enjoy about Fallout Tactics is how it feels like an echo of what would happen in Fallout 1 if you took too long. The mutant army would advance and destroy the towns you worked so hard to help or hinder. The robot war in Tactics is like arriving late to that scenario, pushing into towns and territories already razed and slaughtered by the mutant army. There's a desperate hopelessness to it that kind of elevates the whole thing and better justifies the frame of focusing on army versus army instead of the role of the individual within larger conflicts. There's two missions that try to incorporate non-hostile towns and settlements into the mix, and the result is mostly pretty disappointing. But it's disappointing in interesting ways, at least. Without speech, gambling and barter become the only ways in which NPCs can be useful to a player. The first mission of Act 4 is Junction City, where it's reported the town destroyed a robot all on their own. Your task is to gather the pieces of the robot and figure out what happened. The main quest involves shooting up a high-tech gang of raiders called the Reavers, where they've taken over a farmhouse on the edge of town and killed everyone who lived there. But there's other robot parts to be found, including a false part that's just a sex toy and a toaster glued together. Without being able to express anything as a player character, any side quest becomes inherently binary, do or do not. Gambling for something or bartering for something are dramatically flat when gambling is just a hidden dice roll against your skill stat. Even creating this whole town, the format is so far removed from an actual RPG that none of the town is meaningfully interactive, and the writing is so poor compared to Fallout 1 or 2 that none of the characters in the town seem real or meaningful. Angry Rick, the bartender, is angry, but if you keep clicking on him, he acts scared for some reason and hands over his part. It just serves to show how much of the Fallout experience is missing. The best attempt at a real side quest is recruiting a new mechanic for the Brotherhood who won't leave her injured dad unless you help, so you use your doctor skill, and that's that. One step is the maximum complexity for even the good RPG-style quests and tactics. The complex objectives and multiple steps are all tied into the gameplay concerns instead. The second, slightly non-combatant town map is called Coldwater, effectively another town-wide hostage situation where thieves, ironically from Quincy, poisoned that town's garrison and made off with their power armor. It's to you to get it back. The town is arranged into layers, with each tier having fewer non-combatants and higher difficulty. There are very few difficult hostage situations this time around and no town-wide alarm. It's easy compared to the mid-game, which is surprising, but kind of highlights why the robots are necessary. There needs to be another escalation after the mutant war. There's no way to go back to this style of mission without it feeling a little underwhelming. At the end of Act 4, you need to rescue the leadership of the Reavers from the robots who have destroyed their headquarters. If you do, the Reavers will submit to the Brotherhood. It's a good enough mission, although any kind of escort quest becomes frustrating and dicey with the constant danger of critical hits popping any character into a blood firework in just one attack. This is the end of the post-apocalyptic part of the game. Everything ahead of here is just pure robot sci-fi. This sci-fi escalation keeps cranking up all the way through to a battle on the face of the mountain that held the NORAD base to blow up the door to NORAD with a direct nuclear detonation. I actually loved this last mission. Escorting the nuke, fiddly as it is, just feels climactic as hell. And once the nuke is set, you gotta book it back down the mountain before it detonates in classic Fallout style. Fallout Tactics isn't a game that gets better or worse as it goes along. It fluctuates wildly and constantly between delivering exactly the experience it advertised and seeming confused about what the Fallout experience even is in the first place. The short and pithy thing is to say that Fallout Tactics sucks and isn't worth playing, and that's true enough to work as shorthand, but the game is genuinely far too huge and far too weird for that to be wholly accurate either. If it had been less ambitious, it might have been a tighter game, and it might have remained canonical too if it had displayed some restraint. Instead, it not only pits you against a giant robot army, it lets you decide what to do with that robot army, and the ramifications of that are just way too much for any subsequent game to ever accommodate. There's an idea that Fallout Tactics isn't canon because of all the strange little errors, omissions, or confusions like the fuzzy talking Deathclaws, but ultimately all these things can smooth out in the wash when adapting the larger strips of the story to fitting in with the setting as time goes on. It's these larger creative choices in the back half of the game that are just completely unworkable, like Vault Zero, the crowning jewel of the entire Vault network, a refuge for the best and brightest across all industries and branches of government. While held in cryogenic stasis, their brains would be used to power a supercomputer called the Calculator. After all this time, the sleepers' brains have decayed, and once the network became corrupted enough, the Calculator released robots to enact the Pacification Protocol. The Vault is now full of the drooling remnants of the old world's ruling class. What the Calculator craves now, of course, is more brains, bigger brains, better brains, your brain, if you're willing to part with it. Fallout Tactics doesn't have ending slides that reflect anything beyond what you're willing to do at this last moment of the game, with one odd exception. Back in Act 3, when the mutants captured Barnaky, the mutants were later ambushed by robots. You finally come across Barnaky's corpse at a robot facility for human experimentation and disposal. The body has a locket from his late wife, Maria. If you keep that locket with you and carry it all the way to the ending, a robot Barnaky will lay down his arms. You can now, at last, ask him to donate his brain instead of yours. Even though this ending of Fallout Tactics takes the most amount of work, it creates the worst outcome. Barnaky is, in death, the exact bigot he was in life. He wages a purifying war against all mutants and outcasts, taking the harsh, judgmental, and predatory Brotherhood which he helmed in the first two acts to its ultimate conclusion. Genocide against all the mutants, regimented order for all the subjugated civilizations. If you have low karma, I guess you get a similar ending if you donate your brain, but the weird thing about that is that low karma is more a result of ignoring side objectives than it is about actual choice in any way. So if you've been engaging with the game the way the game asks you to, you just won't see that bad karma ending. If you donate your brain with positive karma, instead you get a utopian ending where you use the robots to build an inclusive, technologically advanced society where equality is guaranteed by a limitless army of robot soldiers. It hints towards future conflict with the older Brotherhood, but it's pretty clear that this would be a conflict heavily weighted in your favor. This is what makes it canonically impossible to account for. You solve the world's problems. Done and done. Sure, there's still conflict, but since you're fighting in favor of utopia and not kill all bipedal creatures, it's not likely that anything will matter in the face of total technological superiority, unlimited resources, and a popular mandate. You literally cannot tell a compelling broad-scale conflict again within this timeline while accounting for these choices regarding the robot army. The answer will always and forever be, and then the benevolent robot army fixed it. Telling stories grounded in realism and character aren't just an artistic affectation. By limiting the scale of your conflict and creating proportional conclusions, you're also leaving room for it to sit side by side with other complementary sequels and stories. This ending for Fallout Tactics is a franchise checkmate, despite being the good ending. The only narratively viable ending is the neutral ending you get by destroying the Calculator despite its tempting offer. Your character leads the new Brotherhood, and they become a major regional power, but they are still beset by corruption and hostile armies. It's an ending proportional to the setting. It could be canonical, except then you actually would have to acknowledge all the other weird inconsistencies like the fuzzy Deathclaws. It's better to throw this particular baby out with the bathwater. Fallout what? Brotherhood of who? What was kept, interestingly, is the central idea of the Brotherhood pursuing the super mutant army east, following along in Zeppelins. Bethesda's Fallout 3 begins with this idea as a core part of the lore and the primary justification for the recycling of the iconography of the Brotherhood of Steel, despite shifting the setting thousands of miles across the open wasteland. So, Fallout Tactics might not be canonical, but it's still given some vague room by the franchise at large to exist without too much contradiction. And it was always meant to be a spin-off anyway. Interplay's actual Fallout 3 was already in the early stages of development over at Black Isle under the codename Van Buren. Van Buren haunts the Fallout franchise. In so many Fallout discussions, there has to be that one guy, or sometimes more than one guy, who says, you know, Fallout 3 isn't the real Fallout 3. The real Fallout 3 never even came out. And it's so easy to say this. As a complete hypothetical, there's no reason why Van Buren couldn't be the most pure and perfect RPG of all time. No one will know. It's Schrodinger's Fallout. It exists in an unresolved superposition where it is at once the best game that might have ever been, or just another mid-2000s flop, the lid forever sealed, the determination forever unmade. All that's left to indicate the game's actual direction is this tech demo and some surviving design documents. The tech demo begins pre-war, where you're escorted by some army fellow to the doors of a vault while fighting communist insurgents and trying on motorcycle helmets. The early 3D graphics and interface are clearly some distant sibling of the first Neverwinter Nights game. The writing is just placeholder stuff, it doesn't amount to much of anything. Taken alone, the Van Buren tech demo is simply that, a tech demo, a proof of concept that there could have been a AAA Fallout game during an era that was incorrectly heralded at the time as the decline and death of the PC gaming era. It promises that it could have existed, nothing more, nothing less. There is simply no way to divine any actual quality from the tech demo itself, so rough and empty and early it is in the developmental process. And yet, it has been built up in the minds of many defenders of the classic Fallouts as some kind of precious artifact, a lost ark or a holy grail of Fallout whose blinding perfection would wipe away any affection for the modern Bethesda-era titles. The funny thing about this particular lens of nostalgia is that most of what fragments remain of Van Buren have long been cannibalized into later sequels anyway. This beginning, for instance, with a pre-war introduction pivoting to some kind of cryogenic time skip, that's exactly what Fallout 4 decided to open with. The proposed ending of Van Buren, where the player found themselves in control of a missile platform and unable to save everyone, was adapted into the ending of the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Lonesome Road, where the player finds themselves able to launch nuclear attacks at either the NCR, Caesar's Legion, both, or neither. The entire game of New Vegas is made by many of the same people who would have made Van Buren. During early production, developers Fergus Urquhart, Chris Avallone, and 3 others quit Black Isle over a lack of confidence in Titus Interactive, Interplay's new owners. They founded Obsidian Entertainment, taking on many other Black Isle refugees when, in late 2003, Interplay shut down Black Isle entirely and let everyone go. Fallout New Vegas is Van Buren, effectively, yet the ghost of the project haunts fan perception of Fallout's lifetime direction as a franchise. It's strange to me that no one seems to consider the possibility that Van Buren 2 might have been a disappointment. The early 2000s were not the best era for CRPGs, and the rudimentary 3D lacks the personality of both the older isometrics and the later open-world titles. Obsidian themselves dropped the ball with their open-world off-brand spiritual successor to New Vegas, The Outer Worlds. The Outer Worlds was, on paper, everything I wanted from a Fallout-style game, and yet I found it difficult to become invested and engaged by the game's world and its writing. Van Buren is certainly, on paper, everything I want from a Fallout-style game. It's just that this was never actually any kind of guarantee or promise. It was only ever a series of unrealized intentions. For some, Van Buren represents a lost direction for the franchise, what it could have been if Interplay never lost the rights. Which is odd to me, because what Interplay actually did with the rights to Fallout Next did so much damage to the franchise's reputation and value that Bethesda was able to buy the whole goddamn thing for a song. Growing up as a PC gamer without consoles, this was the end of the Fallout story for me in my youth. Van Buren had failed, Fallout as a property was owned by a hollowed-out shell of Interplay's former self. I had lost hope of ever seeing another Fallout game. If I'd owned a console, however, I would have had to suffer one final insult and injury to the franchise before it became an essentially abandoned property for a couple of years. I was vaguely aware of a Fallout game from 2004 called Brotherhood of Steel when I did my first video, but I chose not to even mention it to just keep things moving along. I didn't think anyone would notice or miss it. So allow me to read for you what is literally the very first YouTube comment I ever received over 10 years ago now. Quote, where is Fallout Brotherhood of Steel? Did I skip over it, or are you another person who knows nothing? Nope, it's clear to me you said Interplay went out of business, and it was clear there wasn't going to be another Fallout until Fallout 3. But looking at Brotherhood of Steel, made by Interplay, it would seem you know nothing about Fallout, which brings me to the question, why did you make this video? End quote. Well, apparently because I'm just a big asshole, which is the answer to pretty much all the thousands of questions like it I've received in the past 10 years. But you know what? It's true. As much as we all would like to pretend that it simply never happened, 2004's Brotherhood of Steel for Xbox and PlayStation 2 did happen. And I actually agree that a full franchise retrospective is kind of incomplete without it. So, buddy, pal, friend, this one's for you. What makes this forsaken game an important part of the Fallout story is that it represents the true creative nadir of what can be done with the setting. It is so truly unimaginative and devoid of redeeming qualities that it completely recontextualizes any complaints a person might have with Bethesda's stewardship of the franchise. When we talk about Fallout 76 as an experimental deviation of established formula with a more action-focused perspective, it is plain to see that the amount of creativity and effort that went into Fallout 76 is actually substantial compared to what it looks like to truly, genuinely not try at all. Fallout 76 tries very hard at what's essentially a misguided premise and format, so before we judge that game based on the ways it negatively interacts with established Fallout precedents and canon, let's set a baseline of what a true betrayal of the tone and setting looks like. Let's exhume together the long-buried corpse of this game so famously awful that it isn't even backwards compatible when you put the disc in an Xbox 360. I ended up using an emulator to get it going, which creates this bug where destructibles have a red highlight that wouldn't be present in the original game, but otherwise, I played the whole damn thing as it was in 2004. When I started doing videos, I didn't really think of myself as a critic, I just wanted to try making a video about my favorite games. Over the past 10 years, people have kept supporting me more and more until being a critic actually did become my job. I finished 2004's Brotherhood of Steel out of professional obligation. Sometimes the job of a critic is to be the standard bearer for meaningful art, to try to articulate why something is worthwhile and how, and sometimes it's the job of a critic to put on a pair of waders and a gas mask, open up the manhole cover, and go deep into the creative sewers where only the most foul and unwanted things dwell. As a fan, I could easily pretend that Brotherhood of Steel never happened. I never played it, never meant anything to me. I can't do that as a critic. Brotherhood of Steel does mean something historically. It was a game so universally despised for such obvious reasons that it made just about everyone give up entirely on the idea of ever seeing a AAA Fallout game again. On paper, Brotherhood of Steel doesn't sound like a completely rancid idea. In 2001, there was an action spin-off from the Baldur's Gate series called Dark Alliance, which took a 3D dungeon crawling approach to the setting. Dark Alliance did well enough and was a reasonable creative choice to make. There's always been a demand for a kind of mechanics-light D&D experience, like how the board game HeroQuest filled a niche by creating dungeon-crawling adventures that could be solved in a single sitting with minimal role-playing. Dark Alliance had its own sequel, also released in 2004. The games are fine for what they are. What's the big problem with giving Fallout the same diet adventure treatment, especially if there's already a positive precedent for doing it that way? Ironically, it's that same exact difference of setting that made Fallout 1 so unique from high fantasy like Baldur's Gate that also damns Fallout here in its transition to a lighter, more casual format. Dark Alliance, as a licensed D&D product, had to fit within certain standards of taste, of quality. It had to be consistent in most ways with the broader line of multimedia D&D products. High fantasy is a known, established genre with tropes that a game doesn't have to be especially thoughtful or careful to fulfill. It's hard to misunderstand what a D&D dungeon crawl is supposed to be. Brotherhood of Steel knows that Fallout is deliberately different from the tone and style of high fantasy. It gets that far, at least. What it absolutely cannot conceive is why the difference exists. It has no interest in historical reference or dark ironies. It has no interest in its characters, even as vehicles for satire. It doesn't even lean into 50s retro-futurism in the art style. The gameplay is just top-down arcade action with nothing special to distinguish it. It's Dark Alliance with guns, but somehow even less than that. D&D was born from graph paper and interconnected boxes. That is so core to the experience that even modern dungeon crawls have maps that can mostly be translated back into grid paper. Fallout 1 and 2 tried to do something a little different. While linear and based on just a handful of maps, Fallout 1 and 2 were less about the dungeon crawl and more about the wasteland itself. The feeling of a giant outdoor landscape populated with civilizations and townships. Dungeons were never the focus, they were just an occasional diversion for loot and variety. A fantasy setting allows more interesting things to be done with a dungeon environment than a contemporary setting would. High fantasy allows for use of magical color and flourishes of Gothic or Baroque architecture. To commit to using a contemporary setting, which it basically is even with the post-apocalyptic twist, without similarly committing to the strange mid-century Art Deco flourishes that the original games did, leaves a dungeon crawler in a position of using the most mundane, familiar possible environments. To begin, you clear some raiders out from a bar. That's an easy enough way to start off, no problem. Then your first major objective. Clear something like over 100 rad scorpions out of a warehouse. This is an hour-long task spread across 5 maps of warehouse. I wish I was kidding. Experientially, the worst sin Brotherhood of Steel commits is being boring. It is impossibly unendingly tedious and bland in terms of environmental design and combat design. Now, there are games that begin in that position and then elevate themselves through writing or a winning character performance or some kind of twist or hook in the gameplay. It happens. Not this time, though. Being aggressively irritatingly boring is what makes the game hard to get through. What makes the game so famously bad is how it turns this floor into a ceiling by somehow going even lower with every other aspect of presentation. The first person you talk to in the game is Ruby, Wasteland Prostitute. It's not necessary to go over again what this kind of character style represents. We've already put it in the most concise terms possible. It's hot, it's wet, and it's bad. So instead of being annoyed at the sophomorically horny mid-2000s game for being that way, let's reframe things for a moment. In a game with something like 8 total side quests, fully one of those is helping Ruby look for her lost cat, Mr. Pussy. Leaving out any of the obvious judgments, let's just focus in on opportunity cost. Brotherhood of Steel, unlike Fallout Tactics, actually features dialogue trees, sort of. You end up asking pretty much all the questions on the list, nothing is actually altered by any dialogue choice, it's pretty much just a vague nod toward what once was with Fallout. It is, however, the first pivot that the franchise makes towards having fully voiced and lip-synced characters for all the NPCs, no matter how small the role, which takes time and takes money, and limits the amount of that kind of thing you can actually have in the game. Creatively, a development team must pick and choose which ideas and characters are worth making the cut. They need to figure out how to tell the best story and create the most vibrant world with the most limited amount of resources. And somehow, in spite of this, Mr. Pussy made the cut. The Mr. Pussy quest was passed through several stages of design. Someone had to write the Mr. Pussy dialogue. A voice actress had to record the Mr. Pussy lines. Ruby's 3D model had to be rigged and animated to convey the Mr. Pussy quest to the player. Bad dialogue and bad ideas in a movie are actually more understandable because there are so many fewer steps and so much less expense to realizing a bad idea in a movie than in game development. Bad dialogue in books is most understandable of all since all it takes is one person sitting alone having a brain fart. In games, these things have so many layers of production to trickle down through before being fully realized. At some point, around some large office table, someone said something close to, I'm happy with how damage animations are coming, but I haven't gotten any updates on Mr. Pussy at all in a few days, and I'm wondering where we're at with implementation. There is so much time to stop and reconsider, so many stages at which someone might have provided some feedback to the contrary. When people talk shit about bad games, the easiest thing in the world to say is, this is dumb, the people who made it must be lazy and stupid. But this is, itself, lazy thinking, because the truth is typically always that bad media is made by perfectly smart and professional people who truly, truly ought to have known better. The whys and wherefores of bad media are so much more fascinating than just failures because they're compound failures. They are failures that multiple people agreed to and signed off on before unleashing them on others. Like, the simple and easy criticism people make about my stuff all the time is that I complain about the big titty girls in video games because I'm offended by sexuality or some damn thing. But what I actually don't enjoy is being pandered to like I'm a big baby who claps and drools every time I see a hint of side boob. It's frustrating to be treated as an audience as if I have no capacity for any kind of complexity. In this way, the most actively offensive character in this game is a Lara Croft Tomb Raider reference named Dr. Vidya. Do you get it? Because she's like in a video game and her name is Vidya, and she looks like a famous video game character. Please laugh, because it probably cost several $1,000s in developer labor to make that joke and put it in the game. I'm offended by the suggestion that I am such an absolute dweeb that I would think that Dr. Vidya was clever. Or take, instead, the Raider Matron, a leather thong-wearing Betty Page knockoff. In response to criticism about the character, the developers kind of defensively hold up the Betty Page influence, saying, look, it's perfectly 1950s in some ways, what's your hang-up with the sexy ladies? The hang-up is neither with Betty Page or with sexy ladies, is that the Raider Matron is a very dumb 3D doodle of Betty Page, with no rhyme or reason for being in the game at all besides to give me, the player, a little thrill when she jiggles like 2 grapefruits in a nylon sack. If I doodled a stick figure with big ol' knockers on a napkin, passed it to you over the table at lunch, and then raised my eyebrows up and down doing Groucho Marx noises, you would not be obligated to take me seriously either. One of my favorite dramas is Boogie Nights, Paul Thomas Anderson's 1997 epic about the early porn industry. In it, Burt Reynolds plays a porn producer who has these dreams of making movies that people would be so invested in the plots of that they'd sit in their own mess to find out what happens. The movie hinges on the transition from 1979 to 1980, from film to VHS, from idealism to cynicism, from partying to rock bottom. There's a very short scene I love where Jack Horner, Reynolds' character, is walking through his warehouse and goes to check on the editing room. "How is it?" he asks, and the editor, looking up from the extremely poor quality tape he's putting together, replies, what it is, and Jack just puts on this heavy frown and says, yeah. It's such a gorgeously compact little portrait of artistic apathy and compromise. Even if no one else believed in him, Jack Horner set out to make art in his chosen genre. But then cynicism and time took their toll, and he stopped believing in himself. There's a dark, sinister quality to the porn on Horner's monitor, suggesting some bleak things about the intended audience. Jack could be doing better, aiming higher, and he used to, back when he was more himself. But that's the harder thing, the more vulnerable thing. It is easier, if sadder, to simply say, what it is, and aim for the absolute bare minimum of pandering to the worst of your audience. In 2004, games weren't much more culturally respected than pornography, and that was even more true in 1997 when Fallout originally came out. But the developers behind the original games didn't give a damn about that reputation. They made art anyway. They made art so evocative and strong that 25 years later, there is still so much to talk about. No one talks about Brotherhood of Steel. Besides giving it the full autopsy treatment and sifting through its guts item by item, there is little to say. What it is, and that's the damn shame of it. There are gestures towards a better game here and there when you're not playing a knockoff version of Gauntlet Legends that takes place entirely within gray boxes. The first level that actually works and feels kind of Fallout adjacent is the Crater, a lower abandoned tier of the game's initial setting of Carbon, Texas. There are houses to raid, rusted out cars, big chasms in the ground to hop over. The look of it is right. Sure, there isn't really much to do. You can hit monsters with a stick or shoot them using the game's lifeless, weightless guns. Just getting the background right, though, is enough to immediately feel more enjoyable than the previous hours of killing rad scorpions in a warehouse. Something that this game and Fallout Tactics both share is a sense of being a cheap knockoff despite being an actual official Fallout release. The absolute funniest, most dated thing in Brotherhood of Steel is how it has replaced all the in-game signage for Nuka Cola with a sponsorship deal that Interplay negotiated with third-string energy beverage Balls Guarana. Stay up late, drink balls, the ad suggests as a big 3D version of their studded for your pleasure bottle rises from its billboard. I suppose it seems to me that even in selling out, the game aimed low and didn't even try. For God's sake, the first game got Ron Perlman and Tony Shalhoub on board before the series even had a reputation of any kind. Are you truly telling me Balls Guarana is the best product placement deal that Interplay could have thrown together? I bet it was Balls who emailed them first. This is part of the game's infamy as a complete flop. The Balls Guarana thing was an early meme about how spectacularly foolish a game looks when it sells out that hard. This is especially interesting when you consider that 2004 broadly was such a remarkable and transformative year for video games as an art medium. It was the year of Half-Life 2, Doom 3, Fable. The team that left Interplay to form Obsidian released Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, an unfinished but remarkably clever RPG. The fame of the franchises that surrounded Fallout 1 and 2 on release and the accomplishments of the major developers who worked on the original Fallouts were rising to unheard of heights. And here was Brotherhood of Steel, with its derivative, rote gameplay, its awful dialogue arranged on a shriveled and sickly dialogue tree, and its Balls Guarana product placement deal. We can look back on the game now as being cheap and backwards, but it was actually cheap and backwards even the moment it was first released. That's the legacy it leaves, taking the Fallout name in hand and clutching it tight as it dove off a reputational cliff, all at a moment when games were shifting into a place of greater prominence in pop culture, more impressive presentation, longer cultural reach. There was a moment to be had here in 2004, and Fallout missed it. That's part of the myth of the Van Buren project, this sense that it could have met that moment and altered the trajectory of the later series. But Black Isle dissolved, and this is what Interplay chose to focus on instead. The game only meaningfully approaches a Fallout kind of vibe in its second act, taking place in a necropolis-style city called Los. It's a city specifically built off of that piece of artwork on the Fallout 1 installer, with the two vault dwellers in the shattered downtown climbing the rubble away from the horde of ghouls as the radioactive mist swirls around. The city almost feels that way in the Brotherhood of Steel game, sometimes. The problem is the shift to 3D. All throughout the game, even things that might look interesting in Fallout Tactics art style simply look bland and malformed. Early 3D required an attentiveness to its shortcomings, otherwise it just looks muddy, as happened here. It is an obvious artistic downgrade to the style, even to the style of Fallout Tactics. So, even though seeing Fallout 1's Necropolis realized in 3D was something I wanted very much, the result feels indistinct from a dozen other 3D games like it. It's similar to what happened with Resident Evil 3 and Code Veronica. The transition to full 3D robbed Code Veronica of some of its personality. Bringing up Resident Evil is important also because the entire climax of 2004's Brotherhood of Steel is quite literally a ripoff from Resident Evil 2, so blatant that it can't possibly be called just a reference in good faith. The entire last act takes place in a big vault, but there's nothing about the vault that feels unique or especially Fallout. It's just another dungeon to crawl through, one that's agonizingly long. The game's antagonist is Attis, super mutant general, who's trying to solve, again, the mutant sterility problem. He's after some kind of super secret mutagen inside this super secret vault for Vault-Tec employees. In the final fight, he mutates himself again with a sinister goop, his mutations spread out of control, and you have a time limit to escape the facility on a tram before the facility blows up. 10 years ago, I hadn't even played Resident Evil 2. I wouldn't have even known what a copy-paste job they did with the ending of Brotherhood of Steel. But I know now, and I'm frankly pretty mad about it. You spend 10 hours grinding out a game that truly, truly sucks, only for it to give up on even having its own ending, and just stealing one from a much, much better game that most console people at the time would have even played. It's not like it would have been subtle. Though, for a game whose defining feature is a deep hostility to creativity, I suppose it actually is a fitting climax that way. If you want to spend another 10 hours replaying the game, you can do so with 3 new characters who you meet along the way in the campaign. One is a fully new character, a Vault-Tec security officer who gets absorbed into the super mutant biomass at the climax. The others you already know from the original Fallout. There's Rhombus, who would later lead the Brotherhood of Steel in the ending slides of the original game. He appears during the main boss fight in Los, captured by the leader of the ghoul cultists. One escort quest later and he dies, shot in the streets a long way from California and the established canon. And then there's you, or your character anyway, the Vault Dweller himself. What happens when you play as these characters and meet yourself in the campaign? I have no idea. That would involve playing the game a second time. I'm a YouTuber, not a saint. All these little nods to the original games only serve to deepen the divide between them. Like wrong-sounding Harold. They made him squeaky for some reason, tasking you with helping him find 3 missing body parts scattered around the city. It's just not Harold. It's generic brand Harold. Might as well be Murray the Mutant from the famous role-playing series Outfall. But hey, they had money to license songs by Slipknot for the soundtrack, so at least their priorities were in order. It's like every detail about the game is disappointing or damning in some way. It's a home run of bad ideas with 3 players on base. As part of Titus Interactive's business choice to believe PC gaming to be a thing of the past and console gaming the future, the animated corpse of Interplay greenlit Brotherhood of Steel 2 and put some development effort behind it. The design document is archived and available to view today, and it illuminates some of the misunderstandings of tone and setting that I've been talking about. On page 4 is a list of goals for the sequel to Brotherhood of Steel. The first one is easy enough. Quote, continue the FBOS line with an action-packed sequel with more guns, more creatures, and more flexibility to quest structure. End quote. Then it says, quote, stroking the player's ego. Whether the player plays the game as a good guy or a bad guy, the world should quake when he walks past. End quote. And then, quote, mature audiences. Following the tradition of the Fallout games, the game will have plenty of ugly monsters to gib, NPCs to seduce and cuss out, and plenty of black humor that the series is known for. Further down is the description of the 4 playable characters for the game that never got made. One description reads, quote, Scarlet is what one would call an albino hottie. She has pale, almost white skin and thick white hair. She is 5'7" with a body to die for. She dresses in red leather like a red version of Trinity from the Matrix movie. End quote. And wow, someone got paid to submit that to their boss. But moving on, there's a section called Life is a Stage that reads, quote, a great game can get away with having a bad story. A great story in a game can be hamstrung by a bad game. The good news about FBOS 2 is that now that the core of the game is done and polished, we can focus on making a great game and a great story. For only those games that give both will be remembered for years to come. End quote. What's wild about this is that most of those statements read to me like a list of don'ts instead of do's. The Fallout epilogues deconstruct the idea that the world quakes when the player walks past. They ironically undermine a player's ego as much as they stroke it. The Fallout games found a mature audience because they were both complex and compelling. It has nothing to do with cussing out NPCs, which is a phrase with such a teenage connotation. To whom is cussing out NPCs a selling point? I am, if you've noticed, pro-profanity. I like it. It's fun. It's useful. But I am an actual adult. I can cuss freely. The only demographic who is actually going to find meaning in saying naughty words to a computer who's then programmed to say, "Ah, geez, you really got me there," are literal children who aren't allowed to use bad language in public. And for those 12-year-olds, I bet it feels super transgressive and powerful. But that isn't art. That's like a Chuck E. Cheese advertisement that says, "You can throw soda at the rat. No one gives a shit." Cool, man. I'm 35. Titus Interactive crumpled under the weight of massive debt following the first Brotherhood of Steel, and so the second game never happened. Interplay still vaguely existed and filed paperwork 2 years later that they were going to begin working on a Fallout MMO, something I even vaguely remember hearing about back in the day. The project began with a budget of something like negative $11 million, which I'm sure contributed some to it never surfacing in any way. This here is the moment where Brotherhood of Steel's star-killing power truly comes into play. The franchise was effectively dead following Brotherhood of Steel's release. Its worth had been gutted. Its reputation had been tarnished. It was now a bargain basement property. In 2006, the same year Interplay's lich-like corporate body filed for its MMO to begin production, Bethesda Softworks released The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. Oblivion was an open-world RPG that changed how open-world games would be formatted for years to come. It was an industry-changing event. Those first bright steps coming out of the sewers and into the vastness of the landscape in Oblivion were an unforgettable, transformative experience in how I, as a player, got to experience game worlds. Bethesda, looking to expand on the concepts that made Oblivion such a bestseller, licensed the Fallout property for less than $500,000, and then bought it entirely in 2007 for just $5.7 million. I wouldn't be surprised if Bethesda makes more than that in a year now just selling premium Fallout 76 subscriptions and power armor skins. Bethesda was not yet the massive force in the AAA gaming sphere it is now back when Oblivion came out. It was Oblivion's mega hit status that kind of catapulted them into that position in the first place. Under the late Titus-owned Interplay's stewardship, Fallout languished and missed its moment, crumbling into nothing while other 90s game franchises roared back to life. It was a missing piece of the pop cultural landscape. Regardless of how any given player feels about Bethesda's own stewardship of the franchise, the prescience of buying Fallout on the cheap in 2007 is incredible. It was the exact right property at the exact right moment for Bethesda to rocket to a level of popularity that neither developer nor game universe had ever achieved before. Before you think that this is hyperbole, consider the numbers. In 2 years, Fallout 2 sold just 123,000 copies domestically in the US, maybe double that internationally, and those were considered strong sales for 1998. In its first year alone, Bethesda's Fallout 3 sold 4.7 million copies. Then the DLC, the Game of the Year edition, the intermittent sales and discounts on digital storefronts. It's not just Fallout sold better under Bethesda, it's that Fallout was simply not part of wider pop culture outside of CRPG enthusiasts until Fallout 3 hit. And then Fallout became kind of embedded in the pantheon of must-play games for many years. Fallout 3 is far from a perfect game, but as a lifelong fan, this is kind of where I always begin, in a position of gratitude and mild astonishment for taking something that was very important to me but fragile, and transforming it into something so generally indispensable to gaming as a whole that I never really have to worry about Fallout disappearing again. It can't be killed now, even by bad ideas and poorly received spin-offs, which you certainly could not say about the early 2000s Interplay years. When the trailer for Fallout 3 came out, which is the same as the intro cinematic, I must have watched it 20 times in a row. Here it was. The ink spots, the slow pan-out, the devastated skyline. They had nailed it. For the intro, anyway. In late 2008, a decade after Fallout 2, Fallout 3 finally came out. There was an immediate backlash against it for not being Van Buren, along with a large number of odd and careless contradictions with established canon and expectations. We'll talk about some of them, and some of them do feel as if they kind of matter, but these concerns really are secondary to the fact that Fallout was back, reinvented by a new development house for a new era of immersive RPG. Fallout 3 isn't a direct sequel to Fallout 2, although it does take place a few years down the line from it. It is, instead, kind of a fresh start using familiar elements. Fallout 3 encyclopedically mapped out all the bits and pieces of art and iconography from Fallout 1 that made Fallout 1 so unique, and then translated those things into a much higher fidelity 3D than Brotherhood of Steel was capable of. Fallout 3 almost completely ignores all the modern-day equipment that the spin-offs had introduced in favor of a kind of back-to-basics approach, accentuating and intensifying the retro-futuristic elements. Taking it from the top makes sense when you consider Bethesda's biggest change, translating the isometric, tabletop-inspired wasteland to a completely 3D interconnected open world with entire regions and cities connected without any loading screens at all. What used to be a turn-based, top-down tactical approach was now a first- or third-person shooter augmented with an RPG advancement curve. It was a change in ownership, personality, and presentation for Fallout, a true fresh start. Bethesda ended up separating its own branch of the tree from the older ones with a clever device. All the Bethesda house-style Fallouts take place on the East Coast, while the classics would maintain their own domain on the West Coast. When Fallout New Vegas came out as the actual direct sequel to Fallout 2, it was slotted among its ancestors in the West Coast canon. Since both the late Interplay spin-offs lay in the middle of the country instead, they were easily ignored in no man's land. When I made my first Fallout retrospective 10 years ago, it was partly on account of my frustration with the truly vicious difference in opinion over Fallout 3 in New Vegas, the conversation pitting the two different games against each other, and making all sorts of nasty assumptions about what kind of idiot would play whichever one a given speaker didn't happen to like. I always enjoyed Fallout 3 for what it is, a different game with different priorities and ideas about what the Fallout experience is supposed to be like. I have a lot of frustrations and disagreements with the direction of some of the Bethesda's titles, but I hate the idea of being such a petty purist as to say that they aren't Fallout or don't count somehow. To me, this deliberate separation between East Coast and West Coast Fallout titles kind of settles the debate. Bethesda has been in charge of Fallout now for far longer than Interplay was. Their games have established the public perception of what Fallout is. I treasure the early games and the memories that I have of them, but they're still there, and the existence of different or contradictory sequels does nothing to diminish what makes them individually great. Those Fallouts will always be my Fallouts. In a certain way, they shaped my perception of what the franchise is supposed to be and can be. But I don't own Fallout, Bethesda does. And it would be very foolish of me to sit around waiting for them to make the exact game that I want them to. From Fallout 3 to 4 to 76, each new Bethesda Fallout takes the series deeper into the developer's house style and farther away from the formats and structures of the 90s originals. Fallout 3 is unique in how it still sits at the intersection of all the styles. The art and iconography of the originals, continuing the transition to full 3D and fully voiced NPCs like Brotherhood of Steel had made, and now turning the suggestion of an open-world wasteland into an actual interactive landscape. It's not Van Buren. It was never really supposed to be. This was a brand new world that takes the moment you leave the vault in Fallout 1 and the moment you leave the sewers in Elder Scrolls 4, then smashes those moments together to create one of the best sensations in gaming history. Fallout 3 assumes no familiarity with Fallout 1 and 2 and might even work better that way because it bypasses all the little complaints about lore and consistency to just begin completely fresh. Like Fallout 1, you begin in a sealed vault that has, at least as far as anyone will tell you, never known change. Big-name voice actors are back in a serious way, with Ron Perlman returning for the narration, and Liam Neeson as your character's father, James. Fallout 3's introduction is much longer than even the Temple of Trials, but it's also much more complex and narratively ambitious. The game begins at birth, which is about as start at the beginning as it's possible to get. Your tutorials are divided by moments in your character's childhood. You choose your stats based off of a book you crawl towards as a baby, you learn to shoot with a BB gun your dad gets you on your birthday, which also serves as a dialogue and quest tutorial as you navigate childhood hazards like a bully, an overly talkative old woman, and a Mr. Handy robot who isn't calibrated for party cake. As a teenager, you take a Vault Tech vocational placement exam, which is just awful and absurd, making it quite faithful to the vocational test I actually had to take in real-life high school. The idea is to get a player thinking about builds without just dumping them into a complicated stat screen right away from the first click. By the time your life is done flashing before your eyes, you wake up to the sound of alarm. Life in the vault is about to change. Already there are some negative differences from the original campaigns, especially in how simplistic player dialogue has become. Player dialogue in Fallout 1 and 2 was written with a cynical bite and a strong sense of personality. The downside being that that might not be the personality a given player wants for their PC, leading to a feeling of alienation from your own creation. Fallout 3's player dialogue removes that sense of personality in favor of trying to be legible and clear in what kind of a reaction it will provoke from a given NPC. It's not entirely obvious because you begin as an actual child, so the initial simplicity seems intentional. Are you a nice kid or a big meanie? Do you have friends or do you have rivals? The fact is, though, that even as your character comes into their prime as a wasteland wanderer, your dialogue options are generally binary and impersonal. In Fallout 1 and 2, they were also binary a lot more than they weren't, but it's that bite to the player's dialogue that's missing this time around, deliberately traded in for a kind of deadpan clarity of result. Which is not necessarily a bad way to do it. Players like to know what kind of reaction an action will cause, and Fallout 3 is clear and fair to a player in a simulational kind of way along those lines. It's just that the unpredictability and complexity of the dialogue trees in Fallout 1 and 2, as frustratingly ambiguous as they could be, felt more natural as dialogue in their capacity to surprise. Sometimes the surprise is negative. You say something you don't realize is offensive somehow to a character and start a shootout without a recent save game. Sometimes it's positive, though, like having the plot explained to the player by the player character using speech and science skills as a vessel for expository revelations or declarations. The Fallout 3 system irons out all the peaks and valleys of that style of dialogue tree into a system that is, instead, pretty much completely and intentionally utilitarian. That's at the heart of so much of the disagreement between Fallout 3's design and Fallout New Vegas. Fallout 3 detractors mourn the loss of nuance and surprise in the player dialogue. New Vegas detractors chafe at how unclear and unpredictable securing conversational outcomes can be in the more elliptical, winding dialogue trees of the Obsidian Black Isle style. It is nearly impossible to find a compromise satisfying to both parties. The classic Obsidian Black Isle style is one that preferences narrative complexity over player comfort, asking a player to choose among weighted options for both character build and dramatic progression. The Bethesda House style preferences player achievement and clarity over narrative weight and depth, allowing a player to do everything there is to do on a single save file. To say one is better than another truly does come down to individual preference, because even if the Bethesda style isn't your own first choice, both studios pursue their conflicting visions with equal passion. Fallout 3 is an absolutely massive open-world game for the late 2000s, taking anywhere from 30 to 100 hours to get through. New Vegas, comparatively, has a smaller and less cluttered world map, but takes closer to 80 or 140 hours to complete because it has so much more dialogue, and its quest structures are so frequently more complex. I'm not denying I had my major disappointments with how different Fallout 3 was from Fallout 1 and 2 when it first came out. Getting past those disappointments, though, opened my eyes to the game that Fallout 3 actually is. It's not a game of words or ideas. Words and ideas in Fallout 3 are kind of a function of the gameplay. It's a game of visual language and immersive soundscapes. The details that Fallout 1 and 2 sought to describe and portray with clever language in the player's imagination are now given direct, literal 3D representation. There's a care and reverence for the universe that Fallout 1 and 2 built that's hard to see if you judge it on format alone. It didn't seek to replicate everything from Fallout 1 and 2 exactly. It sought to translate them from the dusty shelves of tabletop-influenced CRPG design into what was, at the time, an extremely modern methodology where mood and atmosphere of the wasteland might have a new chance to take hold of the imaginations of an entirely new audience in an entirely new way. The long introduction with Riot and Vault 101 is sometimes a bit of a mental barrier to replaying the game the same way Fallout 2's Temple of Trials is, knowing you need to plow through like half an hour, 45 minutes of content before getting to the genuine beginning of the game. But in replaying it this time, I really appreciated the introduction's world-building purpose. In many ways, Fallout 3 is trying to echo a lot of thematic moments from Fallout 1, expanding on them in key ways. The biggest one is that sense of having left home with a locked door at your back and no idea what the wasteland ahead of you will be like. Fallout 3 spends a long time creating an impression of home. When your father mysteriously leaves the vault, the riot occurs. No one is supposed to leave. The Overseer is violently defending the exit, so to follow Papa, you need to make an enemy of everyone you know. Opening the vault door, seeing in real time what was only a pre-rendered cutscene before, really is tremendous. Then, the moment that could only be described in words before, adjusting your eyes to your first real glimpse of sunlight as the expanse of ruins and dust comes into focus in front of you. It was evocative just as an imaginative suggestion. In 3D, it's an even more powerful hook. This is, narratively, so much more thematically loaded and dramatically useful than leaving the sewers in Oblivion. There, you were looking upwards towards a ruined watchtower in a far mountain. Those were the promises that the landscape made. You can actually climb this mountain if you want to. Here's an optional location to start you off. Fallout 3 starts instead on a ridge overlooking the shattered DC skyline. There, in the distance, the Washington Monument, old pieces of freeway crumbling in the middle distance, and a winding road down the hill before you in the up-close. You have no immediate direction leaving the vault. You could go anywhere. You can do anything. Following the main plot is completely unnecessary until you feel like it. This starting landscape does a much better job than Oblivion of inviting curiosity, of creating a sense of the possibility waiting for a player out there within the game world. It's a true and meaningful fusion of what was so good about the opening moments of both Fallout 1 and Oblivion. It's very considered and very clever. And once the wasteland opens up, it just keeps going. Oblivion was organized into regions with distinct vibes and biomes of flora and fauna, but Fallout 3 doesn't do that at all. Its absolutely massive for the time world map keeps consistent art direction throughout, which gives it the feeling of being much larger than Oblivion's map. There aren't any visible seams where one biome is stitched together with another. The hills and ruins just roll on and on and on, seamlessly, even past the edges of the playable map, which uses fence rails, mountains, and sometimes invisible borders to keep a player hemmed in. Where Oblivion had many cities and many quest hubs, Fallout 3 has very few. It has barely any actual settlements at all compared to Fallout 1 and 2. There's Megaton, the first town and hub, its competitor, Tenpenny Tower, and then Rivet City much further down towards the end of the map. There are smaller communities like Arafu or the Republic of Dave, but these are one-quest towns. The game's design, as an RPG, is built around the experience, sensation, and mechanical progression of exploring the wastes as a player-directed, curiosity-driven exercise. If you only follow the main quest, you'll barely see 1/3 of the Fallout 3 world map. Not every character you meet lives up to the standards of the original games in terms of pure dialogue, few really do. The one character, though, that counts the most in Fallout 3 is the Wasteland itself, and that's the one character that Fallout 3 got so right. There's a single bit of dialogue that sticks out for me and many others as kind of emblematic as the kind of dialogue that does chafe and frustrate so much with Fallout 3. When first entering Megaton and speaking to the sheriff, you can ask, "Have you seen my father, a middle-aged man?" It's just a spectacularly useless thing to say to somebody if you actually want an answer. It is in the general shape of something a person might say without any weight or substance that makes it worth speaking out loud. "Have you seen my car, an automobile with wheels?" When people talk about bad dialogue, it's sometimes hard to pin down what's meant, and everyone has their own preference for style that complicates the argument. Like, a given Quentin Tarantino film often gets high praise for having good dialogue, because dialogue is so much of the flow of those movies. But if you don't like the style, it isn't actually naturalistic speech at all. It's not style over substance, rather stylish dialogue often conveys more substance than naturalistic dialogue because it's more dense and deliberate. Which means stylish dialogue is often, but not exclusively, good dialogue. Fallout 1 and 2 had a strong sense of style that conveyed so much, even to the player using the player character's own dialogue. If the dialogue was naturalistic but not substantive, that would be one thing. It would feel immersive enough simply by way of casual familiarity and flow. Fallout 3's problem is that it has little substance and an awkward style. It is formal and stylized. There's a very clear and defined me, then you, back and forth rhythm. People speak in long expository strings of sentences. When there is a strong sense of style and personality in the writing, this is less noticeable because that style will create its own rhythm of dialogue. To have formal structure with no verve of personality makes the structure more obvious. It makes speech feel more stilted and more lifeless than it has to be, even when it actually does have substance that it's trying to convey. The other issue is with how many characters are deliberate and recognizable tropes and types with no particular depth to them. Take the game's whole costumed hero side quest. I'm not really much of a superhero fan on the best of days, but even then, it's really reductionist in a super annoying way. You have a town of mostly normal folks whose lives have been ground to a standstill by two delusional strangers who believe themselves to be a comic book hero and comic book villain, respectively. The Mechanist and the Antagonizer, with the power of ants. I'm able within the quest to not take it seriously and poke fun at these characters using dialogue choice, but the basic construction of them is frustrating because there's nothing about them that feels like real people. The Antagonizer has a tragic backstory, and the Mechanist similarly has a reason for dressing up and being obnoxious, but the reasons are as cartoonish as the behavior. It's all absurd, annoyingly so. And plenty of stuff in Fallout 1 and 2 were absurd also, but they were ironies and exaggerations for the most part. This is just flatly absurd to the point of just being childish. Let's take a counterexample of where absurdism plays in Fallout 3's favor. Vault 108, home of a cloning experiment wherein a man named Gary was cloned dozens of times, degrading with each copy. Now the Garys are the only things left alive in the long-sealed vault, calling their own name tauntingly out of the darkness. Gary! Gary! It's completely ridiculous, but there's a dark kernel of world-building in there with how this plague of Garys is something that the Vault scientists brought on themselves with their meddling. It actually fits in with the cruel, absurdist dark science of the Vault Tech Corporation in general. Rather than breaking tone and genre, it cleverly plays with both, creating a very memorable little dungeon. A complaint that Fallout 3 often gets, sometimes fairly, is that it doesn't really do political black humor or satire as much as the earlier games. It isn't as pervasive, but it does actually exist, particularly in regards to Vault Tech and the government, the reasons for the war and the attitudes that led to it. Take this article you can find in the old burned-out newspaper office. One article quotes the President of the United Nations presiding over the shutdown of the UN headquarters in New York. The UN President says, quote, "An era of relative peace and prosperity has come to a tragic end. The resource wars are upon us, and in my humble opinion, the United Nations is needed now more than ever. Sadly, the world disagrees." End quote. Then the fictional article goes on to note, quote, "Several organizations have already begun bidding on the prime real estate, but children's toy retailer Bumbelow seems determined to transform this building into their new East Coast superstore." End quote. That is such a savage, sarcastic, excellent little fragment of satire. Another in-universe article quotes the leader of the American forces on the eve of the Canadian invasion as saying, quote, "Effective immediately, United States troops are beginning a complete takeover of all Canadian assets and resources. Little America is ours. But let's face it, it always has been." End quote. There are other equally sarcastic fusions of world building and snark among the other articles. Part of the reason that Fallout 3 doesn't feel political the way the other games do is because it occupies much less of the overall focus of the game. When it's good, but maybe 1 hour out of 100 is genuinely devoted to political black humor. In Fallout 1, it was closer to like 3 hours of 20, and in Fallout 2, maybe 5 hours of 40, but those, of course, were games driven by dialogue. Fallout 3 is driven primarily by gameplay instead. To find the game's best writing, you have to hunt it down in the margins. It doesn't guide the structure of play like it used to. This is an important difference to saying that Fallout 3 has nothing to do with the design of previous games. It has, in fact, nearly everything that made Fallout 1 and 2 great, but it has them in different proportions, deprioritized, shuffled around, given the task of supporting the core gameplay loop instead of doing all of the imaginative heavy lifting. 2004's Brotherhood of Steel had truly nothing to do with the design of previous games. Fallout 3 is more of an adaptation than it is a rejection of the classic Fallouts, and if you're willing to meet it there is much to enjoy. The way these older games were adapted was to take what was once narrative and make it simulational instead. Narrative immersion is driven by drama and deliberate circumstance. It is curated. Simulational immersion is driven by happenstance. It creates complementary systems which adapt to chaos in ways that make the world feel reactive and alive. Fallout 3 is one of the most truly non-linear games in the Fallout franchise. Even Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 provide more guidance and have clearer zones for the player to explore at various stages. Yes, there are parts of the map deeply hostile to low-level players, but if a player is actually exploring fully in a given direction and not just rushing through, they'll generally be given a fighting chance by being able to scavenge mid- or late-game equipment from enemies in dungeons, and the extra XP a player gets by defeating enemies above your level helps accelerate their advancement curve. Because the bulk of Fallout 3 is detached from narrative based on player impulse, it creates wonderfully divergent paths of engagement and exploration for different players. It's one of the things that makes the game so fun to talk about. That simulational embrace of nonlinear progression gives players a sense of authorship over their own stories that's greater in a more practical sense than being able to choose among a handful of branching quest paths. What gives the narrower branches of a conversation tree so much more experiential meaning than simulational control is that they create true difference and consequence. The fact that almost no two players will take exactly the same path through the game doesn't accumulate into much of a much if those players end up seeing the same things in a completionist playthrough. The players authored their own paths, but all those paths led around the same garden. Compared to Fallout 3, New Vegas is a funnel. It reduces the difference in the order in which a player experiences things, but because of its focus on narrative immersion, there is a much greater variation among actual cumulative outcomes. It would take a minimum of 4 separate playthroughs to see all of the content because of how faction loyalty will lock a player out of an opposing faction's quest lines. Neither approach is inherently better, but because they are diagonally opposed in so many respects, it's generally tidier to commit to one approach or the other and not try to split the difference. Fallout 3 commits hard to simulational immersion, and each successive Bethesda Fallout has added even more emphasis to the simulational approach and elements. When people in the game are speaking to you, it doesn't feel much like classic Fallout at all. It's once the talking fades that Fallout 3 feels right, when the towns recede behind you and the wasteland blossoms ahead. When that happens, Fallout 3 becomes a classic in its own right. Fallout 3's simulational approach wouldn't work as well as it does without such strong visual and audio design. The game's strongest and most tangible art is in that creation of immersive landscapes and soundscapes. It can't be overstated how much of an improvement Fallout 3 is over Elder Scrolls 4 in those aspects. The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, ended up being Bethesda's best world map to date, but Fallout 3's map is, in many ways, superior to what was done with Fallout 4. The proportions of the map are better suited to creating a true sensation of wasteland, with Washington, D.C. being somewhat separated from the main overworld map and lacking in suburban sprawl. Fallout 4's more integrated downtown and commitment to portraying the suburban satellite communities means that its map feels predominantly urban, less an unknown and more just filling in corners of the Boston metro region. Even in the far corners of Fallout 4's map, it still feels like the city is right over the hill. Fallout 3's more rural reaches feel genuinely and meaningfully isolated. Compared to some more modern post-apocalyptic open worlds, the map might appear at first glance to be kind of undecorated, but that becomes the charm. It is a blasted, hostile, useless place. And this is where the soundscape comes in. The howl of wind, the distinctive rapport of the relatively small list of weapons, the drum roll when you level up, the muted beeps of the Pip-Boy interface, they blend together incredibly well to create a mood that's both simulational and naturalistic, but also behavioralistic in how it reinforces and rewards player behavior. The long sunrises and sunsets coloring the landscape, paired with the lonesome whistle of wind, creates a real fun sense of isolation, of natural indifference to human endeavor and activity, and then the player is rewarded for exercising agency with pops of music, sweeping orchestral scores for engaging in combat or rewarding advancement. This is the soundscape of adventure, using natural sounds to create a sense of distance and weight to the landscape in front of you, and then using musical soundtrack to illustrate and accentuate the player's personal emotions. Most games do this, of course, but Fallout 3 is uncommonly good at doing it in a unique way that deepens its personality. If you spend enough time with the game, you could recognize it sight unseen just from listening to it being played in another room. The ironic radio stations further contribute to establishing mood and personality, using cheeky atomic-era music choices to give a player a chance to create their own darkly ironic contrasts on the go. The radio is another tool of the simulation this way. Rather than setting up dark ironies through curated narrative and dialogue, it draws randomly from a well of music that's likely to provide ironic contrast in most player-driven situations. The other radio stations work the same way, with an even smaller pool of patriotic ditties almost guaranteed to feel sarcastic against the shattered DC skyline, and a classical music station consisting of an old woman playing a violin that you found for her personally, creating, instead, a mood of bittersweet loneliness and melancholy, which is also a mood built on contrast and irony. The landscape is emotionally provocative in much the same way. The way dust blows along the cracked surface of old roads, the way old raised freeway overpasses lie crumbled like ancient aqueducts, the way the leafless trees catch the waning purple twilight. For a simulation to succeed, a person must be willing to invest in its world as an independent thing. It doesn't have to be realistic, but it does have to have some gesture towards naturalism. It must create the sense that this world exists without the player's direct input or approval. Fallout 3's simple and often cartoonish characters fail to give this impression. They're like domesticated sheep. I have no faith in their ability to survive in the wild. Fallout 3's landscapes, instead, give an impression of independent existence in a deep and meaningful way, enough to largely make up for the lack of believable characters, which is one reason I actually prefer Fallout 76 over Fallout 4. When Fallout 76 came out and simply removed all the NPCs, replacing them with light survival mechanics and audio logs, I felt closer to this Fallout 3 feeling than I had in Fallout 4. Fallout 76, adding in NPCs and towns later through massive transformative patches, gave new life to that title, but it also muddied the waters of what I actually really loved about Fallout 76. It was a distillation of the wasteland exploration loop that Fallout 3 largely pioneered, without the parts of Fallout 3 that irritated me so much, like most of the spoken dialogue. It's a game of environmental curiosity, not intellectual curiosity. The pull is the allure of the unknown vista over the next horizon, the treasure lurking at the bottom of the monster-infested bunker, the hollow compass icon indicating a nearby reward if you give up on your current plan and pivot towards random circumstance instead. This unscripted exploration is, by far, the vast majority of the game. But at some point you will have to find your father, a middle-aged man, if you could just figure out some way to narrow it down from there. The main plot of Fallout 3 isn't much more than a means to guide a player to the main settlements in its first half. It's kind of a light mashup of the goals of Fallout 1 and 2. Your father has been working on a way to purify the waters of the Potomac River, creating a massive machine to do it. But the Brotherhood of Steel withdrew its support for the project and protection before it could be completed. To make it work, what your father really needs is a Garden of Eden creation kit. So, solve the water problem, find the Gek. Oh, and you'll also need to join the Brotherhood of Steel and defeat the Enclave. It's not that these references to previous games are inherently bad, it's that by choosing to recycle them, instead of reinterpreting them, Fallout 3 cost itself a chance to make the world building more interesting. The water purification plot is something that the game could have built some extremely interesting factional conflict off of. It's a utopic, pro-social idea that benefits the whole wasteland. It's as natural as breathing that assholes would come pouring in from every direction to try to profit from or control such a thing. All sorts of schemes and side quests could be spun around the obvious politics of water rights, economic exploitation of things that could be free, and whether or not the world can or should heal from its wounds. Instead, all of this is reduced to a cartoonish binary using familiar faces. The Brotherhood of Steel, as portrayed in Fallout 2, was interesting, a shadow player in the local power structures, of increasing irrelevance due to the steady creep of civilization and industry over the previous decades. Yet, here they are in the Pentagon, good guys for the sake of being good guys. That genuinely is their story, unfortunately. Elder Lyons created his own splinter faction here in DC because he couldn't abide by the Brotherhood's isolationist policies of non-intervention. What's cool is that Fallout 3 at least acknowledges that being the good guys isn't the original narrative intention of the Brotherhood of Steel. There is a smaller faction called the Brotherhood Outcasts who still abide by the original rules about hoarding technology and not getting involved. You can sell them things, but they don't really offer any new side quests. Their inclusion is more or less to simply acknowledge the difference in how Fallout 3 portrayed the Brotherhood compared to the originals. A player cannot preference the Outcasts over Lyons Group. Even Fallout Tactics saw the Brotherhood of Steel as being inherently pretty fascist in some key ways, putting the player in a position of a reformer within the group depending on the ending you chose. To take the Brotherhood of Steel, plop them down in the Pentagon, and turn them into generic good guys also erases part of the overall complexity of the setting. The original Brotherhood was defined by a heady mix of skepticism about progress, mistrust of others, and a sense of moral superiority in being the self-appointed guardians of all that dangerous, tempting technology. They were a group that existed in dialogue with the apocalypse, behaving in response to it, shaped by the cultural mistakes that came before into a reactive force, fearful of making those mistakes again. The medievalist aspect was meant to underline that this is a Dark Ages kind of approach to take, hoarding knowledge in monasteries while the world wallows in illiteracy and poverty. Without the isolationism and culturally regressive elements, the frame of reference isn't really the Dark Ages anymore. The Brotherhood of Steel in the Pentagon are just knights in a castle. Their attitude and role in the fiction is pretty much interchangeable with any given fantasy setting. It diminishes the world building to do it this way, because so much of what makes Fallout unique as a setting is its interest and willingness to engage with actual history, making historical reference, creating ironic historical parallels. Fallout 3's Brotherhood is narratively functional. The story needed some cool-looking good guys, and here they are. The Brotherhood and their power armor is such an iconic image for Fallout that it becomes burdened slightly by the lore of it. The fact that the whole original intention of power armor was to symbolize imperial excess, that war never changes. It's always just going to be kings and peasants and knights, no matter if you have laser rifles or not. It is a deliberate ironic contrast, advanced technology used to move culturally backwards. The problem with the message is that the messengers do, in fact, look very cool and very badass in the power armor. From a marketing perspective, it is much easier to sell cool than it is to sell an ironic symbol of moral bankruptcy. To make the Brotherhood of Steel more of a generic fantasy faction in Fallout 3 does much to uncomplicate the image of the badass in power armor, to make it more part of player empowerment in wasteland fashion than a narrative irony. It turns, "this is where we're going if we're not careful," into, "this could be you," which is something, admittedly, not everyone really cares about anyway. Power armor is such a striking, iconic design that it has the obvious capacity to sell thousands of t-shirts, millions of promises about a player's arc of progression through the game. By the time we get to Fallout 76, power armors are some of the biggest carrots at the end of the longest sticks, requiring wild time investment, resource investment, and sometimes even cash investment to acquire as whole suits. It becomes not just a collectible, but a primary means of player expression through the light MMO elements, showing off your style and your accomplishments. There's arguably more value and utility to doing it that way than to focus on the initial dark sarcasms from a marketing perspective. So goes the power armor, so goes the Brotherhood. Fallout 3 makes the changes it does because it perceives more utility to a friendly, uncomplicated Brotherhood than it perceives in an isolationist, rigidly dogmatic Brotherhood. Those guys can be outcasts and play outside. Fallout 3 is excellent at identifying the things that are visually iconic about the earlier franchise, repackaging them in a shiny modern 3D. I disagree with these decisions frequently as creative choices, but as business choices, the decision to recycle so many familiar elements, no matter how awkwardly they fit in with a new setting, was a resounding success. Even people who have never played a Fallout game are often casually familiar with its imagery and iconography. And at least some of that is due to Bethesda's efforts to make those things more palatable and easily accessible, things meant to be enjoyed uncritically and not just as symbolic dark humor, known, I guess, in some circles as the "hey, cool robot" effect. This trend of simplifying the message in preference of marketing the image in Fallout begins here in 3, and it marks the sharpest divide between Fallout 3 and the classic style. But again, a little perspective helps. There is not a single billboard for Balls Guarana in the whole game. As much as these disappointments can sting, there is so much more selling out that could have happened, and the ways in which Fallout 3 did sell out were rather tactical and clever in the long run of re-establishing the brand. For the Brotherhood of Steel, sanding down the meaning and the lore a little works well enough. For the Enclave, it doesn't really work at all. At the halfway point in the main plot, the Enclave shows up to take over the water purification project, and your dad sacrifices himself to slow them down. The game tries to make this bittersweet by giving you a moment with your dad prior to this where he gives you feedback on your adventure, determining whether he's proud of you or disappointed. This could be a very interesting summing up of any number of player choices and player attitudes. It could feel surprisingly personal if the player's choices were meaningfully reflected back to them. But it all boils down to one binary choice in the very first town. At the center of Megaton is an undetonated atomic bomb. That's where the town gets its name from. Some folks worship the bomb, but the sheriff would prefer it if you disarmed the thing instead before it hurts somebody. The skill requirements to disarm it are pretty low, it's not hard to manage, and you get a free house for it on top of a nice little stack of experience. Solving the quest the right way is basically trivial, it's convenient as hell and so rewarding to a player that there's not really any element of selflessness or heroism involved. Solving the quest the bad way is a lot more work. You've got to venture far away across the wide open wasteland to Tenpenny Tower. Tenpenny's fixer is the one who hires you in Megaton to rearm the bomb instead of disarming it. So what's Tenpenny's plan? What does he gain? What's his angle? He doesn't have one, actually. He just doesn't care for the town and thinks it would be better if he could no longer see it from his tower. It's not even that this is silly or simplistic that's the problem, though it is both those things. It's that it's empty. It is villainy without purpose. It would have been so easy to write up some kind of actual disagreement between Tenpenny and Megaton, to create some kind of motivation for all that murder. To just do it for a rich man's whimsy doesn't make much any kind of sense at all narratively. It only makes sense mechanically. Fallout 3 defines pretty much everything in terms of player freedom. Good and evil don't mean anything complex for the narrative. They are seen instead as equally viable play styles. Being good means engaging positively, saying yes to things, supporting the fiction in front of you. Evil means ignoring the fiction and behaving callously toward it instead. Evil is meant to be fun in Fallout 3. It isn't about being sad or serious, it's about being self-conscious about the fact that this is indeed a simulation and no one here is real but you. It's not a narrative approach so much as a vector for player nihilism and apathy towards the narrative, giving players an alternative to skipping the dialogue by letting them reject and belittle the characters directly. Why blow up the whole town of Megaton? Well, why not, motherfucker? Who cares? Look at that big boom! Woo! It's a choice entirely contingent on not suspending your disbelief and taking the game world seriously. If there was some kind of reason for setting the bomb off, that would be one thing, but since the actual narrative is that it's just for funsies, it doesn't even work for the characters who are genuinely trying to role-play an evil perspective. It doesn't adequately address the question at the root of most actual villainy, which is, what's in it for me? So to have this choice be the one that dear old dad bases his approval of you as a person off of feels almost insulting. There is nothing there for him to really be proud of if you solved it the good way, and if you solved it the bad way instead, it's pretty much established that he wouldn't give a shit about what Liam Neeson has to say about it. This empty, extreme dichotomy between good and evil extends to the main plot and climax. The Enclave doesn't have motivations any more clear or rational than Tenpenny did. It's the same kind of deal as they had in Fallout 2, kill the mutants, take over the world. The twist is that they're run by an intelligent supercomputer pretending to be President Eden. The only thing saving the whole plotline from being completely turgid is casting choice. Malcolm McDowell can make the stupidest possible roles fun with his willingness to go hard in small parts. Having him be a villainously patriotic machine dictator is an inspired casting choice. The computer asks you to sabotage the water purifier instead, poisoning the river, ruining the chance of any future for the region not based on Enclave dependency. But then, what do you get? Again, the evil choice is weirdly lacking in compensation. You aren't getting paid more than the good option, you aren't being rewarded with more power than the good option. The option only exists because it is the exact binary opposite thing to do from purify the river. There's no dramatic tension to resolve between competing visions for the future, just one last big chance to either invest in the Wasteland's fiction or reject it. Why kill everyone and poison the river? Even something as simple as for money works. Just about the only thing that doesn't work is for kicks. Tunnel snakes rule, man. Fuck drinking water. It's not drama, it's just simulational nihilism. Another detail of the ending that bothered people was that your character has to sacrifice themselves to fix the purifier. Your mutant friend could do it, but he refuses, saying that it's your fate. Or you could use like Rad-X or something. Honestly, the thing that makes it frustrating is that the game used fate to call attention to the fact that this is a scripted moment outside your control. The Broken Steel DLC retcons this, trying to scrub away those complaints, but I feel it's important to bring up what once was, because even if it was bad as a narrative climax, it's actually extremely fitting as the climax of all the accumulated disappointments of plot and dialogue. A symbolic sacrifice you're not allowed to sidestep because of fate. In other words, because the simulation is over and your role is complete. Your player character was never a real character. They were an artificial device. That's why they must abide by fate, when any real human being who actually found themselves with agency in that situation would probably try a couple things first. Fallout 3 is a tremendous pioneer in defining mechanical player agency in an open world game, but it really has the most minimal possible narrative agency. For my money, the worst part of Fallout 3 is always the ending. Fallout 3's joy and beauty is in the exploration, in the experience, in the player-directed simulation. When it narrows from this wide-open freedom into linear set-piece theatrics, it loses almost everything that set it apart positively from Fallout 1 and 2. Instead, all that's left is the void of what it abandoned, narrative reactivity and complexity. And if I often feel disappointed that Liam Neeson only cared about your one singular choice, I feel flat out mad that the epilogue comes down to just about the same binary simplicity. Part of the sting is that, while rare, there are absolutely some quests in Fallout 3 that are complex enough to be worthy of Liam Neeson's approval or disapproval. Two in particular stand in interesting contrast: Agatha's Song and Oasis. Agatha's Song is a quest that involves almost no choice at all, yet it plays on classic Fallout themes in a way that's actually very in keeping with the earlier games. Agatha is the violinist I mentioned earlier. When you meet her, though, she's just a hermit. Music is missing from her life. If only she had her great-great-grandaunt's Stradivarius, but alas, that instrument disappeared with its owner into a vault and was never seen again. The premise is melancholy, with a wistful suggestion of all that was lost with the war. And the hook is intriguing, a whole vault with an implicit treasure at the bottom. Even better, it's not a point-to-point quest. The vault is well and truly lost. So you've actually got to go downtown to Vault-Tec corporate headquarters and look it up on the mainframe, which also helps you find all the other vaults and their various mysteries, most of which are quite good, especially in comparison to the blander vaults of Fallout 4. Another vault database in the Pentagon Ruins even identifies the nearby Vault 76 for the first time in the franchise, laying the groundwork in a couple sentences for what will eventually become a whole-ass spin-off title. Vault 92, though, is a particularly insidious and sad experiment. Everyone in the vault was chosen for their musical talent and their auditory sensitivity. And then, a tone was introduced over the loudspeakers, just under the range of hearing, so close to the range of hearing as to be maddening. In logs and skeleton tableaus, you see how these artists were driven to incoherent madness by this small, ceaseless noise. At the bottom of all that death is the practice room where Agatha's great-great-grandaunt played her final song. She put the violin back in its case and never returned. So here it is, an irreplaceable fragment of long-lost culture, the likes of which will never be seen again. You can sell it for cash, or you can just give it to Agatha. With all this backstory behind it now, Agatha's radio takes on extra emotional depth. It suggests loss greater than the warbling violin strings can alone convey. Even better, you can trade her some blank sheet music for the best revolver in Fallout 3 if emotional rewards aren't really your jam. Oasis, on the other hand, is a quest with an unusually large amount of choice, but which interacts awkwardly with traditional Fallout themes and characters. Hidden at the top of the map is a mountainous area with one single point of entry. Around this narrow canyon is plant life, some of the only living flora in the entire game. There's a small cult here, and they worship the Great Tree, who is, of course, good old Harold. In Fallout 2, Harold made a number of jokes about the tree growing out of his head, who he named Bob. In Fallout 2, and to a lesser degree Fallout 1, Harold delights in fucking with people. He says some really dark stuff, like threatening to skin you alive just to see you squirm. It's not enjoyable having been partially melted. You gotta make the best of it, somehow. Naming his growth Bob and inventing a contentious relationship with it was part of characterizing Harold as unpredictable and strange, not really an element of lore. Fallout 3 seizes on the Harold-Bob dynamic and makes it the whole of his character. While the character sounds so much better than the squeaky 2004 appearance, Fallout 3's tree-bound Harold speaks too slowly to come across with the sharp sarcasm that he had back in the day. Bob has become the whole of him, literally, and herein lies the dilemma. Harold's FEV infection and the Bob growth are some of the only sources of potential reforestation in the wasteland. To side with the tree minders is, in some ways, a good ending, from a conservation standpoint anyway. But Harold is miserable. He wants to die, not remain a prisoner of his own rapidly mutating body. To side with him is also a good ending because it's the compassionate and humane thing to do for him, since he's asking you to do it. The evil route, of course, is to discover his fear of fire and burn Harold alive. Oasis is one of the only side quests in the game that actually creates this kind of nuance and its definitions of good, if not its definitions of evil. And yet it's in service to just an awkward characterization of the franchise staple who didn't really have to be in the game at all. Harold being included is like the Brotherhood of Steel or the Enclave. He's a familiar reference, but unlike those factions, Harold doesn't work well with just starting fresh with no prior knowledge of him. His inclusion in Fallout 3 is too gimmicky to please either those that know him as a character or those that don't. Oasis is a good quest, and a waste of a perfectly good character at the same time. Agatha's song, in tone and content, reminds me that despite everything that's changed with Fallout 3, this core of the older Fallouts still exists in scattered fragments within Fallout 3. Oasis reminds me that these changes are more or less permanent. The Harold I knew is gone now, consumed by the thing that grew so verdantly around him. There are no epilogue slides for Fallout 3, not exactly. There are 3 possible narrations, and some of the pictures that narration overlays are variable, but this is far from traditional Fallout epilogue slides. It's based entirely on your karma score, good, neutral, or evil. Absolutely none of the specific quest outcomes matter. Sure, solving them one way or another is what skews your karma in a given direction and changes some of the pictures, but it all smooths out in the aggregate score. You can blow up Megaton, but if it's the only time you choose to be a jerk, only the dialogue with your dad will call you out for it. It just becomes a temporary valley among the peaks of your heroism. Epilogue slides in the previous games didn't just validate player choice in the narrative, they motivated player choice. They drove it. It was the epilogue's narrative validation that made it feel like player choice lives on after the game ends. That kind of narrative free will is one of the things that makes games so unique as an artistic medium. In no other medium is the story so strongly co-authored with the audience. The first 2 Fallout games came from a traditional tabletop role-playing games where choice and self-characterization was everything. Without a story, it's just graph paper and dice. Fallout 3 is built without adhering to the traditional tabletop influence. Story isn't everything, story is just one more function of the simulation, and hardly the most important function at that. By eliminating the ending slides and creating 3 endings based on broad generalizations of player behavior, the game can more easily allow for chaos and unforeseen outcomes within the open world. It's equally accurate whether a player spent 20 hours exploring the world or 200. It's just deeply impersonal that way. It's like the difference between talking to a counselor and reading a horoscope. The personalized feedback from an authoritative source is inherently more meaningful than squinting at a vague statement for a couple of minutes and concluding that, yeah, it kinda sounds like you, right? In a certain way, that's just as well. Many of the side quests are too absurdist or silly to warrant a follow-up anyway. If Tenpenny never had an actual motivation for blowing up Megaton, what matter is it what happens to him afterwards? You likely killed him during the course of a different side quest anyway. Are you really that curious if the vampire folk and Arafu continue to get along? Did you perhaps want to know if Moira's Wasteland Survival Guide is selling well? Fallout 1 and 2 had plenty of quests too trivial to come back around to as well, but if you look back, it is obvious how all of the regional conflicts in Fallout 1 and 2 were designed with player involvement in mind. They all thematically connect through good and bad endings. The epilogue slides unite the side stories by zooming out to the long-term big picture and showing how all the disparate pieces are part of the same puzzle. Fallout 3's simulational approach means that when the game is over, it's over. Your story is done because you decided to beat the game. Its world does not exist when you're not looking at it, and it has no real interest in pretending like it does. That's why the infinite play non-ending of the DLC feels better. The game ends when you're tired of it, not because fate has decreed you make the final sacrifice. Fallout 3 is amazing when it's non-linear and non-verbal. It's its roughest when it feels like a poorly written third-person shooter, which, unfortunately, is the bulk of the first DLC experience. Operation Anchorage isn't bad, or poorly made, or low effort. In many respects, it is exactly the thing that it set out to be, but that thing is badly misguided and mostly unnecessary. It's a simulation within a simulation. In the world map, it only adds a military bunker and some surrounding ruins. All you really need to do is open up the armory and get a fancy suit of power armor. The reward is all that truly matters. To open the door, you must beat a virtual reality simulation of the Battle of Anchorage, one of the pivotal moments in the game world's fictional history leading up to the nuclear war. However, as a supposed official army milsim kind of deal, it obviously isn't the complicated version of history, just a rah-rah patriotic version. So the frame prevents it from actually revealing anything new or contributing much to the lore. It's an unreliable source. And the format of a linear action DLC prevents the milsim propaganda part from feeling too satirical, because it actually does strive to be a decent shooter, which is not something a milsim would likely have bothered with. It is too artful to feel like actual propaganda, and too simplistically propagandistic to say much as art. The basic concept is stuck between creative gears, jamming the whole thing up. The whole virtual reality game within a game thing serves two purposes. First is that it can create very artificial borders for the game world with literal walls of light without worrying about it hurting immersion. Second is inventory control. You fight with just what's available and common to soldiers at the time within the game's fiction. In a certain way, it's a neat window into the pre-war world. My favorite little moment is this one, where a photographer takes the photo on which the Anchorage Memorial in the main game map is based, creating a fun little resonance. But because it's fiction about fiction, or fictionalized fiction, or whatever we call this double layering, it doesn't have that time-travel-y, this is the way it was feel. It's not authoritative, it's just a video game for soldiers within a video game for nerds. Some of the level design is kind of interesting. There are moments that are crafted to be quite deliberately scenic, but this is just being happy with what I have. What's missing is both the things that make Fallout feel like Fallout, either the non-linear open world or the sense of narrative consequence. It is a linear set of corridors and fields that are completely inconsequential besides the looming promise of fancy armor. Even the final push of this great conflict of the pre-war era is accomplished with like 12 total dudes on screen, plus a preposterous boss fight against a sword-wielding, mustachioed Chinese general. Not Fallout's finest hour, really. Nothing risked, nothing learned, nothing gained, but the convenience of power armor training at a point in the game you might not have it if you're not prioritizing the main plot. If someone was paying piece by piece for the DLC, like you did back in the day, I'd say Operation Anchorage is completely unnecessary. But anyone who's playing Fallout 3 nowadays is probably playing, at minimum, the Game of the Year edition with all of the DLC bundled. And probably a bunch of mods besides, although I didn't use any mods for this playthrough myself to preserve the original presentation as much as possible. Which matters, because the presentation can be absolutely spectacular. The Pit was the second DLC to be released for Fallout 3, but it remains one of my favorite sections of the entire Fallout franchise, surpassed for me only by the Lonesome Road DLC for New Vegas. What both those DLC have in common is that they take the post-apocalyptic aesthetic to its moodiest, most ruinous extreme. The Pit is an absolutely beautiful piece of work if you're fond of the look. The use of color is much more vivid than in the main map, even though the color palette is more limited, deliberately. The complaint about the main map of Fallout 3 is usually that it's too muted in color, too many browns and grays sitting next to each other without enough contrast. The Pit is all about contrast, reds and blacks, fire and shadow, brick and rust. It also differs quite a bit from the main map in verticality. The steel mill map, in which you're challenged to find 100 hidden ingots, but don't actually have to if you want to quit that task early, goes up the in-game equivalent of hundreds of feet into the air. There isn't much of an open-world aspect, but the skyscrapers rolling in on the horizon, obscured by smoke, poisoned and hostile, make it seem like a complete environment, even if you're only actually playing a small section of it. It's an illusion, but it is a great illusion, supported by the fact that the playable spaces that there are have pretty massive proportions with many optional and hidden areas. It's paced well, the level design is top-notch, the art direction is stronger than anything else in Fallout 3. It adds interesting equipment to the game, and it provides a cool challenge by taking away your inventory and making you begin at the literal bottom of the city in the slave pens, crawling your way up to the skyscraper penthouse of the asshole in charge of it all. Which is about the only problem I do have with the DLC. It attempts to be a more morally complicated narrative with more meaningful choice than the main campaign, which is an effort I appreciate, but the Pit goes about it in a really frustrating, simplistic way. On the face of it, there really isn't much moral complexity at all to the situation. There is a massive underclass of slaves who are forced to live in constant hunger, danger, and disease down on the city streets, where many will simply turn into monsters called the Trog, and their oppressors stay up in the towers, away from the poisonous air that pools down below. So, fuck those guys. What would make it morally complex? Well, how about if the leader of the slave-owning class had a baby who could cure the whole Trog disease? Let's give him some dialogue about how his underlings shouldn't use the word slave, they should use the word worker, because it implies a possibility of change, a sliver of hope. Werner, leader of the rebel faction, is mean to babies. So, what do you say, pal? You wouldn't hurt a kid, would you? Besides all those slave kids, but hey, look, a baby! You were a baby once, in this game even. It's a moral quandary, sure, I suppose, but it's a moral quandary on the same level of cartoonish absurdism as a question on the GOAT test you took at the beginning of the game. Question 7. If you support the raider leader, hundreds will remain enslaved to a system designed to kill them slowly, but if you support the slaves, a man with an eye patch might be mean to a baby. What do you do? It isn't so much adding complexity as taking two diagonally opposed things and then crisscrossing them in a minor way. Evil characters will have to save a baby, very out of character for the kind of absolute madman an evil playthrough has you behaving as. Good characters will have to steal a baby away from his scientist mother. At the end, the game shies away from a real consequence. Werner doesn't care, but the woman looking after the baby after its parents' accidents does care, and it annoys Werner quite a bit. So he's all bark and no bite, and the choice is all threats and no consequence. It's illustrative of the problem with how Fallout 3 treats slavery in a general sort of way. Yes, it acknowledges that slavery is evil and puts it on the evil path, but over and over again, the point of an evil playthrough is that your actions are essentially meaningless and trivial, and so you can be an asshole and do whatever. An evil playthrough only works by trivializing actions that would be genuinely evil if taken seriously, but within the context of the ultra-violent ragdoll simulation, they're actually more like gory goofs, pranks, hijinks. Slavery isn't much of a goof, prank, or hijink in the setting of Fallout 3. Virginia and Maryland were, historically, both slave states. It's a subject that ought to be given the seriousness of that historical weight, because even if this is a fictionalized version of Virginia and Maryland, the world of Fallout has always drawn strength from actual historical reference and historical parallel. Fallout 3 trivializes slavery and goofs around with it like every other evil act. You have a list of folks to zap and collar, then they're like, "Oh no, you got me!" At which point, I suppose you say, "Ha ha, little computer man, I sure did get you." Since it truly is that trivial in the way it's incorporated into the game, not much would be lost if Fallout 3 simply refrained from making slavery an interactive mechanic. But it's in Fallout 2, so I guess it was on the big list of things to translate into 3D. In the narrative of the Pit, slavery is actually given some weight. It feels oppressive in the Pit streets and in the Steelyard. You are building up to a cathartic, righteous vengeance. So the baby thing is just such a silly complication in the face of that. It does, in fact, trivialize slavery by somehow deciding that it's an issue that can be both-sided this easily. It's just not serious writing. And even Fallout 2 would have allowed for more genuine narrative complexity than that. What the Pit is tripping over is its own self-conception of what motivates evil characters and what motivates good characters. So yeah, if you're approaching it like Dudley Do-Right, then sure, the baby is a complicating factor, but in previous games, a good playthrough was largely defined as seeking pro-social, political outcomes, not hand-wringing over obvious trolley problems. A lot of folks don't like the Dungeons & Dragons 9-point moral compass because it limits a lot of definitions of what good and evil can be, but 9 points of difference is a hell of a lot better than Fallout 3's deliberate binary of rule-following or rule-breaking behavior. So even here in the best of Fallout 3, there's this frustrating tension between the tremendous immersive success of the simulational elements and art design and the sophomoric narrative fumbles that so often take me back out of that immersion again. What a wonderful fundamental design for the Pit, though. The Pit is a closely considered contrast to the main game map, providing an adventure that uses urban verticality to feel every bit as vast and open as the true open-world segments in a genuinely new and novel way. I don't know when I'll play Fallout 3 again, but I know that every time I do, I anticipate the Pit most of all. It's the pinnacle of what Fallout 3 has to offer in terms of hostile, decaying beauty. The third DLC is Broken Steel, the epilogue that morphs the ending into a more palatable shape. I want to reiterate how much more natural it feels for the game to trail off than it does for the game to end definitively. It also shows how odd and inadequate a stopping point the battle for the water purifier is. It's the end of the battle, not really the end of the war between the Brotherhood and the Enclave. Plus, Liberty Prime as a gigantic, unstoppable battle robot is a problem for future games, similar to how the robot army in Fallout Tactics was a problem, but on a smaller scale here in Fallout 3. Liberty Prime must die. So that's what happens right off the bat. Extending the climax out from a basic battle for the Purifier to a full-scale war between the Brotherhood and the Enclave that had been brewing all game long has better dramatic pacing and carries more dramatic weight than where the original ending chose to wrap it up. The new enemies it adds, the Hellfire Enclave troops, are absolute bullet sponges, but the thing about them is that it makes this post-climax feel like the actual climax by creating combat scenarios tuned for endgame high-level builds. The original ending was tuned way down in difficulty, allowing for the possibility that some players will just mainline the plot and arrive at the climax underleveled, which isn't normally something I'd complain about, but it impacts the mechanical feeling of climax. It's harder to fight through Raven Rock than it is to accomplish the final battle, which contributes along with the fate stuff to the sensation of anticlimax in the original ending. So here that mechanical escalation is, added after the fact by this DLC. It's essentially 3 large, excellent dungeon maps. The first is simple enough, just an assault on a comm station, but the destruction of Liberty Prime is such an excellent set-piece moment that it makes up for a lack of personality in that section's level design. Next is a deep dive under the ruins of the White House to find a secret government subway line. Since the Metro has been so important to the personality of the DC wasteland all game long, capping things off with this secret, extra fancy underground rail line that actually works feels like a climactic escalation of the environment as well. Hunting around in the tunnels, trying to restore operation to the tram and clear its path, is extremely atmospheric. All on its own, it's one of the better dungeon areas in the game. And the DLC puts in work even at this late stage to keep converting into 3D the retro-futuristic personality of the Fallout brand. Like this computer that runs the secret subway. Did it have to be this alive and colorful with all the bouncing gauges and industrial accents? Not at all, but they did it anyway, recreating the iconography of the original games and then adding their own in-house touches. It's a beautiful little machine, even if it is kind of a throwaway thing. The final dungeon is Adams Air Force Base, last refuge of the Enclave. This is important to me because, narratively, I hate the Enclave in this game and don't think they make a goddamn lick of sense, so I am invested in destroying them as a faction and moving on from them with all possible speed. I realized that I had been hoarding mini-nukes all game long, waiting for some emergency situation, but this really is the end, so smoke 'em if you got 'em, boys. The wide-open spaces made the Fat Man weapon actually the perfect choice. I rarely had so much fun being so overpowered in Fallout 3. It was a memorable treat to do the ending this way. For some, the Fat Man launcher is the first instance of the Bethesda games not quite taking nuclear war as seriously as Fallout 1 and 2 did. For Fallout 76, I agree with that sentiment quite a bit, but I ultimately don't have a narrative problem with the mini-nuke things. This is, after all, a self-consciously artificial simulation that constantly reminds a player that nothing is real and no one is hurt. Is it simplistic to take something so thematically important to the franchise as nuclear weapons and reduce them to big boom make pretty? Yeah, absolutely. But I am sometimes a simple man. God damn, does big boom make pretty in this game. Look at that shit. Rather than end on another lecture about fate, this is how Broken Steel ends as a whole. A big, celebratory firework. You can, for nefarious reasons, launch a nuke at the Brotherhood base and the Pentagon, but again, this feels pointlessly binary. It is the opposite of the good ending, but lacks any real motivation for why a person might pick it, besides simply wanting to see the opposite outcome. Then you get a big round of applause and some words of congratulation, and then you're allowed to go about your simulational business for as long as you please. One of the more deviously clever things that Broken Steel does is introduce a couple new open-world side quests related to the water purifier either coming online or poisoning the region. It's devious because it gives the impression that there might be a lot of reactive post-climax content out there to find. There isn't. It's just a couple things. But just a couple things is enough to make the game feel more like an independent place that exists apart from the player. This feels right. And for its part, Fallout 4 learned from this mistake and put its climax at the actual end of the factional conflicts and allowed for infinite post-story play right off the bat. Which makes Broken Steel odd in a certain way, because it's not really an optional side experience like the other DLC or how expansion content usually behaves. It more has the effect of actually completing the experience of Fallout 3. Without it, Fallout 3 is sorely diminished. It's not necessarily impressive, but it is essential, an odd position for a piece of content to find itself, and an inversion of what the DLC can be when given more creative license, like the Pit. Point Lookout is not essential, but it is incredibly impressive, one of the best of the smaller world maps in all of Fallout. It begins with a quest to find a missing girl who's run away far to the south in the Maryland swamps down to the mouth of the Potomac River. In actual practice, in actual Maryland, this isn't a huge distance, it's about 2 hours by car, but in Fallout 3 it's portrayed as a 2-week trip downriver. Very rural. Just like how the Pit switched up the muted earth tones of the main game world for more vividly contrasting reds and blacks, Point Lookout uses blue and gray to create a damp and oppressive coastal wasteland full of shipwreck-strewn beaches and irradiated swamps. It is a tremendous aesthetic look, and stands in very cool visual contrast to both the main campaign and the pit. Together, they're all extremely complementary. Point Lookout is rural and wide instead of being urban and compact. The intention is to feel like deep wilderness. It's also, mechanically, just about the most difficult DLC. It begins hard and then scales with your character to the point where some enemies absorb preposterous amounts of damage before going down. This is frustrating, but adds to the feeling of being in an isolated extreme, more hostile than the familiar wastelands around DC. Point Lookout takes everything that's charismatic about the simulational open world of Fallout 3 and expands on it in experimental ways, like multiple biomes. There's more landscape variation here in this expansion than there is in the actual capital wasteland of the main map. There's not a huge number of optional hidden locations, but the ones there are fit in perfectly with the mood. Nothing feels like too much or like it was added just to fill out an area. Everything the optional is equally well detailed and balanced. Even the questing is good in Point Lookout. Rather than aiming for some kind of moral binary like they had been in the pit, the missing girl detective thing is all about visiting places and talking to people. The world's absurdism as a whole is the focus, and not just finding the opposite limits in that absurdity. There's very, very little choice compared to other quests in Fallout 3, but that's what actually improves it, throwing away the weird definitions of evil players and good players and focusing instead on simply the joy of play and the creation of intriguing situations. The DLC is very playful with both Maryland history and fictional history, painting a picture of a place whose absolute isolation has made it almost impossible to really change and heal after the war. The only real society on the island is a religious cult who won't let you in until they remove a bit of your brain, ritualistically. They don't tell you this, though, and the sequence plays out in this hallucinatory way that I find pretty memorable. Usually I hate what's become kind of an Ubisoft Far Cry staple of the drug trip mission, with lots of, whoa man, pretty colors and no real relation to what doing drugs actually feels like. But I like this sequence in Point Lookout because it's more willfully weird than that. All the moving saws and stuff, it's not like a drug trip so much as only being distantly aware that someone's giving you a light lobotomy. It's a style of absurdity that I think is very much in keeping with Fallout 2, and I think that's perhaps something that I really enjoy about Point Lookout overall. It feels more closely connected to the classic games in tone and execution than a lot of stuff in Fallout 3 does. Not at the best of the classic Fallouts, but at their silliest, at their weirdest and their wildest. One of the best side quests in the whole game is here in Point Lookout, one that tasks you with finding a Lovecraftian tome called the Krivbekna. It's hidden in a dark cave on a stone altar relatively nearby, and you can return it if you want to the weird old man of Blackhall Manor, but that's not the fun version of the quest. If you agree, instead, to destroy the book, you have to go all the way back to the main map. At the southwestern corner of the map, way down there, is another kind of vague allusion to Lovecraft's New England based around cosmic horror, the Dunwich Building. It was always a hall of horrors with multiple levels of office building featuring illusions of how it used to be, followed by a deep trip into the earth beneath the foundations, where there's this inscrutable and sinister obelisk. The Dunwich Building was one of the best dungeons in the game right from launch, but that obelisk at the bottom wasn't interactive. There wasn't any quest associated with it until Point Lookout and the Krivbekna. So not only does the DLC create a fun side quest on its own map, it recontextualizes one of the game's coolest locations in a way that's more narratively engaging and immersive. It's just a wonderful example of post-release content improving upon the original in small and supportive ways. Point Lookout is large enough to feel like a real expansion pack in the way they used to be in the days before DLC. In the dial-up internet days, transmitting huge amounts of data for expansion content over the phone lines was basically unworkable. Even patches were difficult to make people aware of and get large amounts of people to download. So post-release content, when it existed usually as a whole bolt-on semi-sequel on its own CD-ROM, the expansion pack. Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, for example, existed between eras and received both online-only DLC and a retail expansion pack called the Shivering Isles. Fallout 3 was a pioneer in having large, meaningful, expansion pack quality content available primarily through digital distribution. 2009 was still too early to assume that everyone could download that amount of data, though, so there actually were 2 DVD-in-a-box releases of Fallout 3 DLC, one for the Pit and Operation Anchorage, one for Broken Steel and Point Lookout, with the final Game of the Year edition release with everything bundled onto one disc. One of the reasons Fallout 4 is my least favorite of the Bethesda Fallouts is that its DLC releases were much less engaging and exciting than they were here in this earlier era, with fully half of the DLC in Fallout 4 dedicated to expanding settlement building mechanics, something that interested a genuine minority of players. Fallout 4's best DLC, Far Harbor, is essentially a glossy remake of the mood and environmental style pioneered back here with Point Lookout. It has more plot and it has a larger map, but it's an anomaly for Fallout 4 this way. There are many ways in which Fallout 3 feels more creatively cohesive and bold, especially with all the official content rolled into a single campaign during a single playthrough. Point Lookout is one of the highlights of any playthrough. The depth of detail and control of mood is impressive every time. Take the iconic lighthouse. The bulb is long burnt out, it's just another derelict. You can find a note telling you a replacement bulb was lost on the day of the war, though, stuck inside of a truck trailer when it swerved off the road. You can find the truck, you can take the bulb, you can repair the lighthouse, at which point its light will be visible from halfway across the map. There's no quest involved. It doesn't really mean anything. But as a self-directed interactive task, it made me feel surprisingly invested in the place as being real. It's a moment of real simulational immersion. It has no narrative value besides being part of the player's personal narrative, their journey, their curiosities, their choices. The fact that it's presented so unobtrusively is what gives replacing the lighthouse light bulb meaning. It feels like something that I chose to do, more meaningfully than a choice between, say, blowing up Megaton or saving it. The best part of Fallout 3 is its wasteland, so adding an even better, more compact rural wasteland on top of everything feels fantastically adventurous. If part of the reason Point Lookout is so worthwhile is how it takes what's already working about the game and creates a more intense variation of it, what would happen if you created an equally intense variation of all the worst parts of Fallout 3? Well, you'd get Mothership Zeta, an alien abduction story in which you fight through a UFO in a very slightly self-directed order of corridor shooter missions. The aliens are tough and do a lot of damage when they scale to higher levels, but the loot you take back is so valuable even at lower levels that the entire DLC is slightly game-breaking. Even just taking the little gems you find everywhere, it'll be dozens of hours of play before you actually need to find anything else to barter with. As the last DLC to come out, it's meant to be the hardest, and it's meant to be played last. It doesn't seem well designed with brand new characters in mind, encountering it out of order from the initial release. If you ask me, it's tidier to simply avoid Mothership Zeta completely. You are stuck on the alien ship once it begins. If you get tired of it, that's too bad. You have 3 to 5 hours of corridor shooting, or else you just gotta give up or reload a save game. So yeah, it's kind of opt-in because you must choose to approach the crashed ship that begins the module, but not being opt-out once it's begun sucks. The Pit was the same way, but I think I hold it against Mothership Zeta because it's essentially an entirely different genre and style of game than the base experience, and the Pit is such a wonderful and complementary intensification of the base experience instead. I also just can't goddamn stand the basic framing of the thing and what it does to the personality of the game universe. Yes, flying saucers and little green men were a huge part of science fiction during the Cold War, which makes the very brief moment in Fallout 1 with the UFO and the Velvet Elvis funny, particularly because the aliens didn't do any better with the apocalypse than anyone else. They're just more rust and bones in the wilderness. It never loses sight of Fallout's ironic post-nuclear tone in that little moment from Fallout 1. Mothership Zeta, instead, is just frivolous 50s nonsense. It's tied to the tone in the most frivolous way possible. Even Fallout 4's Nuka World felt more in keeping with the actual universe of Fallout. Plus, there's all this stuff about how aliens were the ones who really started the war, and temporary companions like an unfrozen US soldier, a cowboy, and a samurai, plus a little girl. What was this DLC supposed to add experientially? Was it supposed to be goofy fun? Because the actual level design and combat pacing is tedious in the extreme. Whatever jokes might actually land, and there are very few of them, are stranded in between huge gulfs of relatively annoying action gameplay. Fallout 3's gunplay is, at best, utilitarian. It works. The conversion of turn-based gameplay of the older titles into a kind of slow-mode superpower with VATS mode is brilliant and adds a ton of unique personality to what would otherwise feel very flat. The ragdoll physics also add some gory slapstick to the process of Fallout 3 combat, further livening it up a little bit. Combat is simply not a motivating factor in Fallout 3. Exploration is. The advancement curve is. In some cases, the narrative is even a motivating factor, but at no time is pure combat something that the game is centered around, besides here. Fallout 3's combat is just the friction that makes all those other things feel more adventurous. So Mothership Zeta removes the explorative elements, it removes the nonlinear elements, it removes the environmental design that's good, it removes the darkly ironic frame of the setting. All it leaves is a vague, unsatisfying hint of 1950s sci-fi, like a seltzer water whose flavor is space. Fallout is so unique because it isn't basic sci-fi and isn't basic fantasy. It's so often sharper and stranger and more surprising than the pure examples of those genres. Mothership Zeta is just a video game in the most reductive way possible. Any video game, a vague impression of video games, like the kind of thing a cable TV show, neither written nor produced by video game people, would show on screen. Some kid screaming, "Hold on, Mom, I just have to get the power up and beat the boss." Generic, lifeless, passionless, overlong, unwelcome. That's Mothership Zeta. I didn't even bother to cover Mothership Zeta the first time around for the same reason I didn't cover 2004's Brotherhood of Steel. I thought no one would notice or care about its absence. It is the absolute nadir of what Fallout 3 is and what Fallout 3 can be. It's only the fact that the Pitt and Point Lookout are such tremendously well-realized and creative visions that allows Mothership Zeta to kind of disappear down the memory hole. The Pitt and Point Lookout take the cumulative experience forward so many steps that it's not that big of a deal to take a few dozen steps backwards through UFO land. Towards the end, you can bombard the surface of Earth for fun. Big explosions, so cool. And again, if we take the fiction seriously, this would probably have some weight to it, right? But we aren't. This is just frivolous fun in an equally frivolous side story. To enjoy this experience, you have to take the entirety of the game world less seriously. Fallout has always been absurd across all of its titles, but there is a difference between a thing being absurd and a thing being trivial. You can be absurd and still convey meaning. You can still convey satire. To be absurd and to say nothing at all with it can only ever be humorous, and even then a joke wears thin in repetition. I think 5 sprawling consecutive UFO corridor dungeons absolutely counts as repetitive. Fallout 3 is an intensely experimental game though, so it's not too surprising one experiment failed. Bethesda had successfully translated the universe of the classic Fallouts into a new simulational format that could feel, in places, just as immersive as the old games, just differently so. The only thing that would be better would be to take the old quality of writing and world building, where narrative exploration and advancement was equally important as the mechanical elements, and arrange it on the new simulational structure. Fallout New Vegas is the best game in the franchise by a pretty large margin because it merged these two styles so carefully and thoughtfully. Its Mojave Wasteland feels just as vast and just as intriguing as the Capital Wasteland did, with the added bonus of a political power structure that makes sense and more narrative complexity than even Fallout 2 had on offer. New Vegas is a tremendous accomplishment in RPG design. It's huge, it's messy, it's broken sometimes. It is an Obsidian title that way for sure, but it also has so many ideas it's trying to execute on at once that the game feels absolutely bursting at the seams with personality and content. It feels so much more dense than Fallout 3, so much more engaging as a role-playing game where the player defines their character and defines their role, not just as an action RPG with the occasional branching choice. The only obstacle that stood in the way of success for Fallout New Vegas was the expectations set by Fallout 3's emerging Bethesda house style. Remember, Fallout 3 sold more copies than Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics combined, not just by a little, but by an overwhelming amount. Many people at the time wanted a sequel to Fallout 3, and so were somewhat confused to receive a lavishly produced sequel to Fallout 2 instead. Bethesda's resources were tied up in developing their next-gen Elder Scrolls sequel, Skyrim, but they still wanted to capitalize on Fallout 3's success and keep enthusiasm for the franchise burning over the long development years before they could pivot back around to releasing Fallout 4. So, Bethesda drew up the paperwork and they got the band back together, so to speak, for one more Fallout in the classic style from the people at Obsidian. It's been many years now since New Vegas without any more Obsidian-led sequels. It never quite became the true pattern of release I expected, like how Call of Duty as a franchise facilitates yearly AAA releases by using multiple development houses with different personalities and specialties. Never say never, of course. Even if Obsidian didn't make a complimentary half-sequel to Fallout 4 the way they did for Fallout 3, there still is Fallout 5 somewhere over the horizon. I wonder, though, if part of the reason there was no game like New Vegas to pair with Fallout 4 is because the game alienated so many of the fans who had begun with Fallout 3. Fallout 3 offered, from the moment the player stepped out of Vault 101, total mechanical freedom. There was no forbidden direction, there was no curation of the player's path through the world beyond the main plot. New Vegas, despite its open world, is structured with the same kind of deliberate, intentional player pathway through the game world as Fallout 2 had. New Vegas uses barriers in the level design and wildly over-leveled monsters to hem in players and push them into a kind of horseshoe pattern around the southern ranges of the world map, creating towns and quest hubs all oriented around lower-level builds, slowly building up a player so that by the time they reach the city from which the name of the game is derived, They're like level 15 or so and have invested anywhere from 4 to 14 hours in the game world. At that point, the game does become much more meaningfully non-linear, but the game uses some obvious and potentially underhanded tricks to create a more on-rails introduction than Fallout 3 would have offered. I love the way New Vegas is structured because I love the narrative purpose of it, the anticipation created by delaying you actually reaching New Vegas until you're strong enough to handle it, the cumulative sensation of being on not just a scavenger hunt, but a long journey with its own dramatic arc, the contrast created by drifting through small town after small town before hitting the bright lights big city of the New Vegas Strip. My conception of what immersion in an RPG means is very much tied up in drama and symbolism, curated progression, world building, telling a story that is not solely about my own character's path to power. Fallout 3 didn't reject all those things, but part of what made its design so distinct was its ability to get along fine without them. An evil playthrough in New Vegas does not mean the same thing it does in Fallout 3, nor does a good playthrough. Evil characters are no longer in the position of just rejecting the fiction and doing fuck all. Evil characters must decide what motivates their evil. They must choose among evil factions. They must decide whether they're selfish or cruel or both. Good characters no longer simply pick option A. They are presented an array of choices that are usually always a little morally gray, and so must determine some sort of system of belief that makes one faction preferable to another, whether you are a utopian or an anarchist, a hero or a mercenary. Suddenly, the entire process with which a character interacts with the world becomes inverted from Fallout 3. You have more narrative freedom than ever before, and less narrative clarity without the easy binary of Fallout 3. You have less navigational and less explorational freedom than you had before, but you also have more justifications and quests to explore those places than before also. Just because New Vegas is a perfect fusion of Fallout 2 and Fallout 3 does not automatically mean it will please both sets of expectations. It cannot be an equal sequel to both previous games. New Vegas is an RPG with strong simulational aspects. It introduced the hardcore survival mode to the franchise, after all, with thirst and hunger and other more intense simulational mechanics. That isn't what makes it a good game. What makes it just as much a classic as the original Fallouts is its desire to exist just as much in the imagination of the player as on the screens of their television. Another way Fallout 3 was a pioneer on release was in total lines of voice-acted dialogue, at 40,000 lines. Full voice acting for role-playing games became the AAA standard in the 2010s, but in 2008, this was still an uncommonly modern sort of thing for a game to do. This is impressive, except that a lot of those 40,000 lines in Fallout 3 are frivolous, silly, and slight. New Vegas broke the record again when it came out in October of 2010 with 64,000 lines of spoken dialogue, which is not just a third more dialogue, it is 2/3 better dialogue at the minimum. It's just as formalistically back and forth as ever in the dialogue system, but this time it's packed with both strong characterization and high information density. Characters say things I want to actually listen to with far, far greater frequency than they did in Fallout 3. Narrative, character, and dialogue are prioritized so much more than the flat 64/40 statistic can convey on its own. From the get-go, the world building is much more grounded. It offers a very early chance to veer into an evil path and join up with a group of NCR convicts who rioted and took over their own prison. The good path is to help the NCR wipe them out instead. It's less complex than it could be. The powder gangers will attack you if you aren't wearing their factional armor, so there's not a lot of reason to assume that you can side with them. Their hostility suggests that you should probably try hostility in return. What's complex is that the powder gangers aren't just evil, they're people. Bandit people. They have a legitimate beef with the NCR. And the NCR, for its part, is portrayed as unsympathetic and authoritative, an unthinking, unfeeling wasteland bureaucracy, and an overextended bureaucracy at that. The prison break would have never taken hold if this was the heart of the NCR, but this is the frontier. There's not enough troops to do everything, and the front lines are so wide that any major pushback threatens to collapse the whole bubble of NCR influence. The New California Republic is good in a very reductive sense because they believe in some form of human rights and try to hold people accountable to it through a system of law, but that system of law is pretty obviously inadequate and flawed. Citizens are preferenced over wastelanders, which is a pretty shitty position to take when hardly anyone in the region considers themselves a citizen or even would want to be. The NCR has adopted some of the elitist characteristics of old Vault City, which makes sense when you consider that Vault City was culturally absorbed by the NCR. The Powder Gangers, while evil in the sense that they behave in a predatory and antisocial way, are not constructed as being gleefully and irredeemably psychopathic weirdos like East Coast-style raiders. They want your money. Your life, they simply don't care about at all, one way or another. This is more complex because it's a recognizable human kind of villainy. In a lawless vacuum of violence, the idea that even a large minority of people would start building thrones out of skulls and drinking blood from the still-dripping swords seems kind of preposterous to me. Both the extreme cruelty and the theatricality of it. Evil is base. Evil is boring. Evil is the shortest route between you and what you want when someone or something else stands in your way. Evil happens most often when people give up. The Powder Gangers are murderers, thieves, and assholes. They are absolutely the evil faction that way, but the game paints them as being human beings with hopes and dreams and schemes, which is hugely important in creating a believable world. The Skull and Bone style raider is theatrical. The Powder Ganger style is grounded, realistic as far as realism can be applied to a world like Fallout. The NCR doubles down on this light realism by portraying the NCR's occupying army as bitter, spiteful, caught between a policy of superiority and widespread resentment from the locals that comes along with that policy. Resentful people make desperate choices, especially when the resentment runs both ways. The NCR is presented in ways both political, from discussions around broad policy and interactions with higher-ups in the organization who are true believers, and also ways that are individual, personal, where conversations with various NPCs across the wasteland present a huge diversity of reasons why or why not the NCR should be an organization worth supporting. Rather than what Fallout 3 did by sanding down the rough edges of the Brotherhood of Steel to make them more broadly popular and palatable, New Vegas adds even greater complexity and roughness to Fallout 2's most important faction, creating even more ambivalence and moral confusion. Which is another reason why some people prefer Fallout 3. Some find the clarity of the binary approach comforting. What you see is what you get. Whereas in New Vegas, the game seems to take some delight in trying to make a player question their own choices. There are plenty of side quests in New Vegas that have binary kinds of outcomes. It's not all complexity all the time. All the main pillars of plot and interaction, though, everything revolving around the main quests, do have that complexity. It's not just about choice as a mechanical feature, as a function of gameplay. It's about thoughtful, deliberate choice as a matter of truly constructing your own story and your character's place within that story. You know, role-playing. Factionalism in Fallout New Vegas has more weight and presence within the game world than even Fallout 2 because of the interconnected open-world design. In Fallout 2, different seats of power competed with each other at a distance across the unseen, unrendered miles. Their primary point of interaction was you, the player. Otherwise, they mostly just stand around waiting for you to talk to them. In New Vegas, the contested area for these civilizations is considerably smaller, but the entire region is filled in by sprawling desert and mountain terrain that can be used to actually illustrate the conflict, to create battlefields, and allow armies to clash in real time right in front of you. Limited, of course, by what the Gamebryo engine is able to accomplish, which leads to developmental compromises, like back in Fallout 3, the Battle of Anchorage being fought between like 18 total NPCs. The world map for New Vegas is roughly the same size as the Fallout 3 map, while upping the number of major settlements from around 4 to a much more lively 10, plus plenty of smaller settlements as well. New Vegas is much more NPC-focused, and much less dungeon-focused, which is another of the reasons that some people find Fallout 3 more appealing. The free roam element is much stronger in Fallout 3, the sense of being a lone wanderer, whereas everywhere you go in New Vegas, you are surrounded by politics. If not where you are at the moment exactly, then waiting over the next ridge, and the glow of the far-off New Vegas skyline, or in the distant rapport of gunfire from clashing patrols. Who you've chosen to be narratively changes the way that the wasteland responds to you mechanically, and while there are still plenty of optional locations that exist primarily for mood and flavor, the majority of locations in New Vegas have some sort of factional twist to them, unfolding differently based on a player's factional reputation, if they're wearing a disguise, or their previous quest resolutions. It is a diagonal approach to the vibes-first Fallout 3 wasteland. To those who prefer to adventure uninterrupted, Fallout 3 offers a more predictably rewarding experience, where the dungeon's central quest is pretty much always to find the hidden treasure and fulfill the loot loop. Having to constantly give your hi, hello, and how are yous to NPCs standing around outside half the dungeons just irks some people. For me, though, this is what makes the Mojave Wasteland come alive. The Capital Wasteland is designed with me in mind as a player. The Mojave is designed for me as a protagonist. This matters in terms of where the climax is going. In all the East Coast Fallouts, 3, 4, 76, there is a choice between a selection of endings, but there are no ending slides. There is no specific feedback and no 10-minute epilogue, because these games don't want you to stop playing when the main quest is done. All 3 of the Bethesda Fallouts have a true ending that is just perpetual play, exploring, scavenging, collecting, until you have absolutely had your fill. Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 even scrap much of the old character progression system in favor of ones that encourage long hours of engagement within the game world, giving players more incremental and situational bonuses at level up, instead of the big jumps in capability you get with the 3 New Vegas system. There's plenty of narrative content in Bethesda-style dungeons, but little of it is active narrative. It's audio and text logs, it's environmental storytelling. You have typically arrived long after the point that any narrative decision-making would matter. The world map of New Vegas, like the world map of Fallout 2, is constantly stringing its far corners together with chains of connections and conflicts. It is not a wasteland, not really. It's a frontier. And one of the major characteristics of a frontier is that it cannot function as a vacuum of experience, of life and death. Even with so sparse a population as the Mojave Wasteland, a push in one place will create a pull in another. You cannot exist in the Mojave without changing it somehow, which even becomes the explicit narrative arc of the DLCs as the 4 of them compound together. The differences between Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas run so much deeper than one just being better or worse. They have fundamentally different artistic interests and artistic intentions. They execute on those ideas with equal commitment, but it naturally takes these games to incompatible conclusions. A given Bethesda Fallout is over when you come as close to 100%ing the game as you can possibly stand to. It is too open in its design to close itself off with something as simple as narrative consequence. The simulation goes on, forever if you like. A given Black Isle Obsidian Fallout ends at the narrative climax. It ends as the epilogue slides verbalize and validate your choices, letting the game's simulational world slip away into an imagined future where your actions live on. Who is the star of a Fallout game? Is it the player, or is it the player character? It depends very much on which Fallout game you're talking about. New Vegas chooses the player character without hesitation. It's not even close. What makes New Vegas divisive to some players also makes it a true return to form, every bit on par with the original 2 Fallouts, following in their footsteps so explicitly, so deliberately, as classic in its own era as they were in theirs. When Fallout 3 returned to focusing on super mutants and the Brotherhood of Steel and other recognizable, marketable franchise icons, it was doing so in pursuit of a kind of reboot of the brand for a new era. It was taking things from the top, so it was more interested in Fallout 1 than Fallout 2 this way. Fallout 2's shift away from wasteland to frontier and away from mutants towards politics was because it realized that it cannot just do more of the same and feel like a true sequel. Fallout 2 took the narrative consequences of Fallout 1 seriously, and altered the trajectory of its own world building and presentation to build more effectively on top of those consequences. In terms of difference, New Vegas and Fallout 2 aren't nearly as different as Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 were. If we were to stay in the fiction within New California, we would no longer even be at the stage of frontier at this point. It would just be an early stage of a new expansionist, nationalistic era. One person can hardly make a difference in that kind of situation at that stage of stratified power. Frontiers are still malleable, though, unfired by the kiln of history. By shifting eastward towards Nevada and Arizona, the story follows the frontier as the frontier moves towards the Colorado River and the Hoover Dam. The actual Hoover Dam is engineered to a standard that is almost completely unheard of today, built to last not just centuries, but millennia. It's estimated that it would take over 10,000 years for the dam to erode from pure neglect. This is for a couple of reasons, the main one being its shape. The Hoover Dam was poured in many giant concrete blocks that needed to dry before new ones were laid on top. There were cracks between the blocks, sure, but as soon as the water pressure of the river was applied, the blocks were pushed together, braced against the water pressure by the walls of the canyon and the bent shape of the dam. The weight of the lake keeps the dam perfectly in shape, a permanent, watertight tension. When the Hoover Dam finally does go, it will be the walls of the canyon itself that erode, not the artificial concrete of the dam. It would be absolutely one of the most important things that any post-nuclear civilization could control, something that would be impossible to create anew with what little is left of the old world. 3 armies vie for control of the dam, locked in an uneasy stalemate when you arrive. All of them demand some form of tribute or another from the region. The NCR controls the Nevada side. They want a tribute of money and of freedom to turn the Mojave into a territory where all the best of the Mojave flows westward to the Southern California city that used to be humble Shady Sands. The NCR is capitalism paired with federalism. It's predatory and expansionist, but it has delusions of grandeur about it. It understands itself to be a civilizing force and an obvious moral net positive. And they sometimes are a positive force. They sometimes do actually help people and do actually do the right thing, which makes them such an effective satire for the way the American government fails to resolve its love of liberty with its greater love for business. In a more cartoonish caricature, there wouldn't be this tension between what the NCR is and what the NCR could be without so much nationalistic narcissism. The tension is where the satire is built, where it resonates. New Vegas is controlled by Mr. House, a pre-war industrialist who haunts the city like a ghost, working unseen from a sealed casino and using competing crime families to enforce his laws and visions, pitting one against another so that no one comes out on top. The motto of New Vegas is "The House always wins," and he sure does make sure of that. That's the tribute that House demands. 51% of everything. Whatever happens to the other 49%, he cannot possibly be bothered with. New Vegas is an autocracy of predatory neglect. Vegas, baby. Of the 3 armies, House is the least ideologically driven. Like all the winners of capitalism, he only genuinely enjoys the game when the game is rigged in his favor. House is a different angle of satire, capitalism without even the pretense of conscience. Monopoly is monarchy, showing the two to be functionally indistinct. House believes himself the only thinking man left in the world, the only hope of success, the only rightful leader. Everyone else is just such an obvious rube to him. He's made it almost 300 years, after all. If he outsmarted death, who could possibly outsmart him? Which isn't ideology so much as solipsism. House is the only real person in House's universe. He even wrote his own obituary because he wouldn't trust anyone else to get it right and market him properly in the event of his death. Poor Robert House. When he dies, idiots will inherit the earth. In the lore, House was the founder of Robco, the giant robotics consortium that's been in the background of the game since the very beginning. When Fallout 1's intro showed us an ad demonstrating how handy Mr. Handy can be. Like many autocrats, House prefers an assembly line to a citizenry. People are inconvenient, unpredictable. His robots are much better that way. So that's how he rules, from the shadows, with machines, taking his cut and leaving the people he regards as little more than animals to huddle around their trash fires in the street. If you support House, you'll be little more than a pet to him. But hey, at least you'll be a favored pet, pampered and given all the treats while you wag your tail and wait for your owner to give you a command. A lot of players feel that House's vision and facility for business makes up for the autocratic elements, that he truly is a great man and will lead the Mojave out of the wasteland like some kind of monopolist Moses. And if you believe that in your heart, cool, more power to you. The game lets you feel that way and go down that path. But the whole broader narrative is largely about how the end of the frontier is inevitable. It will happen one way or another. House might take you 2 steps forward on the technological progress front, but he'll take you 3 steps back on the quality of life and dignity of life front. He is demonstrably not the only path forward. Any major climactic option creates radical change, some for the worse, some for the better, always in balance with each other for the things that are given and the things that are taken away. Because House doesn't actually give a damn about people, he's really not that well suited to building a civilization. So he creates an environment where he's king and Cash is queen, and anyone or anything else is just a vassal to the Grand Lord of Vegas. Even in the clear visual metaphors of the game, House is a Wizard of Oz. He's a shriveled old man hiding behind a curtain, working an illusion machine. This is not a great man, a person of vision or substance. He is a greedy animal afraid to die, like the rest of us, no greater or more mysterious than that. His is a world of winners and losers, but what does that make the rest of the world if the House always wins? The last army to contest the Hoover Dam is also, on the surface, the silliest. Caesar's Legion is a vast and vicious army of slavers and marauders who organize according to a sort of bastardization of old Roman culture, taught to them by their Caesar from old pre-war books. They wear what are less uniforms and more costumes, parts of old football shoulder pads merged with new leather buckles, all of them collectively pretending to be part of the ancient tradition of Caesar's Great Legion. This is partly a riff on a Las Vegas staple, Caesar's Palace, one of the largest and richest casinos on the actual Las Vegas Strip. Functionally, Caesar's Palace is not much different than any other casino, but they are constantly reinvesting and making sure that the Roman theme comes through as strongly as possible. They don't want you to think of yourself as being in Nevada, some godforsaken desert that exists almost exclusively to part you from your money. No, this is ancient Rome, and today, you are a toga-clad hedonist. Drink wine until you vomit, then drink more wine. You belong in this marble and gold palace. You feel that, don't you? A true aristocrat, such as yourself, would fit in better if you spent some money at the Forum Mall, don't you think? Get yourself looking nice. After all, it's always the middle of the day in the indoors as outdoors Disneyland-style space of the Forum Mall. If you believe in this casino fantasy world more than the real one, you will behave as if you were in the fantasy. The casino draws power from the symbolic connotations of ancient Rome. It's not like they're true believers or care about history actually. It's about what the casino can make you feel and what the casino can convince you to give up once they've turned you away from your skepticism and broken down your defenses. So, yeah, the costumes are stupid in Caesar's Legion, but that's actually an element of the satire. Caesar's Legion is not an effective totalitarian slave state because they wear dumb little helmets. It's an effective totalitarian slave state because they can talk people into dressing that way, giving up dignity and personal identity to participate in a blatantly cheap lie held together by duct tape and violence. Caesar himself is such an interesting character, a complete asshole to be sure, but pleasantly complex for a villain like him. He was raised better than this. He grew up among the followers of the Apocalypse, their organization of altruism and education expanding outward from the boneyard over the long years. The followers maintain an outpost in New Vegas where a lot of side questing takes place. Decades, though, before the game even begins, the followers sent an expedition to the Grand Canyon to study the tribes there. It went bad. None of the tribes cared about the good intentions or liberal attitudes of the followers of the Apocalypse. The expedition was preyed upon almost immediately. Captured and embittered, a young Edward Sallow began teaching the tribe that held him prisoner all the things that a follower of the Apocalypse is not supposed to teach: bullets and explosives, napalm, and antique military strategy. His captors began conquering the tribes around them. For Sallow, this proved to him that only raw power matters. He was the key to victory, so the tribes made him their warlord. Sallow obliterated his own identity and took the name Caesar, and in every tribe he conquered, he forced them to do the same. Children shifted around, ritual murders and decimations, deliberate destruction of every independent culture he came across, united under one banner, one vision, one amoral ex-liberal who sits angrily on his makeshift throne, just on the Arizona side of the Hoover Dam. It is very funny to me that there are some players out there who bristle at the idea that Caesar's Legion is an evil faction because everyone who's been to the Legion lands agrees that Legion territory is surprisingly crime-free, which happens, I suppose, when you crucify everyone who isn't willing to adopt the label slave. Just as the NCR is a satire of bureaucratic democracy, the Legion is a satire of autocratic totalitarianism. The whole crime-free thing is dark humor, one of the mocking ironies that makes the Fallout setting so memorable and engaging. There are two options available within the Legion: slavery or death. Even the army is built of slaves, all of whom are disposable, anonymous tools for the greater whole. Legionnaires fight for two reasons, then: for survival, to get a meal and a cot, or for ideology, because they swallow the whole sales pitch about how sacrifice makes you superior. Talking with characters in the Legion is interesting because it's a mix of both perspectives, of loathsome zealots and callous pragmatists. The Legion itself builds no institutions. It is against education. It is against self-determination. It uses the warped Darwinian idea that if the weak die off and only the strong survive, then this only improves things. So suffering is positive. Hunger is positive. Hatred is positive. Anything that divides and provokes and hurts. Because that old chestnut of social Darwinism says that you'll only kill off the ones you don't need that way. The Legion doesn't believe in medicine, either, so extreme is the dedication to strength as an esoteric concept. Edward Sallow, of course, is a hypocrite in just about every way, so that doesn't stop him from trying to cure his cancer with the best of old-world medicine. I didn't play through it this time, but I have played the Caesar's Legion plotline in the past and found it surprisingly complex. It is about how hollow and fragile Sallow's cult of personality really is. When he finally succumbs to his illness, when the great Kaisar finally passes out of this world, who will succeed him? How will the Legion hold together? The true believers and the pragmatists will almost instantly splinter in the grab for power. And that's your angle as a player. Even in making the evil choice and committing to this faction, you get to define your motivation for choosing evil. Is it because you truly think that everyone deserves to be enslaved except for a powerful few who subjugate the rest in the name of the Legion? Or is it because a system based on violence and fear can be easily exploited by one talented in violence and fear, someone who can take advantage of the Legion's transition from one leader to another to seize the reins of a vast and powerful wealth extraction machine? Sallow was a pragmatist. He never believed any of what he said beyond what power it would allow him to accumulate. And yet, for those who follow him, they believe the lie so deeply that they would happily die for it, kill for it, even more enthusiastically than that. What will the Legion become with someone like that in charge, a true believer? Worse? Is that possible? In classic totalitarian fashion, the Legion is misogynistic by law, prohibiting women from serving in the army and reducing them to a commodity, less than human. All homosexuality is outlawed in the Legion. Fascism is always scared of women and gays, and with good reason. Totalitarianism constructs masculinity as being willing to die for country, and very little else. Power matters. There's a utility for fascism in constructing the feminine as weak, because that's handy as a diagonal opposite, although there's a lot more to it than that. Put in the simplest possible terms, the fear of women and homosexuality by authoritarian movements exists because nothing erodes devotion to the state like devotion to another individual. There is nothing more individualistic than love. Love pulls the soldier away from the unit. It disconnects them from their nationalistic obligations. It makes them not want to die so much anymore. It makes them want to live instead. By outlawing homosexuality on top of dehumanizing women, the state criminalizes any opportunity to find love outside the cisgendered binary. And the suffering of self-repression caused by the Legion subjects having to closet themselves for survival strengthens what Theodore Adorno called the death drive through spreading despair. Totalitarianism only works if it can keep people lonely and fearful on a pretty much permanent basis. Caesar's Legion is a parody of this push and pull between the fascist death drive and the suffering created in fascism's wake, a self-reinforcing wheel of agony and pain that cannot be stopped if it can just keep rolling. At the Hoover Dam, though, that wheel has slowed to a stop, and now the situation is volatile, fragile, the fledgling nation a powder keg just waiting for a match. So what we have is satire, wherein the worst-dressed army in the Mojave is also the most dangerous and cruel. And that is precisely the joke. Autocrats and fascists never seem to understand how goddamn stupid they look to everybody else. The fourth path is to oppose all three armies and build your ending from a composite of your individual choices. The setup at the beginning of New Vegas is different from any of the other Fallout games. You don't start off in a vault or an isolated village. You aren't a fresh face with no past and no place in the world. You're a courier. Number 6. You deliver things, whatever that thing happens to be. Before the game begins, a job offer comes through. Deliver a large, platinum-plated poker chip to the long-sealed Lucky 38 casino. You're intercepted in the small town of Good Springs by a fella named Benny, the lackey that House has running the Tops casino. Benny, though, is an ambitious sort. The platinum chip is the key to unlocking House's long-dormant robot army and realizing an independent New Vegas. A robot army, of course, has no loyalty. It'll serve whoever is the primary user. So Benny has this plan involving a robot he stole and hacked called the Yes Man to usurp House. It is a great plan, actually, and once Benny is either dead or under your thumb, it becomes your plan. This is by far the most satisfying ending because it leans the most into custom outcomes and self-defined player motivations. You go through pretty much the same mandatory content as the other quests, like resolving things with minor factions like the Boomers and the Cons. The other factions all have preferred outcomes for these quests. They send you on a mission. The Yes Man simply suggests that you need to do something about these situations. That's why he's the Yes Man. He supports you no matter what you choose and has absolutely no opinion or judgment whatever you decide, unless you're underutilizing the robot army, in which case he remains sarcastically positive. The NCR, House, and the Legion all represent comprehensive perspectives and ideologies which, if you align with them, provides direction for your experience in the game world, a template of action, another layer of identity. Not just a wanderer, then, but a representative of something you belong to and believe in, an ambassador for the NCR, a spear of the Legion, a fixer for House. To assemble your perspective and ideology instead a la carte across the various smaller choices takes more work, requires more self-direction. Most of all, though, this independent New Vegas questline best rewards completionism and best provides the most robust set of quest-solving options. There are some quests that just don't matter much to certain factions. Caesar's Legion, for example, has the most unique quest lines and content out of any of the factions, but a major reason for that is balance, because the Legion is despised by most every other faction character, so a player is either locked out of some resolutions or funneled towards violent endings in most circumstances. There's more opportunities for underhanded subterfuge, but fewer opportunities to get to know characters and their stories. The NCR is militaristic in many ways, and so there's a lot of playing soldier involved when you're working for them. Serving House is all about being a good servant, anticipating his needs and wants, following his directions as precisely as possible. There is nothing that fundamentally defines the fourth ending besides your own choices, which is a risk because the feedback you might get at the end of the game could wind up somewhat incoherent or not reflect what motivated your character at all. If you act with a consistent moral direction, however, it does cohere just fine. You can act in favor of the NCR when it's helping people and against their interests when their expansionist policies are hurting communities instead. There's no point in time where supporting the Legion helps anyone, but not having to play into the NCR-Legion binary creates some fascinating opportunities to support some of the smaller factions in more robust ways. Take the Cons. They're a raider army descended from the same one that captured Tandy in Fallout 1, who took over Vault 15 in Fallout 2. Now they've created a pretty substantial settlement above the city in Red Rock Canyon. Driven east by the NCR, they've changed to become less predatory and more anarchist. It's become kind of a catch-all encampment for misfits and outcasts, people misunderstood by neighbors, alienated by society, people for whom the wasteland is a better companion than any version of civilization. They too are involved in the political tug-of-war that affects everything else in the Mojave Wasteland. The NCR wants to destroy them, outlaws that they are, a thorn in the NCR's side for over 100 years. The Legion has sent a representative to lie to them. As you arrive, the Cons are allying with the Legion, being promised that their tribe will be elevated in status to among the Legion's most honored. Not mentioning, naturally, that what will actually happen is that the entire tribe will be dismantled, decimated, and have all its people and families split up to make sure the disintegration of their social and family structures is complete. House doesn't care what happens to them at all. You don't have to either. The Cons belong in a wasteland. As the frontier closes in on them, they have nowhere to go. They can't stay. So if you expose the Legion for what it is without representing NCR interests, the Cons trust you to help plan their exodus from the region. You can advise the Con leader on their direction as a tribe and push them down one of two paths. Either you give him books from the followers of the apocalypse that will help him rebuild a functional society based on compassionate self-determination, or you can gas him up about his power and manliness as a warlord, in which case the Cons will return to their roots as nomadic raiders. So your choice here with the Cons determines the future of post-nuclear Wyoming when they arrive there, which is a pleasantly heavy responsibility for a side quest to take on. Or you could decide the fates of Outer Vegas neighborhoods like Freeside, North Vegas, and the West Side. None of those communities are served by or recognized by any of the three armies. They're just an inconvenient outer shell of poor people that must be cracked open to get at the gooey center of wealth down on the New Vegas Strip for the larger factions. Role-playing as a traditionally good character as you might have in Fallout 1 or 2, as an itinerant do-gooder wandering from town to town doing right by folks, is not fully compatible with the ambitions of the NCR. Taking the independent New Vegas path allows you to role-play that perspective of the itinerant do-gooder more robustly, seeking relationships that are driven by your internal moral compass and not your allegiance to a faction whose morals you agree with. The epilogues will genuinely reflect a number of these more minute choices, and even the ones that aren't reflected back at you in the epilogue allow for a more concrete, comprehensive perspective of the world of New Vegas through the vivid side characters. Even the lowliest NPCs have a sense of dramatic naturalism to them. They feel casually true, people with dreams and fears and strong personalities. Something as small and seemingly frivolous as a quest to find new sex workers for a freeside brothel can lead to something like this long conversation with an old gigolo about his life of fame and fortune on the Strip before it all came crashing down on him. Your offer isn't much, but if you pitch it to him right, he feels like maybe it could be one last grasp at the luxurious good life he lost so many years ago. Lesser writing would get hung up on the gigolo part, it would be played for laughs, but instead, here you get a small history of the Strip's culture from an insider's perspective, at the same time as the dialogue humanizes what could be a totally unimportant role. Ultimately, it is an unimportant role. It doesn't affect anything to put so much effort into such small characterizations in the script, but the cumulative effect of putting in all that complexity so constantly and so regularly in so many settlements scattered across the map makes the Mojave Wasteland feel plausible in a way that Fallout 3's self-conscious fourth-wall-breaking simulation never can. The fourth wall is there for a reason. This is the window through which the audience peers in at the world. The world feels real because the audience is unseen and unacknowledged. It progresses as if we were not there, and under the assumption that the characters are as human as we are, and not simply delivery vehicles for the script. Breaking the fourth wall can feel clever, and sometimes it can be, but there is a fragile barrier between belief and disbelief, and often all it takes for an artistic work to break that barrier is to acknowledge that the barrier is there in the first place. Characters treat each other with sincerity and belief in Fallout New Vegas. If you treat your own protagonist that way, if you engage with the illusion and believe in your place within the illusion, the world of New Vegas becomes the most concrete and complex game world of the franchise. Good role-playing is being able to choose among meaningful options. Great role-playing is having choices meaningful enough to make a player question their own assumptions and motivations, to feel the weight of choice. Fallout 3's Wasteland had a believability of tone and aesthetic. It felt, casually, engaging and true based on what is directly represented in front of you in the simulation. New Vegas has a naturalism of character and a complexity of motivation. These aren't representative things. They are unseen things. They are imaginative features evoked by the writing. Fallout 3 is best wherever you are at a given moment within the game world. It exists in the present tense. New Vegas is telling a story, and a story is nothing without the rising and falling action of a true narrative arc. New Vegas is best, then, not in the present tense, but in the big picture, looking ahead to where you're going, looking behind to tally your accomplishments, imaginatively identifying where along the dramatic arc you happen to be. In the present tense of pure gameplay and exploration, New Vegas does struggle. Meeting it halfway becomes critical to enjoying it, because if you approach New Vegas in a purely representational way, you're confronted with the undeniable fact that if you take away the words of New Vegas, the rest of it is shockingly flat and brown. To be fair, so is Nevada. The map of New Vegas does a truly skillful job proportioning the region's most important landmarks for exploration and for questing. The parallels between Las Vegas and New Vegas are strong, deliberate, clever, and constant, in the big picture. Where Fallout 3 surpasses New Vegas is in how it constructs its landscape scenes, how it breaks reality to add hills and detail where they wouldn't actually exist in real life, fictionalizing the landscape more than it has to in order to try to hide its artificiality. New Vegas, in trying to be more accurate to the terrain and layout of Clark County, brings that artificiality into greater relief instead. These long, featureless valley floors with the occasional Joshua tree and cow skull are pretty much the way it is in Nevada. The vibe is right, but in the on-foot pedestrian proportions of the game map, There is a feeling of monotony in crossing these long gulfs of nothing. In real life, there would be less nothing. There would be more plant life, more animal life, more micro-variations in the landscape, but this is the Gamebryo engine, and it cannot handle all that detail. So the effect is like a snapshot taken at a very low resolution. Easier to recognize as accurate than a stylized, fictionalized drawing, but also frustratingly vague in all the detail that's missing. A major complaint people often have with New Vegas is also that the optional exploration areas don't have the same massive, winding proportions as most Bethesda-style dungeons do. A rural police station has just 4 rooms in New Vegas. A shack in the middle of nowhere is just a shack. Sometimes there's a true dungeon, large and winding, built as a gameplay-driven maze. This one, for example, pops out in an otherwise hidden location called Cottonwood Crater. There's plenty of opportunities for exploration, but just as New Vegas is aiming for a kind of light naturalism in its script, it aims for that light naturalism here too with the level design of optional areas. Smaller, faster, less commitment than the Bethesda style, with less danger, fewer rewards, and greater travel time in between them. Equipment rewards, anyway. Narratively speaking, completionist exploration and deep engagement is the only way to get close and connected to some of the most traditional and familiar factions of Fallout, now existing mostly on the margins. New Vegas cleverly uses companion characters as anchor points for the player, creating personal connections first and political connections second. Take Veronica. You meet her at a lonely trading post where she stands out from everyone with her knowledge and optimism. She hasn't been beaten down the way everyone else has, and there's a reason for that, and after a while she trusts you enough to explain why. She was raised inside the Brotherhood of Steel and only left on account of the Elders' disapproval of her relationship with a fellow scribe, Christine. It runs deeper than that, though. Veronica believes deeply in an open, progressive Brotherhood of Steel, one that makes a home of the Mojave and not just hides underneath the surface. The Elders disagree on that point, too. Time has not been good to the Brotherhood of Steel. They are much diminished, pushed out of the NCR, following victory against the Enclave, split in numbers between those who stayed and those who left for the East Coast. Further defeat at Helios 1 and the Hoover Dam has caused them to shrink to such small reactionary proportions that they now closely resemble how isolated the Brotherhood of Steel was back in Fallout 1, but in a world closer to Fallout 2's. Veronica is just about the only person who can save the Brotherhood from itself, and no one will listen to her. Trying to create a good outcome for the Brotherhood is difficult because in some ways the most positive thing a person can do for Veronica is to counsel her to distance herself. The Brotherhood of Steel is so achingly familiar by now that it needs some kind of hook to make it interesting again, and Veronica provides that hook by making your involvement more emotional and personal. It's not just a business. The NCR is similarly humanized through 2 different companions, one a soldier, one a cowgirl. Boone provides insight into the NCR's expansionist push into the Mojave by relating his story as one of the frontline soldiers in that war. Boone's story illuminates the gray, murky quality of the NCR. The Legion commits atrocities on purpose, but the NCR does the same out of carelessness and negligence. Boone would know. He participated in a little genocide, clearing the Khans out of Bitter Springs. The NCR's domestic politics back home are illuminated by Cass instead, the hard-drinking caravan master. She's the granddaughter of Cassidy from Fallout 2. She has an enemy in the Van Graffs, a mercenary band who sell energy weapons in Freeside. The whole Van Graff motive is tied up in a power play back west that you never actually see. Cass is just a pawn. You can let Cass get her own revenge, or talk her into letting the NCR's vast bureaucracy open up its jaws to swallow the Van Graffs. The Van Graffs are complete assholes. Either ending is a good one, but one values the NCR and its rule of law, and the other solution values Cass and her revenge on an individual level. The character with the most secrets is Arcade Gannon, scientist and doctor for the followers of the Apocalypse. He explains what the followers are all about and their role in the Wasteland, but his real connection is to the Enclave, where he was raised as a boy. The Enclave is almost completely absent from New Vegas, aside from a crashed vertibird and some scattered references, unless you befriend Arcade. Through him, you find an entire network of Enclave retirees, living lives in hiding ever since the events of Fallout 2. All older than dirt, but with power armor doing the heavy lifting for them. It doesn't matter so much in the heat of combat. Your quest is to meet each one and convince them to get the band back together, so to speak. If you side with the NCR or Independent Vegas, only one of the old-timers dissents. If you want to fight for the Legion, you'll have to trick them all. The thing that's so compelling about this easily missable but amazing side story is how it humanizes the Enclave more than anything in Fallout 2 or Fallout 3. Most of these people were raised in the Enclave. They took it for granted. Only when it dissolved did they consider it as the force for evil it mostly was. In the lives that the Enclave retirees have lived since then, they've had many ups and downs, gained great complexity, and many scars. Now, as individuals, and not as government, they can redefine themselves one last time. The Enclave is a spirit in the Mojave, a myth, and it appeals to all of these old-timers to take the vertibird out one last time in one glorious final military action, Ghost Riders in the sky. When Fallout 3 decided to incorporate both the Enclave and the Brotherhood, it simplified them down to their most basic properties, the evil jackboots, the noble knights. It sought to use them in a way that was divorced from the context these organizations were in before. New Vegas allows for that context to inform the way that they're portrayed and uses the context to make the game feel like a real sequel. So we have a Brotherhood in decline, moving backwards in characterization and power, and an Enclave that exists more as historical anecdote than fighting force. New Vegas even has the remarkable restraint to mostly refrain from using super mutants at all. While Fallout 3 and 4 have all sorts of justifications for why they keep using super mutants as a common enemy type, New Vegas allows for the fact that the Master and his army were ancient history even in Fallout 2's era. This is decades after the fact of the Master's defeat, most of the mutants having fled east, followed by the Brotherhood's splinter factions. The only ones really left around are the Nightkin, the Master's invisible royal guard from the Cathedral Tower back in the first game. The Nightkin have become their own insular group, obsessed with finding more of the stealth technology that they've become physically dependent on. The Nightkin side plot is woven into the campaign with many small threads, which is such a cool way to do it. Their need for the Stealth Boys is articulated in one smaller part of a larger quest, helping some ghouls leave orbit and flee the dying planet in a spaceship. The Nightkin have nothing really to do with that, but they're in the basement and they won't leave until they find what they're looking for. The stealth technology degrades the mind, creating major mental instabilities. There's a massive open-air dungeon, one of the only ones with any super mutants, with a spiraling road leading up to a communication array. This is Tabitha's territory, a Nightkin who can be either a murderous terror or a heart-glasses-wearing sweetheart, depending on if she has her robot friend. The murders only really started after the robot broke, you see. You fix her friend, everybody's happy. The Nightkin plot reaches its conclusion in Jacobstown. This is one of the most rewarding locations in the game for classic Fallout fans. Marcus, from Fallout 2, runs the town, up by the old ski resorts in the mountains north of Vegas. Here you can even gain a Nightkin companion who remembers being a grandmother before being dipped in the vats. Her choice is between memory and medication, and it is a very sad thing to have to decide. She also gives a window into the inner lives of the super mutants, hopelessly distant from the people that they used to be, trying to make it as something new, whose intended purpose can now never be fulfilled with the death of the Master. There's a former Enclave scientist helping Marcus. Your assistance with his research determines if the Nightkin can ever be helped. This essentially resolves the whole super mutant issue on the West Coast. This was the last dangling plot thread, what happens to the Nightkin. Leave it to the East Coast Fallouts to keep recycling the green meanies. One of the things that initially might seem like it might be missing entirely from Fallout New Vegas is the vaults. This is one of the few main titles where you don't begin as a vault dweller of some form or another. The vaults are still around, but in this stage of the wasteland, they're mostly opened up and ransacked or else full of rust and monsters. Their time is long past. The only remaining ones peacefully inhabited is a hotel and casino on the lower strip, just another themed resort like all the others. The vault experiments in Fallout 3 were unsettling sometimes, absurd most of the time, rarely genuinely shocking. New Vegas, by contrast, has one of the most devious, dark vault experiments in the franchise with Vault 11. It begins with skeletons. The survivors of the vault all choosing to kill themselves instead of going into the outside world. What could drive them to such despair that they never made it past the foyer, past the open door? Well, great story. In this vault, the Overseer was an elected position, and they always had to die at the end of their term. Elections became like golf. The lowest score was the actual winner. They get to live. Year after year, decade after decade, sacrifice after sacrifice, until a discovery. This was all a test, and every year they failed. The vault unlocked the moment that they refused to sacrifice the Overseer, contrary to what they were told. Down at the bottom of the vault, the little chair they sit you in, waiting to die, the smug and saccharine movie that plays for you in your last moments, it's one of the most perfectly ironic moments that Fallout ever constructed. Even better, it's got enough intellectual and emotional meat on its bones to feel like a Fallout-themed Twilight Zone episode rather than just Fallout. It has that 1950s sci-fi focus on social consciousness and surprise twists. It is tremendous environmental and narrative storytelling. This kind of stuff is the beating heart of what makes Fallout feel like Fallout. And the sheer volume of writing of this quality in New Vegas makes it the best Fallout of all. Not all the rewards in New Vegas are narrative, though, if you're primarily playing New Vegas for a Wasteland Wanderer experience. New Vegas has a much, much larger list of total available equipment and weapons than Fallout 3 did. This list began long and then became considerably longer with the game's only non-narrative DLC pack, the Gunrunner's Arsenal. The Arsenal adds whole ammunition types, weapon mods. It makes all the randomly generated loot of lockers and boxes much more worthwhile and interesting. It adds an element of customization to your character's style and looks, where guns are so various and plentiful that they become fashion accessories more than carefully min-maxed winners and rejects. Loot variety is a clever way to elicit player investment in level design that might otherwise be too large and too barren, something Fallout Tactics well demonstrated. Which is just one major thing it has in common with Fallout Tactics. The other major thing is that New Vegas was also developed in a window of just 18 months. With more time, I'm sure the Mojave Wasteland would have acquired even more detail. What's amazing to me about this is how much was included even within that tiny, tiny window of development. Sure, the optional areas aren't as impressive as Fallout 3's, but with only a year and a half to put it all together, it's clear that the priority was the script. The priority was player reactivity and the narrative, and the construction of the New Vegas world map as a narrative, imaginary space more than it ever was a simulational, representational space. Fallout Tactics, in the same 18 months, began with a bad idea and had to heavily workshop it over time to make it work at all, and even then, it all came together so close to the wire that there was almost no quality control at all. New Vegas famously released with a comparable number of frustrating bugs ranging from trivial to game-breaking, but as the game's DLC came out and post-release patches were added, the game tightened up more and more. It's relatively common today for games to release in a rough state and only then be sculpted into shape later, changing the trajectory of public opinion about them, but at the time, New Vegas was an outlier. It was so ambitious to begin with, each DLC expanding those ambitions even further, and yet each time the game was added to, it was improved. Rather than become overloaded, it became tighter, more personal, better balanced. If the Mojave itself balances outstanding narrative design with mediocre level design, the New Vegas DLCs were an opportunity for Obsidian to show that they absolutely can do both at the same time if just given enough developmental support to do so. The first of the DLCs is also one of the best, a casino heist adventure all blended up with horror themes and imagery called Dead Money. A casino heist is an obvious and essential kind of side story to have in any game based off of the actual Las Vegas. And they could have approached it from any direction. It could have been so much more basic, familiar, or obvious. Dead Money is none of those things. It is the most deeply bleak and melancholy part of New Vegas, one of the most moody and dangerous locations in all of the Fallout franchise. All of Dead Money is essentially one interconnected dungeon. All the complaints about the optional locations being simple and underwhelming are addressed with interest in how the DLC crafts the winding, intricate streets below the lost Sierra Madre Casino. The adventure is broken up into the classic 3-act structure of any heist, getting the team together, doing the job, and then revealing the twist. The level design is divided between these acts and moods as well. Gathering the team takes place in the poisoned, crumbling villas of the resort town that was built up around the Sierra Madre. It was meant to be the grandest and most expensive casino in the entire American empire, the absolute height of taste and luxury, set to open the very day that the bombs fell. The grand gala event never happened. The casino remained sealed, an unresolved promise of transformative wealth. A toxic cloud later leaked out from under the casino, poisoning the air, mutating what remained of the workers who built the thing, their numbers reinforced over time by the many fortune seekers to wander into the thick red haze and never wander out. The vibe of the DLC is just immaculate, tremendous. It is a fabulous mashup of Fallout's tragic ironies, its signature mid-century aesthetic, and a long history of haunted house media where the grand, dilapidated mansion with unresolved secrets has been established as basically a perfect narrative hook. It never loses its grip on the universe of Fallout while completely transforming the tone of the environment and the methodology with which a player has to mechanically engage with that environment. Your inventory is emptied when the adventure begins. Captured by a rogue Brotherhood elder, all you're allowed to begin with is a bomb collar around your neck. Everything must be scavenged and bought with local currency. Each neighborhood of the villas emphasizes a different sort of trap and constructs a different sort of maze. At the heart of each maze is an NPC without whom you can't begin the long-awaited gala event. This is about as dense a level design as the engine will allow for. Every corner, every corridor, every shattered storefront and abandoned closet has something of either minor or major utility, which you'll need because the enemies, the ghost people, regenerate if not dismembered completely, kind of a Quake 1 twist. This doesn't just contribute to the horror theme, it helps create an atmosphere of total oppression. Every single enemy is relentlessly dangerous and, at the higher levels of scaling, extremely durable to begin with. The poison fog adds further pressure and difficulty. Plus, your bomb collar goes off if exposed to feedback from speakers, so radios and PA systems in the environment become the most deadly obstacle of all. This is what creates a truly traditional dungeon crawl experience. Every room has a value to it. Every room has a danger to it. You need to be rolling a d20 to check for traps and notice secrets pretty much every time. In an actual tabletop setting, play moves at a rate much slower than a digital RPG. Everything has to be described and discussed and resolved between multiple people. Simulational exploration allows a player to blast through any given dungeon pretty quickly in the main campaign. By dialing up the hostility of the environment and making the player build up an entire combat tool chest from scratch, the pacing of Dead Money slows back down to a crawl, a dungeon crawl, slow and careful and steady. In this way, Dead Money is a throwback not just to Fallout 1 and 2, but that whole era of RPG design. In many ways, it feels like a Fallout version of the famous and excellent Watcher's Keep expansion for Baldur's Gate 2, an incredibly dense, intricate environment that constantly builds on its level design and narrative threads, tugging on bits and pieces of the deep lore to set up a big finish finale. The DLC even uses the casino heist frame to provide you with a temporary but fully developed adventuring party made up of characters with competing ambitions, morals, and motives. Dead Money surpasses any given part of Fallout 3 in terms of quality, and it's better than the grand majority of New Vegas besides. Only Lonesome Road is able to improve on it. On its own, Dead Money is an excellent adventure. It's what Dead Money thematically adds to the game as a whole that makes it truly indispensable. Dead Money takes a lot of inspiration and reference from one of the best mid-century Western movies, Treasure of the Sierra Madre with Humphrey Bogart. In it, two men take advantage of a third prospector to go after a great trove of gold dust. Complication and death ensues, and in the end, the gold dust blows away in the wind. At one point, a character named Howard opines on the true value of gold. Quote, "Say, answer me on this one, will ya? Why is gold worth some $20 an ounce? 1,000 men, say, go searching for gold. After 6 months, one of them's lucky. 1 out of 1,000. His find represents not only his own labor, but that of 999 others to boot. That's 6,000 months, 500 years, scrambling over a mountain, going hungry and thirsty. An ounce of gold, mister, is worth what it is because of the human labor that went into the finding and the getting of it. There's no other explanation, mister. Gold itself ain't good for nothing except making jewelry and gold teeth." End quote. Somewhere within the vast, empty halls of the Sierra Madre is a cache of gold so vast it represents the entire fortune of pre-war industrialist Frederick Sinclair. Millions of dollars of gold, an impossible fortune in either the pre- or post-war era. Someone's going to get it, and everyone else is going to lose. Every single one of the ghost people who you dismember or run from represents Howard's 999. This particular treasure of the Sierra Madre is more valuable than just the gold, though. It's also the casino itself, its poison clouds, its murderous holograms. The casino is a weapon. The types of greed at play, then, include lust for power and not just lust for gold. This is Elijah's interest in the Sierra Madre, the rogue Brotherhood elder. When the NCR seized the Hoover Dam and drove the Brotherhood to the margins of power in the Mojave, Elijah left to find something powerful enough to defeat them. Your companion from the Brotherhood on the main map, Veronica, was once a protege of Elijah's. Unbeknownst to her, it was Elijah who manipulated her, exposing her relationship with another woman named Christine. Veronica left to wander the wastes more or less aimlessly, and Elijah waited instead for Christine to follow him and take her revenge. He used Christine, surgically altering her voice so it can open the doors to the gold vault. Christine is the good companion, helpful, hopeful, but mute from her recent surgery and unable to provide any exposition until the very end, when she begins to heal. To find enough suckers to throw at the casino's defenses, Elijah recruited a deeply damaged supermutant with a split personality to go out and kidnap folks. Sometimes he's obedient, predictable. This is Dog. Sometimes he's intelligent, cutting, cruel, like the Master's lieutenant in Fallout 1. This is God. You can unite the two at the climax or encourage one personality to consume the other. Dog God is an interesting enough character, but mostly adds to the atmosphere more than the lore. He's menacing and strange like everything else. Your final companion, though, is the most important, to the lore anyway. Famous pre-war crooner Dean Domino. Domino's posters are all over New Vegas. As a player, you've almost certainly seen reference to him. If you've been paying attention, he'll come across as a genuine surprise celebrity within the Fallout universe. Dean's been here the whole time. The whole plan was his from the start, really. If you manage to confront him without violence, or without beginning with violence at least, he'll give you the whole backstory. Sinclair built this place for the beautiful Hollywood starlet Vera Keyes. Vera was Dean's creature, though. He blackmailed her into being his agent in the world. She seduced Sinclair, and he built this whole casino, all for her. Her voice opens the vault. All that Dean and Vera had to do was wait for the opening gala, slip in, slip out, and leave Sinclair swinging in the wind. The end of the world threw this plan into chaos, but Dean could never let go. He stayed, for centuries, waiting. The heist part is the least of the adventure. The interior of the casino has some good level design and takes a tolerable foray into stealth-driven gameplay, but the place is empty except for the ghost people and the ghost holograms, just shattered rooms and broken corridors, like any other New Vegas interior, really. It's the short third act that really has the impact in the DLC. The vault isn't what you think it is. Sinclair's motives aren't either, not quite. He did love Vera Keyes. This was for her benefit, but it was for his as well. He knew the war was coming, like others in the old American 1%, like House did. He prepared. Everywhere you see the casino's signature phrases, let go, begin again. The world is ending. All this wealth is actually meaningless. So Sinclair spent with wild abandon, as if there was no tomorrow, because he knew damn well that there would not be one. This wasn't to impress Vera. It was to protect her from the apocalypse. He knew about the betrayal from Dean eventually too, and altered the vault accordingly. Once the account files were accessed, the vault would seal forever, transforming into a tomb. This was a trap meant for Dean and Vera, sitting unsprung until you come along. Plus, the gold. More than you can ever carry. Uselessly heavy. Most players can probably steal a brick or two, which is off theme, but not fatally so. The message, the dark irony, still comes through. Elijah becomes snared in the trap instead of you if you can manage to sneak past him, sealing his fate, forever united with the object of his ambition and obsession. In recognition of the power of player choice, this is also New Vegas' only instance of a secret bad ending, a la surrendering to the Master in Fallout 1. If you join Elijah, the two of you conquer the entire Mojave, smothering the NCR and Legion both in a toxic cloud of red death. It's an extreme game-ending choice, so including it as an option at all creates narrative weight. This is no Fallout 3 binary. You can push things to both complexities and extremes, and still expect the game to honor that impulse. If you weren't allowed to cling to the Sierra Madre, the dramatic choice to let it go, to let the gold dust blow away in the storm and laugh it off, wouldn't feel like a true and personal choice. The Sierra Madre was always a tombstone. It was built at the end of the world, in a style fit to send it off. Sinclair's only love never loved him. His only friends were never friends. Frederick Sinclair was always alone, besides his money, and the money never really meant anything. To begin again was his fantasy. He chose poorly, his world chose poorly. To let go is the only way forward. It was too late for him to begin again, and no one was ever willing to let the Sierra Madre go, even when it killed them. Besides, perhaps, you. For a piece of video game DLC, this is tremendously clever and uncommon thematic cohesion. But it gets even better when you consider how the Let Go, Begin Again theme applies to all the DLC to come, weaving throughout each of the four and creating resonance between them. The next DLC, Honest Hearts, is a complete inversion of Dead Money, a predominantly outdoor open-world adventure set in Utah's Zion National Park and revolving around the legacy of Caesar's Legion. Honest Hearts incorporates quite a bit of unused lore that was originally intended for the long-deceased Van Buren project, re-injecting it into this side story where it had to be cut for time during the 18 months development period for the original campaign. Like Dean Domino, the main antagonist here is someone you've likely heard about in rumor and myth. When the NCR and the Legion fought at the first battle of the Hoover Dam, Caesar set fire to his own general and tossed him into the Colorado River for his failure. The man lived, though. The burned man, Joshua Graham, has ever since appointed himself the protector of Zion, looking after the tribes in the valley, preparing them for inevitable conflict with the rest of the world. Honest Hearts is fascinating in that it tries to take the actual culture of Utah into account, building its narrative from the tension between the Mormon attempt to create Deseret, their holy land, and the native populations who had lived in Utah for thousands of years and had their own opinions about the place. This puts Honest Heart in what's actually a difficult position for a piece of fiction. It has to choose whether to fictionalize its native populations or try to represent actual tribes like the Southern Paiute. It's easy to say, oh, you should have used real tribes if you're using real Mormonism, but the curveball here, creatively speaking, is player choice. Players can choose to be tremendously cruel to almost any faction in the game, and when that's fictional, it is all fun and games, or mostly anyway. New Vegas allows a player to build almost any kind of character they like, and even added a perk for Honest Hearts that adds extra dialogue for evil characters when dealing with tribals, called, naturally, Sneering Imperialist. It is hardly condoning such a thing, it's within the umbrella of the satire, but it would also be wildly offensive to pair something like that with a real-life tribe. Instead, the game presents the tribes as a muddled mixture of native traditions and American cultural decay, orphans from both traditions, not remembering where they came from, not knowing exactly where they're going. Joshua Graham and his disciple Daniel, as Salt Lake City Mormons, see it as their duty to provide that direction. It's an uncomfortable theme to touch on, but Honest Hearts tries its best to do well by the complexity and treat it as something heavy. Joshua and Daniel are not heroes, they're flawed people with opposing perspectives, united only in their faith and assumptions of superiority. Honest Hearts' plot is surprisingly focused on the philosophies, politics, and consequences of how Caesar's Legion has expanded across the Southwest. The NCR a person understands pretty well, either from Fallout 2 or from most playthroughs. The Legion genuinely benefits from some clarification about what's going on internally. In the years after the war, Salt Lake City became a post-war nation called New Canaan. At the urging of the Legion, a war band called the Whitelegs razed the entire city. Those Whitelegs have followed the trail of Joshua Graham here to his refuge in Zion. They despoil his holy valley. They also ambush your caravan at the beginning of the module, killing everyone but you, giving you plenty of reason to have beef with them personally. Without history, in the absence of culture, Zion's more peaceful Dead Horse tribe has come to regard the Burned Man as a mythic figure. They'd follow him anywhere, especially to war. Graham's disciple, Daniel, is more of a pacifist. He's also much less of a leader. Daniel is a false liberal. He cares about the tribe, but infantilizes them, lies to them, withholds information. He values their innocence and sees them as children of God, empty minds and empty hearts, waiting to be filled with the light of the Lord. Not a fan. Daniel's chosen tribe is called the Sorrows, and what happens to them forms the core of the central moral choice here in Honest Hearts. Daniel wants to lead them away from this holy valley, away from the Whitelegs, away from the war. The Dead Horses are going to fight come hell or high water, but the Sorrows are undecided. You can choose to defend the exodus of the Sorrows with Daniel, or join the forward assault on the Whitelegs with Joshua. It's hardly a binary, though, and requires thinking through, like in how Daniel is feckless and presumptuous, and how his obsession with innocence is kind of toxic. This valley is isolated from the howling void of war and politics outside. To lead the Sorrows out of it with nothing more than faith in God and good vibes is to invite predation and, well, sorrow. It's not to Daniel to say for them. They are adults. So siding with Graham is absolutely siding with the villain, but he's a villain who's on the verge of transition towards the warlord he was before, or perhaps towards finally laying things to rest once his valley is safe. The player acts as Graham's conscience in this moment, which is tremendous role-playing variation to have in a DLC like this, splitting not just once, but splitting again here at the end of Three Mary's Canyon. This is both revenge and fulfillment for Graham. This is who he is, who he has been, who he enjoys to be. The Burned Man. You can goad him on, but then his legacy will be violence. This is his moral threshold. If he crosses it, he's lost. But if he doesn't cross it, then he'll never be this close to the edge again. The valley will calm. Peace is restored. Whatever the tribes will be, they'll be, while the fleeing whitelegs are themselves destroyed by other stronger raiding parties once they leave the valley. Even though the tribes lost their history, there is a chance here in Zion to build a new one. Your choice, to flee, to seek vengeance, or to stay vengeance, determines that new culture. This has happened to the Sorrows before, in the way they got their name in the first place. It was given to them by another wanderer, long ago. There is a tremendous volume of diary-style writing in the Fallout franchise, lost logs and journals left by the dead and dying in every crevice of these ruined worlds. The peak of quality and style for the diary entries is found right here in the mostly unmarked side story of the survivalist, Randall Clark. In caves all over Zion National Park, Clark journaled his long and difficult life in the valley and beyond. It's the pacing and personality of the journal that's so impressive. They're bleak, adventurous, intriguing, and paint a picture of eras of the apocalypse that a player has never seen. They begin when the war did, in the blinding flashes of nuclear apocalypse. Clark lost his wife and child that day. He finds another in the years after, among the other survivors who braved the Utah desert. He loses her too during childbirth. Then years of vengeance, killing cannibal vault dwellers from Vault 22. Then years of renewed hope, optimism, seeing new faces come into the valley. He helped these new faces, unseen, leaving books and notes. As decades passed and he grew truly old, he became a spirit to them, a myth, the helpful father of the mountains. Too flattered to put a stop to it, Clark allowed this belief to flourish. He even walked into a winter storm to die so that his ruse would stay undetected, his body still there on the mountaintop with his final log still lying in his rucksack along with his special rifle. He writes, quote, "In the notes, well, it's almost embarrassing, almost like those cards people used to like to give each other, everything sweet and loving. I tell them to read and to learn and to make the most of their new home. I tell them that I'm giving them Zion as a gift to make up for all the sorrows of their lives so far and all the sorrows man has visited on man. I tell them to be kind to each other and modest. I tell them to never hurt each other, but if someone else comes along and tries to hurt them, to strike back with a righteous anger. Stuff like that. I sign every note, the Father, because, well, just because." End quote. 100 years later, Daniel comes preaching about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and all the Sorrows immediately think, right, yeah, exactly, the Father. You get it. Clark grew up in a Christian world. He wasn't trying to pass down religion, but in trying to pass down morality, he passed down the framework by which his morality was constructed. So Mormonism felt very familiar to the otherwise cultureless tribes of the valley. This is such fantastic post-apocalyptic fiction. It is truly engaged with the ideas and themes of the genre, especially the idea of cultural transference and decay through time. Clark is a well-written character, vivid, forceful of personality. The years the journal moves through, the pictures it paints of unseen places like Canada and Denver, the alternation of sparse and lyrical entries as joy and despair trade places over the years, it's an extremely small novella in its own right. Clark's story has influenced the entire conflict arrayed before you in the valley as a player today. It weaves in and out of so many small details of the park and the DLC. And the park itself is a pretty deliberate and compelling response to the accusation that the Mojave Wasteland can be a little flat and dull in the environmental design, flat and dull in the colors, flat and dull in the detail of the landscape and the scope of its vistas. Honest Hearts creates a painted desert of pink and reds that uses verticality at every opportunity to create scenic vistas. It recreates some of the features of the real-life national park roughly, but it doesn't aim for fidelity the same way as the main world map. It takes artistic license to aim instead for what's most pleasing to the eye within the proportions of the playable space. It is constantly gorgeous, and the clarity of the colors puts it in such sharp contrast with Dead Money. The impression is meant to be Edenic within the limits of what an Eden can look like within a desert anyway. It merges the American context for Zion, the natural splendor of Utah, with the biblical and Mormon context for Zion, the yearning for Deseret, the craving for a new holy land on a new continent for a new kind of weird religion handed down on tablets by an angel named Moroni. You can construct your own jokes with that name. The possibilities are basically endless. Yet, it also flavors the pot with a thematic thread that binds all the DLC together, the push and pull between letting go and beginning again. neither Daniel nor Joshua will let go of Mormonism, and this holds back the tribes from creating truly novel culture. Just as the survivalists did, Graham is unknowingly passing down corrupted parts of the old world, like radiation damage in a person's genes. He is corrupting the thing that he loves in his attempt to protect it and guide it. Like Dead Money, Honest Hearts has a very bittersweet core. It is fundamentally melancholy, full of irony and regret. Letting go, here in the New Eden, is just as hard as it was in the vault of the Sierra Madre, but you have to let go to begin again. That's where the hope is, the optimism and the beauty. This is, after all, the post-apocalypse. Just because what comes after is more difficult doesn't mean it can't be better. It's impossible to guarantee any one outcome over another, whether terrestrial or divine. The only thing a father can do is pass on what they perceive to be wisdom and hope for the best. Randall Clark put it in his final words, quote, "I wish them all well. It's been a gift to me, at the end of it all, to behold innocence." Even if their color palettes and level design are essentially opposite, Dead Money and Honest Hearts are tonally consistent and of a piece. They're heavy stories. They're dense, both with ideas and with map icons. Something that truly benefits Fallout is that contrast, though, including diagonal approaches within the same greater framework of the player's overall journey. So, by that logic, the tonal diagonal of these two DLCs would be some kind of big, sprawling comedy relief DLC with low stakes and fun choices. Welcome to Old World Blues, an interval of Futurama-style shenanigans designed to explicitly wash the taste of some of those hard decisions right out of your mouth. It's not atonal, it's simply a major shift away from the traditional mood and dramatic weight of Obsidian-style quest design to pivot instead to an almost Bethesda-style 1950s-inspired absurdism. Old World Blues is joyful, playful, and low stakes by way of being too ridiculous to feel any pressure about what's going on. For example, you start off lobotomized and vivisected, missing your brain, heart, and spine. It's fine, though. They've been replaced with some real whiz-bang upgrades. Your brain is even so happy where it is in its jar that at the very climax, you've got to argue with yourself to get your brain to return to your poor, battered, irradiated body. Shit's goofy, man. It is true comic relief that way. It takes things to places just as gory and violent as before, sometimes even a little more so, but it's all just goofing around. The vibe is intensely Fallout 3 that way, ironic juxtapositions and atomic age absurdism by way of an ultra-violent scavenger hunt. Player-driven exploration and dungeon diving on a medium-sized map is the majority of the experience in the DLC. Pretty much all the dialogue is bookended, a crushingly huge amount of comedic exposition at the front and then an extended debriefing at the end to quantify how invested you were. The ending of this DLC is determined much less by choice than by how thorough you were in your exploration, how completely you upgraded the unique equipment. The main quest choice still has a major effect on the epilogue. Choice is just no longer the point of engagement. Fun and learning are the main enrichment center activities at the Big Mountain Research Facility. It's run by the Brain Trust, pre-war scientists who have forgotten their old identities and become hopelessly insular within the enormous force fields surrounding the compound. This is everything that Mothership Zeta was not in terms of mid-century influenced sci-fi. It's grounded within the setting, it's got good jokes, and it's got non-consensual surgery at the hands of weird little guys. It sacrifices nothing of Mothership Zeta's visual flair while dumping absolutely everything that made Zeta annoying. The size of the map is a major bonus as well. It feels equivalent to and possibly larger than Zion and Honest Hearts, something it accomplishes by sacrificing visual splendor. It's like Fallout 3 environmentally that way, a lot of monochrome rocks and concrete filled with hidden loot and diversions, the majority of which aren't along the main path or required in any way at all. It's mechanically engaging enough to pretty much forgive the muted landscape. Old World Blues is fascinating to me in this way because it shows how, although you can't smash them together at the same time, the Obsidian and Bethesda house styles are improved by taking a break from one style to pivot to the other for a while. Fallout 4 even does this with its Far Harbor DLC, using the smaller map and discrete structure of the expansion content to experiment with tonal and narrative priorities, creating a narrative-first adventure for the first time in Bethesda's stewardship of the franchise. Old World Blues takes the Fallout setting and adds a high-tech screwball comedy twist. There is such a mix of useful weapons and silly weapons, some of which are the same thing, such as this chain gun that uses a dog's brain suspended in biomed gel to increase its firing efficiency. Imagine how dangerous these inventions could be if they weren't also so incredibly silly, which is, precisely and literally, the twist. One of the best aspects of Old World Blues is that it's 90% ridiculous, but it doesn't go the full hundo. It maintains connective threads with the other DLCs and the broader plot arcs that are perfectly serious and are meant to be taken seriously. Old World Blues came out after Dead Money, but I wonder if it would be more fun to play it beforehand, because there are a large number of direct connections and lore explanations for things that Dead Money allowed to remain unexplained and mostly thematic. The holograms, for example, were developed here in a long-abandoned lab with photos of Vera Keys strewn all around. In this shattered lab is an early prototype of the protective suit that the ghost people wear. You can't get the suit within Dead Money, and you can't enter the DLC fresh with the suit either because of the inventory dump situation, but you can get it here in this DLC for use across the wasteland, if you want. The Big Mountain facility is based off of the White Sands facilities around Alamogordo, where the atom bomb was first developed, for years a center of American military research. Not everything at Big Mountain was dog guns and robo-scorpions. There were some seriously nasty, world-ending stuff being developed here. It even ties together some side stories that weave throughout multiple pieces of content. Here's the Agricultural Research Lab, where Vault 22's Spore Plague was developed. The first spore person, Patient Zero, lurks in the grass still. In a fun twist, it also retcons the origins of Fallout 2's spore plants to be related to this research. Even though it's minor, having the lore reach back to Fallout 2 is a fun amount of historical depth for the setting. The Spore Plague destroyed Vault 22, infected its population, and drove them into the Mojave and beyond. They fled then to Zion, where Randall Clark spent years killing them off in a war of retribution. 100 years later, spore plants surround the graves and camps of the Vault 22 survivors in honest hearts. Little tendrils of suffering and disease radiating out from what folks refer to these days as the Big Empty. This is where Elijah first discovered the location of the Sierra Madre. This is where he stole the technology of those bomb collars he fitted you with to do his dirty work. The slave collars of the Capital Wasteland in Fallout 3 were developed right here for use on Chinese detainees, tying into Point Lookout's inclusion of a concentration camp styled on the real-life history of Japanese internment during World War II. All those scars on Christine's head back in Dead Money were the same lobotomy machine that got a hold of your brain here. Were it not for the screwball comedy around every corner, this facility would be in the tradition of the GLOW or the Mariposa Military Base, research centers dedicated to pushing the boundaries of science without the inconvenience of a boundary of morality. The FEV, the supermutants, all the myriad and murderous Vault experiments that ended in torture, madness, and collapse, this is the same exact thing, but with more jokes. The Brotherhood of Steel was originally created as a direct reaction to this sort of research environment. This is what sent them down the path of monastic isolationism, fear and mistrust of technology, hoarding it away from the unworthy masses. The jokes, then, are kind of a smokescreen. The final reveal actually ties everything together into one unified mood, which is a tremendously impressive hat trick for any kind of content. All DLC long, the evil Dr. Mobius sends his army of robo-scorpions to thwart you. He is the deliberate, chosen antagonist of the Brain Trust, constantly taunting them and attacking them from his base of solitude in the Forbidden Zone. The final boss fight is not against him, but against his Mega Scorpion, which you can fight as if it's a real adversary, but since this is a comedy, you can also just run around behind it and turn it off. Sad trumpet noises ensue. When you confront Dr. Mobius, he tells you his secret truth. Mobius is not his name. No one has their name. Everyone's personality was erased. Mobius did it to stop them from continuing the research, from continuing to create world-killing weapons. All any of the brain robots know is the confines of the Big Mountain facility, and Mobius keeps them distracted from ever asking the big questions by taunting them and insulting their pride with his robot scorpions. To tame the beast of science, he knitted finger puppets to cover its claws. It's an oddly touching twist, something that Futurama is also deft at doing, constructing an emotional punch using little more than bit humor and sight gags by creating some kind of believable, sympathetic core at the center of all that gooey nonsense. The only thing that doesn't quite work for me is the sync, your player residence in the DLC. It's possible to use it as a player residence in general once the DLC is over, but I never really felt an impulse to do so. Factional housing, like the safe houses or the Lucky 38, always felt more appropriate. Every appliance in the sink has a personality, even when that's exhausting and annoying. Sometimes it is funny, like a toaster with a dream of toasting the world and cleansing flame, But each and every appliance gets its own epilogue slide, and it feels kind of exhausting. You end up getting more feedback about a pair of light switches and their on-again, off-again relationship with the jukebox than you do some of the best quests in the main campaign, which frustrates. Narratively, Old World Blues is the least of the DLC, but that's natural because it's the one that depends on narrative the least for its success. It is every bit as good at establishing mood as Dead Money, it's just an opposite kind of mood to go for. It's the Crossroads DLC, where your path intersects with that of the other DLC's main characters and one of the hidden sources of the world's technologies. It foreshadows what's to come with the other courier who was here before, who asked a similar kind of question to Elijah. Elijah wanted the Sierra Madre. Ulysses, the courier, wanted to know about the missile silos of the Great Divide. The main thing the epilogue here does right is help define Ulysses' motivation as a villain for the next DLC. It's in the title, Old World Blues, an inability to let go, an unwillingness to begin again, an obsession with all that was lost in the apocalypse, fixating on those lost futures that died along with everyone else in the Great Apocalypse. The epilogue offers that perhaps, with time, Old World Blues can heal into New World hope. Ulysses doesn't want to wait for the world to heal. He wants to cauterize the wound right now so that the diseases of the NCR and the Legion ideologies will be purged from the body politic. And now, with Big Mountain's authorization codes, he has enough nuclear weapons to actually do it. Lonesome Road is my favorite piece of content in all of Fallout. It is, narratively and visually, exactly what I have always wanted from a novelistic, post-apocalyptic RPG. The only thing I wish is that it had been more fully integrated into the main campaign, with more foreshadowing. That's important because if you knew that you once had a home, it would make the homecoming even more sorrowful. Lonesome Road is a brilliant series of very small open-world areas arranged as a linear path along highway into the heart of a place called the Great Divide. A pilgrimage is a very difficult variety of quest structure for an open-world game to pull off because of how players are trained to interact with the landscape. Players scavenge and scour a location in every possible way, most of them anyway, where some just kind of rush to get through to the end. Neither are served by a pilgrimage, a slow and steady linear progression through historical ruins and relics, building context before arriving at the holy object of the quest. A pilgrimage is a tremendous way to travel, but mostly in real life. It generally requires too many guardrails to keep a player on track within the context of a truly open-world game. Lonesome Road is full of those guardrails, but it creates absolutely believable reasons for those barriers being there within the landscape. There's an almost effortless naturalism to it. Of course, every time something in a game where every rock and every tree is placed manually by the developers feels effortless, it means it actually took an absolute shit ton of effort to put it there, with a good helping of creative artistry on top of it. The DLC is essentially divided into 3 long, semi-open world sections, divided by winding underground passages. The history of the Great Divide is slowly revealed as you go along, and it ties almost all of the game's themes together in one powerful knot. The Divide was always a bit of a windswept hellscape. It was a Defense Department community built around an extensive silo complex, home to many dozens of ICBMs. They never launched for the most part, though. Before the events of the game, your character, as courier, was one of the only ones willing to brave the Divide. You forged a path, built it into a possible contender for regional power. And then the NCR gave you a job. Take a piece of technology from Navarro to the Divide. The NCR didn't know what would happen, but it detonated most of the missiles in their silos. The ground collapsed, everyone died. All that's left is irradiated ruin within the storms that now rage much harder than ever before, scouring winds with sand that flays the skin right off a person's body. It is incredibly evocative, and it's not inert post-apocalypse. This is recent. This is a fresh and radioactive wound on the landscape. This way, the DLC can dial back the clock on the kind of wasteland that it's able to portray within the setting by more than a century. Lonesome Road is intended to be the very last piece of content you play before the final confrontation and climax of the Hoover Dam, and that is where it's best placed in the narrative. At the absolute height of your power, at the absolute apex of your journey, having already made your choices about who your character is and why, ready to defend those choices in the face of intense questioning. This is the end of your long and winding path, the last major piece of DLC released for the game, and it's the end of the path for Ulysses as well. It works best like that, courier versus courier. His path is one of disillusionment. Ulysses has been in the background since Honest Hearts. It was he who organized the Whitelegs when they sacked New Canaan and razed it to the ground. But he knew what was coming for the Whitelegs: annihilation and a decimation. The NCR would be no refuge either. He had a low opinion of the NCR even before they destroyed the Divide through sheer carelessness. Ulysses wants both the bear and the bull destroyed. That's why he wraps himself in an old American flag. He doesn't feel a sense of belonging to any modern nation. He's got those old world blues, and he's got 'em bad. Just as you walked into the Divide and accidentally destroyed your world once already, Ulysses is taunting you into doing it a second time. The deeper in you go, the more you have to help him, the worse the situation gets. Just about the first thing you do is reactivate one of the long dormant silos to wake the monster marked with a proud emblem of the lost United States of America. The past repeats itself in Lonesome Road. You follow your own footsteps down paths you hadn't even known you walked. You follow history back from post-apocalypse to pre-apocalypse, when these weapons dotted the whole of the American landscape, gleaming, new, and unused. In one instance, you have to fire a nuclear weapon just to get by. It happens suddenly, without warning. It seems like you're just throwing a door switch. The missile is old and wobbles and detonates in a mid-air burst not too far away. This creates a semi-secret area of the DLC called the Courier's Mile. Without relying on time travel, this is as close to the day that the bombs fell that a player can get. It's such a bleak, awful place. The Courier's Mile isn't about bosses or dramatic reveals. It's just a chance to experience the mood of present apocalypse, not pre-apocalypse, not post-apocalypse, with the concrete still hot from the blast. The Courier's Mile is the only part of the DLC that goes backwards, either from a narrative or a navigational standpoint. Everything else in Lonesome Road pulls you inexorably forwards, towards Ulysses, towards the bomb, towards the most radical possible opportunities to let go and to begin again. For me, Lonesome Road really begins after the first area. It's useful to get your bearings, get a handle on some of the new mechanics like hunting for warheads to detonate, which will often open up new areas or loot caches. The blowing wind and dense dust creates a nice, oppressive atmosphere, but what it lacks is a vista. After a tense shootout through a series of caves filled with nasty little underground guys, kind of like the Trogs but a little more fantastical, the Lonesome Road becomes the High Road, a now ancient freeway exchange that suspends the road far above the broken valley floor below. The High Road is a mix of scenic vistas and vicious death claws, as visually exciting as it is mechanically engaging and difficult. Given enough time, one civilization's mundane infrastructure becomes like some wonder out of a fantasy novel. It happened to the Romans. While quaint by today's engineering standards, the Roman aqueducts still inspire a sense of wonder and awe, an imaginative yearning for the lost world they represent. The American interstate freeway system is bound to be one of those things. It is a whole separate conversation to discuss the kind of complex social history behind the freeways in American cities. In terms of pure concrete, they will long outlast their social context, and that's the source of this more romantic interpretation. The DLC's High Road is better than nearly any other environment in the franchise at evoking that Roman melancholy, that sense of lost empire, never to come again. That romantic nostalgia persists even when the loss of empire is arguably a good thing. Neither the American or Roman empires were what you'd call ethical empires, if such a thing was even possible. Grand works just always seem grand, I suppose, with a grandeur that intensifies as the world around them decays, replaced with either trees or trash. Freeways are such a symbol of American empire specifically, American might, American excess. Autoducts to dwarf even the most impressive of the Roman aqueducts. To use a freeway with such tremendous visual artistry to deliver a player to the end of the road feels thematically perfect. It begins the process of grabbing all the many threads of symbol and thought in New Vegas and tying them together into a single coiled rope. The final approach to the climax is down at the canyon bottom, through the depths of the Divide, where the skyscrapers have tumbled down the hill to lie in broken heaps. Even here, at the threshold of the end, player-directed exploration is a huge element of the level design. There are secret caves hidden in the back of fallen office buildings. There are nooks and crannies to explore, and dozens of tiny rewards tucked into every one. The main motivation for doing so is upgrades. Upgrades for the special rocket launcher and upgrades for Eddie, your iBot companion. Eddie is in the main campaign, but only has a very basic backstory unlocked through bringing Eddie with you to listen in on certain key conversations where key words are uttered, unlocking the iBot's memory. Those memories are much expanded on here in the DLC, making Eddie one of the most flesh-out backstories out of all the companions, ultimately. Upgrading Eddie here transfers back into the main game, turning an underutilized companion into a nearly indispensable one. Trying to spark an emotional connection between you and the iBot is important, because the game is going to try to leverage that against you. If you want to fully stop the missile launch, Eddie must make a heroic sacrifice. And what a brave little toaster he is if you make that choice. But you don't have to. In fact, you can side with Ulysses, or talk him down. There's a wide variety of motivations and outcomes that can be accounted for here. That's even the point that Ulysses is largely trying to make. These missiles had a purpose, and war was only part of it. They are technology designed to unmake a world. They unmade the last one, and they can unmake this one as well. Wipe it clean for something new. Ulysses is a fascinating villain because his villainy is based on confusion and uncertainty. He feels caught between nations, caught between eras. He's stuck in what feels like an irresolvable, personal, existential tension. Wasteland has become frontier. What if freedom, true freedom, is only possible in the anarchic vacuum of the wasteland? To talk him down and disarm the missiles is one way to let go. Violence is self-perpetuating, war never changes. Let the missiles rot and see what blooms in the garden before salting the earth all over again. Like the Master in Fallout 1, though, Ulysses is an antagonist because of a twisted and misdirected optimism. He has utopian longings, but all his life he has been disappointed and betrayed. As a Legion spy master, disappointing and betraying others was Ulysses' explicit job. Nihilism has backed him into a corner, and that's where the human animal is most dangerous. To launch all the weapons to nuke both the Legion and the NCR is by far the most devastating and consequential choice that a player can make within New Vegas. By design, actually. Future Fallout games in the West Coast half of the setting can take either or both nuclear outcomes into account and wipe the slate clean from these nations, from these huge, sprawling empires that have such impact in the lore. In the ending where both empires are nuked, the epilogue says it's 200 more years before another generation of itinerant adventurers discover what it was you and Ulysses actually did. What a consequence. It's theoretically possible a player would choose this ending for the same reason they might have nuked Megaton in Fallout 3, just wanting to see the big boom and sheer dickishness. But this is unlikely in New Vegas. If you're narratively invested at all, saving or destroying the Mojave frontier and potentially nuking it back into a Mojave wasteland is a deeply political choice. The upcoming second battle for the Hoover Dam, the original climax, is a tipping point in the history of the region. The fortunes of nations will shift depending on the outcome. This is different. This hits them where they live, destroying the Legion camp of Dry Wells, or the NCR garrison along the Long 15, or both. As a courier, you have the power to connect. To use your power to forever sever the connections of the Mojave instead is a powerful and dramatic betrayal of your original role. But perhaps you've decided that nothing less than another Armageddon will wipe the slate clean enough to truly begin again. Or perhaps that laying down the weapons and letting go is the greater expression of compassion and good. The only truly perplexing thing would be to put in all the long hours it takes to reach the end of your road without having strong opinions on where it gets to go from here. The second battle of the Hoover Dam is a bit like Fallout 3's battle for Anchorage, more bark than actual bite in the mechanics. It feels more like an actual battle, at least than Fallout 3 was able to portray. New Vegas gives players a trial run at becoming familiar with the Hoover Dam environment with one of the quests leading up to the full climax. The president of the NCR, a Reagan-like figure named Kimball, is coming to visit the dam and give a speech. He's gonna fly in, say some words about the destinies that are about to shift, and fly out. The Legion has an assassin there to meet him. If you're with the Legion, that's you. But otherwise you're on Kimball's side, since that means the most stability for the time being. Or not, you could throw the whole thing. Player choice still rules all. I love this because of how truly far the NCR has come since the days of Shady Sands. Out here in the Mojave, the NCR is stretched to capacity, poorly funded and largely inept. But back in California, things are back to an almost 20th century standard. Democracy and corruption, speeches and campaigns, cattlemen and army generals. The NCR has got the old world blues so bad, but they've done all right by it. The end of New Vegas is the end of the frontier, one way or another. This post-apocalyptic era of chaos and murder is ending, winding down, prefacing an era when the corpses are tilled under the earth to let the crops grow on the bone meal. And here you are, at the very crest of that wave, riding it, trying to influence the rushing flow of change. The real boss fight, like Fallout 1's, is in being able to talk your enemies into quitting the war entirely. Both Caesar's legate and the NCR general can be convinced to leave the Mojave and never return, and this can be done with either speech or barter to slightly different results, which I found fascinating. It opens up the nonviolent endings to characters who leaned more into pragmatism than sophistry, which is a thoughtful inclusion to make. You only need to convince both armies if you're angling for an independent New Vegas. Otherwise, it's whichever one is your chosen enemy that you have to convince. In putting off the ending for as long as possible, being as thorough as possible, there is always, for me, a sense of bittersweet pride in reaching this point. It's a meaningful validation of all my long hours of toil, but I'll miss those hours. I love this world. I really do. And a true narrative ending means having to say goodbye. The epilogue slides are more complex than Fallout 2 by a huge margin. They cover a massive amount of choices and account for some very small variations in how you solved them. NPCs, especially companion characters, voice their own epilogues. This personal touch doubles down on this feeling of bittersweet goodbye. There is a certain subtle sweetness to the whole affair this time around. Van Buren never happening was such a blow to the developers, to the fans of the franchise, but then the impossible happened and we all got a second chance at Van Buren with New Vegas. Lightning doesn't often strike twice. If this was the last chance that these developers would ever have at creating a Fallout within the tradition of the 90s originals, Obsidian was going to take it seriously that way, treat it as the one chance. There are ways to keep the West Coast Fallouts going, including the hard reset options provided by the Lonesome Road nuclear options, but it'll be years before we see another game like New Vegas, if we ever do, within the Fallout franchise. So the game has a strong sense of finality within this epilogue. New Vegas 2 would have to actually exist to know which endings are the most important, which ones have canonical value. As it stands, with no sequel, if this is the end of the trilogy that began with Fallout 1 and 2, every ending has equal canonical value. Any player's path is the true one, honored by dozens of epilogue slides worth of detailed feedback about that player's path through the world and the weight of their actions. That's what role-playing should be about, not adhering to a linear script, but creating a story in collaboration with a dungeon master or narrator or game systems. New Vegas is one of the most beautifully reactive, uncompromisingly political RPGs of all time, topped only by Disco Elysium. And Disco Elysium doesn't have the Mojave. New Vegas is such a rare sort of game. It knows exactly what it wants to be, and it works as hard as it possibly can to provide the most comprehensive version of that experience. It can make it hard to appreciate sometimes what the Bethesda Fallouts are doing when I love every single detail of New Vegas so powerfully. To appreciate the games to come, the hard part becomes simply judging them on their own merits, based on their own design goals. As much as I want them to be, not every Fallout can be a New Vegas. Dead Money was pathetic. In the end, what I struggle with the most in New Vegas is just letting go. There were signs and portents that Fallout 4 was going to be an even more radical departure from the classic Fallout structure. I just ignored them because I typically don't play mobile games. Fallout Shelter is a strange, narrative-free settlement builder where you manage one of the great underground vaults as Overseer. You build them out in a way that reminds me vaguely of playing Sim Tower as a kid by Maxis, with a lot of waiting and grinding and tempting you with premium currency piled on top of it. At first, I didn't get it, and nearly shrugged and gave up after about an hour with Fallout Shelter, but it turns out that I had been missing the point. The point is to get me to spend money on frivolous things that I don't need. Fallout Shelter starts off fast and generous, giving you many lunchbox loot boxes with all sorts of useful items, equipment, and even vault dwellers to get you started. This takes your vault through the first array of basic resource production rooms. It'll then stall out quite deliberately at around 18 vault dwellers. This is important because at 20 population, the Overseer's office is unlocked along with questing mechanics. These very simple outdoor exploration quests are the only break a person has from just waiting for resources to refresh. Your population is a resource you can increase as well by assigning 2 dwellers to the same living space until one of them gets pregnant. Breeding is the right word for it, as divorced from kink as the game actually is. The loot box reward dwellers have much better stats than your basic folks, so it's useful to rotate a stud through the living quarters if you've got a male dweller with good stats. Which kind of begs the question, Just what the fuck are we doing here anyway? What is this game? Well, what you see is what you get. Raise the population, get fancy rooms, make more basic rooms, go on quests. None of this made sense or was appealing to me until I finally complied with what the game wanted and spent $5 on the beginner's bonus box. This gave me all the resources I needed to get into the questing part of the game, which was actually much more interesting. Not genuinely interesting, but much more than staring at a collection of rooms, hoping that eventually the game would deign to allow me to build more. With the application of $5, I was allowed to play the game. I played through the first baby boom, which unlocked quite a few rooms in a row, but I soon lost interest as the game stalled out again. I'm sure I could solve this with the application of more money, but now I had, actually at least, seen the majority of the game mechanics and fulfilled my duty as a critic to engage with the game on its own terms. And what cynical terms they are. The rate at which you acquire items during Wasteland quests is so much faster than the regular game that it seems like an exciting bonanza, but compared to even the most basic Fallout 3 fetch quest, there's no substance here. There are apparently quest chains, but I don't feel obligated to spend enough time with Fallout Shelter to explore them. I know how it will go. I will wait, and in my waiting I will be tempted to spend cash. If I spend cash, I will be satisfied, and if I don't, I will be unsatisfied. That's the game. Sim Tower, ultimately, is much more complicated and engaging of a title. By 2019, website MCV Develop reported that Fallout Shelter had grossed over $100 million in lifetime microtransaction sales. That's like nearly $70,000 a day, far more than can be accounted for by that $5 beginner's box. I absolutely cannot fathom Fallout Shelter creating that much enthusiasm, compelling that much financial investment, even if it does come mostly from a few whales. Because for me, what I don't get about it is that it seems to have no endpoint, no definitive reason for me to either perform or not perform the tasks asked of me by the game. If I play for a long time, this just makes it easier for me to keep playing for a long time. The curve of advancement is as flat as Nebraska. It's Fallout themed, sure, but that's not enough for me to get a Fallout feel from it. How I feel about it is clearly completely immaterial to anything, though. $100 million of income, just from a mobile game, developed to build hype for Fallout 4 in the months leading up to Fallout 4's release. Remember, Bethesda bought Fallout as an entire intellectual property and trademark for only $5.7 million. The revelation I received from Fallout Shelter is less about the game itself, and more to do with everything I found predatory about Fallout 76's cash shop and premium subscription. I feel like the user data regarding how much a game can withhold and how much that withholding can be leveraged that Fallout Shelter gathered must have guided Fallout 76. Fallout Shelter is not a game I play. I am the game that the corporation behind Fallout Shelter plays. My data is added to the model, and my $5 are added to the pile. When I think about Fallout, I think about it as art. I think about it through my experience as a player. I think about it as a story being told. I rarely, if ever, think about Fallout as a consumer product in a business context. And that's why I'm just a critic and don't actually make the games. Fallout, by the mid-2010s, was no longer just a role-playing game. It was big business. Fallout 4 made $750 million on its first day on the shelves. And it did this, despite being, to my mind, the weakest of all the mainline titles. Fallout 4 is a tough nut to crack, harder for me to evaluate now than when I first played it years ago. It's the most modern of the Fallouts, the most smooth and contemporary in its presentation and world building, even compared to Fallout 76. It has a dense and vertical world map that is unlike anything that the franchise has tried to portray before, creating a more technically impressive wasteland than any previous Fallout title. It's just not creatively impressive the same way that it's technically impressive. In terms of artistic depth and narrative meaning, Fallout 4 has the weakest wasteland of any mainline title. Fallout 4 is very driven by factional politics, tracing some of the structure that made New Vegas so impressive, but the factions themselves are not narratively weighted against each other the same way they were in New Vegas. They interact awkwardly and poorly. A major criticism that people have made against Fallout 4 is that the dialogue is bad. And coming back to the game and spending another 100+ hours with it, I don't really think that that's the case. It's much more complicated than that. The problem with Fallout 4's dialogue is the same problem that extends to nearly every other aspect of production. It's fine. It's mostly okay, and okay is not bad. A bad game is actually much easier to talk about than a giant 100 to 200 hour game world that is just okay. When it functions smoothly. When it's good, it's enjoyable, but not especially memorable. When it's bad in a bland way that fades from memory just as easily. Fallout 4 is nearly always adequate. What a rat-fucked position that is for a game critic to be in. What changed my opinion about Fallout 4 from it's bad to it's adequate is a change in hardware. I began recording footage from a computer closer in time to when I originally played, so it can't get the graphics up past medium. It runs choppy. The choppier Fallout 4 runs, the more a player is confronted with other disappointments in the dialogue, or the arrangement of the world map, or the deprioritization of role-playing in favor of the crafting loop. The majority of footage for the video was instead captured on my newer desktop, where I could play at maximum graphics, except for weapon debris, which I had to turn off due to a game-crashing bug. Smoothing out the frames per second smoothed out how much I was paying attention to the things that irritated me. The game looks very pretty. It's a pleasant enough place to be. If the game runs smoothly, the crafting loop feels better, and the experience becomes less disappointing and more okay. Fine. Just all right. Fallout 4 is a substantial, deliberate improvement on Fallout 3 in terms of creating a simulated environment. The lighting systems are more bright and naturalistic, the colors are much more vibrant and lush, the gunplay is vastly improved to the point where it becomes mostly enjoyable on its own. The better the game looks, the smoother it plays, the easier it is to forgive or ignore its frustrations. Fallout 4 is a simulation more than it is a role-playing game by a huge margin. The franchise just isn't willing to fully admit this until the advent of Fallout 76. So here's the thing about Fallout 4's dialogue. If it was truly bad, it would have generated some kind of memeified bit like, "Have you seen my dad?" It never did. Even now, trying as hard as I can't exactly remember how any single line of dialogue went. It's all just a mush of impressions and summaries to me. I know who I spoke with and what about, generally. I even remember well the vibes of the companion NPCs and their side quests, but not one single thing that any of them ever said stuck with me. That's not the fault of bad dialogue. That is a whole different can of worms entirely. The biggest actual improvement in dialogue over Fallout 3 is the elimination of block paragraph player response. This was the thing that made everything feel both too formal and too weak to work in Fallout 3, having to choose from a variety of options that were all in some way disappointing on the face of them. In Fallout 4, you simply choose a general approach or attitude based off of one single word, and then the voice actor for the player character will take it from there. It feels much closer to actual dialogue than anything that Fallout 3 ever did. There actually is a relatively natural back-and-forth rhythm going on that feels, if not cinematic, at least good enough for cable. Brian Delaney and Courtney Taylor particularly, do an excellent job of presenting the player in a way that is easy to agree with. They deliver their lines with just the right amount of joy or anger or skepticism or sadness. The naturalism of their line delivery makes it very easy to accept them as a representation of yourself in the world. In Fallout 3, the game relegated dialogue and narrative role-playing to just one more mechanical function of the simulation. Fallout 4 does the same, but it hides it better. It takes longer to catch on to the fact that there's actually less going on in Fallout 4 than Fallout 3 in terms of the dialogue system. Fallout 3 committed hard to binary role-playing, even when the binary was nonsensical. Obvious good versus cartoonish evil. Whatever option A is, option B is guaranteed to be the diagonal opposite. In Fallout 4, you have 3 versions of yes and 1 version of no at any given time in the dialogue. There are still role-playing choices to be made, but these are mostly oriented around faction choice, fully saying no to a quest instead of saying yes and solving it in a contradictory manner. The 3 positive answers are yes eagerly, yes sarcastically, and ask a question. It's this last one that annoys me the most, having spent so much time in the world of Fallout 4. Asking a question advances the dialogue 1 tick in most instances, meaning that you forfeit the option to characterize yourself in either the eager or sarcastic way. A sarcastic response by the player will provoke a different reaction or a different line of dialogue than guess eagerly or ask a question, but functionally, there is no difference between the 3. They all advance through the same stages of conversation and arrive at a conclusion where something has been determined on a yes or no basis only. Quest accepted, yes or no. Quest solved, yes or no. Some characters, like the infamous Preston-Garvey, assign you quests merely by speaking to them at all, taking even that binary choice away from the player. The fact that ask a question advances most dialogue by a tick means that being curious about the world leads to the blandest possible player character characterization. You can go hours in the game without saying something that's actually definitive or substantial about your character. And this is at the heart of why no single line of dialogue is especially memorable, good or bad. They are all roughly equivalent and lead to roughly the same outcomes. The only exception is speech checks, whose success or failure does branch the dialogue. However, again, dialogue in Bethesda Fallouts is a function of simulational gameplay more than it is narrative for narrative's sake. Because conversations take place in real time within the environment, you can quick save and quick load right in the middle of a conversation to brute force a preferred outcome through save scumming, if you want to. Similarly, a player can just walk away in the middle of a conversation without even saying goodbye, or, as often happens, be interrupted in the middle of dialogue by some wandering monster or a dungeon enemy that you had failed to notice. Part of this is to allow the player to seamlessly transition from first or third person to the dialogue camera perspective without freezing the world in place in a window behind the dialogue box like Fallout 3 and New Vegas did. Presentationally, this is much better. But it's also an artistic priority. Gameplay literally takes priority over the dialogue. Dialogue is tangential to your present tense existence within the simulation. Radiant quests support this perception. Assembled from a list of objectives and locations on the fly, these repeatable template quests simplify the point of questing down to providing an incentive bonus of extra XP and extra loot to going out and exploring map dots you haven't found the time for yet. There are certainly well-written quests and characters within Fallout 4, unique and bespoke things that could never have been assembled from template, but these things are not the majority of Fallout 4. The majority of Fallout 4 is the story of the sole survivor of Vault 111 and their never-ending journey to find more adhesive, ceramic, and loose screws. Small items and objects in Bethesda role-playing games are often interactive in ways they wouldn't be in other titles from different studios, which might unify a table, its plates and forks, and a bowl of fruit into a single static object within the environment. Bethesda game engines separate all these objects, so while the table might be static, the tableware and the fruit, and even the bowl that the fruit is in, would be separate, distinct items that can be moved around or taken into player inventory. This is a massive amount of interactivity, but in most instances in games like Oblivion, Skyrim, and Fallout 3, that interactivity is only really utilized occasionally. In 85% of instances, the objects and their physics interactions are unimportant and frivolous, just background. Background is important, of course, you've got to dress the set, but I'm specifically saying that there was no real tangible benefit to these objects being interactive at all in the first place in most circumstances. Fallout 3 included a weapon that allowed a player to launch random junk, and New Vegas had introduced a survival mode where the player had to eat and drink to live, creating much greater utility for hundreds of in-game items. Fallout 4's entire structure, its entire 100-plus hour player experience, is dedicated to solving the conundrum of how to create utility out of all these thousands of discrete objects that are just lying around everywhere. Fallout 4's big ideas all orient around the problem that free will poses to a game developer within a simulated open world. How does a game throttle and unify the advancement curve for so many thousands, if not millions, of permutations for how a given player will move through and complete the content? Fallout 4 grabs tight hold of several different advancement curves and then stretches them all out together, like a rubber sheet, across possible difference. Leveling Up completely rejects skills for the most part, instead basing character sheets on the special stats and the incremental advancements and ability trees that unlock with special point investment. It's meant to slow a player's arc of power to a crawl. Because enemies level up with you for the most part, it is not very possible to become truly overleveled or overpowered. Any sprint to the finish on your end is just met by a commensurate scaling in enemy level and inventory. So if the player's power is throttled to a slow advancement rate on the character sheet, inventory like weapons and armor become very important comparatively. These weapons and armors are, in turn, throttled into their advancement by the upgrade system. To keep them competitive with the enemy's level scaling, you must continually invest scrap in your weapons, the upgrades themselves locked behind ability points on the character sheet, and the random chance of learning a schematic when you deconstruct a weapon or armor at a workbench. The random chance of learning upgrades means that a lot of churn and burn of inventory is further incorporated into throttling player advancement. To churn and burn at the rate required to stay at or ahead of the curve, most enemy weapons gain utility as scrap. Because upgrades cost exotic scrap, Every other discrete item in the environment gains utility as well. Desk fans, typewriters, globes, any old thing is now a point the player needs among thousands of other points to pull from the environment. Even pencils can contribute lead for bullet crafting. Everything has utility, and so no part of the environment becomes decorative or useless. Each room is a scavenger hunt, even the most boring closet or office. Of course, this also means a flattening of the difference in how a player experiences a dungeon. There is now no such thing as a fast or slow-paced dungeon. They all take precisely as much time as it takes for a player to find and acquire the useful scrap. After enough dungeons in which the whole purpose is to just rifle through shelves and desks, the Radiant quests begin to make more sense. It makes a person want some kind of extra motivation just to shake up the rhythm a little bit. Because the scrap requirement of upgrades is often so high, and because you level out of weapons and need to modify new ones from the ground up from time to time, the choice of what dungeons to go to is much like the choice of what flavor of yes you want to respond to an NPC with in dialogue. Functionally, they all lead to the same place. They all have the same fundamental meaning. Doing one thing or doing another doesn't especially matter because in the grand scheme of things, you'll just say yes in one way or another to most of the quests and most of the dungeons. Fallout 4 allows for a remarkable diversity of approaches in how to tackle the content, but the content itself only ever accumulates into the same thing. You are draining numbers from the environment by looting and scavenging, while the environment is draining numbers from you in terms of ammunition and health. Balancing those columns is, for better or worse, the actual game of Fallout 4. And at 28 frames per second, that makes me very sad. But at 60 frames a second, I feel just whatever about it. It looks nice. I'm having an okay time. Don't hate it? Close enough. I'll balance those columns. Why not? Upgrading isn't the only utility for scrap, of course. It's also the basis for Fallout 4's most equally robust and superfluous new system. Fallout 4 is framed in a way that seems initially like a good idea. You begin before the war itself as an enthusiastic participant in neo-50s suburbia. You're married, choosing either to be the husband or the wife of the pair. The husband is a war vet and the wife is an ex-lawyer, but later on in the post-apocalypse, they both incorporate aspects of both job histories, and so the difference in background is never especially meaningful. The point is that you begin with a vision of exactly the way things always looked in the old posters. The old rusted cars before the rust took hold, the homes before the roofs collapsed, the city skyline before the whole world collapsed. This is all kind of cool if you take it from a perspective of lore, that this is the way the world said it was before the war, so here's a time-traveling glimpse into that lost era. If you take all the post-war scraps of advertisements and all the government missives about what America and Americans are supposed to look like if they're fulfilling their patriotic duty, then this is that world of which they were speaking. And because it's in gloriously detailed 3D and looks just knockout, it's very easy to stay at this surface level of accepting this as the way things were. The harder part is realizing that something is missing. It can take hours of gameplay for the sense of something being missing to sink in, but for me and many others, there is a feeling of toothlessness to the game world of Fallout 4 this time around compared to the West Coast Fallouts, even to Fallout 3 in many ways. It all comes back around to this opening framing device and what it represents. In pursuit of lore, Fallout 4 has embraced everything ever said in a holotape in the Fallout universe about the pre-war world as neutral fact. The game has no appreciation for the perspective that, as a parody of actual 1950s Cold War domestic propaganda, much of what was initially constructed about the pre-war world in the Fallout universe was meant either ironically or sarcastically. A major point of the white picket fence suburban obsession is that this way of life was largely a fantasy and a myth to begin with, a false ideal intended to be used as a cudgel against those who would not or could not afford to conform to it. The idea at the heart of the original game's satire is that this pursuit of the suburban ideal caused the resource wars and the nuclear war, that America refused to give up this white picket fence fantasy in the face of an overspent, overleveraged world and chose global banditry instead. There's a small amount of darkness in the Fallout 4 intro in the form of being immediately co-opted into an evil Vault-Tec experiment, one where you are the sole survivor, but this is not thematically well connected or contrasted to the suburban paradise that you flee from. Your little slice of suburban heaven is not only blameless, the nostalgic pursuit of reconstructing it is an actual, mechanical game system. As foreshadowed by Fallout Shelter, Bethesda had decided that adding community building elements to the game world would deepen the simulation and give the player another aspect of customization and control. The frame of losing and then rebuilding your suburban neighborhood is meant to provide a kind of narrative weight and meaning to an otherwise fiddly process of tinkering with settlements. Like most aspects of Bethesda Fallouts, the mechanical aspects of the simulation came first in design, first in priority. To someone who cares about Fallout as a dark satire, presenting the pre-war era in an uncritically nostalgic way is an obvious and confusing error. Why would they do that? To someone looking at Fallout 4 instead as a list of features which need to be pitched and sold to the player, then creating skepticism for the pre-war world and rejecting suburbia is itself the obvious error, obviously contradictory to the goal of enticing players to use the settlement system. Going home after being cryogenically frozen, finding your robot butler still tending your dead garden after 200 years, you're meant to have sympathy for the poor guy and take joy in cleaning up the town, buffing off the rust and restoring the shine to the neighborhood of Sanctuary Hills. Then the theme continues through an actually very clever unification of historical themes. Sanctuary Hills sits where the Revolutionary War had its first exchange of casualties, where blood was first shed on behalf of the American nation. America began right here, and now with you, it begins again. You're a slightly radioactive Johnny Appleseed, using the settlement system to plant little gardens of civilization wherever you go. Your character is referred to as the sole survivor, but that's not really the primary legacy at play. More important is your role as the American who remembers, or the last American. The game leaves it completely open-ended how you will now interpret that American mandate towards settlement and expansionism, but make sure to frame the initial pitch in a triumphant and uncomplicated enough way that whatever answer a player gives will be valid. In previous games, the idea that war never changes and history is full of dark repetitions was a criticism being made. It was meant to be ironic and sad. Fallout 4 tries, awkwardly and foolishly, to put a positive spin on war never changes. If war never changes, we will always need heroic young men and women to fight the good fight and do the good work. The repetitions and cycles of history are noble, good, even necessary. And because the game is more primarily about filling your inventory with typewriters and desk fans with which to moderately improve your rifle, this total reversal of narrative perspective and intention is surprisingly subtle in the actual experience of playing the game. The game looks cool and feels rewarding on a moment-to-moment basis, which obscures and distracts from the actually very fundamental shift in narrative intention. Because the narrative is just one small aspect of the simulation of player experience, a lack of narrative cohesion and a betrayal of narrative perspectives has absolutely zero bearing on the success or failure of the loot loop. It's only obvious at the margins, the beginning and the end of the game, when the game attempts to set up these perspectives and bring them home. In the long middle where the actual game occurs, it's like a vapor, a humid problem with the game's atmosphere, where there was once a sharp and dark critique of American consumerism and expansionism, and now there is only a vapid celebration of the same. It's not visually perceptible or traceable to a single source, but you can feel it on your skin, cloying and unpleasant, anywhere you go. Settlements require even more scrap than your other advancement curves, although this can be somewhat mitigated by assigning settlement residents to scrap collection tables, which will then acquire random odds and ends in your absence, or you can take points in an ability that lets you establish trade routes between your towns to share their inventory. Thematically, these extra layers of the loot loop fit into the post-apocalyptic fantasy of the simulation pretty well, but functionally, if you get really into the settlement system, it takes far more scrap to build anything cool than would ever be automatically collected for you. It becomes one more self-perpetuating, self-motivating layer of the scrap loop, another drain on your numbers, which you must then go back out into the environment to replenish. Like with the previous games, it's my inclination to save talking about the DLC until after discussing the base game experience, but in Fallout 4's case, I feel compelled to make an exception. Fully half of the DLC released for Fallout 4 revolves around expanding the options available for building settlements, and the other 3 DLCs all add extra buildings, templates, and game mechanics to the settlement systems as well. It cannot be emphasized enough how absolutely central to the game the settlement system is meant to be. The problem is that the settlement building game, thematically and mechanically, is a contradiction of much of what gives adventuring in Fallout its unique vibe and aesthetic. The best Fallout games revolve around the idea of consequence. You make your choices, the choices matter, and the world is changed by your passing. The settlement system is meant to provide that sense of consequence in a simulational context instead of a narrative context. You're changing the wasteland, right? It's obvious, it's visual. All these little towns weren't there before you, the player, put time and resources into growing them. The Commonwealth is like a little garden, and all the workshop locations are like planter boxes within it. It comes to life at your direction and under your guidance. The problem is that these settlements only matter in a simulational context. They have no narrative impact and no narrative value whatsoever. There's no narrative feedback based on their success or failure. Fallout 1 and 2, through their epilogue slides, feel much more meaningfully active to me, the player, than Fallout 4 does because my actions have been given resolution or meaning. Settlements in Fallout 4 will never experience resolution. They will never create meaning on their own. They will wait in the dark until you reload the save like so many forgotten Animal Crossing islands, and even then, they will never arrive at any sort of conclusion that isn't trivial. You will always be just balancing numbers until those numbers are at maximum, in which case you must pat your own back and tell yourself job well done, because it surely wouldn't matter to anybody else. Nothing about settlements amounts to more than a factoid, trivia. Oh, yeah, I had a 20-population town myself. There are people who do artistic things with it, creating interesting and meaningful architecture within the limited templates, but that's also part of my point. You're playing with Legos. There's meaning if you create meaning, but it's bring your own beer on that one. The Contraptions Workshop add-on, for example, allows you to build little assembly lines and stuff with switches like how redstone ore in Minecraft allows for basic circuitry. It was popular in Minecraft, why not in Fallout? Nothing from that DLC even remotely compelled me to try it out. The earlier Wasteland Workshop DLC allowed a player to manipulate people and animals. You can create box traps from mole rats or deathclaws and then make them fight in an arena, or make your townsfolk fight, or put them in stockades. The manipulation of game assets is the point. It is no longer expected to suspend disbelief in any way and just take the game world seriously. You are now using the settlement system to take NPCs and bonk them together like action figures having a fistfight. It makes a toy of everything and reveals the game itself to be fundamentally more a toy than it is a work of fiction, which, considering the tradition and history of what previous Fallout games have achieved, is pretty fucking sad. The worst offender by far is the actually very large Vault-Tec Workshop DLC. It has a whole string of quests where you help a ghoul finish the Vault-Tec experiments that she was supposed to finish years ago. It is part exploration quest in a large and boring cave, part tutorial for the new Vault settlement components, and part direct insult towards the very concept that things in the game world should carry weight or meaning. It reduces Vault-Tec as a villainous presence down to a series of practical jokes. Why not torture the NPCs? They're not real, and it's kind of goofy. Feel free, build your own vault. Yes, vaults. One more completely value-neutral, politics-free, artistically empty aspect of the game world. I mean, sure, they used to be a supporting pillar of the satire and dark comedy. They used to be horrifying and sad when used correctly. Who cares, though? If it supported the dark comedy once, surely it's just as good at supporting simulational slapstick comedy instead. Anecdotally, the Vault-Tec Workshop resulted in one of my first failures as a professional writer. I had been asked to write about the DLC for now-defunct Rolling Stone gaming outlet Glixel, and I came up with 4 very weak pitches, all of which were rejected with good reason for being inherently frivolous. I tried to explain to my editor that, yes, there were some characters and quests and dialogue, but it had no narrative and nothing to say. If it had nothing to say, I didn't know what to say either. So I got paid my first ever kill fee for non-completion of a contracted article. Vault-Tec Workshop exists because, in the construction of Fallout 4, the player is understood to be the only thing that's real in the game world. Maintaining lore, maintaining tone, creating thematic resonance and meaning, these things are all secondary to player fun. Would it be fun to build your own vault and run your own vault experiments? Sure, if nothing is real and nothing matters. In that case, why not? Have fun. Fallout New Vegas is such a tremendously good RPG because it's invested in maintaining its own sense of reality, in suspending disbelief instead of wallowing in it. Even Fallout 3 believed in a cartoonish black and white moral binary, although evil in that game was essentially a position of solipsistic engagement. Fallout 4 is, by contrast, one of the most utterly solipsistic games ever created, top to bottom. It treats serious investment in the fiction of the game world as a problem for the simulation to solve, something that can be watered down and weeded out in pursuit of making a more interactive toy. By the time we talk about the very last DLC, even the settlement system will be trivialized and negated in the quest for more content and simulational bloat. So what place does story have within Fallout 4? Primarily an organizational and motivational one. Story in Fallout 4 is the thing that guides you from location to location as you pursue the scrap that actually holds value. Story organizes the map between regional factions and helps provide hubs for the Radiant quests to radiate from. In terms of actual NPC-littered towns, the traditional bread and butter of an RPG game world, Fallout 4 doesn't have much more going on than Fallout 3 did. The main hub is Diamond City, which should get at least some recognition as the best designed town in the modern Fallouts. It has a believable structure, taking over and fortifying Fenway Park. It has fun ironies, like putting the farms out in the baseball fields where the green monster is, or having an NPC who's a parody of a Boston baseball fanatic, except he has no idea how the game actually went. He wants you to gather a bunch of baseball artifacts while pretty hilariously misunderstanding the purpose of every single item, assuming the game to be a blood sport to the death. The Robot Valentine's detective agency, the 50s pulp trope of the snappy reporter and the corrupt mayor, it all coheres into a vibe that genuinely does feel like something out of an era-appropriate Astounding Tales genre magazine. The proportions are right, a perfectly simulational mix of commerce, residential dwellings, and agriculture. The tone is good, but it's also an area of contrast to the early isometric Fallouts and how they did their cities. Fallout 4, even in its post-nuclear construction of the world, struggles with the sarcasm and skepticism that made the game universe's lore and tone so interesting in the earlier titles. Fallout 4's Commonwealth is heavily invested in mid-century pulp tropes, very 1950s characterizations of fast-talking wise guys and gravelly-voiced detectives and dangerous dames on the lam. Fallout 1 and 2 don't feel that way. They take that era as their initial starting point, the point of apocalypse, but the post-apocalypse is quite deliberate in showing cultures surrounded by the ruins of that 1950s era and having neither sympathy nor interest in understanding what any of that gone-away stuff means. That is such a source of the original ironies of Fallout. It's a parody of the whole idea of the 1950s as a golden age to aspire to. It was gilded in the thinnest of gold over nothing but papier-mâché and scrap lumber, and once it collapsed, it blew away in the wasteland breeze like it was nothing. Only fools chase the past in the West Coast Fallouts. Fallout New Vegas plays around quite a bit with 1950s tropes as well, but always in that same sarcastic way as the traditional Fallout titles. Benny in his Tops Casino is cosplay for a man who always wanted to invent a fancier version of himself. House is a malignant holdover from that lost pre-war era. The NCR's nostalgia for pre-war America is tempered by how continually that veneration leads to the same failures and crimes as American expansionist policies caused in the first place. Each use of a trope in Fallout New Vegas is grounded and altered by the passage of time since the war. They are distorted echoes in a post-nuclear world. Fallout 4's frame causes it, instead, to seek continuity between pre- and post-nuclear Massachusetts. We see the height of the American civilization in the suburban cul-de-sac of Sanctuary Hills. We awake a couple hundred years later, and then, crossing the North Bridge to Concord, we set out, deliberately and explicitly, to make history repeat itself and bring a new Commonwealth into existence. From one of 4 total options, narratively. The irony for Fallout 4 comes from emerging after 2 centuries of sleep and finding just the same kind of massholes you left behind in the pre-war era. The game builds its tone using that new, lighter irony as its foundation. This is a post-apocalypse that doesn't leave the 1950s behind. Instead, it carries that era's pulp tropes lovingly forward into the new era, riffing on everything from the golden age of comic books to the era's obsession with the implications of artificial life and thought. I'm not necessarily saying it's bad. The lighter tone and the brighter, more colorful visual design of the game world in Wasteland go hand in hand together. The tone of the game no longer stems as much from narrative as it does from the radio, fun-loving big band sass and brass. Cynicism about consumerism and trying to provoke a moodier, slower feel does not support the primary gameplay loop. Taking things at face value does support the primary gameplay loop. There's a bit from Rick and Morty that I'm really fond of where Jerry, the most regular and everyday character, gets convinced by a talking cat to take the cat partying in Miami. Repeatedly, the cat insists that the point of Talking Cat is just to have fun and not ask questions. Naturally, this is because the cat is hiding something terrible, but the punchline is mostly a joke about genre. Is the purpose of a fantastical thing to provoke reflection, or is it to indulge in whimsy, even if that whimsical thing is just lying to you? So long as you don't ask questions about the talking cat, the genre is comedy. We're all having a good time, and that good time will continue as long as you just go with it. As long as you don't get all deconstructive and reflective about it, like some kind of lame killjoy who doesn't want to put first-class tickets to Miami on his credit card. Because if the deconstruction being made by Fallout is that the civil defense era was a farcical hellscape of papering over actual problems with fake smiles and expensive doodads, then it becomes complicated to embrace those doodads and the saccharine, empty promises of its advertising as a means of uncritical, unencumbered fun. Fallout 4, narratively, is less a single cohesive work of genre fiction like Fallout 1, and more a pastiche of popular and recognizable affectations of that gone-away era of 1950s science fiction. Good times, great oldies, here at 104.1 The Nuke, bebopping the night away with all your classic favorites like A Man Made of Metal and The Twilight Zone Twist. The plot is something you tune into until it repeats itself, like the radio station, to season the simulational experience with flair and flavor. The simulation would function just fine without the story. In fact, the entire Radiant Quest structure exists based on the idea that narrative is merely an extra justification for things that you would already do in the gameplay. So perhaps the answer to the question, what place does story have in Fallout 4, is simpler than the long answer I've given. Might have been easier to just say decorative. As much as I dislike all of that, it's not the thing that disappoints me the most. It's that, compared to Bethesda's very own previous game, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, the wasteland of Fallout 4 feels cramped and limited. Skyrim managed to create a place that felt truly like a cohesive nation, different biomes, different cities with unique cultures and concerns. Skyrim took what Oblivion had attempted to do and made it all so much more natural and smooth. Skyrim still sells so many copies on so many platforms because it genuinely is a masterwork in creating a tangible sense of place and of a player's existence within it. It is a vastly superior game to Fallout 4 in terms of both narrative and simulation. Fallout 4's wasteland is so tightly clustered around the Boston downtown that there's simply not enough space for nations to exist next to each other. There is so little room in the game world that none of the factions really control territory, so to speak, like the factions in New Vegas do. The Minutemen are essentially the default faction and ending. You get their quests automatically as part of the early game, and supporting them just means engaging with settlement mechanics and adding new settlements from time to time, as well as annoying timed quests to go and do brief wave defenses at this settlement or that settlement. The Minutemen don't believe in much of anything other than being helpful, which is about as blandly universalist as it is possible to get. It makes supporting them effortless, but also completely uninteresting. As the only actual character with agency, being helpful is my business, and I will not tolerate competition from Preston Garvey. Similarly, but more frustrating, is the Railroad. The essential conflict in Fallout 4 was set up back in Fallout 3 with that side quest in Rivet City. The Commonwealth is run by a secretive technocracy that dwells under the old Commonwealth Institute of Technology ruins, creating synthetic androids that murder and then replace actual humans, taking their place and steering events according to the wishes of the Institute. The synths have no say in this. When they get the choice, they usually choose to run. The Railroad are synth-sympathetic humans who help them escape beyond the reaches of the Coursers, Terminator-like synths who act as collectors for the Institute. Without the Railroad as a faction, the fiction might feel more self-contained and meaningful, but the Railroad tangles the fiction up with non-fiction in a way that is actually very frustrating. The Android Railroad is a way to interact with the language and emotion of slavery and liberation without actually connecting it to any of that real-world history or politics. While the history of the actual Underground Railroad is mentioned and acknowledged, this echo ends up being extremely toothless because of its reframing. It is impossible for anyone with any decency at all, anyway, to advocate for a pro-slavery position in the modern era, but since the Railroad is a part of a factional system, there is necessarily an opposing side the player can choose. By supporting either the Brotherhood of Steel or the Institute, part of wrapping up the main quest involves wiping the Railroad off the face of the earth, gunning down each and every one in their hideout below the Old North Church. So to make either of those endings casually enjoyable in any way, the Railroad has to be in some way disconnected from real human truth. It's speculative now, just sci-fi. Do androids dream of electric Brahmin? Are they truly worthy of humanity and autonomy? If you're invested in the fiction and want to express pro-social values within the game world, sure, absolutely. But we also know the truth that the narrative is entirely tangential and no NPC is either human or autonomous. In New Vegas, supporting Caesar's Legion was a pro-slavery position for a character to take, but one that was obviously vile on the face of it, and the perspective was constructed as an evil path. Here, the Institute isn't much of an evil path at all, just a callous one. It's weighted with a number of twists that make it narratively appealing, deliberately. So I tried out the Institute ending this time around, having done the Railroad last time, and was surprised at how little difference it made in my experience of the game. When everyone seems like an artificial copy of a person, in a truly solipsistic world where I am the only true thing, the question of supporting or denying the autonomy of the synths from the Institute feels mostly like an aesthetic choice. By engaging with slavery as a human issue, even when that engagement was a little crass, the previous Fallouts had much more to meaningfully say about it. By using science fiction as a sanitary barrier between the player and a real conversation about tolerance or slavery, by deliberately crafting a narrative that both sides the issue and the interests of player choice, the whole goddamn thing just falls flat. The first time around, I took it seriously, I did what I would do, and I supported the Railroad. This time around, I listened to what the game was telling me. This is a game where you can support the Railroad, the Minutemen, the Institute, the Brotherhood, and at the same time be a raider warlord and the overseer of a cruel vault experiment. No one matters but the player. This is essentially the position of the Institute. They know what to do, and once enough murder and manipulation has occurred, everything will be back on track and a-okay. The game is careful not to present any particular faction as total villains or total heroes. A lot of effort was made to humanize all the various points of view, including the ones coded as genocidal and intolerant. I'm split on how I feel about the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4, because on the one hand, this portrayal is so much more dynamic and interesting than the Knights of the Round Table Pizza approach that Fallout 3 took. Like Fallout 1, New Vegas, and even Tactics, it recognizes that the Brotherhood of Steel is an inherently insular and xenophobic organization. They arrive dramatically on the war footing in their attack Zeppelin, taking over Logan Airport and setting off into the wasteland to destroy the Institute, the Synths, the Railroad, and every single mutant or ghoul who would dare stay in the Commonwealth. The idea is that, having established a capital wasteland of order, mutant-free now that we've passed the reign of Sarah Lyons and moved into the era of East Coast Maxon III, the Brotherhood is turning to war to justify its own existence. Maxon III is a true believer, invading to destroy the Institute as a symbol of everything the Brotherhood has detested since Fallout 1, which, if you remember the lore, is actually right on the money. It is an excellent characterization for the Brotherhood, which swaps it from default good to lawful evil. It contextualizes the military spectacle in a way that deliberately gives them a fascist edge. However, it tempers this with a lot of Semper Fi Band of Brothers quests, where the fascistic angle is deprioritized in place of trying to foster a sense of belonging and camaraderie. The same plot that was bold enough to present the Brotherhood as morally gray and intolerant in a general way is not willing to go so far as to make it fully evil, fully dark, like the Caesar's Legion was in New Vegas. The player, most of all, must be able to feel valid in their choice, comfortable with it. So there can't be an option that feels fully morally compromised, even where this would lead to much stronger writing and plotting in general. So instead, the Brotherhood slips halfway between its two impulses, stuck in the crack between them. One impulse is towards franchise familiarity and player inclusion. These are the guys who will give you a suit of very nice power armor and make you feel like you deserve to wear it, big shooty boy that you are. One impulse is towards actual moral complexity and following a narrative line out towards real consequence and darkness. By falling between these two impulses, being a fancy power armor guy feels bad because you're also supporting jackbooted xenophobia, but the jackbooted xenophobia doesn't arrive at a closed or contemplative conclusion. The Brotherhood occupation is just one more piece of ambient set dressing for the post-campaign that doesn't really mean anything. The climax for any campaign is less about the choices you made than, once again, establishing a kind of continuity from pre-apocalypse to post-apocalypse. So if you choose the Brotherhood of Steel, you aren't criticized by the game in any way, you aren't confronted with any consequences. Just that your character talks about how all they really ever wanted was to put their family back together, and now they acknowledge that this is impossible. But, quote, "This time I'll be ready, because I know war, and war never changes," end quote. Not like applied to the situation in a specific way, not war never changes because what killed the world in the first place was mindless expansionism and fear of the other, so here we go again. Just war never changes, and that's inspiring because now I'm super duper good at war. Like, as an ending to a Fallout game, I think I would have preferred it if they just ripped off Resident Evil 2 again. With minor variation, all the endings are like that, vague and open-ended, because this is not meant to be the end of the game for you at all. There are dozens of hours of perpetual play and paid DLC content yet to come for you to explore. You can't suffer a narrative consequence at this juncture, or it might discourage you from playing the game more. Gotta bounce right back in there. Keep it light, and above all, don't ask too many goddamn questions. Your choice of ending is, above all, just an element of how you want to customize your simulation. This is your chosen role. Radiant quests will now radiate from your chosen faction hub, infinitely. Gain as many levels as you want. Take all your settlements to full bars. Whatever you want, so long as you agree to continue logging hours in the simulation. There's a contrast between the game's second and third acts, where all this factional conflict is taking place, and the first act. The first 10 or so hours of Fallout 4's main plot, which I spread out to like 40 hours by mostly ignoring it in favor of freeform exploring and side questing, leans very hard into a kind of cinematic style, very glossy and linear. The most strange and interesting example of this glossy linearity is the deal with Kellogg. The factions come later. Immediately your interest in the world is as personal as can be. Revenge. Whichever spouse you don't choose dies during the opening, and your baby, Sean, is kidnapped. Kellogg's the one what did it. Revenge comes relatively quickly. Tracking him down leads you to Diamond City and some of the more basic outlying areas of the map. It's all mostly for the purpose of establishing tone and environment, showing you around. But Kellogg knows things, and him being dead and all once you get your revenge creates complications. So there's this extended sequence where you journey through his memories, with little neuron bridges connecting them that exists as a kind of virtual interface through his shattered brain. Kellogg grew up back on the West Coast, in the NCR, and the vignettes kind of double as exposition for the character and the setting. You see slices of life as he slides into his amoral, mercenary lifestyle, tries to get out, gets pulled back in again. Finally, Kellogg ends up on the East Coast, where he becomes a fixer for the Institute, using his wasteland connections in ways that an android replacement would not be able to do. I'm kind of fascinated by this story beat because I don't think any of it works as intended. It provokes the wrong questions. The intention is obviously to deepen Kellogg as a character and use the lens of his life to tie Fallout 4 better to the larger setting of the Fallout universe, and of course to set up the big twist. The trouble comes from tying the new setting to the old, because it highlights how incompatible they really are. The NCR is a vast nation covering multiple states. It is civilized, which is the paradox of the institution. When I did my video the last time, I said that they were one of Bethesda's best original factions, and I do stand by that. The Institute is an underground ivory tower, as insular as any academic institution, and the interdepartmental disagreements is a fun satire of academic culture in general. Because the Institute is operating principally based off of satire and irony, with mid-century sci-fi visual flair, the whole thing does feel very Fallout. The fact that they aren't expansionist in any meaningful way helps solve the problem that the robots had in Fallout Tactics, how the end result would invariably be an invincible army of benevolent bots that solve all conflict and thus erase all drama. The Institute are a massive power, but they're a local one, frightened of the outside world and unwilling to interact with it beyond the buffer that the androids provide. However, compared to the NCR, the Commonwealth in general makes little sense. This is where the limited number of settlements and urban-dominated map creates the most friction. Although Fallout 4 has factional conflicts, there is no sense of national stakes, there is no sense of clashing civilizations. The Railroad as a faction is in no position to really govern, they just want to eliminate the threats to liberty that the Brotherhood and the Institute represent. Supporting the Railroad is a moral good, but kind of neutral in terms of the balance of power and the political situation. The Minutemen would be the actual nation in that case. The settlement system is meant to portray the building of a nation through the Minutemen faction, but because the settlements are largely inhabited with no-name NPCs who have needs but no motives, The Minutemen have no ideology of their own. They are written to be as vague as possible so that a player can project their values onto the Minutemen. They are as ideological as an Excel spreadsheet, just a collection of numbers that could represent any old thing. The Brotherhood is an invading force that does have a very clear ideology, but the lore has purposefully left the fate of New York vague, so there isn't a clear picture of what a Brotherhood that spans the whole East Coast might look like as a nation. If the Capital Wasteland and the Commonwealth are separated by all that distance, that really doesn't bode well operationally. While the motivation of the Brotherhood makes sense, finding the Institute detestable because it is basically the exact organization that they were founded to oppose, the strategy of moving so many people so far doesn't track. This isn't a realism complaint so much as it is a world-building complaint. The clash over the Hoover Dam not only made sense for each participant, the intricacies of what it meant for the stalemate of the dam to have gone on for so long is a big driver of side quests and local concerns. It radiates. New Vegas makes sense equally well whatever angle you approach it from. In Fallout 4, there's the angle you're invited to see it from, where it works okay, and then most other angles reveal it to be kind of hollow and cardboard, like a Western movie set, where only the facades of the buildings exist in actuality. The Institute is the only faction that makes sense as an actual regional power, appropriate to the environment, taking cues from the city's history and landmarks, interacting well with the Fallout style. Its emptiness, then, comes from the fact that the Institute is mostly satirical. It's making fun of a type of professorial paternalism, and has no real ambition beyond that. It's a good bit of satire to have them be so afraid of the outside world that they create an entire species of artificial life to interact with it for them, but when does the bit end? Where is it going? What's the ultimate punchline? What the institution lacks is dramatic direction. They straddle a line between sinister and benign that is meant, I think, to morally complicate them, but instead ends up holding them back from what would be most dramatically and thematically compelling. There is a great tradition in the Fallout series of villains being misdirected utopians, but the Institute aren't really utopians because of their lack of ambition and their apprehension about the outside world. The android-human replacement scheme has elements of horror to it. It could tie better to a kind of Twilight Zone feel if it weren't for the fact that the scheme is, itself, largely bureaucratic. Having friends and loved ones replaced by a doppelganger is scariest when the motives are unclear, inhuman. The Institute would benefit greatly from being more deliberate villains this way if their approach to academia was corrupted and unfamiliar in some way. Instead, the satirical elements emphasize how feckless and cowardly they largely are, and so the horror loses any bite. Why are humans replaced? Well, because they were in some way vaguely inconvenient to the Institute's plan, which is to keep things running more or less regularly. The Institute does not govern, they just manage risk. This lack of ambition, while decent satire, utterly nullifies all of the Twilight Zone tension from the idea. Back to Kellogg. This neuron memory sequence takes the longest possible time to say the most basic possible things, gesturing towards payoffs that the game is unable to actually create. Humanizing Kellogg after the fact doesn't make him a complex villain, so much as it paints him as a relatively simple villain who took some extra steps and a very long walk to get there. The first act tries to use linear AAA storytelling to set up what's meant to be a balanced set of choices in the second and third act without understanding how fundamentally unbalanced and vague this factional conflict is. Fallout 4 is bad at articulating both conflict and drama. All its effort went into the simulational elements, which creates an interesting tension when the thing that it's trying to simulate is friendship. Fallout 4's companions are where the tension between narrative and simulation becomes the easiest to see. The companions have arguably the strongest writing out of any category of writing in the game, stronger than quest dialogue, stronger than factional narrative. The companions are both vivid and memorable, for the most part. Some fall a little flat for me because they're so devoted to a particular 1950s trope, like Piper, the investigative reporter who runs Diamond City's newspaper along with her little sister who she takes care of when she's not off on an adventure with you. The problem with Piper is that once you grasp her trope, you grasp the whole of her character. Everything else is less nuanced than it is just detail. Some characters exist to provide a human face to a broader organization, like Paladin Dance does for the Brotherhood or Deacon does for the Railroad and Synths. Some exist to provide continuity between titles, like MacReady. Mayor MacReady from Little Lamplight. He's had a long, hard life in between now and then. Others help illustrate lore issues, like the robot Dr. Curie. With the accent of a bright, slightly flirtatious Frenchwoman and the body of a standard-issue Mr. Handy, Kiri has spent decades trapped in a vault, like you, but aware. Kiri longs to experience the outside world, and in the arc of your time with her, she decides that she would prefer to experience the world as closely to being a human as she can. So it's on you, as her friend, to procure her a synth body capable of sensation. Kiri illustrates the way the setting treats artificial intelligence as a sure, why not kind of deal. In Fallout 1 and 2, AI was limited to the supercomputers and the robo-brains. Fallout 3 and 4 played a little more fast and loose, giving Mr. Handy-style robots personalities that are more reactive and individualistic than would have been portrayed in previous games, which Fallout 4 uses to good effect a lot of the time, like with Codsworth, your Mr. Handy butler from before the war, and also with Kiri, who's programmed to be eternally optimistic. It is cute that Kiri wants to be human so badly and needs a synth body to do it, but it also diminishes the important distinction between programmed personalities of classic robots and copied personalities of synths. Detective Nick Valentine, the only synth living openly in Diamond City, is arguably the best NPC in the game. He's a fascinating window into the existential nightmare of being an artificial copy of a person. In his side quest, you help him resolve some unfinished business of the real Nick Valentine, gunned down by the same criminal that you're after now, that criminal having lived underground as a ghoul all these years. The ghoul thing is silly, but the pain and confusion of not being the same man or even the same creature as you remember being all your life is a compelling hook for the character. I misidentified the voice actor when I first played the game and talked about it. It's actually Stephen Russell, who also does other voices such as Codsworth. Valentine is Russell's masterpiece, though. No matter how pulp sci-fi the story gets, Russell's hard-boiled android feels absolutely genuine and real to the setting. This individual character elevates the whole world-building effort through dialogue and character performance. I might not remember many specific lines of dialogue, but I remember Valentine's struggle with identity and memory. Or I remember the mercenary Kate's struggle with drugs and anger, or the ghoul Hancock's uneasy relationship with heroism and responsibility. Hancock is another major standout. What could be a very silly character comes across instead as a grounded individual with ambitions and big disappointments in his past. He wears the costume because the costume helps him define his role in the world. There's a vulnerability and an insecurity beneath that costume that makes the character feel real and relatable. And herein lies this especially interesting twist. Not only are most companion NPCs available as player romance, they are available bisexually, accommodating any kind of player character. This is part of Fallout 4's larger commitment to customizable simulation. Just as the Minutemen in the settlement system can't have an ideology that would contradict a player's motive, the companions don't have a sexual preference that would let them come in between the player and their fantasy. This only becomes discordant if you spend so much time within the game as to date everyone, because in any actual dating pool you'd have heard no thanks based on some criteria or another by now. No one in Fallout 4 is gay or straight or even properly bisexual. They are vessels through which the player can be flattered in another way besides the base power fantasy. It is obvious through the game mechanics that I am meant to feel powerful or adventurous or accomplished, but if I want to feel adored, then that requires the help of a script and a simulated relationship. The basis of which is flattery, regardless of the decisions and dialogue choices which influence your companion's opinions of you, up and down, which is a meaningful nod towards real role-playing at least. There are actually several dozen of these instances across a completionist playthrough of dialogue choice that actually affects companion opinion. But the game systems of Fallout 4 aren't geared towards producing different, unique outcomes. They're meant to create predictable outcomes and unify progression paths from divergent player choices. They are deliberately homogenizing systems. So the companions aren't meaningfully affected by these choices in ways where a character would ever hate you, even though some choices lead to confrontation like supporting the Institute with Nick Valentine as companion. But you can talk your way out of that, and you can talk your way out of any other trouble you might get into through dialogue choice. And who can say what quests, if any, a player will bother to complete in a given playthrough? Fallout 4 can only guarantee that a player will follow the loot loop. So companion relationship progression is tied directly to common player verbs like picking locks or hacking terminals or taking drugs. The artifice shows through the more companions you travel with. Every single time, even if the anecdotes are different, the progression of your friendship is the same. First, you pick locks and you hack turrets, and then they tell you that you're pretty alright, and suppose they owe you a little background. Then you pick more locks and you hack more doors, and they say, hey, there's an emotionally difficult twist on the thing that I told you the last time. I'm telling you now, because we've gotten so close while we've been trying to find duct tape. Then you pick even more locks and you hack even more terminals, and they trust you enough to resolve their difficult secret and/or burden. And the first time that happens, it does feel kind of natural. Like, we've been hanging out for a while, and it makes sense that they want to have an occasional conversation. But then the second time comes, and the next companion will very seriously say, "I've seen a lot of people out here. You're different." And I'm like, "I know. I have the world's largest burlap sack full of desk fans, and I want you to hold it." Then they continue to be extremely close, very good friends with you, regardless of whether or not you have done anything of substance together. Their emotional closeness to the player is just another score, like happiness and defense, food and water, hit points and radiation count. In the grand scheme of things, you do very little to create an actual identity for your character. And yet, in spite of behaving in an extremely generic way, the basis of all your simulated friendships is an attempt at flattering you with the idea that you are actually quite special and very unique. It's silly and kind of annoying, but again, it only becomes clear if you approach the game from a completionist perspective and try to make friends with everybody. This contradiction between very personal, even romantic dialogue and impersonal, aromantic gameplay has created an interesting, even quantifiable effect in the game's fandom. The internet's largest repository of fanfiction is arguably Archive of Our Own, or AO3. Fallout is popular, with Fallout 1 inspiring 99 original works, Fallout 2 inspiring 154, and Fallout 3 inspiring a much larger 2,287, finally New Vegas coming in at a whopping 4,333. Fallout 76 didn't manage to get people writing more than 225 works of fanfiction, while even Fallout Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel managed 9 and 16 tagged works, respectively. Fallout 4, on the other hand, directly inspired the creation of 11,030 works of fanfiction. The vast majority of all fanfiction ever written about Fallout is about Fallout 4. Why? I think it's because of this inherent and glaring contradiction between very personal dialogue and very impersonal in-game actions. Thousands of people have come away from the companion romances thinking, okay, that's nice, but what if we smooched for more compelling reasons, or actually had a date or something? And then those players wrote exactly that. Fallout 4's characters are compelling, but they're held back and made more obviously artificial by Bethesda's conception of the player as being able to experience all things on a single playthrough, by the obvious narrative problem that a person cannot be all things to all people. Fallout 4's characters will admire you no matter what you do, because even the biggest disagreements are flattened against the 100-hour curve of minute and inconsequential actions on which the true game pivots. Everything in Fallout 4 is averaged out over time: what dungeons you visit, what quests you accept, what faction you support, who you choose to care about, who you choose to take off your clothes for. What makes the companions so well written when they are is how they provide a personal connection to a potentially impersonal simulation, how they ground out the abstract and mechanical elements of Fallout 4 in humanity and sympathy. In this way, they are more real than you, the player character, who is only ever enthusiastic, sarcastic, negative, or curious. Role-playing is not simply an act of projection. It's not enough to just exist within the simulation. Role-playing is a dramatic act, collaborative drama, and drama is built on conflict and difference and the choice between one thing or another. In a real role-playing game, the player is like a cue ball in a billiards game. Your choices should knock into the other NPCs and send them scattering unpredictably, sinking some, separating stripes from solids, creating direction for the rest of the game from that initial unpredictable break. Like calling a shot in billiards, the greatest thrill of a real role-playing game is in looking down the line and confidently determining what comes next, the willpower more important than whether you make the shot. Player must feel as if they have decided something, willed something into being, participated deliberately. To tie something as personal as friendship to something as preposterously impersonal as a tally of locks that you've picked in that person's presence is to reduce what should be the beating heart of narrative and role-playing down into just one more goddamn game mechanic, no more and no less important than building settlements or bartering over goods. The game's biggest emotional thread resolves in an equally impersonal way. Your son, Sean, is the precipitating event for going into the wasteland in the first place, for killing Kellogg, seeking out the Institute. From the very opening, when you spin the rockets above his crib, it's Sean who is the most personal element of the plot to your character. Sean's part of the main plot resolves in service to the Twilight Zone twist. There are decades in between Sean's kidnapping and your awakening. He's an old man now, on his deathbed. Like the Enclave, the Institute had a particular need for pre-war genetic reference material. Sean was their main source, you were the backup. This is meant to be a point of both reflection and inflection, the villainous Institute given the most sympathetic possible face. Sean's run the whole thing for years, raised by the scientists, more their child in creation than he ever was yours. Sean worries, though, about the stagnation that you see among the Institute's leaders, so he wants you to lead it instead, to take these feckless scientists into a new era of greater participation in the wasteland, which puts you in an interesting position as a possible reformer. But the ending is fixed if you choose the Institute. There is no negotiation with the Railroad or the Brotherhood, because that would necessitate more endings or some kind of epilogue to articulate. The twist nullifies much of the emotional complication in a way meant to make the choosing of other factional endings easier. Sean might be yours in some ways, but he was lost to you in many more, so long ago that it doesn't really matter if you destroy his life's work or not. Consider another parent-child reunion in one of the side quests. For 200+ years, there's a kid who's been stuck in a refrigerator. He's a ghoul, so he's fine. No psychological consequences even. He's just as, "Gee, mister, what a long time," now as when he went in. His parents are not only also ghouls, they live just down the road. Now there's a wrinkle where a raider comes along and demands the kid as part of a robbery kind of thing, and you have a minor choice as to whether to hand the kid over, negotiate, or start shooting. So you do the good thing and the happy family is reunited. This is, of course, sappy and stupid and absurd all at once. It's to the main plot's credit that it mixes it up so much more than this by killing off your spouse, throwing in the time skip, making siding with Sean siding with the main villainous faction. These are good complications. When you don't bother with any complications, you get something like the kid in the fridge, utterly devoid of nuance or believability. The problem with Sean is not a lack of complication, but an insincerity of emotion. His twist is much more about manipulating the player's perception of the story than it is about strong storytelling. A twist should recontextualize what you know about a setting, but what does the Sean twist actually recontextualize? The Commonwealth was mostly the same a few decades back, I guess. Nothing really changes until you arrive, so the confusion over the exact year you woke up is kind of immaterial. Your perception of the factions and their disagreements isn't altered at all by Sean's presence, save perhaps the Institute, but even then the only thing that changes is their relationship to you. Sean guides you into a position of power and favoritism that you otherwise would never have achieved within the Institute. It very suddenly puts you on the same positive footing with them as with the other factions, just in time for the conflict between these factions to become the main focus of questing. This twist takes all the emotional energy built up by the early main quests and cashes it in for a little more than a functional transition between acts. But what does it really matter when neither the twist nor the resolution is the point? To illustrate, let me ask this. With what amount of urgency did you pursue the main quest to rescue Sean? You are meant to be distracted. You are intended to dawdle and waste time on a million other more narratively frivolous concerns. In a certain way, the twist only validates this distractibility. There never really was much urgency in the first place. Your distractibility caused no harm one way or another, save for all the people and animals that you've gunned down, stabbed, and blown to pieces along the course of your journey. Part of the function of this particular twist is to dissolve any sense of urgency and free a player to explore the rest of Fallout 4's world at their own pace, if they haven't already. Narrative creates stakes, it gives direction, it confines action to the relevant locations and reasons. Linear games are the most faithful games to traditional narrative structure, so in many ways Fallout 4 deprioritizes, rejects, and undermines its own story in favor of non-linear, impulse-driven gameplay concerns. Over and over in all sorts of ways, so that no matter what choices you make or what twists there are or who you want your character to be, all there really is just an open world full of stuff that has no purpose until you decide to collect it and give it meaning. You are the only living real thing in Fallout 4. I would say, and no amount of pretending can change that, but that is precisely the point. If there was more pretending, I could better forget that this is just a clockwork fantasy. Fallout 4, although clockwork, is such an intricate piece of clockwork, such tiny, delicate gears, all spinning at once, so very many pieces that are just as mysterious as they are intricate. I appreciate the craftsmanship. I'm just not very moved by it. Fallout 4 is both art and engineering, but not in equal measure. It is a stunningly complex simulation because the simulation is the sole measure by which it wishes to be judged. All artistic elements must also share function with the simulated elements, no matter how detrimental that can be to the overall presentation. There are moments of the game where the simulation itself becomes a thing of genuinely stunning beauty, moments that aren't constructed out of words or imagination, but instead from the interactions of all these complex simulated systems of light, shadow, and weather. Weather especially. The contrast between brilliant sunlight on a cloudless afternoon and the dreary rainfall that comes down on downtown some days instead is tremendous. Fallout 4 is scenic in such carefully detailed, development-intensive ways, from the interaction of fog and light to the impact and animations of combat. If the point is to directly animate and visually represent what used to be an image in a player's imagination, Fallout 4 succeeds beyond all expectations. Even quite a few years later now since release, it is visually stunning most of the time. And the more apocalyptic it gets, the better it looks. One of the best things that it adds is radiation storms, huge rolling thunderheads that turn everything a sickly green and brown, punctuated by lightning bursts and pervasive radiation. It's weather that is both mechanically dangerous and visually threatening. It completely changes the character of even familiar areas. Fallout 4 sacrifices so much to put the focus purely on these little moments of the present tense, but it works because I do remember and treasure these snapshots of exploration and adventure more than I do any other piece of the narrative or even the companion characters. The closest Fallout 4 gets to being the game I always wanted it to be, in the main campaign anyway, is when you're directed into a region called the Glowing Sea. Trailing off to the southwest, towards Rhode Island, is an area that was completely saturated in bombs, creating a true wasteland on the borders of the outer Boston area, kind of like the Glow was in Fallout 1. Besides a small encampment of worshippers who follow Fallout 3's Church of Adam, nothing friendly lives in the Glowing Sea. It's full of the most hostile, irradiated mutants and the most twisted, decayed ruins. There's always a haze in the Glowing Sea. The radiation storm weather effect is always present to a certain degree, which together with the barren waste of the landscape creates one of the most atmospheric locations that I have ever experienced in a video game, not just a Fallout game. The Glowing Sea is always the highlight of Fallout 4 for me. I try to savor it as much as possible and explore every inch. Which is especially engaging because the Glowing Sea extends beyond what would otherwise be the world map boundary. There are map markers that defy established game logic. By doing so, the exploration in this region feels especially mysterious, even slightly forbidden, as if the game is revealing a secret. It's not, of course, it's all intended, but by doing it this way, they very deliberately curated that sensation, which is tremendous game design. It always bothers me when people complain about what's realistic or not in a game, because the whole thing is always illusion from the beginning. The purpose of the illusion, the strength of the illusion, that's what determines the quality of the thing and whether or not it even feels realistic. It is not actual realism, or even necessarily a gesture towards naturalism. It's just that when it feels realistic, the illusion is actually working. Game worlds are made of math and light. They have no reason to be realistic, and often they're at their most creative when furthest removed from the familiar. Out here in the Glowing Sea, my problems with the game, on the whole, don't matter. This, right here, this is my fantasy. To be alone, wandering and scavenging in a truly strange and hostile place that was once familiar with streets and office buildings, now blown apart and fused to glass and reduced to tunnels of trash beneath the blowing sands. This is art. This is using the simulation to create real, meaningful, visual art. It's atmospheric without needing narrative, intriguing without requiring characters. The game world speaks for itself, and this is where Fallout 4 is the most articulate. The Glowing Sea is a high watermark of environmental design that I'll be chasing all franchise long. It's why I prefer Fallout 76 to Fallout 4, or how 76 was on release anyway. By removing narrative almost entirely, it allowed these emergent moments of exploration and landscape to be the entire focus, the entire game. Nothing in Fallout 4 ever quite tops the Glowing Sea in terms of post-apocalyptic visual art. What I wish more than anything is that it had at least made more of an effort to try. DLC is often an opportunity for a game to explore the boundaries of its gameplay and narrative, pushing them in more experimental directions. For Fallout 4, almost all of those experiments strike me as failures. We've already discussed the workshops and what a missed opportunity they are, but fully another of the DLCs falls somewhere in between an actual story-driven expansion and workshop content. Automatron was the first of the DLCs to come out, and the first to get me really disappointed and frustrated at the lack of creativity on display. It's a whole big production follow-up to what is literally my least favorite quest in Fallout 3, the Mechanist versus the Ant Agonizer. Fallout 4 already does a whole comic book questline with its Silver Shroud stuff. It doesn't need this. Here we are anyway. All these years later, and there's a strange robot army invading the Commonwealth, purging it in the name of the Mechanist. So the Mechanist is the villain now. What a twist, with thrilling twists still to come, right? I find it fundamentally very difficult to care about this setup, or anything about the DLC at all. It seems to me that the main reason for the DLC to exist is robot customization. All robots are now divisible and interchangeable by part, which you can loot like armor when they die. So you can take any of your robot companions and completely customize any aspect of their bodies. Always wanted Codsworth to be based on a SentryBot chassis? Now he can be, and look at him go. Give Curie rocket launchers. Use the new NPCs to create a pink robo-brain with a bloodthirsty disposition. Customizable fun and mechanical visual fantasy triumph over any actual narrative concern, just like with the Vault Tech Workshop and its immersion-breaking experiments. The main thing that's interesting is that the Mechanist's lair this time is a long-shuttered government research center where the robo-brain was prototyped using human prisoners. The terminals tell the story from a lot of well-written voices and perspectives, some researchers having regrets only to be shot while trying to resign, and others enthusiastically participating in science for the sake of it, pain and suffering be damned. The vibe is very on par with that scene in RoboCop 2 where the CEO asks how the other prototypes are going, and the answer is really not well. Automatron's big reveal hinges on the fact that the Mechanist is an accidental villain. They instructed the robots to help humanity, and the robots calculated that the easiest way to help everyone is to put them in the ground, because if the goal is zero conflict, this reduces conflict to zero at the fastest rate. This is a venerable, old-school pulp sci-fi twist, but that's just the thing. It's precisely the most predictable possible twist to choose. Plus, everything plays out so earnestly, at such length, even though the whole twist is basically a dusty, second-hand piece of dark bit comedy. Punchline sci-fi. It doesn't need to be so over-earnest. It's not that it's too absurd. Fallout 2 would do this kind of thing a lot, but Fallout 2 would be sarcastic as hell about it. Sometimes Fallout 2 could be too edgy for its own good, but I think I prefer a Fallout with too much edge over this kind of drawn-out melodrama. If you know your climax is a punchline, and nothing more, don't talk so much that no one's looking where that punchline is supposed to land. The thing that's so absolutely supremely frustrating about Fallout 4 is that it holds its own opposite mirror image within the DLC. Far Harbor is a kind of AAA reimagining of Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, a long journey to a faraway coastal swamp with exotic dangers and huge treasures. That's just the surface, though. What makes Far Harbor so amazing as DLC is that it actually achieves harmony between narrative and gameplay. Both are given equal priority and respect. And with both elements in harmony, the atmosphere is stronger than it ever managed to be in the main campaign. Far Harbor has superior main quests, side quests, and world map design to the original release of Fallout 4. It's as remarkable as it is infuriating. Where was this Fallout 4 for the past 100 hours? Where would it go when it came time for Nuka World? It's sometimes seen as a curse to get exactly what you wish for, and in this instance, I agree. Far Harbor's successes makes the broader disappointments of Fallout 4's other content sting a lot worse. Because here is the template that would have fixed it. Here is the balance, not only between story and simulation, but also between nuance and satire, between faction choice and personal choice. It's unreasonable to ask for Van Buren and hold all new content to the standards of my own memories and nostalgia, but it is a lot more reasonable to hold up one piece of the existing game, among others, and say, you could have been doing this the whole damn time and chose not to. Consider the main questline and the factional conflict. The two main settlements in this corner of rural Maine is the town on the pier, also called Far Harbor, and a former Navy installation where the children of Adam have holed up in a dry-docked nuclear submarine. Neither are especially great factions on their own. The Far Harbor Township is made up of regular folks and forms a default good perspective. The children of Adam, on the other hand, are the most militant and zealous version of the cult yet portrayed in Fallout. They fit in primarily with the Fallout 3 conception of evil as choosing the zaniest, most absurdly callous choice in a given situation. The only reason to join the Children of Atom is if you enjoy seeing people in silly costumes poison themselves and others, which is, a perfectly Fallout thing to enjoy. What makes the factions enjoyable beyond their simplicity is the individuals participating in each. The Children of Atom are a great quest hub, especially if you do not support the faction, because many of the quest solutions involve quietly fixing broken things and improving the general health rather than dialing up the radiation, as you're asked to do. To put on a dog and pony show for the High Confessor while undermining him at every step feels like real role-playing, like New Vegas-style role-playing. And the townsfolk are well fleshed out with a wide variety of personalities, from stubborn and antisocial to stoic to nervously courageous. One of the really fun quests is the Island of the Red Death. It's a whole special part of the map that you need to travel to by boat, a threatening red light peering out of the fog. It's made out to be like a huge boss confrontation, but when you get there, it's just a little guy with extra bright eyes. The cutest Mirelurk you ever did see. The woman who you went out hunting with was expecting so much more, and had told people such, so her standing in the community depends on whether she can spin this into a yarn good enough to earn the town's respect. So this quest is not about courage, it's a quest about how the best fishing stories are all huge lies, for the most part. Far Harbor is full of these little moments and genuinely amusing twists. The thing that complicates the factions in a higher order kind of way is the third major settlement, the observatory community of Acadia. It's a refuge for runaway synths, run by a synth named Dima, one of the only other prototypes like Nick Valentine. Nick is your connection to the plot in general. It's a missing persons case, just like Point Lookout was. Finding Kasumi, the missing woman, is easy. Getting her to leave is harder because you either have to help Dima or shatter her faith in him. A good late-game plotline will have layers to it, and this plot is actually pretty excellent in its layering. Dima is an enigmatic, suspicious figure. He's run from the Institute, but he embodies all of the Institute's negative qualities, the same ivory tower abstractions that allow them to inflict pain and cruelty for the greater good he possesses as well. Dima has erased his memories, but he murdered Avery, the leader of Far Harbor, replacing her with a sympathetic synth copy. It was, to Dima, a double homicide because he also had to erase the synth who was to become the new Avery. So there are three options as far as dealing with Dima is concerned. One, you turn off the town's fog suppressors at the source, sabotaging it and leaving them to be claimed by the radiation, as is the will of Atom. Or you can gun down all the zealots at their submarine base before they can try anything funny. Or you can choose Dima's option, where you double up on Avery's murder by also replacing the High Confessor with a synth copy. With the High Confessor's miraculous change of heart, the Children of Atom come off the war footing and begin to share the land non-competitively. Dima is a wonderful character because he demonstrates both the temptation and the corruption of the Institute's power. Dima escaped the Institute, but never its values, never its assumptions of superiority. Dima means well, but humans are stubborn, irrational, irreconcilable. To actually achieve reconciliation between them means to manipulate and diminish human control over the settlements and the situation. The good ending, therefore, mimics the attitudes and actions of the evil faction of the main campaign. This is a fine, dark irony, a juicy one in that classic Fallout tradition. It makes Far Harbor tremendous epilogue content. If you destroyed the Institute, it highlights the kind of power that was lost along with them, the power to manipulate towards outcomes that are sometimes very much the lesser evil. If you sided with the Institute, it is an ironic comeuppance that being best in the position to refute the legitimacy of the Institute's actions and perspectives is unable to help himself mimicking them when under duress. Synths have the possibility to be more than human, and Dima sees himself that way as a kind of synthetic Moses for his people. As we've seen, robots are simple things, programmed to do whatever they can in the simplest ways. Synths are supposed to have higher cognition, but they are based on human thought, and thus are cursed with human reasoning. No matter who Dima wants to be, however wise and godlike, he debases himself from that by using shortcuts to power, by refusing to accept the autonomy of others, even when that autonomy is misguided or tragic. Far Harbor's plot isn't just good on its own, it actually deepens the main campaign's plot through self-reflection and grounded world-building. Even Far Harbor's goofiest moments are surprisingly complicated. When I first played the DLC, I discovered the Hidden Vault entirely by accident, and I assumed that that's how it was meant to be discovered, a whole sprawling quest appearing in an otherwise unassuming basement. Turns out that an NPC actually shows up in town to fetch you for it if you don't find it yourself. leading to a lot of condescending comments about how I must have been deliberately lying to try to make the content appear better than it was. There's an assumption that a lot of people make that game critics lie about everything in order to facilitate some kind of grievance or to defend a given corporation or whatever the slander du jour happens to be. I don't know anyone who writes this way. I discover the content through exploration. I was charmed by it. I said as much. There's no lie there. And it is a hell of a quest, a locked room murder mystery taking place entirely among the robo-brains of the formerly rich. Vault 118 was meant to be an experiment in class resentment. The rich hotel guests would occupy the lavish wing of the vault, and then a deliberately unfinished wing would admit an overcrowding of staff and local residents. But the rich vault dwellers usurped the controls from the overseer, and the locals were never admitted at all. Just a handful of rich assholes down in a basement for 200 years. It's got some interesting ties to Automatron. The ringleader down here was the same researcher in charge of the RoboBrain program. And that RoboBrain program, if you recall, worked best on the brains of complete sociopaths. So the fact that not one of these millionaires has had an issue with the conversion is a nice, biting little element of satire. Consider also this beach. Just a little carve-out cave with some sand and some spotlights and a painting of a boat. Not only do the residents of Vault 118 have to pretend that this is outside, they have to pretend that they can even feel the sand. They are no longer anything but ghosts inside a nested prison, first of metal, then of concrete, and lastly of time. Even though there are parts of it that hit in a serious way, this quest is all satire and dark comedy, or even just broad comedy. Take the classic trope of the seductive, philandering high society wife. She's here too. She's the robot wearing the little sun hat. So you can flirt with and seduce one of the suspect's wives, which is classic, but it leaves it to your imagination just how that's supposed to work exactly. However it does, I imagine Windex would be useful at some point. Or consider the artist. His art is terrible, and in order to get him to spill the beans on what he knows about the murder, you have to pass a series of increasingly difficult speech checks as you interpret his art without offending him. Or perhaps the hidden character. The Vault Overseer can still be found, a dusty corpse behind the walls. When the Robo-Brains usurped control of the vault from him, the experimenter became the experiment. How long could he stand being trapped in here with them? The whole thing works as comedy, as drama, even as a murder mystery. One of the most truly fun quests in the game, and one that would fit in perfectly with any of the older Fallouts in tone and style. The only negative is a controversy regarding the idea. The whole quest is very similar to a fan mod for New Vegas called Autumn Leaves. The creator of that mod put together a comparison that shows pretty conclusively that they are, at least, uncannily similar to each other. In an article for website PC Invasion, the author of the mod actually adopts a very positive attitude about the whole thing, saying, quote, "I honestly thought Bethesda staff played Autumn Leaves, had a blast with it, I hope, took some things out of it, and made their own thing for Far Harbor, and I seriously think this is perfectly okay. After all, Autumn Leaves inspirations are countless: Asimov, Cluedo, Planescape Torment, Arcanum, older Fallouts, etc., and being influenced is a natural part of the writing process." End quote. Which is a pretty fair and compassionate argument to make. Fallout itself is a pastiche of influences, even from the very beginning. The sharp satire, immersive sound design, and gritty visual design of the Fallout franchise took the familiar clay of many things that came before and molded them into something unique. When Fallout 4 is invested in these things, it does very well. And Far Harbor is more than just the writing. The environmental design is truly tremendous. The interaction of fog and light is top-notch. Like, it's frustrating that so many years have gone by since Fallout 4, including the release of Fallout 76, and most open-world shooters still don't look this good. Every time there's a vista, the island's use of mountains and swamps creates a lot of intrigue and visual interest. The shorelines especially are quite beautiful. Bar Harbor is a remarkable copy of Maine's Bar Harbor, and having actually traveled to Bar Harbor to compare them, I'm kind of blown away by what an amazing job they did. The game condenses down the landscape and the landmarks in the most careful, considered possible way. The map also allows for new settlements using the settlement system, allowing a player to lightly customize the island in a couple of spots. The new companion, a temperamental and misanthropic guide named Longfellow, is a great complement to the atmosphere. He doesn't have a special twist or colorful affectation, he's just an ornery old man in a strange and dangerous place, which is a fine and classic pairing. His quest has you hunting down a monster that he was never able to bring down by himself, a giant insectile mutant, somewhat inspired by Stephen King's The Mist, that he's named Shipbreaker. Far Harbor begins with the ambition of outdoing Point Lookout, but it hits that mark real early on, and then spends most of its playtime surpassing it. The DLC is so good that I consider it a major high point in the franchise in general. It's similar to what an Obsidian-style Fallout feels like, but unique from it. It's more visually focused and more willing to joke around. And yet, in contrast to the main campaign, those moments where Far Harbor decides to be serious actually feel serious. They land with a real emotional weight and impact. Even the science fiction is compelling this time around. Far Harbor creates not only an alternate map, it creates an alternate version of Fallout 4 that highlights its best features and demonstrates how good the game as a whole might have been. Yet, it's not actually the biggest DLC. They saved that for last. The best they haven't saved at all. Fallout 4 will never be a better game than it is right here in the fog-shrouded hills of Far Harbor. It's hard to get through Nuka World for me after experiencing Far Harbor. In terms of pure marketing bullet points, Nuka World ought to be the apex of the Fallout 4 experience. Its main quest takes longer than Far Harbor, it completely revamps the entire settlement system and adds dozens upon dozens of late-game options to try to freshen it up for bored players. It adds another vast new region to the game's collection of maps. You get the best weapons, the best armors, the best drugs in the game by far. Nuka World is the single biggest piece of post-release content I think there's ever been for a Fallout title, so far anyway. It's simply more than any other given DLC. So, what's my beef? Well, just as Far Harbor highlighted the best of what Fallout 4 can be, Nuka World indulges in the worst. It's atonal in every way, constantly pivoting from being utterly frivolous to self-consciously edgy. More than just being frivolous, though, is that through the systems and options introduced by Nuka World, the entire meaning of my 100-plus hour playthrough is called into question. I have tried my best to find meaning in Fallout 4, to believe in its world and take it at face value. Nuka World makes that impossible. Even worse than Vault-Tec Workshop, Nuka World reduces the iconography of Fallout down to something utterly meaningless, as well as your actions as player. The problem is the frame. Nuka World is a raider paradise with 3 gangs vying for control. After the introductory dungeon, you find yourself in the position of overboss of all 3, having killed the last overboss in ritual combat with a squirt gun, like you do. So, regardless of any actual role-playing intentions, you're the bad guy now. If you want. Nuka World offers you one out, so to speak. There's an NPC you can talk to about destroying all 3 gangs and liberating the theme park, but in doing so, you forfeit the entire tree of quests and all the new mechanical features. So yes, you can roleplay not being on board with being the overboss of the raiders, but you already paid 10 real-world bucks to be here, if buying the DLC separately, so you might as well go for it. There are constant hedges against being the most bloodthirsty raider possible to soften the impact of switching your allegiances around for little reason beyond pure novelty. The 3 gangs are all different flavors of evil. At the end, you can only support a maximum of 2 gangs. It's war against the others to secure your throne by the end. You only have to support one, though, and one of the gangs is designed to be kind of appealing in a morally neutral way. Mags Black runs the Operators, who are much more of a mercenary band than they are a war party. They're disciplined and tidy in combat. Mags is a wry and interesting character. They just want the money. By supporting them exclusively and using tactics that involve extortion and subterfuge, it's possible to run your raider empire in a way where not a lot of people get hurt. The Disciples are the middle evil choice. They're bloodthirsty in the classic raidery way, with outrageous costume and a zero regard for human life. Siding with them is choosing original flavor raider aesthetics for your empire. And then there's the Pack, who are a bunch of painted fools who worship the law of the jungle and so choose to see themselves as animals, predators by choice. The Pack is a particularly odd group of raiders, garish colors contrasting with domineering nihilism. But the Pack leader isn't the worst character in the DLC, not by a long shot. The worst is Cheeto, son of the gorillas. Nuka World, like Disney World, is divided into theme parks within the theme park. The gangs are all concentrated around the Main Street USA knockoff, including your villain's lair inside the Matterhorn. The DLC does up all of the Disney parks: Frontierland, Tomorrowland, Fantasyland, Adventureland, the whole deal. Each park has a pretty hefty quest associated with it, at the end of which you'll be able to assign the park to one of the power-hungry gangs. Nuka World's Adventureland knockoff has you trying to turn off a cloning machine that's producing an infinite amount of the deadly Gator Claw. That's fine on its own. It didn't also need you to work with a bargain basement Tarzan. It's a joke that might be funny once, stretched out to like half an hour. And that is so much of the writing in Nuka World. Consider how, for no particular reason and no particular benefit, the DLC brings back the Hubologists from Fallout 2. Whether these guys are even connected to the old San Francisco chapter is unclear. They're just a familiar element recycled without thought. And what thought could there be, anyhow? They were a throwaway joke given too much importance, even back in Fallout 2. It's not that the Hubologists have any particular prominence in the DLC. Nuka World includes a surprisingly large rural area outside of the park boundaries in the main quests. It's not quite as large as Far Harbor's map, but Nuka World has so many more interior areas compared to Far Harbor that the time investment is the same or more between the DLCs. It's in these outer wastes where you'll find the Hubologists. The 10 or 15 minutes or so it takes to do their side quest, you'll build up to a punchline that means absolutely nothing. There's an old county fair-style flying saucer, the kind that holds people to the walls through centrifugal force. They think this will carry them to the stars. If you humor them, they just run out the door again, idiots on parade. If you slip an extra battery into the saucer ride instead, the force caves in all their skulls and you get a little gore firework. So in the good ending of the quest, it's not even much of a joke, and in the bad ending, it is only a joke. Why even bring up the Hubologists? Why not tell a new joke? Why create content if it adds neither comedy, nor drama, nor intrigue of any kind? There's also a knockoff of the Winchester Mystery House for some reason. It has nothing to do with Disney World or Massachusetts, but hey, why not? It has a double twist where it's spooky and seems haunted, but then the boss is just a gunner deserter who uses the house to prey on travelers. Oh, but wait, once he's dead, you catch sight of the real ghost. It was really haunted after all. Fallout 2, for its part, already made ghosts part of the setting with that whole business in the den, so it's not that it's absurd that's the problem, it's that it's not a satisfying payoff or punchline. Even when Nuka World attempts nuance, it's working in direct competition with its sense of meaningless frivolity. Take the plight of Oswald the Magician. He was a park employee when the bombs fell and was alone among the ghouls to keep his sanity as everyone else succumbed to the radiation. He considers all the feral ghouls his friends, and he doesn't take kindly to your violent meddling. He has a soft spot, though. He had a love, decades ago, who left to go find a cure. He never saw her again. I would have considered this a lot more impactful if either you never saw her, or if she had made it to the Commonwealth. Instead, you do find her corpse, and she only made it as far as Bradberton, the employee housing complex on the edge of the park. All this melodrama, and she didn't make it more than the equivalent of like 2 miles before giving up and taking her own life. Her last wishes were that he leave the park, and I had already counseled him that way hours ago when I skipped his boss fight with the speech check. Which is welcome, because he's a real magician who teleports and such, and teleporting bosses are notoriously annoying. The whole Fantasy Kingdom park is oriented around humanizing Oswald, who is just so ridiculous on the surface that I don't know that it's even worth trying to humanize him in the first place. But a great deal of time and many words are spent trying to create sympathy for Oswald. Even though his whole plot could have been resolved not by leaving the park itself, but by just taking a careful stroll around the perimeter. To have chosen to be serious, or chosen to be absurdist, would have worked apart. But all jammed up together like this, it's a complete mess. Or consider the strangest, most annoying quest in the DLC, a scavenger hunt for hidden Cappy mascots spray-painted in an invisible ink. You must wear these stupid glasses to be able to see them. So chances are very high that no matter how serious the dialogue in Nuka World wants to be, the player is probably wearing a costume piece that totally undermines the entire tone. This is Fallout 4's attempt to portray a fully evil faction with the Raiders, with slavery and murder and fear at the heart of things. And here you are, wearing these goddamn glasses the whole time. If you allow this indignity to continue until you've scoured the entire map for Cappy figures, you get a very special quest reward. You're sent on this quest by Sierra Petrovita, the same woman who ran the Nuka-Cola Museum back in the Capital Wasteland. She's here on a working vacation, unbothered apparently by the Raiders, to find her idol, the founder of Nuka-Cola and a Walt Disney parody. Bradbertons allowed the Defense Department to use the park as a secret research facility, which you can actually find beneath the Quantum River ride. In exchange, he gets to be a frozen head in a jar forever. He regrets this now and would prefer to die. In exchange, he'll give you access to the weapons that the government developed using his Nuka-Cola Quantum. Or you can just let Sierra keep him, and therefore let Bradberton suffer her cloying fandom for the next several decades. Letting Bradberton die means also killing Sierra, who unwisely draws on you for your choice. On the one hand, this is kind of funny, and to have actual narrative content at the end of a scavenger hunt feels good. There are 2 other scavenger hunts in the DLC with much worse rewards. Getting park medallions from hidden dispensers in every part of the park gives you next to nothing. And the biggest, longest scavenger hunt is for star cores to use in the Tomorrowland area in exchange for a special Nuka-Cola Quantum-themed set of advanced power armor. Hours of sniffing around. And for what? To be an ugly color in a power armor you could acquire 1,000 other ways? I don't really get it. So I'm glad one of these 3 quests actually went somewhere. But where did it really go? Only so far as another tepid, uncertain punchline to a drawn-out joke. The scavenger hunts strike me as an especially desperate way to compel a player's engagement with the game world. Are you playing for joy, for curiosity, or because the game has dangled enough carrots on enough sticks that you simply stop asking why? It's content for the sake of content, which you can now retroactively say about the entire settlement system and much of the role-playing or progress you may have made. To complete the questline of Nuka World and complete your takeover of the park, you need to raid your own settlements back in the Commonwealth. Raiders then create their own kind of settlement, which is functionally the same, except that they generate unhappiness if you assign raiders to farm crops. All your food for the raider settlements needs to come from tributes by surrounding towns. So you have a factional conflict, except you, the player, control both sides of the conflict, both factions. You budget your regular settlements against the needs of your raider settlements and try to extract maximum tribute, which is then automatically deposited in your warlord's chest upon reaching warlord level 3, which you get by converting 9 regular settlements into raider settlements. Nuka World's raider questline would fit in with everything else in Fallout 4 so much better if it had been one of the primary factions in the primary campaign, if you had the option from the very beginning to pursue a criminal antisocial path, like siding with the Powder Gangers in the opening of Fallout New Vegas. Then it would make sense. You would be a raider. That would be the role you were playing. Nuka World is endgame epilogue content through and through. While it does scale and level up and down, you're meant to be a pretty high level to begin the content. The balance assumes a deep inventory and high player survivability. More important, however, is that the raider system cannot function unless you've already heavily invested in getting many settlements up and running. You would have had to put hours and hours into raising the stats of these automated hamlets to the point that they're juicy enough to be prey for the raiders. Eventually, the Minutemen and Preston Garvey do reject you for being the raider warlord, but never is your control of your regular settlements in danger. In order for this to work at all, you will have had to have been both hero and villain, and in doing so, you demonstrate that neither label really meant anything at all. This world, as technically impressive as it is still, fundamentally, a toy. Nuka World, and particularly its raiding mechanics, is a desperate bid to extract some last bit of novelty from Fallout 4's world before you put the toy away and play with something newer and shinier. What happens when a player gets bored in SimCity, after all? You turn on some disasters, right? You see what you've made burn down before reloading a save or shutting the game down entirely. What a contrast it makes to the last DLC of New Vegas. Lonesome Road created a new narrative climax, a more personal narrative climax, while also offering a literally nuclear option with ramifications so potentially severe that they could alter the trajectory of a sequel's world building. Lonesome Road wants to bring everything to a head, to grab all of the dangling threads of plot and tie them up tight before the game ends properly. Nuka World has a completely opposite set of assumptions and goals. Rather than tie anything up, it seeks to break what narrative that came before in hopes of squeezing a few extra hours of perpetual play out of jaded players. Rather than assume player interest, it assumes player disinterest. It assumes that the only way to make your toy interesting again is to take its pieces and smash them violently together for funsies. A post-apocalyptic version of Disneyland, on its own, would be kind of slight for a final DLC, but it would have at least been tidier to limit itself that way. It wouldn't have created such a quagmire of naked solipsism. To run both the Raider Kingdoms and the settlements is to acknowledge the fundamental frivolity of both, that not only do NPCs mean nothing now, but they have always meant nothing, that even as an imaginative exercise, there was no actual climax or point or message. It was only ever toys in the sandbox, with you controlling all the little inanimate figures, good guys in one hand, bad guys in the others, pew pew, pew pew. All games are make-believe and pretend to a certain extent. That's unavoidable. But the entire purpose of the suspension of disbelief is to allow the experience to feel more meaningful than just pretend. Fallout 1 is playing pretend, but it's also formatted in a novelistic and literary way. It engages in themes and ideas, and it communicates something as art. Fallout 4 is a work of art. There is too much technical competence on display to say otherwise. To make a simulation look this good takes strong artistic sensibilities. It just never really transcends visual art because it's not building towards anything narratively. No final point, no underlying meaning or message, just content and content and content until you get sick of your toy and play with it destructively in one final burst before uninstalling the game and letting your time with it evaporate into the ether of other forgettable consumer experiences. I am stumped in trying to create my own climax within Fallout 4's open world. I have no real interest in being Warlord of Nuka World. It means nothing that I lead the Institute once I tire of the Radiant quests repeating ad infinitum. My new nation of settlements is collapsed and compromised by what I did to explore the Raider mechanics. You could not get me to put more time into being a so-called Vault Overseer if you had a real-life gun to my head. If I am the only thing that matters, the only living being in the game, the entire reason for the simulation to exist, then I suppose the only real ending is to find some way to glorify my own player experience. A great deal of the furniture for your settlements are meant for display purposes, to show off the many treasures that you've encountered and collected on your journey. But this is a single-player game, so for whom are you putting any of this on display? The only thing I can think of is an impulse to make my time with the game feel more concrete, to memorialize it somehow. So, being an insufferable nerd, I built a museum about it. My Museum of the Self. As close to an epilogue slide as I could create using the systems provided, I guess. So, what would the most important exhibits in such a museum be? Weapons and armor, absolutely. So, saying goodbye to the game and my dozens of hours invested in it, I mounted my finest and favorite weapons. And rare power armors, you can't forget the rare power armors. A common complaint about Fallout 4 is that you get power armor from the very beginning, instead of as an endgame reward. I think the reason for this is the same reason as most other frustrating choices in Fallout 4. It better serves the loot loop. By having armor and power armor as separate upgrade trees that you must advance in parallel throughout the entire game, your need for junk and scrap is far greater. Your advancement along both paths is throttled by splitting player investment this way. These rare power armors aren't mechanically that useful without upgrades. They're just stuff, souvenirs, an exhibit for Sean, the war, the main plot. I felt like that was necessary, just as a nod to the idea that I did have a reason for beginning this whole meandering journey, since after Far Harbor and Nuka World, the end of the main plot seems like 1,000,000 years ago and completely immaterial to my broader experience in the late game. A table here for the captain's hat and the captain's feast from Far Harbor, a cabinet for some of the mini-nukes and quantum mini-nukes that I'd found and salvaged from the ravages of Nuka World, and, of course, a bobblehead display for that most elusive of collectibles. I loved the classic Fallouts because they left me with a story, with a sense of consequence, with a narrative arc that meant something to me and spoke to me about my values and my world. Fallout 4 has left me with this, a room full of stuff that no one will see. None of my choices mattered. I played no role. I simply played, which does not in and of itself make a bad game. It just makes for a hugely disappointing Fallout. Fallout 76 is a fascinating experiment in taking Fallout 4 completely apart and then reassembling the pieces into something more fundamentally honest about the kind of game it actually is. Or it was that way at first. In the years since Fallout 76 came out, in the quest to continually add content through large and small updates, it has pivoted more and more away from its original vision towards a kind of compromise with Fallout 4's design philosophies. So it's necessary to kind of talk about how Fallout 76 began, even though that game doesn't exist anymore, and the kind of game it's become, which may or may not even be relevant another few years down the line, such is the nature of live service games. Originally, Fallout 76 existed to solve one particular problem, and that problem only: the sad fact that no one will ever see your room full of stuff. Fallout 76 is a moderately multiplayer title where something around 24 people are put onto a given server together. Fallout 76 has no climax by design. Originally, it didn't even have NPCs. It was a world completely devoid of narrative pressure or active storytelling. There was only the loot loop, mostly the exact same loot loop from Fallout 4 with the same workbenches and interface. Fallout 76 is completely derivative of Fallout 4 in most mechanical ways, save perhaps the most important: its world map. It completely rejects the Fallout 4 urban focus in favor of the largest, most varied environment of any open-world Fallout title to date. Like, as much as I think New Vegas is by far the superior game, Fallout 76's Appalachia is so much larger and more engaging of an environment than the Mojave. It has a wide variety of regions, most of which lean away from traditional desert wasteland aesthetics. Everything Fallout 4 did in cleverly expanding its color palette to include bright and vibrant tones gets carried over to Fallout 76, even more so by making the base colors of the regions very different from each other, rather than Fallout 4's consistent base of grays and browns. I love to explore this game map. Environmental design has always been the strongest part of all the Bethesda Fallouts, and it's stronger here than even in Fallout 3. It's plenty enough space for 100 hours of gameplay or more, especially with friends in a multiplayer context. Fallout 76 replaces the NPC-driven settlement system with a much improved, smaller-scale camp system. All the fun of tinkering with modular building parts, but without any of the burden of making stats go up. Some players just make functional camps, and at the beginning that's mostly all there is to do because each character must learn plans from scratch by buying them from automated robot vendors or other players. The real options only come from consistent play or expensive play, buying things deliberately in the always updating real cash store, or using your subscription fee stipend to buy things. I'll talk a lot more about the cash shop in a moment, but consider what this means as a gameplay mechanic. You are always going to be building less impressive things with less impressive furniture than players who are heavily invested in the game if you're just starting out. Not all players will give a shit, in fact I'd wager that most do not. But for some, there's a fear of missing out created with a system that is highly monetizable. These players can be squeezed. But even if that's just one player out of 100, this ratio in aggregate means absolute piles of money. Multiplayer elements in Fallout 76 serve one principal purpose over any other: to monetize social pressure and the impulse to show off for others. If the ultimate goal of Fallout 4 was to acquire stuff, then its ultimate failing is in that the player is unable to share their tastes and exploits with others. Fallout 76 solves this problem with its expansion to multiplayer format. While this is a net negative, there are positive elements of the game that flow in the wake of this choice. Originally, it was assumed that multiplayer would make role-playing and storytelling content slow or awkward, so NPCs were eliminated and most dialogue was relegated to holotapes, which is an especially clever and convenient solution because holotapes play as you explore. They do not directly interfere with multiplayer progress through the environment or require one player to wait for another to finish with a story beat. Fallout 76 took the core loop of Fallout 4 and, in adapting it to multiplayer, made it much faster and more streamlined. So the gameplay is better, the map is better, and all those NPCs I had so many issues with are removed entirely. No role-playing, just exploration and exposition. Over the years since the game came out, this is no longer the case. The missing parts of Fallout 4, the NPCs, the factional conflict, the dialogue choices, all of these were patched in to the point that the game is now full to bursting with talkative NPCs, shoehorned into every corner of the map. I used to appreciate Fallout 76 for its difference. But if that difference has been systematically disassembled over the course of half a decade, is the game I enjoyed still there at all? The answer to that is so much more complicated than I anticipated. Because Fallout 76 was so nakedly only ever about stuff, about acquiring items and scrap, it did a genuinely good job of prioritizing and presenting that quest for more stuff. If my favorite parts of Fallout 4 were all based in vibes, visual splendor, and behavioristic rewards, then Fallout 76 was incredibly efficient at randomly generating those moments and moods. Everything about Fallout 76, before NPCs, was designed for speed, and that's the multiplayer influence. Like many live service games, Fallout 76 is designed less as a fully immersive world and more as a digital third place. The idea behind that phrase is that if home is your primary place to live your life and work is your secondary location, a balanced life requires a neutral third place where you go for social reasons. When people get nostalgic about, for example, malls in the 1990s, a lot of that nostalgia is due to their utility as a third place. Bars usually occupy this position for many adults, sometimes coffee places, but one of the major defining features of modern loneliness is that the third place as a social concept has largely been seized and gated by corporate interests. To further the mall analogy, malls as a third place for teenagers became unviable when it became a widespread policy to kick out loiterers for not spending money, even though the loitering was the whole point. Capitalism looks for voids in the market and fills them, so when actual physical third places became more and more difficult to find, and especially more difficult to afford, video games found themselves uniquely positioned to fill that void and serve that purpose. When it came out, Fallout 76 had a TV ad that was just a bunch of attractive young folks doing action comedy stuff in vault suits, with the Beach Boys playing brightly in the background. It was not pitched as a simulation or as a story. It was pitched as a social activity. The biggest modern success in live service games is Fortnite, which became a cash juggernaut based solely on being a digital environment in which to hang out. Like them all, Fortnite is ostensibly free, but exists primarily to sell stuff. Fallout 76 is frustrating especially because of how its premium subscription membership works. This is a game of stuff. Being able to store scrap is like the most important metric of being able to have fun with the camp system and to be able to build interesting structures. When the game came out, the inventory limits were strict and punishing. Over the years, they've lightened up, but those who pay 10 real-life US dollars a month get unlimited scrap storage. Earlier, Bethesda claimed that such a thing was impossible due to the game's programming. Now, it's just a common premium feature, for which I did indeed pay $10 a month. Otherwise, it would slow and hobble my progress in the game world, diminish my creative possibilities, and sap my enjoyment by creating friction with resource caps. Fallout 76 deliberately annoyed me into paying an additional $90 for the game, just for the privilege of keeping what I found within its world, a la the unlimited inventories of Fallout 4 settlements. The game eases this blow by translating your subscription fee into in-game shop currency, giving you $10 a month of items to buy. Yet, the big item collections are usually priced around $15 to $20. So you either pool currency over several months, or you pay even more cash to get those interesting blueprints. None of this is required, of course, but it's equally obvious how Fallout 76 weaponizes a player's desire to have fun with the game against them. To play intensively and at length is only truly fun and convenient as a premium player, and even premium players are further provoked into unnecessary spending by cynical, deliberate overpricing of non-existent goods. Like many live service games, there's a free Battle Pass where bonus rewards are given for consistent play. Fallout 76's Battle Passes are so long that even when I played the game for 3 weeks straight every single day, I couldn't get halfway through a Battle Pass. Of course, I could pay actual cash money and use those premium atoms to advance myself along the Battle Pass and get that stuff anyway. They're only there for like 3 months, and then those rewards are never available again. Like I said earlier, it's an extremely aggressive weaponization of FOMO. This is reinforced by not just the social competitiveness that multiplayer can provoke, the one-upsmanship, but also the mechanical competitiveness. All locations regenerate enemies and items eventually, but it's done on a timer. With 24 players to a server, you don't see other players too often, but you come across their handiwork often in locations that have already been looted. Premium subscription players are allowed a private server for them and invited friends only, where you can farm resources to your heart's content and know that any given location will be in a default original configuration. True single player, then, is a premium subscription feature. For the base price, you only get an inconvenient compromise. Fallout 76's multiplayer is at the heart of the monetization strategy. It's theoretically free after the base price to have fun, free as a place to spend time in, but annoying in deliberately self-sabotaging ways for the purpose of provoking people to fork over cash money to stay. The game is almost immaterial to this self-concept as a fully monetized digital third place. Every traditional element of story or gameplay comes second to that odious and predatory foundation. One way that television has creatively degraded in the last few years is the rise of shows developed specifically and completely as second-screen content, shows meant to be watched with a phone in your hand, compatible with the endless scroll of social media. So a script can't depend on a viewer paying active attention all the time. A given viewer shouldn't miss anything by paying only partial or apathetic attention to the screen. Fallout 76 is second-screen content, despite requiring active engagement. It is meant to melt into the background as somewhere to hang out and kill time. And with friends it actually is fun. I liked hanging out with friends in this world quite a bit. All of the ways in which gameplay has been made faster and more efficient is in service of being background, becoming second-screen content, a perpetual treadmill of meaningless action and reaction, only ending when you personally become bored. There is so much I do love about Fallout 76, but all those things were made by developers who are beholden to the game's greater vision, a vision that serves the accounting department more than any player. Fallout 76 is tragic to me in this way, because there is a lot of art underneath these corporate shackles, but it suffers from the cynical concept and the monetization at every step. The new content illustrates this tension between art and product better than anything in the original release. All the new NPC content that pivots backwards towards a Fallout 4-style game works against its live service elements, and all the live service elements serve to diminish and trivialize the NPCs. Like Fallout 4, Fallout 76 begins with a smaller-scale plotline and then expands into a factional conflict. New player characters are immediately introduced to a couple NPCs upon first exiting the vault. It's pretty much just a big cardboard tutorial display like there is inside Vault 76, except it says, "Now with dialogue trees." Because Fallout 76 was not designed with spoken dialogue in mind, the player character has no voiced lines, and the system reverts to Fallout 3's dialogue format. What the game really tries to lean into here is having a wider variety of responses available than in Fallout 4 or Fallout 3, especially regarding skill check, or more factually, since Fallout 76 does not use skills, attribute checks. So your character build matters now in a more interactive way than just balancing stacks of ability cards. Some of the checks feel genuinely meaningful or are actually funny. Most of the luck checks I encountered were pretty great jokes, wherein you just completely short-circuit the intended quest structure by saying absolutely exactly the right thing, no matter how outlandish it is to say it. As strange as it is for me to say, Fallout 76 is better than Fallout 3 at its own dialogue system. Considerably better, actually. And because it so often provides so many response options, many of which are often attribute checks, there are moments where Fallout 76 feels more meaningfully reactive to the player in dialogue than Fallout 4 did, even if it lacks the cinematic back and forth. There's a sense that the developers are kind of experimenting with and workshopping how to do more traditional Fallout dialogue trees within a modern context. It's a fascinating hybrid of a contemporary game writing style bolted, for mechanical convenience, to a more antiquated dialogue delivery system. I like it, but the dialogue itself suffers from the demands of live service gameplay. The beginning quests orient around a bar called the Crane and a lost treasure. Its way to introduce the very idea of Fallout 76 NPCs, provide a lore justification for them being there, and integrate them with the existing storyline about the Scorched Plague. The problem is that the writers are seemingly not allowed to keep the writing tight at all. I don't know that for certain, but I get a constant impression that every single plot beat is smashed out into its widest and shallowest expression for the sake of extending gameplay hours. The absolute worst offenders are the new companion NPCs. If companions were a high watermark of writing for Fallout 4, surely they would feel that way here, right? The entire system is actually wildly different. You can have a number of NPCs for your camp, actually, but most of them are given as Battle Pass rewards, and you can only have one active at a time. You can buy them if you've missed a Battle Pass, but it costs 4,000 of yet another in-game currency called Gold Bullion, which represents many hours of grinding repetitive quests. Some very minor camp NPCs can be found within the environment with generic names. There are only 2 story-driven NPC companions, called allies here in Fallout 76. One is a former raider who left the Blood Eagles gang after the death of his brother. His quest involves leaving the gang for good and confronting its new leader, whose identity, I think, you could probably already guess. The other is a cryogenically frozen astronaut named Sophia. Her plotline has her working with her shady, also unfrozen former boss and a military AI who wants to explore the world in a robot body. They have a psychic connection, too, for fun and flavor. So neither of these characters or their stories are especially complex or complicated. That's not the real crime here. The crime is that, for Beckett, this takes 12 distinct quests where he sends you out and back, giving just the tiniest dollop of backstory in between. For Sophia, it's much worse. It takes fully 19 quests to reach the end of her plotline. Then, each character will offer radiant quests whenever you please. Any emotional investment or impact is hammered flat as a pancake by how diluted the writing becomes through its mandate to drive content. If these plot lines were as short as they ought to be, it would be 2 or 3 quests apiece. You can't say that the Allies update provides hours of new content with just a half dozen quests. You need 30+ quests to qualify for hours of new content. The camp allies are not primarily conceived of as characters or as people. They are primarily content delivery vessels, providing a new layer of item and experience reward for going to the same places and doing the same things that you would have done before. When that exploration was fully player-driven, like it was in the NPC-free launch version, I felt like I was adventuring because I was driven by my own self-determined motivations. Metering and rationing the allies' stories in such an extreme way doesn't do anything but create a sense of busy work. I am doing chores for NPCs. I am checklisting my way towards another tiny reward on the battle pass. I am doing everything except immersing myself in the game world for the sake of the game world itself. There's a question of chicken and egg here. What came first, the bad writing or the bad format? For myself, I think the bad format came first. There are moments, few and far between, where Beckett and Sophia are likable characters with charismatic banter. This is just buried under the character's more important role as sugar water for the hamster as it spins the hamster's wheel. The factional conflict is so simplified that I wish it didn't exist at all. There are settlers, you see, and opposed to these settlers are raiders, good guys and bad guys, existing in a silly, deliberate, obvious binary that's reminiscent of the worst parts of Fallout 3's writing. In the original release of Fallout 76, and still buried under all the new stuff, is a foundational story that's actually pretty good. The original raider gangs began not necessarily out of desperation, but out of greed. Once upon a time, there was a ski lodge full of rich bastards and their awful wives. When the bombs fell, largely outside of Appalachia, they found themselves bored, alone, and entirely without any skills that would allow them to survive by the sweat of their own labor. So they became, rather quickly, the first of the great Appalachian raider gangs. The irony of the Scorched Plague is that no one survived. No part of their villainy, or of the courage of those that opposed them, survived into the present tense of your player experience. All is fallen leaves and brittle bones. Except now, where that band of raiders returns from a surprise exile to resettle. This plot beat undermines the story that came before, and then the raiders themselves are just punk-adjacent assholes. They have no ideology or edge, even the dark humor of the initial origin story provided by the game on release. The settlers are even more bland, if such a thing is possible. Like you, they just want to rebuild America, and what's wrong with that? Even in the original Fallout 76 release, its worst narrative feature was a commitment to an empty centrism in the framing of a lot of the writing. The overseer of Vault 76 left behind a trail of audio logs that exemplifies this. As you cross the game map, you come across the wreckage of organizations that were eventually destroyed by the Scorched Plague. First, the Responders, do-gooders who banded together to help each other and others through the emergency years right after the war. Then the Raiders as a counterexample. Then the Free State bunkers, survivalists and secessionists who were, rightly, fearful of Vault-Tech's sinister monopoly on fallout shelters. Then the Brotherhood of Steel, seemingly out of contractual obligation to provide familiar franchise elements no matter how little sense it makes. Lastly, the Enclave, now mostly just a handful of leftover computers like President Eden was, who tasks you with launching nuclear weapons. This is the final stage of the origin story. Launching nuclear weapons is the only way to provoke the presence of the world boss monster, the Scorch Beast Queen. Launching nukes is a frivolous mechanical feature that is completely divorced from any thematic meaning that it even might have. And yet, the Last Overseer's log takes your actions seriously anyway, lamenting the destructive choice that you've made, the failure of all these gone-away factions to band together against the scorched threat. It is the diagonal opposite of Fallout New Vegas in every respect. In that game, not only were nuclear weapons treated with a respect for their destructive potential, the consequences of the use of nuclear weapons forms the absolute climax of the game's thematic and narrative threads during the Lonesome Road DLC. New Vegas treated ideologies as competitive and often incompatible. Fallout 76, on the other hand, paints nuclear weapons in a way that's utterly meaningless and trivial in every conceivable way. It's a big special effect that creates another layer to the loot loop by populating a nuked area with special resources necessary for the top tiers of crafting. And when the script attempts to reckon with that failure of the game as a whole to take world-ending threats seriously, it places the blame, nebulously, on the failure of ideologically incompatible groups to abandon their values and differences to band together into some kind of amorphous coalition for the general good. Which is what the new post-release NPC update settlers are. So it makes sense that the Overseer is alive and well and the one who sends you on that questline to help the settlers establish their city up on Spruce Knob. Not a good kind of sense, but a disappointingly logical kind of sense. Fallout 76, at its narrative core, is a patriotic homesteading fantasy. Vault 76 had no darker purpose. It opened on time and with all residents intact. Once released, it was the duty of each to repair and rebuild. America broke, but you can fix it. Shine it until it gleams with whatever sparkling truths mean America to you personally. Like the settlements of Fallout 4, it is a nation without an ideology, a nation without a trajectory beyond the immediate present. What matters is your ability to pick whatever plot of land you choose and make it yours, ownership without price or consequence, an empty land full of possibilities, just like you were taught about Frontier America back in grade school. Manifest destiny as a core mechanic, without any of the burdens of actual American history besides. The Settlers plotline is especially egregious in doubling down on this uncritical, ahistorical American Reconstructionism. The plot format, at least, is actually kind of fun. It's a classic heist. You gotta put the team together, make the plan, and get the gold. The plot's climax is the crazy thing that works with the theme so awkwardly. The whole purpose is working with old US Treasury agents to create a new gold standard of currency for trade. This is where the new bullion currency comes from. Before these updates, this was a quiet and lonely world of melancholy destruction. Now it's not only fully populated, but it conceives of the most pressing struggle of these new NPCs as a lack of viable free enterprise and common currency. Fallout 2 and New Vegas were speculative sci-fi where a player had to determine what kind of post-America would flower in the wasteland. Fallout 76 doesn't even seem to consider this a worthy question. Why even have a post-America? Can't we just have the same old America since it was working so well before? It's an absolutely absurd reversal of Fallout's traditional perspective and the basis of most of its storytelling. Ultimately, I can't help but feel that this is part of the live service aspect as well. To monetize the greatest percentage of the player base, the game cannot, or perhaps should not, say anything that could be considered controversial. And more than that, if the game exists primarily as a means of provoking a player into spending cash money on subscriptions and shop items, it is either counterproductive or flatly hypocritical to include any kind of thematic pushback against the idea that money fixes everything. Money quite literally fixes most things in Fallout 76. The more you pay, the smoother the player experience is for you. At least, that's how it overwhelmingly feels now. On release, however, the game was willing to say with environmental storytelling, but it's now completely unwilling to articulate through dialogue and character. Fallout 76 is extremely clever in its adaptation of the real-world West Virginia, freely rearranging things much more than Fallout 4 did with its version of Massachusetts. To create a roughly rectangular playing area, the long arms of West Virginia leading east and north are folded back against the body of the state. The Appalachian and Allegheny Mountains that create a border with Virginia proper back in the real world are moved to the center of the map instead to create a barrier between the lower-level regions and the higher-level regions. It is still a much more open map design than New Vegas had, but it does more to contain and direct the general progression of how players experience the world than either Fallout 3 or 4. The main quests of the game's original release were used to guide a player from region to region, introducing factions, creating different sorts of moods and moments as you go along. They weren't huge or complicated quests, but they did a good job of creating a feeling of chapters of progression. Within those chapters, without many other narrative threads, resource-driven exploration filled the rest of a given player's time. The level scaling is more intense here in 76 than in Fallout 4. Enemies become much tougher over time. There's a real bullet sponge problem, where it's actually difficult to rely on ranged weapons all the time because you have to kill many more enemies than you'd likely find bullets for. Crafting bullets becomes essential. There is always a strong need for more stuff. Stuff to build, stuff to fight with, stuff to convert into lead for bullets. This constant pressure makes the loot loop feel better than Fallout 4. Scrap is more about need than about want. It becomes genuinely important to loot every single closet and every single outbuilding of a given location, and important to discover as many locations as possible. Combined with the scale and scenic beauty of the world map, exploration feels satisfyingly tense, thrillingly engaging. It rewards player curiosity better than Fallout 4 was able to do. Fallout 76 actually has, in aggregate, a truly substantial amount of world building that's revealed over the course of these explorations. But the world building is done entirely as background, diaries and audio logs, the familiar environmental storytelling of skeletons and props, and also even in the construction of the world map as a whole. Just as Fallout 76 quite thoughtfully adapted the West Virginia landscape, it also thoughtfully adapted the social and political history. It's the story, in miniature, of American labor in general. Coal mining is the one industry that truly defines the region. Mining is some of the most dangerous work there is in the world. It's still dangerous now, but back in the days of the 19th century, it would kill a man in a dozen ways without warning, for no reason at all. Mining companies exploited their employees, paying them little, charging them for food and lodging and tools like candles to see by, to the point where a miner could work for a month and end up with a bill instead of a paycheck. The fight between labor and management over even the most basic protections, rights, and compensation was so bitter and so intense that it became the tip of the spear for workers' rights in general, the industry with the most to gain by fighting for those rights, and the most to lose if they didn't receive them. Mine owners and overseers, meanwhile, used their massive profits to dot the hillsides with grand mansions and pay top dollar for the Charleston State House and its marble halls. This is history. Fallout 76 takes that history and adds some very Fallout-appropriate twists. In the pre-war era, these mining companies had bypassed all the reforms gained over the past century or so through widespread automation, to the point of creating a completely robot-run corporate headquarters city in the middle of what used to be a state park called Watoga. From Watoga runs a beautiful, very mid-century monorail system that even includes a giant Falkirk wheel-style elevator to get up into the mountains from the valley. This monorail goes around and above the towns where the workers lived, connecting instead to a terminus in the ash heap where the executive monorail passengers could transfer to their stilted mansions after a long day's emails. Meanwhile, in the towns, riots over job loss stemming from automation are being violently suppressed by yet more robots, while up above, the mine owners literally look down on them as they starve and die. It's not subtle, it's very direct and very cutting, like the best of Fallout's traditional dark ironies. It is more interesting world building than much of what was done with Fallout 4's Commonwealth. It's something that only comes together in the long-term experience of the game world, though, a composite image eventually made clear through the sheer extent of your exploration. It's nice to see a Bethesda title incorporating politics in a way that isn't held back by centrist bet hedging. The bitterness at work connects back to both real American history and the tone of the earlier Fallout games. Similarly, the Free State's bunker survivalists are interesting because of how correct they are to feel skepticism and fear towards their own government and its contractors. Vault-Tec absolutely, unequivocally, does not have their best interests at heart. There's a clever sympathy there for the survivalist mindset. Fallout 76 takes certain perspectives and impulses that are common in West Virginia and adapts them well to its fictional universe in ways that make sense for the setting and interact robustly with it. The NPC updates have made this stuff harder and harder to see. The additions have buried these ironies and sarcasms underneath an avalanche of content that is more mild and moderate by design. So here's the fundamental question this all provokes. If the initial world building done with Fallout 76 is willing to be complexly dark, why is all the subsequent content so obsessed with being frivolously light? Does it actually disagree with its own creative foundation? Or, instead, Is it being perhaps deliberately smoothed out by an oversight process which will not allow the game to say anything that would alienate potential premium subscribers? Usually I wouldn't offer a criticism that edges so close to conspiracy, but Fallout 76 is an unusual case because there actually is such an obvious tension between the parts of the thing that are a Fallout game and the parts of the thing that are a live service game instead. Were it not for the Overseer's logs and the homesteading angle, the tone of the actual world map and the fictional histories within it would be more in keeping with traditional Fallouts than either Fallout 3 or 4. It's great stuff. To have a faster, tighter loot loop, a better and much larger world map, and also all this genuinely clever world building in the initial release is what makes Fallout 76 so compelling to me despite all my many frustrations. Especially with the way the dialogue is so interested in attribute-driven special options. Fallout 76 satisfies me as a fan and devotee of the original games. It's not what I wanted or would have asked for as a Fallout game, but it compromises with me on the things that matter to me and meets me halfway. Mostly. Level scaling for items and equipment stops at level 50, but players can continue to gain experience and receive ability cards indefinitely after that point. In playing all the story content and spending over 100 hours in the world just for this playthrough alone, I only ever hit level 106. There are players, though, who are level 300, level 500, time investments within Fallout 76 that are almost incomprehensible to me. It occurs to me that these updates and their unwillingness to provide tight and impactful narratives is for the benefit of these players much more than for me, someone who sees the game as something fundamentally linear with a beginning and eventual end. Even if I have to figure out that end state for myself. For these players, what could ever be enough? Perpetual play isn't served well by narrative content at all. Perpetual play is the reason that it takes 19 goddamn quests to reach an end to one of the companion arcs. It is a much larger, widespread complaint that it doesn't take enough time to do something in Fallout 76 than the diagonal complaint that I have that these quest lines are too bloated and take too long. So consider then the vaults. For the first time in the franchise, besides I suppose Fallout Shelter, they serve gameplay functions instead of supporting the narrative or world building. Vault 76 is just a tutorial. Vault 51 was the basis for the game's now shuttered and deeply unpopular Battle Royale mode. The idea was that a computer in charge of the vault awards Overseer status to the sole survivor of the Royale, status in this case defined only as a massive shit ton of items and experience and in-game currency. Vault 79 is the climax of the Settler's questline, a dungeon for grinding gold bullion. Apparently, some vaults are now open for free exploration, but across the year or two that I've been replaying it, they were sealed for me, for the most part, outside of their intended game modes. Like Vault 94, originally only accessible as an endgame group raid, it was repurposed to be part of the Daily Ops game mode, a repeatable, objective-driven group dungeon that's basically the same as a raid, except shorter and more accessible. Vault 96 is another Daily Ops vault. Vault 63 has been in the game since day one, but it has never been used. It has always been a locked door with nothing behind it, although it too will likely be used as a future Daily Ops location. Daily Ops are group content. If you're going the single-player route for a more traditional feel, you might never see a vault across your entire playthrough, besides as part of tutorial and the Wastelander's climax, and also one as part of the Brotherhood of Steel content. Perhaps it's easier than I think to access them now. Because the fundamental state of the game is in constant flux with the live service elements, my experience in the past and how it might be presently or in the future might be entirely different things. What I know for certain is that across all my characters and playthroughs, now and at launch, I have put well over 200 hours into Fallout 76, and the vaults were never part of that 200 hours at all, besides 2 instances. Which was always such a disappointment and frustration for me, even if the state of the game currently no longer creates that friction quite as much. Of course, even updates that add things that sound thrilling and engaging for me have infrequently turned out to be that way. I already said the Pit is one of my favorite environments in all of Fallout, so when Fallout 76 added the Pit as its first brand new outdoor location, I was absolutely stoked. But the return to the Pit is not a new expansion map, a la Fallout 3's Pit. It is simply 2 more Daily Ops group raid locations. I played them solo, but that just emphasized how slight and boring they are without other people there to play alongside. The enemies are huge bullet sponges of the highest order. The objectives are deliberately fiddly and long to create circumstances where one player needs to be protected by others. There isn't really any story at play because any help you give people here at this juncture will be undone by the time the setting becomes the way it is in Fallout 3. There are moments where this new version of the pit is striking and scenic. There is a wonderful use of light and shadow at play, but the outdoor areas are only ever half of a given daily op. Half of each of the two maps are dreary indoor locations that might as well be anywhere. The reason that these are such big disappointments for me is that if I got what I wanted, the level 500 perpetual players would be disappointed instead. Narrative content would be over in a flash, especially if you just skip all the dialogue anyway, spacebar, 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 as many seem to do. As a daily op, it becomes something to do daily, over and over, and over and over. It is, by format, hours of content, despite being repetitive and linear. It's not hours of content for me because I was very disappointed and had no desire to repeat the experience, but it's hours of content for anyone who's treating Fallout 76 as a grind. It's hours of content for people who just want more game world to hang out with their friends in. The vaults in Fallout 76, along with the pit, have a minor narrative frame associated with them, but this is just out of reflex and obligation, a justification for their visual differences. That's not the why of them. The why is simply to create another layer of risk and reward, another system to support perpetual play, another method for grinding your way through the game. What, I wonder, is the grinding really for? To have better weapons and armor? A bigger, more impressive house? These rewards are only useful in the context of continuing to play. They create no ultimate reward. They provide no climax. There's no finality to them. If I grind out something, I want to be grinding toward something, but there is nothing in Fallout 76 to grind towards that isn't completely illusory. Players who are level 500 played exactly the same game as I have, they've just played it all in much greater repetition. Our experiences are not meaningfully divergent in any way, besides them having fancier power armors with which to make me look like a scrub, and hopefully therefore compel me to spend an extra few dozen hours grinding, catching up and showing them that, hey, I'm no scrub. I can give up just as much of my life to the frivolous pursuit of nothing as they can. As utterly bare bones as Fallout 76 was on release, its simplicity was a comfort to me. It was a simple dynamic. There was the world to explore, and my desire to explore it. That's it. When my wanderings were done, so was the game. This does not make me a valuable user of Fallout 76, however, not like the level 500 folks. The longer you spend with the game, the more likely it is to fulfill its true purpose and provoke spending in the real-world cash shop. It doesn't matter to a live service game what you do, so long as you never stop doing it. Perhaps as a product and as a consumer good, this can be considered a metric of success. From the perspective of storytelling, this approach leads only to the death of art and the absence of meaning. One element of the narrative that spans the gap between the game as it was on release and all of the new content is the game's choice to include, again, the Brotherhood of Steel. I am tired of the Brotherhood of Steel. I truly am. The only game not to feature them prominently, besides, again, Fallout Shelter if you want to be really technical about it, is Fallout 2. Fallout 2's narrative is much improved by this absence. They are an organization for the Dark Age of the Wasteland era. The Frontier era and its rise of nations poses an insurmountable existential threat to the kind of organization that the Brotherhood of Steel represents. So in Fallout 2, they go underground. They try to hide themselves underneath the New World instead of becoming a part of it. New Vegas thoughtfully continues this portrayal with its bitter, dying Brotherhood. Father Elijah's attempt to kill off entire nations out of revenge is an ideological death spasm, an act of immense and murderous spite. This is the narrative arc that makes sense for the Brotherhood. They cannot exist outside of a dark age, and the path ahead of them branches towards either reformation into a completely new kind of organization, or a path of increasingly desperate isolationism and violence. As a trilogy, Fallouts 1, 2, and New Vegas say everything that needs to be said about the Brotherhood and thoroughly explores the Brotherhood's narrative arc. Fallout 3's choice to include the Brotherhood of Steel is a matter of branding, part of its effort as a soft reboot of the Fallout concept. And that was wise for Fallout 3. By including the Outcasts, it articulated the original concept of the Brotherhood while freely changing it to become something more easily marketable, more straightforward and uncomplicated, even if it did reduce the distance between science fiction and fantasy within the setting. Fallout 4's willingness to at least partially code the Brotherhood as villains explored the tensions of their mission and the consequences of their elitism rather well. Even as part of the East Coast setting, much effort and many words have already been spent exploring the intricacies of the Brotherhood of Steel, which makes their presence in Fallout 76 such a complicated letdown. Fallout 76 takes place extremely early in the Fallout timeline, just 25 years after the war. Prior to the NPC updates, the Brotherhood story was used to kind of expand on the backstory given them in Fallout 1, the closest game to 76 in the timeline and the original flavor of the Brotherhood of Steel organization. The idea is that a military leader who rallied her command in the desperate years just after the war contacted Maxson by radio, and he convinced her to adopt the Brotherhood's monastic organization and medievalist titles as a defense against both depressed morale and political interference from any old warmongers that might emerge from the vaults. If you don't ask too many questions and keep focus on the way the game takes an opportunity to expand the original Maxson's motivations and explanations, this is reasonable stuff for a prequel to try to accomplish. Problem is the big question it provokes. If the West Coast Brotherhood could communicate across the gulf of 3,000 miles of apocalyptic wasteland, what else have they influenced? Why would they remain so isolationist? The convenient in-game answer is that no, they just talk to each other point to point, which is tidy but ultimately very nonsensical in a way that I don't usually complain about. I typically couldn't give two shits to rub together about plot holes, but this isn't about being a plot hole so much as it's about incompatible characterizations. The isolationist West Coast Brotherhood makes less sense if they had these communications capabilities. They have the greatest impact as something that grew locally, something small. Even Fallout 3 referred back to Southern California as the one singular birthplace of the Brotherhood of Steel. In real life, it takes one single afternoon to drive from Washington, D.C. to the easternmost part of West Virginia at Harper's Ferry. There are people who commute by train into the city every day from there. Even folding that eastern arm of West Virginia back in on itself like Fallout 76 does, it would make no sense for the Washington, D.C. Brotherhood to be unaware of a West Virginia Brotherhood, especially a long-lost chapter of their very same faction. In the original release, this was solved in a conclusively tidy way. They all died fighting the Scorched, like every other faction. If they all died in the first 25 years, then it is pretty immaterial to the broader timeline and can exist as just a way to expand the lore of the Brotherhood and further articulate its perspective. The real problem with them being in Fallout 76 on release was just opportunity cost. The space they took up within the world and the narrative could have gone towards something entirely new, but instead the game retreads over familiar ground for little more than branding. The Enclave being involved is likewise frustrating, but they make enough sense since the Enclave in this case is just an automated system left behind to launch the many nuclear missiles of the Appalachian silos. The Brotherhood's presence in the game was dubious and odd to begin with. When NPC factions were added to the game, the simplicity of the settlers and raiders really disappointed me. I wanted more. I wanted something new. I wanted something narratively complicated with some real substance. And instead, I got 2 full expansions that are nothing but more Brotherhood of Steel story content, dedicated to relitigating many of the same conflicts that other Fallout titles settled long ago. It's especially frustrating because of the effort going into these expansions. There is a tremendous amount of developer sweat being poured into making the leaders of this new Brotherhood seem like vibrant individuals making personal choices, into animating and voicing the characters at a quality that compares favorably to Fallout 4, even though Fallout 76 was never meant to have these kinds of characters and conversations originally. Yet these vibrant individuals are trapped within a plot that is equally turgid and unnecessary. Most of what's going on is simply trying to repair wounds in the fabric of the world that the Brotherhood even being there creates. There was such an opportunity here to literally let dead paladins lie and do something new. Instead, the game exhumes a bad idea to make it worse. It's one of the clearest examples of the tension within the game between genuine creativity and consumerist obligation. All the attempts to make the idea work, all the effort put into character backstory and more cinematic story presentation, it cannot break free of what a cage of an idea the whole plotline is. Paladins Romani and Shin articulate the core conflict and even accompany you as a companion character on many missions, story-driven set-piece battles that remind much more of Fallout 4 than the release version of Fallout 76. The first Brotherhood expansion's quests revolve around establishing a Brotherhood presence in the region and how they interact with settler and raider factions. Shin is an isolationist, committed to the original Brotherhood's monastic mission. Romani thinks that they should be more altruistic and involved. It is a complete rehash of the division between Elder Lion's Fallout 3 Brotherhood and its outcasts, except it happens in real time and you get to chime in with your own opinion on the matter from time to time. The ultimate choice is between contacting the Brotherhood back on the West Coast and tattle on Romani, like Shin wants to do, or support Romani by breaking the communications dish. Except Romani breaks it either way. You're supporting a character, you're not making a choice of any lasting consequence. This is likely because of how destabilizing to the lore this kind of contact would be. The idea behind this second wave of Brotherhood NPCs is that, concerned about the radio silence, the West Coast Brotherhood sent a whole-ass expedition across the entire country without even the benefit of a Zeppelin fleet to see what that was about. It runs hugely contrary to the scale of the Brotherhood as portrayed in Fallout 1 to assume that they were capable at all of such a journey and such a split. It creates nothing but cascading contradictions of tone and intent, all for nothing more than creating a present-tense version of a conflict already fully articulated back in Fallout 3. This is the creative cage that the obligatory recycling of brand imagery creates. Every single problem and annoyance I have with Steel Dawn and Steel Rain could be easily solved by just creating something new from scratch. Instead, all this effort has been wasted on creating a justification for the Brotherhood being here, on justifications for this version of the Brotherhood not having been mentioned by other chapters or recognized by other Fallout titles, on hemming and hawing, trying to make this awkward piece fit into an already overcrowded puzzle. Creatively, nothing would be lost and everything would be gained by simply coming up with a brand new faction or expanding on one of the already existing Fallout 76 factions like the Free States. The only risk to embracing something new is a risk to immediate brand recognition. No matter how much effort or how much art is poured into the idea, none of it breaks the cage. All of it becomes secondary to being able to sell Brotherhood items in the cash shop and put the Brotherhood images on t-shirts and banner advertisements on the internet. Yes, here it is, Fallout. You can tell because of the big power armor guy. I am being pandered to in just as frustrating and infantilizing a way as Dr. Vidya back in 2004's Brotherhood of Steel, and I do not like it any better. It's a more complicated kind of pandering, but the complexity makes it tragic, because if any of these hints of creativity were actually given room to grow, it could have been something truly impactful. The game was already out. The reputational damage from its poor reception on release was already done. What risk was there in getting wild with the idea? One of my all-time favorite RPG adventures, Mask of the Betrayer for Neverwinter Nights 2, is only as complex and creative as it is because of corporate non-involvement. The sales expectations for an expansion to an already underwhelming Neverwinter Nights 2 were so low as to be basically non-existent, so nobody came in to tell the developers no, or that's too weird. Mask of the Betrayer gave such life to the world and characters that had only ever halfway lived up to their potential within the main campaign. How I longed for something like that with Fallout 76. Instead, Fallout 76 played it safe, so safe as to be basically superfluous. The rest of the Brotherhood questlines involve FEV and super mutants, recycling images and conflicts even further. Art is communication. It has something that it wants to say. The thrill of art in any medium is to hear something or see something that changes you in some way, that expands your conception of the world by seeing another perspective on it. A consumer product is not beholden to such an expectation. The mandate of an updated product is to carry over all the features that people expect and also add some new ones. The train of thought seems to be that customers expect the Brotherhood of Steel, and the customer is always right. If Fallout 76's intention is closer to a toaster with a subscription plan than it is to art, then leaving out the Brotherhood of Steel is like not putting a bagel preset button on the control panel of the Bagel-Matic. The Bagel-Matic does not suffer from narrative inconsistency. The Bagel-Matic produces crispy brown bagels on demand. And who am I to argue with that? Despite my grievance with that entire philosophy of game development, I feel like Fallout 76 is less of a toy than Fallout 4 was. Focusing on the Brotherhood of Steel, even when it's counterproductive and nonsensical, is ultimately less damaging to the fabric of the game's reality the Nuka World asking you to run both the raider camps and the settlements at the same time. Despite all the repeatable events, daily quests, daily ops, battle pass challenges, and assorted live service bullshit, the main experience of Fallout 76 is still driven by exploration and curiosity through a world map that is beautifully designed, capable of many moods. It is possible for me while playing to ignore the things that I dislike for the most part. Some of the systems I came to even enjoy more than I expected, particularly the camp system. I actually loved building homes in different regions as I moved through them with the original main quest line, which I allowed to organize my playthrough this time around as well, instead of exploring the new content first. My complaint is that new players don't get nearly enough options. It is hugely expensive to buy blueprints from vendors with in-game bottle cap currency that actually expands your possibilities, like building with concrete or metal. It takes a lot of grinding to do interesting things, or, of course, you could pay a lot of money to buy options from the cash shop, which is a very deliberate dynamic. I mostly used my subscription stipend on these sorts of things, and in doing so, was able to be much more expressive with the camp system than in my original playthrough. Once I reached the end of the region-hopping quests and the main original content, I made it a goal to choose a permanent home somewhere on the main map. Towards the bottom middle of the map, in a very seldom visited area, is a mountain overlooking a nuclear waste disposal field, which can be built up to extract uranium if you want. Useful, sure, but it was the mountain that interested me. It was hugely scenic, overlooking two valleys with the asphalt ruins of Route 101 going up along the ridge. So, right next to the remains of a jackknife trailer, I built up a large brick and metal tower with wood floors and some classically Fallout Gothic accents that all came from my cash shop stipend. There is a height limit to camps and a total scrap investment limit, but within those limitations I built myself a fine tower. Previously, I had built up and torn down my camps every couple of days. This one I kept for the rest of my entire playthrough. It began to feel like a kind of home to me within the game world in a way that factional housing in Fallout New Vegas or settlements in Fallout 4 never really did. Except for the one time I attempted to play Fallout 4 in survival mode, the only time I got heavily into cleaning up Sanctuary Hills and making a real home out of it. A condition of Fallout 4's survival mode is that you can only save the game by sleeping in a bed, so a home with a bed takes on considerable utility and meaning. Fallout 76 has largely abandoned its survival mechanics, which were important on release, making it so that hunger and thirst provide bonuses if you eat and drink, but don't exact any of the penalties if you ignore them entirely. But there's so much time spent within the game upgrading, repairing, and maintaining weapons and armors to be done that having a dedicated process and location for that kind of thing does become extremely important. I had chosen my plot of land, built my home, and taken comfort in its consistencies. Despite myself, I had fully engaged in the homesteading fantasy and ended up loving it quite a bit. In yet another update, a workaround to the camp scrap limit was created where a player can add an underground vault area. It's not a full vault, it's just a single style of room, with the best of the rooms naturally locked behind the paywall of the cash shop. I got one as a subscription bonus and never had any idea what to do with it. I didn't want to use it for anything important because even if it's an incredibly minor inconvenience, I was opposed to the inconvenience of a second loading screen after fast travel coming back to the camp from wherever I was adventuring before. So I thought about what rooms I had made for my tower, and the only thing missing was a bathroom. So I turned my entire vault into a big ol' shit palace, built up to an immodest degree that would make for the most awkward, self-conscious bowel movement possible, plus band area. If my Museum of the Self was only for my benefit alone back in Fallout 4, here was my opportunity to make a joke to some random passerby and hopefully give them a chuckle if nothing else. Visiting other players' camps became something I really enjoyed in Fallout 76. It was a pretty even split between camps that were creative and camps that were utilitarian, but the ones that opted for self-expression were often very impressive in how they used the camp system. I was hardly the only person who had found a home within the game world and invested in it, which made me consider, was this the mark of the game's success as a digital third place? While true single-player is a premium feature and multiplayer can negatively impact the loot loop through overcompetition, the multiplayer is also one of the only aspects of the game where a person can find a true novelty, something genuinely individual and surprising. People have used this system to create art within art, expression within expression, even if that expression is as frivolous as a fart vault. Which makes the way the game weaponizes that creative impulse by locking the most interesting building options away in the cash shop somewhat worthy of reproach. Yeah, that's the profit model, but even in terms of self-expression, the live service game elements hinder the art. Despite that monetization, or in certain instances of show-off collectible gallery homes because of that monetization, people had truly settled within this fictional space in unique ways. For those who actually do daily quests on a close-to-daily basis, it absolutely does exist as a social third place. When the game first released, it had ambient voice chat, which was rather quickly redacted to a more party-based opt-in kind of feature. Optimistically, the idea was to foster community. Realistically, a lot of people live in chaotic soundscapes and some others are total jackasses, so it was never a feature that was bound to last. By participating so enthusiastically in the camp system, I finally found that sense of community. I was always curious about what my neighbors had chosen as homes, their landscape preferences, their decorative preferences. I enjoyed playing the game with friends too, hanging out socially within the framework of the systems I usually just did solo. But I am not the kind of person who can tolerate a game without a finite endpoint, for very long anyway, and so it was never going to be as permanent a home for me as it is for others. Having found my home, I was on the hunt for some kind of climax with which to draw the game to a close. Once you've gotten through all the new content and reached the point in the old content where you can launch nukes whenever you please, there are two choices of climactic boss battle. The original one is against the Scorchbeast Queen. Within the frame of the original story, this was the creature that killed the West Virginia Brotherhood of Steel. All their might and technology could not overwhelm this hovering gargoyle. On release, the boss was a secret. It took a full day before a player discovered it, and it became common knowledge as an endgame feature. In the release version of the game, you explore all those different and long-dead factions in order to unite their research and efforts and do what they could not, since they were unwilling to work together in life. You create a cure for the plague, which you are never mechanically affected by or inconvenienced by in any way, plus everyone else is dead, giving the cure kind of a flat narrative impact. And now, you cure the Queen with bullets and missiles and such. It's a climax, but it's also a repeatable raid feature. It's an open invitation event on any given server. So it's a climax that you grind for resources as much as you're willing or able to do. Players nuking Fissure Prime and summoning the Scorchbeast Queen is a common part of the rhythm of play in Fallout 76. Without consequence, the endgame is a frozen stasis of repeating story beats. Well, mostly repeating. Not once have I seen another player use a nuke to summon the second raid boss, added by the same expansion that added settlers and raiders. You are asked by one of the settlers to go and find some of her long-lost kin, a fella named Earl. Earl has been sealed within the mines for decades, where he is mutated into the Wendigo Colossus. Earl isn't narratively connected to anything much at all, and the one quest associated with him outside of the event quest in which you fight him is so slight and so unrewarding that I laughed when it was over. It takes like an hour's worth of dungeon delving to even launch a nuke in the first place. It used to take even more effort. Every week, new launch codes are generated. Players were meant to farm ghoul officers who spawned randomly throughout the world for fragments of the launch code, and then do a group dungeon. If you do the group dungeon solo, it is so annoying. Thankfully, a third-party website will just tell you what the code is so you can bypass at least that part of the exhaustive missile launching process. Even missing that layer, it is a significant investment of both time and resources to do anything with the nukes, which does throttle their use and make it a somewhat rare occurrence on a given server. It's generally agreed that the Scorchbeast Queen somewhat rewards that investment, and Earl apparently does not, which is likely why I never saw his event triggered across well over 100 hours of play. To me, this seemed like a fitting climax, a hidden fight whose reward value was negligible, but whose novelty value was high, a major resource sink for all those resources that I would no longer need once I stopped playing the game. If my ultimate goal was to explore, the Cavern of the Wendigo Colossus was surely the final, most obscure, unexplored place there was left for me in the game world. And what a fight it is! The Queen is guarded by some other flying scorch beasts, nothing too crazy, but the Colossus summons entire waves of Wendigos and swaps between two different attack personalities. The amount of bullets it took to put him down was just absurd. I had been saving mini-nukes all game long and decided to fire them all off in celebration like I did in Fallout 3, but they hardly made much of a dent, and after a while I found myself so overwhelmed by the Wendigo ads that I stopped fighting the main boss to focus on them. I got so frustrated with these waves of ads that I kited them over to another player, hoping that that player would just take over the burden for me and I could get back to the fun part. The thing did eventually die. Once you've said your goodbye, Earls, you have to flee the mine as it collapses entirely. As a solo player for the most part, Even in massively multiplayer games, I rarely participate in raid content. I can't imagine it's all so unsatisfying as this, a bullet sponge so absorbent that it requires 8 players all dumping what must add up to a dozen collective hours worth of found or crafted ammunition into it. Fighting Earl was chaotic, frustrating, and underwhelming. As a climax, it was not a good one. But no potential climax in Fallout 76 really is, because it is designed to insulate a player as much as possible from the idea that it has to or ought to stop for any reason. Across the wide map of Fallout 76, there are 3 separate amusement parks, all with their own events and games and prizes. If Fallout 4 frustrated me because it was inherently a toy, Fallout 76 frustrates because it is inherently a carnival. There are rides and attractions and the shape and flavors of things I remember and love about Fallout, but these things exist largely as reference. Everything within this carnival is meant to distract and entertain me while also prompting me to pull out my wallet as much as possible. Fallout 76 contains nothing of what I loved about the old isometric Fallouts. It resembles them in so few ways as to be creatively divorced from their presentation and perspective almost entirely. But compared to Fallout 3 and 4, there's still something about 76 that satisfies. It takes what I love about the landscape of Fallout 3 and the environmental utility of Fallout 4's loot loop and smashes them together into a smoother, faster-paced player experience than either game offered. Typically, an amusement park would wear too thin to work as a third place to return to night after night, but Fallout 76 is not always a carnival. Sometimes it's just the rain on old and cracked pavement, the cozy sensation of weathering a radiation storm inside your handcrafted residence, the infinitely fresh curiosity provoked by the next map marker over the horizon. Buried underneath the self-conscious brand maintenance and the live service bullshit, and the inherent lack of consequence, is a world that is wild and beautiful. I'm finishing up this video in the days before Bethesda finally releases its first brand new RPG universe in years, Starfield. It will likely be years more before Fallout 5 appears. Despite all my complaints and misgivings about the directions taken by Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, I am still so curious and so excited about what that future Fallout 5 might look like, sound like, and play like. Because not all Bethesda games are like Fallout 76 and this predatory live service model. Skyrim was a true simulational masterpiece. Fallout 4 was visually stunning at the very least. And Fallout 76, for all its myriad failings, has the best world map of them all. Fallout will never again be in the position it was put in back in 2004 by Brotherhood of Steel. It will never again be devalued all the way back down to $5.7 million and the brink of creative extinction. Its popularity has made Fallout an indispensable part of gaming subculture, even made it recognizable and noteworthy on the stage of broader pop culture. Soon, Fallout will be a television series with Walton Goggins. Fallout has weaved in and out of my entire adult life, from the end of my childhood through my teens into the professional phases of my life, and I am just one of many people for whom the franchise has become part of their core sense of identity. In that context, an occasional trip to the amusement park is not necessarily a bad thing. It will not always be this way. Live service games are a profitable fad, but they are a fad. The biggest RPG of 2023, Baldur's Gate 3, completely rejects the live service mindset and did sales numbers that well rival any given Fallout. This era will pass. As a spin-off, Fallout 76 was, in some ways, deliberately crafted to push boundaries and make design choices that a mainline Fallout never would. I don't know what the future holds for Fallout, not exactly, but I know how much it means to me and to others. If the franchise stops communicating anything meaningful, if it ceases to be art, then that connection will be severed. Which is a consequence even a corporate toady can understand. It helps, rather than hinders, for a game to provoke emotional connections between its content and its audience. Fallout's identity isn't actually built on a foundation of brand recognition. It's built on that sense of curiosity created from exploring a strange, unknown world so uncannily close to our own, inspired by real history, illuminated by genuinely human anxieties and joys. Will there ever be a Fallout game like New Vegas again? I don't know. I'm not the kind of person who gets to decide what Fallout is. I am, however, the kind of person who carries Fallout with me every time I put tires to pavement and take myself into the open world that exists all around us. Fallout 1 didn't create its universe from pixels on a screen, it did it like the great ones always have, with imagination. All the successes of the modern Fallouts spring from that same source. They don't just passively dole out adventure and content updates, they provoke an adventurous mindset. They get a person's mind wandering before the wandering even begins in earnest. Some games are more intellectually curious, some are more environmentally curious, but curiosity is the core of each and every Fallout worth discussing, and the ones that reject curiosity we never speak of at all. I don't know if new Fallouts will be narrative or simulational, a frontier or a wasteland, darkly ironic or gleefully goofy. What I do know is that Fallout will never die if it holds true to that imaginative foundation on which it was originally built. The better Fallout is as art, the more it has to say, the more people are able to emotionally connect with it, the easier it is for a game like Fallout to worm its way into people's hearts and lived experiences. So, despite everything, I do not mourn Van Buren. I don't reject the Fallouts I have just because they're not the Fallouts I asked for. With New Vegas, I already got the Fallout that I always wanted and never thought that I would receive back in the day. That kind of game and that kind of emotional resonance aren't invalidated by the franchise choosing the occasional contrary direction. The creative possibilities of the setting are undiminished by these more experimental sequels, prequels, and spin-offs. The imaginative core of Fallout abides, strong as ever, waiting to be unearthed from beneath the trends of modern live service games. What I love about Fallout is too intrinsically a part of the setting to ever disappear forever. No matter how leveraged and monetized Fallout becomes, there are still tangible fragments there of the first game, the game that taught me what it meant to play a role. And I know we'll meet again, some sunny day. Thanks for watching. This video and all the videos I've done over the past 10 years have only been made possible through crowdfunding via the website Patreon. I'd like to take a moment to thank my audio editor, Nate Greene, as well as all of these people who have donated $10 a month or more to help with the production of these videos. People like Sam Sharp, Arvin Huang, Vero Jean-Pierre, LN, Princeps32, Lucas, Alex Bellamy, Zubertuber, Cameron Eastman, Noah Smith, Derek Anderson, Louis Marmon, Scott Swift, Jacob Duke, Graham Leader, Ben Kupka, Sean M. Dudley, Milan Juvinovic, Wes Woods, Joe, One Free Man, Derlin, Simon Lok Lauridsen, Charlie Monin, Kevin Salim, Michael Oswell, Supple Old Man, Mitchell Smith, Damon, Matt Walker, Henry R. Seymour, Don't Give Up Skeleton, Connor Dawes, Bran, Marcus Heikala, Tyson, Jonathan Tucker, Jeremy Silver, Anna Maston, Marcia Fisher, James Moffat, A Pro Benji, Boris Vorobev, Sir Guzzle, Ophelia Beatrice DeSica, Doom Sandwich, Patrick Walker, totally a real name, Nilikani, Zach Horton, Frank James, John Joe McBob, Patrick Ayers, KFC Prophet, Ryan Turner, John Eigel, Simon Penny, Galactic Beyond, Samuel Ward, Cecil and Benefo the Doggo, Yasin Dinkov, No, Not That Lincoln, Chronicles of Girl Dick, John Hart, Dhruv Manga, Chris Schultz, Chidatha, Jack Eddy, Nicholas Stakar, Colin Tomine, Carlos Antonio, Jason Park, Anton Hand, Patrick Avellino, Your Lizard Friend, Apocanym, That's for the Birds, Peter Hoover, Athena Giodat, Giant Steps, Zoop de Whoop, Pharaoh King 37, Arsehole Tep the Insufferable, Formidable Fungus, Dean Baker, Robert Steele, Cam, Luke Miller, Lilith Beglary, Mimosa Lover 69, Destruction, Daniel Jin, Ted Lundholm, Venceremos, Isaac H., Yoran Talbot, Doug Barnett, Christian Pearson, Reese's Pieces, Casky Dyer, Matthew Bosk, D.W. Fargo, Tom Young, Alex Bixel, Tommy Kilpatrick, Joe Arias, Joe Avery, Jimmy Schubert, Sean Borger, James Svey, Emery Brook, Tyler Crane, Brian Bell, Artemy Marketu, SAS 41, Heather Wright, Sawed Off Laser, Andrew Silver, James Smith, Nicolasm 10, Commissars, Echo Yin, Cold Spaghetti, Connor C., Timo Yeager, Sam Shin, Halil Harbiner, James Robinson, Brennan, Derelici, John Francis, Jacob, Luke Bridges, Cameron, John Reinhardt, Connor Ashall, Kiki, The Stoned Critic, Merlin McThunderspell, Derek Marks, William Moffat, Peter Deal, Max Orion Lagunas, Berater 6, Avery F., King Pigeon, Jack Donato, Daniel Keller, Alejandro Calzetta, Spoon, Pontus Alaric Johansson, Louis Noakes. Read this in the voice of Werner Herzog. Ilian Vanguard, Dan, TN, Matthew Hilton, Jeffrey Fitzpatrick, Magical Cause, Spencer White, John Mosinek, Will Rigby, Critical Link, Eden Corsif, Tabasco da Gama, C. Bagel, Martin, Dylan Priest, Marie Taylor, Spoon LOL, Francis Amsalem, Ben Business, Mitchell Nelson Thompson, Elliot Carty, Jimmy Hutchinson, Put My Name in Your Credits and I Slap You, The First Sterling, Brennan Fugate, Danny Pangos, Dennis Dimka, A Concrete Moth, Aver Watson, Mixwell, Fallon Tia, Never Stop Creating Noah, Colbairn Jerry, Ron F.N. Swanson, Terminal, Henry Baust, Liam Hannon, Demon Grenade 274, Young Condor, John Minnick, Lily K.P., Juiced Vervote, Rory Quinn, Jeremy Diem, Sam Mackley Ward, Schmerin, Tabor Hoxie, Nobody, Cameron Ryan, Least Action Jackson, Tactical Foreskin, Romit, Real Goblin Hour, Drew Orapello, Glowering Pike, David Azraq, Kyle Smith, Narwolf, Garrett Luft, Berkey Turkey, Carter Nordyke, Jack Devoren, Brad Weber, Sebastian de Kuiper, Carl, John Marvin, James Hashimoto, Lucas, Camille, Steve B., Christopher J. Mills, Benjamin Jackson, Josh Fremer, Random Keysin, Zubair Hussein, Ribs, Track Giraffe 027, Chris Barnard, Wash Man Blast, Tucker Donovan, Himiko Nokimi, Devlin Gillespie, Adam Marsh, Duke Newcomb, GB, Michael Miles Kakaro, Justice Coffee, Odachi 65, Ross Roberts, Stephen Donovan, Timek Jarnowski, there we are, Gianni, Hunter McCoy, Bread Destroyer, Joe, Evan Jameson, Winston Cunningham, Willis Harvey, Lena Whitaker, Jordan Eller, John Valerie, Robin Reckoner, Casey Spartus, BN12, Brian Chernick, Scott Olson, Jan Geise, Liam, Thomas Lauser, Max Golden, Electron Kaleidoscope, Nunya, Stephen Maddox, Hornlet, Sam August Johnson, Alex Zlotin, Super Dane Man, Zoe Rose, Clive Kusland, Stephen E. Settle, Whiskey, Jacob N. Walker, Gravity Train, Daniel W. Leahy, James Lloyd Jones, Dan DeFord The Deacons, Jesse Felix, Robert Poirier, Yoel Rowley, Colby Day, Death by Koala, Daphne Day, Connor Doherty, NDB, Nick Coyle, Cryotier, Holger Rowling, Working Bird, Jack Richardson, Neo Meister, Evan Candy, Jacob, Noah Groves, Evan Hannon, Maeve Victoria Roth, Hakan Ibrahim, Sean Godicke, Kerfligel, Tom, Silas the Bard, Dennis Scott, Peter Kerman, Harry, Epsicola, Nick Hard, Hunter Prigg, Cheeseberger, Brooke, Zambri, Chris, Elijah Levy, Isaac Yankum, DDS, Derek McEachern, Nick Niazian, Sam Harper, James N., Robin Bailey, Ali, Anthony Rizzo, John Alexander, Tim Barrett, Yosef Polodna, Best Tiger, Eric Scottdeby, Arpanet Bandit, Keith, Rui D., Nico Jorgensen, Mama Horse Teeth, Jeremy Rogers, Parker Clancy, Dysregulated, AJ, Shantana Bashia, Tish Doolin, Patrick Clear, Mojkin, Witless Wretch, Amanda Kruger, Alec J. Wise, Isaac Hampton, Jay Trissel, Ashley Hillsman, Will Bradley, Jeremy Gascoigne, Chrysanthemum Foley, Mr. Duck E. Quack, Floyd, James Marentet, Usman R. My biggest fans are Joey and Victor, Joachim Berg, Ventrath, Zach Phillips, Vu Lai, Colin Barnhouse, thanks for hiring an editor, Lex Sill, Chris Branch, Connor, Icy Shamrock, Daniel Faustino, Alexander, a non-follower, Gavin, Spirit of 70, Ari Chivakula, Arkady Ragzin, Aaron, Luna Litwin, Matus Lukamsky, Buher 88, Jackson Frazier, Ian Campbell, Extreme Reggae, Zach Ehrlich, Arvid Karlstrom, Fonette Lewis Yao, Chase Carnival, Sasquatch, Charles Woodman, Anantha Anil Kumar, Anthony Petrillo, Ian Wieserman, Andrew Davis, Willie Drool, More Sharks, Will Johnson, The Last Great Opium Den, Drew Knob, Ella Fox, Alex, Raymond, Chase Zarafos, Daniel Bello, Mike D, Soy Sauce, Maxine D, Thomas Georges, Daniel Sarnowski, Mason Williamson, Tim Froelich, Patrick Robertson, The Mighty Penguin, Miguel Ramirez, Hugh O'Brien, Cam Pentland, Brent Hughes, Rex Shepard, James Woodman, Matthew, Miles Luna, Jeff Mays, Carl Nordstrom, Jacob Benson, The Shoe, Christopher Kolish, Nothings, Gary Marshall, Caleb Fields, Alexander O'Connor, Morgan Kramer, Grimalkin, Highstand, Boogers, Michael Brewer, Andrew Walker, Timothy, Keegan Little, Grange 10, Ian Buckley, Optimus Crimes, Peter O'Brien, Jordan Greisman, Glue, Ben Pace, Egg Roll Buddy, Alex Farron, pardon me, I've lost my place, Timothy Rebadou, Mellow May, David Adrian, Michael Riordan, Kai Sorensen, Akeen, Bernardo Ribeiro, Ids Kusters, Paul Fields, Charlotte, Agent Maine, Sean Cullen Bensinger, Alexander Fink, no pun intended, Dan Ludwig, Kay, Resell Calendar, Tom Webster, Miles Phillips, Jesse Lax, Drove Bonzal, Ethan Patete, Chandler Evans, Pierre Berkey, Felix Roberts, Yuan Nixon, Daniel Morton, Gray D, Corey Austin, Dr. Motorcycle, New Static, Henry S. Maper, Peter Flauger, Paige Lefebvre, Voyager, Barton Donaldson, Fugla, Colin Bermeans, Gary Lyman, James Crowley, Dan Custer, John Libra, Euphemia Wilson, Daniel Kemp, Charles Merrick, Brendan McCauley, Bib Bob, John Henry Frankel, Sebastian Schaefer, Ian Kidwell, Alt AC, Charles Like, Omni Shambles 8, Jay Caudill, David Jackson, Matt Belvin, Chris Peterson, Nathaniel Johnson, Marcus Smith, Leo Zarni, Mohammed Salahin, Brandon Rodriguez, Gavin Kuzmic, Jesse James, Cross Muradian, Skylar J. Leal, Ross Bennett, Logan Matheson, Scott Lynch, VHS DVD, John Whistle, Curly, Dano Morrison, Snake Pup, Jeff Sorrells, Pigeon Boy, Brian Walker, Joe Davis, Cal, Ryan Rowe, Massiege, Connor Plantier, Dan Burton, Andrew McMenemy, Alec Blue, Ken Cleary, Dave Connor, Humanity and Identity, Alex Keene, Corey Haggart, Mix, Charlie Pouch, Vigard Blindheim, Kevin Sheehan, Sam Weinstein, Manfred, Eric Hamilton Schneider, Josiah Tull, McDingus, Ryan Kinney, Matthew Kenyon, Trevor White, Alex Ryan, David Reynolds, Tim Rozensky, Scott Postlethwaite, Joshua Aslin Smith, Jeff Gibbs, Jake Lamb, Josh Schulze, Chase, Dane Williams, Bryant Vanderlei, Don't Read My Name, I Don't Care, Hagop, Carl, You Do You, Noah, Travis Coffer, Michael Litka, Ajay Pandy, Matthew Frond, The Dark Soul 11, David Rapocchio, Scott, Mauricio Fontes Alexandra, Jonathan Sisson, Ted Kern, Swirlygig, Ian Dirtle, Alexander Suchanik, Saris, Ben Perkel, Pedro Gonzalez Fernandez, Aquatico, Dominic Dold, Jackson Rolls Gray, Sorcha Ni Dubgale, Kazab FZ, Scott Adams I, ISA VDS, Chris Haley, Davis Navarro, Paul D. Mackey, Darney, Andrew Hunter, Freddie Guyot, Aaron Noble, Casey Rethan, Wyatt Hahn, Brody Foxley, Clancy Bundy, David Martin, Ryan J., Andrew Schutz, Derek Allman, Astrozoid, Sam Hogden, Andrew McLean Bowman, Jeremy Wolfe, Lewis, Uranium Coffee, Cody Avery, John Hughes, Public Universal Witch Beast, VV, Justin Miller, Rasmus Jensen, G.S. Pori, John Smith, Christian Whitfield, Matthew Morrill, Jonathan Wainio, Mystical Lent, iComputer, Trevor Shackneys, Zero Promises, Olaf Persson, Caleb, James Henson, Mr. Fabulous, Edmund Horner, J. Alanine, Erica Ford, Urtext, Adam Spizak, Declan Hertel, Charleston Wald, Discourse Stew, Connor Dweignan, Rob Deal, Dirt Person, Valcrex, Sean Thompson, Aaron Goldbeck, Jason Lee, Rick, Christian, Noah Baldwin, Tyler Collins, Daniel Drexler, Dan Tedexby, Lorenzo F., Matt Flowers, Robert Conley, Daniel A. Russ, Hayes, Levy Shamoluk, Chase Baker, Logan Sailors, Ryland Four, Patrick Salzer, Christian Fratta, Andrew Battenberg, Eden Seidman, Sergio Proxy, Savannah Jones, Joshua Piercy, Out of Context, Noah Gervais, Ari Adair, Jeremy Kirby, Blue Bishop, Shane, Jason McAmer, Jake McWilliams, Anaphylaxis, LL, Ross Dexter, Claire Gilliam, Brenton Buchanan, Scott Dick, You're My Favorite YouTuber, William, Marius Labantia, Caleb Brennan, A1 Steak Saw, Simon Lilburn, Lucas Greslick, Timothy Cole, Lesser Sage of Stars, Dijon Wan, Ora Tavares, Kirk Fury, Jay Sizzle, Frogfoot, Hunter Rasmussen, Marcello Ferrara, Sky Swanson, Jonathan Harrison, Soldier Hawk, Jimbo, Sean Henson, Dr. Crime, Ellie, Oyvind Garberg, Joseph Smith, Alastair Struck, Matt Lawrence, Andrew Souza, ADC 400, Julius Yanikevicius, David Schuerman, Dylan Scott Isgar, Blind Fighting, Spot, Jacob Sindelar, Faraz Atala, Martin Peterson, Angus Cunningham, Pat M., Neon Stalgia, Ochi, Ken Ollendorf, James Hull, Sean Higgins, Philip Woolley, Timothy Lee Peterson, Commissar, Christopher Clack, Morton Anshelm, Peyton Helix, Aidan Hansel, Avery Thorpe, Amityville, Andy Gershuni, Texas Dan, Jack Ronayne, Snowhole, James Sullivan, Brett Brothers, Adventure Top, Cato, Bailey DeHaco, Sean Murphy, Angelo Sakaris, Heck, Daniel McCarthy, James Brandon, I'm sorry about that, Matthew, Dominic Hickman, Martin O'Donnell, Adam Finlay, Jack Estep, Bastion Blue Succubus 87, Aldo Curtis, Jim McGeehan, Michael Kearley, Finley M., Benjamin Glover, Jeremy Harris, Ryan Francom, Daria, Evan Barnett, Gaspard Fleury Hurtabize, Grendel, Justin Michael, Darius Rudeminer, Thomas Watkins, Gustav Lindstedt, Jack Shahan, Matthew Allen Kelsey, Matthias Vandenbosch, Stimson Sneed, Scream Black, Brian Barrow, Misha Kreinbring, Roberticus, 1992, Greg, Chris Teckington, Vodka Blitz, Riley Bozarth, Eric Goose, Levi Thomas, Son Chovy, Sophia Naylor, Alexander Smith, Epitome 22, Violet Sweet, Devona Uperok, Jed Danston, Tyson Cox, JRG 123, April Mahan, Zach R, Monster Shaped, Andrew Hartnett, Trinet, Symmetry Master, Aaron Dembski Bowden, Rogue Thrax, Thomas Fielding, Eli Youngs, Space Wizard 63, Arnie HD, Scott Muck, John Paul Queller, Jay Calder, Tyler R. Smith, The Mountain That Abides, Patrick Morrison, Julian Reno, Graham Gator, Allison, Zangster, Dave, Alexander Clatworthy, excuse me, Vadim Flax, Colin Stott, Pieface, Cool Boy John, Ottavio Albanese, Ethan Hayes, Howard Knutson, Carew Woodbury, Peter H., Drogden, Mieszko Zaha, Eric Jensen, Phil Harding, Elijah King, Yanis, Imran Mamuri, Michael A. Kuhlman, Patrick Gumond, Patrick Mills, Callum T.M., Dralax 789, Fleep, Daniel Phillips, Well-Tempered Clavier, William Pavard, Quainan, Matthew Shriak, Vivek Raghuram, Jacob Eston, Dragon Cobalt, Ricky Shields, Asbjorn Vol Kivalbian, Cold Beans, Jeffrey, excuse me, Jeffrey E. Flanny, Zachary Ziemba, Tyler King, Zach Billington, Steve Whittle, Stephen Lovedance, Benjamin, Ivan Echeverria, Cobra, Adam N.H., Histoclop, Whitman Shorn, T.J. Henneman, Leighton Carden, James Henderson, David Gabricki, John Siklowski, Ralph Rainwater, Vitor Tumoli, S.G. Response, Austin Matheson, Tiernan Garces, Siegfried Pinzer, Cale Perrion, Jared A. Hicks, Lucas Kulagowski, Garrett Johnson, Han Jiping, Jacob Wanish, Valerian, Maxine Kurignan Shognan, Shieldwall, Agandine, Markaleth, Mace Valor, William Tung, Conceited Axis, Bryn Davies, Timothy Pazdziorni, Gabriel Sorrell, Jonathan C. Mitchell, James Mosca, Oscar Langstring, S. Engvall, Jeffrey McIntyre, Megabyte 01, Dakian Delamast, Mr. Mush, Nikolai, Jesse Denton, Sam Bellmeyer, Ivan Yanchev, Byron Callan, Banks, Eric Amundsen, Noah Kentrowitz, Max Pantoja, Manu Wiedman, Captain Howdy, Low Beyonder, Gilozin, Vance Jordan Falls, Alexander Romanov, Pyotr Kasperzik, Patrick McGranahan, Peter Sikolo, Tristan Madden, Robot Ghost, Proton Reader, Nick, Stephen Heim, Ryan Snyder, Jacob McMillan, Eric Joyner, Edward Clayton Andrews, Joshua, Corey Bofil, Jan Morsch, Shiny Wolf, Vanya Pejovic, El Weasel, Werner Herzog, Garrett Lathy, Samuel Procopio Xavier, Connor McLeod, Daniel K., Wanderer, Nemo Vandenbrink, The Nikoforovs, John Philippe Malunin, J.S., David Harpstreit, Greg, Jordan Klein, Andrew Opplinger, Colin Schott, Adrian Kumole, Krimgi Schlepeps, Morgan Mall, Pascal Moret, Mark Phillips, The Bloke, Abdulrahman Ablabsi, Sky Jensen, Aurelian, Kyle Zahner, The Soul James, TJ Michael, Mike Norman, Dan Pop, Zach B, KH Maker D, Eric Jepson, Luke Murphy, Alexander Afwedu, Toadheart, Philip A. Coffey, Dana Stupkier, Matthew Cassidy, Chapon, Tim Darney, Lasselis, Jesse Wilkison, Peter Radusky, Yosef Mogul, Matthew Sutton, Ranger Ridiculous, Mads Husgaard Morganson, Massive Robot, Pioli, Biggest Communism Builder, Chris Branch, Anthony Bardil, Fergus Foley, Tom Painter, William Davis, Stephen Garrett Day, L. Tantivy, Sean, Oscar Stangenberg, Jeanette N., Dios, Garrett Kurnt, Sergei Miloshishek, Alex Alcald, Max Wellington, Daniel Floyd, Thunder O'Brien, Matthew Mason, Rich Stower, Kim Winson, Q-Ray X, Bradley J. Fisher, Will Dobbins, N.K. Jemison, Jonas Martinson, Michael Benson, David Carlson, Jack Dawson, Eddie Burton, Brian Plockelman, Kevin Schaub, Andy Bene, Nate Tenzar, Old Man Jables, Tom, Archwizard Snim, Mr. Flacco, Camille, Alex Walsh, Ryan Hill, Daniel Mower-Myrie, Devin Fitzpatrick, Jake Demarest Mays, Sasha Ya, Stephen Potyuk, Peter Flink, Boomsticks IMO, Yodi Warren, Carol Henderson, Devin Vernon, Matthew Zender, Joshua Lewis, Cameron, Igor Babiuk, Dennis Clark, Maxwell Reed, I Cannot Fly, Ronald J. Gervais, Aaron Albach, Noah Duggins, Mr. Nelson 007, Comfy Hat, Simon Shaw, Andreas Larson, Colin, Ivan Marinov, Jared Meyer, Dewey, Niels Bach-Frummer, Rob Clark, Carl Gleason, Tim Marsh, Jake Brennan, Tizar Vicarian, Kumaran Vigian, Connor Biblo, Brad Wallace, Nobody, Soaib Sheik, Amir Aguilar, Christian Zacharianson, Kissa, Avery Holmes, Dalton Seiler, and many more who have donated over the past decade to make this channel possible. I'd like to thank each and every person whose name isn't in this book, and there are many. I appreciate it, and happy 10th anniversary.